Please, God, not the echo today. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. How is everybody? I thought I had some music playing. Where'd the music go? What had happened? Just heard that, didn't we? Thought I had this set up. I can't remember which song we heard. Oh, well. Did we just hear this? What is new in the panel verse? Music holds a secret. I can't call it. I wasn't quite ready to go live yet. I'm just going to play the music. That's right. Hashtag get 'em, partner. Yeah, all donations to $ Mitchell IQ 2Ls. I'm hoping that's a real Cash App. Your funds may be trapped in limbo. Oh, this is great. Cheers to Freedom Grower and Fraudum Blower, lest we forget, who has accurately assessed my psychology and says I really like myself. If you like me too, then I might like you. And shout out to OG Dark Glasses Woody. All right. There was supposed to be a bathroom break in here somewhere. Guess we'll wait. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I was wondering where you were. He escaped the FEMA programming beam. Well, sir, we might replay me getting the notification on live stream while I was... it came a couple of minutes early my time. I was trying to figure out how to turn the notifications on. Meanwhile, Truther Cop was in the live. He claimed to be in airplane mode, as if that does any good. Now, did you get the notification when you came out of when you left the warm cocoon of the Faraday cage, sir? That's what I'd like to know. Oh, really? I never watched Yellowstone. I saw some clips. Looked like an interesting show. There was one scene that I thought was pretty interesting. Some biker getting his ass kicked or some bikers getting beat up. Pretty good scene. Yep. Well, that's true. There are, 3 computers, but yeah, close enough. I guess if you count the phones, we're at 5, right? Yeah, I'm using 3 computers right now, a phone, a mini PC, and a laptop. Speaking of which, let's go to the Benton cam. How you living, Podna? Best day of my life. Happy to be here, folks. Interesting doing the 36 hours of live streaming. Got a great night's sleep that first night. Was tired most of the day yesterday. Fatigued. I refuse to identify as tired. Let's kill this music. Hey, yo, kill that. Well, it's almost over, sir. All right, record scratch. Oh, my goodness. What's it all mean? It's not going to amount to a hill of bean. As we know, back in the streamer seat here, the broadcaster seat, since Woody dropped this comment on his stream punk, I figured it's the first thing I thought when I thought stream punk was Django for some reason. A little bit of a steampunk aesthetic, I would say. And then that movie, what was that, Wild Wild West, with the remake with Will Smith? Maybe that would have been the direction to go. Like Christopher Lloyd from that movie, wasn't he in that? Or am I thinking of Back to the Future 3? Oh, that's the steampunk reference. I was trying to do all that. Yes. Back to the Future 3. You didn't get it, huh? Huh, interesting. So that, just wait them out, right? Just wait out the government. Interesting. Yeah, man, that's the only thing I've seen from it. Yeah, I might feel froggy every once in a while, but I'm pretty sure if I'm out in Montana and the farmers roll up like that, or the ranchers, I'm probably gonna mind my P's and Q's. I reckon. I'm just guessing. They earned that ass whooping. Certainly. Yeah, no notification. So I guess that's what I'm saying. Okay, never got any after the fact. That's what I was looking to know, because the Truther Cop, I guess after he saw that my phone did not explode and I did not, just immediately start. And we're not on the free StreamYard, by the way. I just figured might as well give StreamYard some promotion. Why not? Who cares? Yeah, no, we're definitely not on the free version, but Yeah, I guess once he saw that my phone, nothing happened to me, he went ahead and came out of airplane mode. So I guess that was within enough time that he got the notification. I guess should a person just put their phone? I mean, does it even matter? But I don't know. I'm sort of I think I'm again it anyway. Although what they say is if you want to do an actual burner phone that's anonymous, as anonymous as you can be, then one would need to put their normal phone, their everyday phone, in a Faraday cage. Don't ever let the two phones, the burner phone and the regular phone, can't be online simultaneously. Like in the same area, or the network will figure out that you're the person using the burner phone, supposedly. Oh, did they? Wow, I didn't. I don't think I quite got that far with it. Wow, I just watched that one. Yeah, had no idea. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I may go back and watch that at some point, or I haven't seen it, but yeah, I may watch it at some. Yeah. Are we back? I don't know what happened, folks. The T-Mobile 5G internet. Maybe the day off, it got the wrong idea with the day off yesterday. I don't know. I can't call it. Interesting. Do tell. Interesting. I like your PFP there, Josh R35. I'm skeptical right off the bat. 'Cause see, that sounds too easy. It's like buy a VPN and be private on the internet type of thing, right? Like, or anonymous on the internet. So it sounds too easy. Sounds too easy. But so I'm skeptical. I assume that that's not a thing. But please do tell. Pretty sure that's not how internet security works. But who knows? I've been wrong before. Oh, good point. Yeah, just remember to keep your burner family in your burner phone. That's right. SMH. Well, what I was trying to do is transition to the Sam Hyde material, which at least half the audience I think just hates Sam Hyde, but I don't know what to tell you. I'm a fan. So Fish Tank 2 is about to start. Fish Tank Season 2. So keep the donos coming, folks, because the season pass is $60. Of course, since I'm frugal, actually there's a $60 version and a $200 version. So we're gonna do the $60 version. But the new website's up, by the way. So let's go check out a screen share. Click the button, sir. And so real quick, folks, whenever I switch to this view, this is because I'm sharing my entire monitor. So there was some discussion yesterday of people being left in the backstage. You'll be able to see if I'm leaving somebody back there. At some point, I will forget, and I will show this. You'll be able to see them down there. Yes, you will. Well, actually, this is the new website. We might as well check out the website. The last season's website, the first website, was fantastic. They've updated the design. I actually preferred the visuals of the old website. And for those who don't know, this is Sam Hyde's reality show. And in fact, it starts in 3 days. So this channel will become some version of a Fish Tank Clips channel. Perhaps Carl. And Carl, shout out to Carl, who was helping me keep. I didn't actually watch most of it first season. Occasionally I would tune in live time. And I'm so sick of hearing people say, "Oh, it's just Big Brother." It's like, well, but with a live chat and a almost fully interactive interface. So what were the see? There's people they're already live chatting. The thing doesn't start for 3 days. So no, it's not Big Brother. It's Big Brother meets the internet. That's what it is. So I understand people are going to still keep saying Big Brother. But let's watch this video where Sam Hyde's talking about the new season of Fish Tank. Let's share this tab instead, folks.
Who's that? Is that Jason Goldstriker? No, even better. It's Sam Hyde. That's right. I got out of bed, the notorious recluse. Probably taking a bubble bath with beautiful women. Well, I'm here now. I'm here because I got to talk to you.
Have you ever wanted to own a piece of the tank? Now you can.
We're opening up Fish Tank Live to early stage crowdfunding so that you can own part of the tank.
Season 1, like any new piece of media, I'm sure you're well aware it had its hiccups. But quite a few successes as well. Here's what we pulled off.
Over 600,000 unique site visitors and millions of views across all social media.
70,000 paying customers. In only 6 weeks of filming, we made 1.25.
Well, and sorry to pause there, but 600,000 unique viewers to a website. That's insane. I don't know if you folks know this, but it's damn near impossible to get people to go to a website these days because everybody's on, they're in Matt Drudge's internet ghettos, right? Such as here in Alphabet, Google, YouTube's Hell Pit. So that's and by the way, 600,000 viewers for a TV show would be considered very, very good these days. It's no longer in the millions for a top rate. It's not even necessarily in the millions. So season 2, this will probably be triple what they did on season 1. This is already just and they have invented a completely new genre. It's not Big Brother. This is a new thing.
5 million in revenue.
Man, people are gonna be mad.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. In over 6
Jackie,
weeks
good
of
to see
filming,
you.
it made over 1.2 million in revenue.
That's insane on a website.
We gathered a huge, fierce, beautiful grassroots community with
$0 marketing
$0
budget.
spent on marketing. All the freaks came out to play.
And with Fish Tank Live Season 1, we groundbroke an entirely new genre of television that we think is going to be on the up and up for years to come. We were here first, you can be too.
So how does investing in Fish Tank work exactly? It's quite simple. In any liquidity event, you make money. What is a liquidity event? That sounds crazy. That sounds, what's that? Chris Lynch? A liquidity event is any time the money is moving around. If we sell the company, you make money. If we go public, you make money. If you think this company is going to be successful, now is the time to stake your
Fish
claim.
Tank Season 2,
We're going to
Rob.
be doing this for
Starts
10
in 3
years.
days.
It's only going to get bigger and better from here. Hey, when was the last time you didn't take my advice? I bet you're fucking pissed off about that.
Go to wefunder.com/fishtank to see the full documentation of what it means to be an owner of this company.
If you invest in this company, anything with the Fish Tank name on it, you own. The tech, you own. The merch, you own. The IP, the show, the episodes, all that shit. If we buy a house to film in, that makes you a homeowner. And you're a homeowner. If we were hypothetically making a video game that's going on Steam for $30, you'd own that too.
But let's go into the snack interaction on the fridge and modify it so that eating causes pooping. So now the fish have a need to poop and interactions increasing that need.
But that's not confirmed as of yet.
Being an investor is cool. That's why you're going to do it.
This is actual big boy shit, first time here. Go to wefunder.com/fishtank and get into the nitty gritty. All the documents are there. Do we have a white paper? We don't have a white paper. Whatever the fucking typed up shit, the fucking typed up.
Guys, if you want a piece of the fish tank, now is the time. The first $1 million raised is going to get a 25% discount on your shares owned. Yeah, more equity, less money. It's pretty good.
That's it, gang. Go to wefunder.com/fishtank. Check out how legit we are. The first 1 million in shares gets a, 25% discount. Sounds pretty good. That means less money spent, more equity for you, more bubble baths, more hot girls. Okay? Okay? You see?
Yep, looking forward to that. So yeah, keep the donos coming because this is $60 right here. Let me go to the website here. Yeah, season pass $60. We're not going to do the 200. I don't need the XL, but yeah, I did not do the season pass. Let's just dox ourselves. Why not? Why not? Actually, just all it had was my email address, so we're safe. Yeah, good stuff. This is fishtank.live if you want to check it out. Yeah, rich people, check out the WeFunder, exactly. And do I have XP? It says I have 50 out of 100. So they're just giving me XP? Was this because I was already signed up when they launched this thing? I don't know. Hard to say. Not exactly sure what I can do with an XP. But yeah, we don't know who the contestants are going to be yet. Oh, wait. Do we? And I'm not sure what the clans thing is. They're already starting clans. However that works. I'm not a big video game guy, so perhaps y'all will tell me what can I accomplish there, at least. I want to promote a channel here real quick. Let me get the link to this. Every once in a while, I find something interesting on sites like citizenfreepress.com, and yes, I do go to that website. That's true. But what do I get for what am I investing in exactly? Do I get a portion of the next settlement? The next whatever his next settlement is after his rights get violated? Do I get a piece of that? Is that how that works? What's going on here, folks? Am I not interesting enough? Where's the chat? I'm getting paranoid. How many people are here? $12 people. That'll work. We'll take it. This is the off hours. All right. Here's this channel. Eli, I don't know how you pronounce this, but I found this on Citizen Free Press. So let me go ahead and drop his link. I can't. That's right. I'm going to figure this out with the two computers set up here at some point, but I guess we got to do this and this. I don't need any claims, sir. No claims. Oh, is that what I get for my investment? All right, good deal. Fantastic. So apparently this is a video. This guy's, I guess, makes prepared videos. He goes out and about in New York City. This is apparently outside of a migrant shelter. So we'll get to see some interactions with the security here.
Oh, good looking. It's a shelter, my peeps. You heard?
You're not supposed to do that.
Excuse me?
You're not supposed to film here. That's what I'm saying. You're not supposed to film here.
Shit already.
What is this?
I don't know. You don't have right to do this.
I don't have the right to do what?
Yes, you don't have right to film in here. That's what I'm telling you.
What is this over here? And who are you?
Okay, you want to know who I am? Please, sir, you don't have right to film here. I'm talking to you right now. You don't have right to film here. Can you please?
Who are you?
I don't know.
Bro,
who are you?
The building. They don't want nobody out here.
They don't want nobody where?
They're standing in front of the building with a camera.
Okay.
Oh, y'all bugging.
And you really want recording, bro? You bugging.
All right, you wait.
Yo, why you surrounding me? Why you surrounding me, yo?
You wait.
Oh, now you want me to wait?
No, you wait.
What's up, yo? What's up with you, yo?
Relax.
Yo, why y'all surrounding me? What's up, yo?
Relax.
You can't be here.
Relax.
You can talk to NYPD.
Talk to who? I don't talk to popos, nigga. I'm not a snitch.
Turn around, nigga.
You go talk to them.
Turn around, nigga.
Stop playing with me.
Turn
Look at
around,
this
nigga.
one. Look at this bird.
Look at this.
Yo, who are you, bro?
Why you on my property?
Oh, your property?
My property.
Yo, stop playing with me.
Oh, dude, don't you realize he's trying to bait you? Let him.
I'm about to knock him the f out. That's what I'm about to do. If they don't move back.
Let him-
What the f is all y'all niggas doing, bro? Especially you, bro. Who the fuck you think you are? Huh? You don't come to the sidewalk and talk to me like that, nigga. You hear me? You hear me? Make this the last time you approach a member of the public giving them orders on the fucking sidewalk, nigga. Stick to your job.
This is our job to tell you to move.
You don't tell me to fucking move, nigga. I don't go by. Who are you, nigga?
Doing my job.
Who are you?
Doing my job.
Your job is inside, nigga, not outside, bro.
outside.
Who?
Security.
What security, nigga? Look at you. Look at the cop right here, nigga. What's your name and badge number, brother? I don't know how to read.
It's right here.
What is it?
You're filming it.
What is it?
It's right here.
Say it out for the people, bro.
7807.
Name.
Wasso.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There you go. Now you keep it moving and don't fuck with me, nigga, before I knock you the fuck out, nigga. Fuck is wrong with y'all niggas, man? This is sidewalk. I don't know what this is. I don't know who you are. You don't come outside and give me orders, nigga. All right? And I'm still here. And you came to and gave me an order. And why were you still here?
Can you read though?
Who? Can I read what, bro? Stop playing with me, man.
Hope you go viral, bro.
Huh?
Hope you go viral.
You hope I go viral? Y'all the ones going viral, nigga. What's wrong with you? Everybody, there you go. You getting orders. Get your ass inside, bro. Don't come to the sidewalk giving members of the public orders. All right?
Watch me stand here.
Watch you stand here. Yo, who's your boss? Who's your supervisor, yo? Who's your boss, G? Huh?
You're my brother.
How are you?
So,
Who's your boss? What company you work for?
this is private property. He's not inside.
I'm not inside. I'm in the public sidewalk. You don't tell nobody what to do in the sidewalk. Learn your rights.
This is my right.
Learn your rights.
No, your right.
You heard?
You're on private property.
Back off. You getting orders. You heard? I don't have boss. I don't do those.
Not my boss.
But he's filming inside.
No, but he can still come and film.
Damn, lots of memory
First the
full.
SD card, now the battery. I had to reload. You heard? I had to reload. Like I said, my P, shout out to all the butterflies and the birds out there. But
What a time. What a time for the memory card to fill up and the battery to die. Bro, they do. They lose their fucking mind.
like I said, everybody go with you, my peeps. Once again, I respect everybody, my peeps, but we don't do those. You heard my guy that said he wasn't gonna go inside.
Well, you know, what's interesting, too, about the camera is when I wear the body cam, people just kind of look at it. Now, some of this is, you know, that I probably come across as a cop, but nobody just starts freaking the fuck out when I got my body cam on. Yeah, I had to reload. That's right. But yeah, the losing of the mind over a camera. Meanwhile, there's cameras just fucking everywhere in public. It's nothing but cameras out here, right? It's nothing but cameras out here. Yeah, I mean, it was, but even then, you know, that's true. They don't quite lose their mind as much over a phone. But here's another thing. When I put my phone into the cage and then with the selfie stick, they lose their mind over that, as we've seen. But the phone itself, they don't lose. If it's in my hand, they don't lose their mind over that necessarily. But once the phone becomes something that looks like a camera, it's just, what is wrong with people, man? I mean, we know what's wrong with them, but I mean, goodness gracious. SMH. Well. Anyway, that's supposedly a migrant shelter. That's you get the idea. Yeah, you get the idea. But what I'm finding out about my lack of quality sleep is that I think most of that is because I'm just not tired. I'm not doing enough to actually be exhausted or tired anymore. So, you know, the IRL live LARP, right? If I end up going IRL live LARP, maybe as soon as the end of this month, October 28th, perhaps. We'll see. We'll see, folks. And winter's not, you know, it doesn't really get cold in the South really at all. But when it's not going to get cold till January unless just something, you know, out of the ordinary happens. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I got great quality sleep once I finally slept. But I am still recovering. You know, I can tell I'm not quite all the way back from the sleep deprivation. And even if I napped, you know, even if I had napped during the 36 hours, I think that would have staved off a lot of what I'm dealing with now. But yesterday was mostly just did nothing, just sat around here and listened to Bex talk. She did 19 hours or something like that, which is funny because I woke up and tuned in, and one of the first things she said was that she was going to wrap up in like 10 minutes, and then I think she did another like 9 hours. Which, yeah, I've probably done versions of that myself. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I'm not recording. It's only 30 images per second. You're stealing their soul by recording them. That's interesting. Yeah, 430 more to go. Oh, yeah, my friend will be homeless LARPing for donations. That's right. 430 more to go. Indeed, indeed. I expect a cut of that now. I'm out here publicizing the $ Mitchell IQ, so I expect a cut of this, certainly. That's interesting. Yeah, I can't really figure that out. You know, it's a good question. Now I'm getting hungry. Did not go and buy more food yesterday, the veggies and all that. So there's no slow cooker action today. But man, I don't want to go on and on about this, but the bloating and the constipation. I mean, realistically, the only way to beat that I know of is going to be to just not eat for a day or two. Although I am going to have some more raw eggs today, but I think I'm just going to do the yolks. I'm pretty sure I'm just out of the egg white business entirely. So we'll get to see how adept I am at separating the yolk from the white. Let's find something to watch real quick because I need to take a quick break. I fired this bad boy up a tad prematurely. Now, what can we watch that won't make everybody flee? That's the question. Because I don't share the same taste in YouTube videos as much of the audience does. I've found, and that's okay. This was interesting. Top 15 cities for worst level of danger while recording. One of these people that just drives around filming the hood. We got furious drivers ruthlessly drag climate activists from busy highway. That'll work. We can do some of that while I'm gone. YouTube does this weird thing when on this browser when it first populates the screen, there's the back button, right? And YouTube intentionally does things to generate clicks. There's no doubt about it. So as I'm going to click on the back button or the pause button, it just turns into the back button. So when the controls first pop on the screen, they're in one position, and then as I go to click, where the pause button is located, it moves, and so now I'm just lost in. Now I've accidentally clicked on like 3 different videos. They do this intentionally. They do this on the phone app too. Here we go. So I went to pause the video, but by the time I moved the mouse to where pause is, it actually went to back. It went back to the previous video. It's just intentional. There's no way this is an accident. Anyway, let's put this on the screen. Oh, that ain't the button. Oh, really? Egg yolk separator, $1? Okay, well, I'm going to get one later today. Good to know. Will I know it when I see it? What do they look like? I guess I could Google it before I go. But this is, furious drivers ruthlessly drag climate activists from busy highway, and I believe this is in Australia. Be right back.
Weg von der Straße, Mann!
Keine Gewalt! Keine Gewalt! He's a human being!
Wat ga je staan? Lopen? Nee?
Do we care about this? I don't care about this.
Moet je even weggaan?
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't know what it looks like, but I'll Google it. I'll Google it. Google it. Damn. Careful there, Bubba. Every once in a while somebody hits the fucking head on the curb and dies. Let's not be throwing people to the ground. It's a good way to end up in prison. Bad idea. Right on. Music holds a secret in a slow cooker. Awesome. Got some freshly ground flax seeds. I'm trying to get all this moving out of here, man. This is miserable. I'm going for the kimchi. I'm going to buy me a gang of kimchi and sauerkraut later today. Certainly. All right, I can't listen to these bozos scream anymore. Freaking A, man. Yeah, I don't care. Don't care. See if anybody else is live. You guys ever go to this this channel here? Let's drop the link to this bad boy. This is called One More Reason to Never Answer Your Phone. Yep. Well, and if anybody cares, I'm in a much different situation than most folks. I have to take digestive enzymes to digest my food. And they cause constipation. So that's just where we're at on that. But yeah, it should help the motility. The motility, sir. Yeah, this is a pretty cool channel if you're into hacking and whatnot, and the history of hacking and how do you spell this? R-H-Y site. Pardon me. Oh, thanks for the link there, sir. Much appreciated. Let's see, what does this thing look like? I guess I got to bring up my own chat. Let's see what is. Oh, it's inflation. That's right. And we're going to get into that. I've got an article pulled up here about how the Fed is planning to continue raising rates. So they claim that fights inflation, but in the short term, I'm not so sure. Oh. Interesting. How does this thing work? Oh, so the egg white pours. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Genius. I love it. Awesome. So yeah, one more reason to never answer your phone. I'm just going to hear a little bit of this. This one's only 44 minutes. A lot of them are like an hour and a half.
Got a good story for you today, but when I was researching this episode, I came across something that wasn't exactly hacker related, but it captured my curiosity for like a good 30 minutes. And maybe you'll find this interesting too. So apparently people in India like flying kites. But when I think of flying kites, I think about doing it in a park or at some beach, someplace wide open, right? Yeah, well, that's not how kite flying happens in India. They like to fly kites on their rooftops, in populated parts of the city, like on the tops of low-rise apartments. And you'll sometimes even see them hanging over their balcony or flying the kite right out the window. I never even knew you could fly a kite out a window 3 stories up, but yeah, they're doing it. And I saw videos of this on YouTube. And so, on nice breezy days in India, you may look up and see some people on the rooftops flying kites, right in the middle of a busy city. Anyway, kites alone aren't that exciting to me, but here's the part that surprised me. Apparently, there are kite fighters among these people. And this.
Oh, sorry for this. And before I forget, I think we're finally actually going to listen to some Rule of Law radio today. I downloaded a couple of episodes, or one episode rather. It's like 4 hours long, but a lot of commercial breaks. So perhaps we will do some of that as well.
This gets wild. They take kite flying to a whole new level, if you ask me. So the idea here is to knock someone else's kite out of the sky with your kite. So like if you're on the rooftop and you see a kite flying a couple rooftops over from you,
fighting.
The mission is to knock theirs down. And so the first thing you have to do is to get your kite near theirs, or at least near their string. And that takes a big skill to get your kite close to the person's kite who's like 3 rooftops.
Yeah, I'm experimenting with the raw just to see if that helps me, with my issues and such. We'll see, man. It's all an experiment.
Away from you, and I don't even understand how they do this. Like, how do you send your kite over to someone else's where you can't even move off your balcony? I thought the wind decided where your kite went, but apparently they're able to let out the string more or weight the kite down or something to get it to go where they want. Now, I've flown a kite too close to someone else's kite before, and what happened to me is that the kites got tangled up, and
what's
both
this
of our
got to do with not answering my phone?
But the kite fighters don't want their own kite crashing to the ground. They want to win this battle. So, what kite fighters do is they coat their strings with something sharp to turn it into a skyward saw. Some use wax, but I think a lot of people are buying strings that are coated in little pieces of glass, making it sharp and scratchy. So if you can get your string to touch theirs, and then just at the right time, give it a quick tug, it'll scrape your string across theirs, and it may cut their kite string, sending their kite to float off freely and eventually crash to the ground, but like a block away, leaving yours in the air as the victor of the battle. It's wild. You can watch these videos where you see somebody taking out like one kite after another on rooftops. And I can't tell.
All right, well, he's taking too long to get to his point. Anyway, there's that if you ever want to watch that channel. Pretty cool stuff over there. Let's see. What have I seen recently that was interesting? I know there's been some decent stuff. Oh, this was, well, not that one. I want to watch this, actually. I missed this one somehow. Penetration test that went horribly wrong. Uh-oh. Didn't make it too far through this one. Predators will click anything. Guess I got about halfway through. How the Pirate Bay became a religion, political party. That seems it. Yeah, a lot of this is right up my alley with the tech. Techno ascetic yogi renunciate monk. Perhaps. Inside the NSA's secret cyber training. Hell yeah. But anyway, the link's down there. If y'all want to subscribe, I guess I better do this. Bam. I missed some stuff recently. How y'all doing? Yeah, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for a neighbor. A beautiful day in the dystopia. Please won't you be my neighbor? My dystopic neighbor? What's this on the screen here? Oh, I see. That's me. Bringing vodka to the gym isn't a good idea. What the fuck? This guy's in there drinking vodka and bench pressing, apparently. You gotta go. I'm bench pressing. All right. Well, that's great. I'm pretty sure being drunk defeats the purpose of the workout. Just guessing. I'm not too much into the urban exploration myself. Not interested. I'd like to go maybe do it, but then we have this Sam Brinkman-Fried, or Fried, spelled Fried. Is the new CoffeeZilla. Probably never get around to watching that. All right, we're going for the rule of law radio. I got nothing, folks. Shot my wad on the sit and spit this morning. I emailed Bex the link, so perhaps she'll jump on with us at some point. We'll see. Yep, nice new pick indeed. I did. I slept pretty well last night, although not as well as I did the first night. So yeah, I've slept twice since the marathon session. There may be more of that, although I don't think I'm going full, no sleep. It'll probably just do a couple of hour-and-a-half naps, most likely. Which actually I will feel worse in the short term. That's the funny thing about the, sleeping for an hour and a half, going into a deep sleep for an hour and a half, and then waking up. I actually feel shittier in the short run. But a couple of those is way better than just not getting any sleep, I found. So yeah. All right, Rule of Law Radio. Wait a minute. Let's kill this screen share. Kill the screen share. But yes, first night's sleep was excellent. Six solid hours of high quality sleep. Certainly. Pardon me. What am I trying to find here? Oh yeah, Rule of Law Radio. Focus, Benton. Focus. You can see I'm not quite back. I'm a little more unfocused than normal. Maybe the egg yolks will help with that. The sat fat. Give me some sat fat. We still got about 3.5 hours before I leave for shopping. Where are we at? Oh, download. That's where we're at. All right, this is Rule of Law Radio. There's going to be a ton of commercials. So when I play this, I'm going to have to speed it up and then fast. Eventually, we'll get to it. And some of you folks have never heard this probably. Let me make a banner. This is going to be audio only also. Banner time. Oh, and we turned the super chats back on just in case anybody feels like it. But, I'm good. Yeah. Anyway. ruleoflawradio.com. Whoops. You gotta click save, bozo. Add banner. Yeah, I don't. I used to be allergic to milk, right? But I mean, maybe that's not even a thing. But yeah, don't drink milk. It's disgusting to me. But yeah, I guess I would if I had to, right, for my health. But yeah, I don't know that I could even get raw milk. I guess I could buy a cow, right? Thank you, T4 lovers, much appreciated. We were talking about you on the. I brought you up on the Walk and Talk /Sit and Spit earlier. Thank you for your kind words. Much appreciated. So what I haven't told you yet is that we have a lady from Scotland who's around here sometimes called Mon L, although she just sort of floats in whenever she feels like it. So I'm assuming at some point, and T4 Lovers here is also in Scotland. So I'm assuming we're gonna have some Scott on Scott paneling at some point, perhaps. But thank you, sir, for the kind words, and I'll be promoting your channel as well. Probably wait until hopefully later today. There will be more folks here, right? All right, here we go. This is called Rule of Law Radio, and if you're not aware, T4 Lovers, one of the themes of the channel is, and the people that come to this channel is like, rights and freedoms and common law and all of these things. Yeah. Anyway, this is a radio show. Let me turn down. I don't want to blast you guys out of the gates. Let me turn the volume down, and then I'll turn it back up. I don't want to blast you right out of the gate.
The Bill of Rights contains the first 10 amendments of our Constitution. They guarantee the specific freedoms Americans should know and protect.
Yes, sure they don't.
I'm Dr. Catherine Albrecht, and I'll be right back with an unforgettable way to remember your first... Privacy is under attack.
And I have to speed this up. The main host, Randy Kelton, he talks so friggin' slow, but he knows his shit. Yeah, I don't do milk. I'm not into milk. Yeah, milk is disgusting. But if I can drink raw eggs, I guess I could drink milk, right? But yeah, ugh. Good Lord. There you go. Yeah, we are soft sits. We expect accountability for all except us. Yeah, well said. That's right. I get to do whatever I want, but the public officials should be accountable, right? But it's freedom for me, But yeah, they oh man, goodness gracious, what a mess. Anyway, not so good with the multitasking. Get to it, Benton. All right, here we go. I wish they would change this music. All right, volume's coming up.
Because it's vague in general.
Watch your ears.
And in reading it, it seems...
Randy, you're kind of cutting out there.
Oh, yeah, this happens sometimes, too.
They think it's a place. Oh, I'm cutting out?
I just adjust your mic or something. It seems like...
okay.
Got a good connection.
Because I am on my fiber optic. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, and...
300 down, 300 up.
This dude's old as
well,
fuck,
congratulations.
too.
Your mic got disconnected at high speed.
It's like 70-something.
I might have bumped it or something. But I am disappointed with the quality of the responses that I'm getting. Only one of them, the response from the sheriff, actually addressed the RICO suit.
Oh, he did? I thought nobody talked about that. What did the sheriff have to say
I'm
about
sure
it?
that's a completely different experience there, Mr.
Randy, are you there?
Come on, guys.
I don't hear you, Randy. I don't know if you're accidentally muting yourself. Oh, there you are.
I'm not sure what's going on because I don't see anything happening. I don't hear any crackling feedback.
Come on, Boomer. Okay, Boomer.
I give you all the specificity that you want.
But you just might choke on that specificity.
I hope so. But I don't legitimately have a bar grievance against this guy because he actually did a relatively good job of writing the response. I can't claim that this one's frivolous. The rest of them are frivolous. He actually addressed the issues. But all he said about it was that I failed to be specific enough. But he at least did that. The rest of them didn't. The ones that didn't address the RICO charge, I'll call their
just for people who may not
frivolous. Know. Even Nordstrom, because I'm claiming that Nordstrom called the police to have...
What Randy does is anytime the policy enforcement shows up and tries to boss him around, he files criminal charges most of the time, which, of course... the jurisdiction or whatever, it's not like they don't pursue these charges. But my understanding is that the effect is that it at least has to be addressed and dealt with at a minimum So it's, I view it as more of a fight and fire with fire strategy. It's like, oh, you're going to fuck with me, well, I'm going to fuck with you, which is I respect, right? At least get them back on their heels a little bit, the public officials. And Randy's, his frequent thing that he says is, I never ask a public official to do something that I actually want them to do. He wants more or less to, especially in Texas where he is, apparently the laws are written such that there's lots of things that a public servant can do that's just straight up illegal. And then, there's only very specific things that they're supposed to do with respect to their authority. So as soon as they go outside of their authority, at least in Texas, it's against the actual written laws. So then Randy goes to, a judge or a magistrate and files criminal charges. This is something he does regularly. So, imagine driving around without plates or registration. Meanwhile, Randy might have his vehicle registered, but he might just choose not to have the plate on the car. Or he might choose not to have the proof of insurance. But then at a certain point, he will end up, which, again, may not actually be required since he's not operating in commerce. So he wants them to write him the ticket, right? That's which is it's sort of a different view of these things versus the so-called sob-sit that gets in their feelers just by somebody having the audacity to stop them, right? And becomes very combative and argumentative, like we saw with the black lady, the Moorish citizen or whatever, recently here on the channel. But anyway, back to the show.
To get them down there because they knew about this ongoing criminal conspiracy, criminal or not, and because they did that, and because the security officer for Nordstrom allowed the police officer to talk her into filing a complaint when she indicated she didn't want to.
Yeah, his fucking tech issues are going to pursue. This happens a
Randy,
lot.
are you still there?
I haven't listened in a while, but yeah.
Approximately.
Of course, this is happening.
Yeah, I'm still
bragging
here.
on his internet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do now. You were
Yeah,
saying
you're
that,
dropping out, Bubba.
She had to file something, but she didn't want to. Yeah, and it just went
Yeah,
right
the
after that.
policeman. She didn't want to file a criminal complaint. She told the police that. But after they hotboxed her, nearly killed her, now they needed something.
Oh, he must be working with
So the
somebody.
policeman went back in and solicited a complaint.
This is what. So these people call in, and the gold of this show is the callers, right? So when the people call in, that's where they'll get to that eventually. They'll get to callers, but so I guess it sounds like he's working with some lady that had her rights violated. And now Randy's helping her file criminal charges and sue. It sounds like
From her, talked her into filing one, and we have her on the 911 call saying she didn't want to file a complaint, and we have her on the body cam saying she didn't want to file a complaint.
Well, it may not be a lady he's helping her, but yeah, the lady that works at Nordstrom. Or the cop, it sounds like, is talking the lady who worked at Nordstrom into filing charges. Yes. Apologies, I haven't heard this before.
This was at the beginning. And then toward the end, the policeman talked her into it. Well, she filed a complaint, even though she didn't feel she had grounds to, because the police encouraged her to. So she conspired with the police, filed a false complaint. And all of the harm that accrued as a proximate result of that false complaint. So we dragging Nordstrom into the
now my shit ain't
ongoing
working.
criminal conspiracy. And the rest of them they're all almost exactly the same. I've only got, I think, 7 or 8 responses. All of the public officials used, like the city of Sunset used one lawyer to answer all of them. And I sued each one of them in their personal capacities. So what I got to find out is, in the case law, is if you sue a public official in his private capacity, does he get to hire a lawyer does he get to use a government-paid lawyer to argue that he should be sued in his official capacity? Or must he hire his own lawyer until it is ruled that the suit must be in his official capacity? Then he can get a government-paid lawyer.
Is that something you have to go get a declaratory judgment about, or is that just something that's just obvious common sense and you can just roll with it?
This is law. This is law. Nothing is obvious common sense. Everything has to be, if I'm going to say he can't use a government lawyer, I'm going to have to show some law to support that.
Yep.
So once I get answers written for all of these, then I'll go do that research. And I hope he has to hire his own lawyer until it's shown that he has a right to immunity. Anyway, that's one of the things I'm going after. I was on the Telegram channel today and had this standard guy on there complaining
Boomers
that
and
everything is
Telegram,
horribly
man.
corrupt and you can't get justice and they all do everything wrong.
Boomers and Telegram.
And ask him, what are you doing about it? Oh, well, it's so corrupt, blah, blah, blah. What can you do? Well, you can file a 150-page criminal complaint against them. That's one thing you can do.
Hell yeah.
You can file a 250-page criminal complaint. Did I say criminal complaint the first time?
Yes.
You can file a 150-page civil suit against them. And you can file a 250-page criminal complaint. Guys, I'm just one person. I filed a 250-page criminal complaint against the governor. Well, that was a lot of work. Took me quite a while to do it.
Yeah.
But he got all that junk dropped.
Yeah,
I'm
Randy,
not
just in
huge
case
corporation.
people don't know.
I'm not big wig.
In Texas, when the Abbott decided he could grant himself all these emergency powers around the fake pandemic, Randy filed criminal charges against the governor, and they dropped that shit the next day, apparently. They just rolled it all back, and apparently like 7 other states followed suit. So, yeah, the governor doesn't ever actually have to, appear in court and face the charges necessarily, but there is a deterrent effect, potentially, as we
Politician. I'm the most powerful guy out there.
Yeah, but you can't stay connected to the fucking broadcast.
Did we lose you?
It's not very powerful, sir.
Hello, Randy.
Hello, Randy.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
You were just saying that you're the most powerful guy out there.
Yeah, and it's because I'm nobody.
Yeah, they got whole shows where he can't stay connected.
And is it easy? Oh, my goodness. Did I just flake out again? Because my system just reconnected.
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't they just have
something going on,
somebody
'cause
there
we had-
with him
we just
who
got
can
hooked up
help
to
him
this.
with this? I don't understand.
And it's been blinking out.
drive
a time
to
or
the
two,
fucking
so let me have a bad
studio,
connection somewhere. Anyway, point is, one person can make a difference. It's not easy. You can't make a difference just by jumping up and down, railing righteous indignation and venting your spleen at them.
Exactly.
You got to do your homework.
Exactly.
You got to be
That's a lot of
serious about it. But one human being, Brett's got criminal complaints going against the Court of Criminal Appeals. He could have put them all in front of a grand jury.
And he always talks into the break. He has no fucking idea. It's funny. Imagine doing a radio show for 10 years, 10 plus years. He never has any idea that they're going to go to a break, and he just talks. He just talks into the break almost every time. So this is a terrible radio show. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, this radio show is terrible, but the information is badass. But it's one of the worst shows I've ever heard.
And he's the district attorney.
And I've listened to like hundreds of hours of this.
He's a Democrat, and all these judges are Republicans. That's how I got him before there last time. So they're dead meat. Hang on, we'll be right back.
Oh, he
being harassed
actually
by
caught
debt
that
collectors
break.
with phone
Amazing. He usually just talks right off the cliff.
calls, letters, or even lawsuits?
Maybe he is getting better.
How to stop Michael Meir? How to stop?
We're going to have a free comprehensive team. Leave a copy of it to help with this material from Rule of Law Radio. The logo.
We are back. Ricky Johnson, Brett Fountain, Rule of Law Radio. And just finished up talking about we can do something. I didn't do anything that any one of you couldn't have done. Yeah, it takes some work, but you could have done it. I'm in a state of 29 million people. And I suspect everybody was, by the time we got rid of those executive orders, everybody was complaining about them. And out of 29 million people, only one person filed an action, and the governor just dropped them right away. We should learn something from that.
Mm-hmm.
We can make a difference. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Brett, that first call looks like a first-time caller, and not Shiatsu from last night.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got 2 first-time callers here.
Okay.
The 416 we had just as we were finishing up last night.
Yeah, that's
this person is called back. Then we have the 936 number, and that's also a first-time caller.
Yeah, Tina knows the 416 person. But we'll get to you in a second. We take them in order, and we take first-time callers first. We've got 2 first-time callers.
So take the first one
first. If you are in the 936 area code, give me a first name and a state.
Jody, Texas.
What state?
Jody, Texas.
Oh, Texas. I thought you said Jody Prescott. Okay.
No.
Jody in
That's not a
Texas.
state, sir.
Wait a minute. Do I know you, Jody?
Yes, sir, you do.
Okay. This is Jody the Chump.
That's correct.
Yeah, Jody and Scott Richardson are thick as thieves. I'm not saying they're thieves, but they're both chumps.
Not yet.
Okay. What do you have for us, Jody?
The first thing I need to say is you're not alone, so quit bitching. So just you're not alone no more. So that's all. That you had your soapbox for the first 5 minutes, so there you go, and you got it. Quit bitching. Now let me talk about the request for a 1617 decision I filed today and the implications that has on the multiple Title 42 lawsuits I had on the county officials when this criminal complaint was filed. Is that okay?
Yes. Did you look at the suit I filed before you wrote that?
No, this was in 2017. I filed today a request. I filed a criminal complaint in 2017. I filed today a request for the 1617 on that criminal complaint.
Oh, okay. I thought you filed a suit.
I did. I actually did multiple, but just for today, I don't mind calling back. But just to keep it limited, I just want to read today what I filed, and any other questions you have, I will be happy to answer what I can answer. And it may fall into, and God had to talk me into calling you. And to apologize to anybody listening. The first caveat I want to spit out is that to get to my level of understanding of this knowledge, I messed up and had to spend about 2.5 years in jail. But now I have the correct form of operation. So when you listen to me talk, do not assume that this is what I'm telling you to do. Now I'm telling you what I'm doing.
2.5 years in jail. So this is back to something Paul Unslaved talks about. You know, if he's willing to go sit down in a box for some period of time. And let's just face the reality. I'm not. And I know that I'm not. Now, if it was important enough to me, of course, I am on some level. But there's something to that, folks. No, I'm not trying to go to jail for 2.5. And most likely what this is I'm assuming he was charged with a felony, I'm assuming, and was unable to get out on bail. So that seems like it's fairly normal for somebody to be in jail for 2.5 years awaiting trial. That's, regardless of the so-called right to a speedy trial, that's not necessarily a thing, right? And who even knows if there was a trial? Because as we know, as many of us know, the system is not really set up for having trials. The system, wants to cut a deal.
Doing at the current point, and this keeps you out of jail because these people, you have to understand, they are Satanists and they will put you in prison if they can.
But do not, and you dropped out.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I am here, and I want to read just today, and then you can ask whatever questions you want, and we can go back and talk about it. Then
okay.
I filed and I don't have no reservations. If I have anything that I can't answer, I will speak that. All right, today I filed with the...
Thinking out, you're losing you.
No,
stop.
He's not dropping out. You're dropping out.
I'm hearing him just fine. I think he's going out fine on the stream. I'm hearing him okay. It might.
Oh, okay. It might
the connection on your end.
You're dropping out, Randy. Why? I just don't. I'm just confused as why can't we get a producer to wherever Randy is?
Okay. Then I'll shut up. Go ahead, Jody. I'll shut up now.
Okay, just call screener. What's your name, sir?
Call screener. That's my co-host.
Oh, co-host. I don't know.
So, by the way, I got to stop here. These are the people who are we're all gonna come together with these people and fix the dystopia. These people can't even do a broadcast, right? Yeah, they may know a bunch of legal and lawful, but it's like, really? I got to get a highly suspect drop. Really? Well, that's what I need to be able. I got to get my soundboard going. I'm slacking. I'm going to have a soundboard. I need the Mike David red bar where I have the touch screen and I can just press the buttons for the sound, the drops. But yeah, I need a highly suspect. Really?
Oh, that's Brett. Okay, well, I went to court for Brett one day too. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Brett, my bad, bro. Sorry. I didn't realize Scott got me to call. Okay, so my buddy got me to call you guys today. I keep my stuff secret, and I only called because.
Oh, and now it's one of these I keep my stuff secret guys. So anyway, eventually we'll get to some interesting information if we can make it through all of this, right? And then now, is this bad on purpose? It's like, is this bad on purpose? Like, what is this?
Randy was really kind of about to break his ass because he was feeling all alone and sad. So now the cavalry's here. And understand, this is an ongoing process. You have to understand, you do this path of your life is for God and you love Jesus. Man. This is not.
You're grandstanding, sir. Can we just get to the info, please? For the love of those things you're mentioning.
Not for your personal gain. So this is a lifelong fight. Don't think this is something you're going to engage in and win instantly. Just your act of continuing the fight is the victory. That being said, today I will talk about just what I filed today with my local district attorney. In the past,
thanks, Heidi, bringing me back to earth. Yeah, that's right. Not everybody can be fancy. I'm a fancy boy.
And later, if I have to call in again, I will. I've had multiple Title 42 lawsuits against this county. I have received a ruling in the case, and I do think that we're now to the level we know how to attack these people. I got the ruling, and I'm about to get off Title 42. I got the ruling that they have immunity. Okay, I called the RICO stat, like Randy was bitching about RICO. I got them on RICO. They got an absolute immunity ruling. However, they also ruled in that same ruling that if the case was based out of retaliation, that absolute immunity does not apply. I believe that I've now set my case up to come back into court. Correct. To now come back into court with a retaliation case in federal court for retaliation against me for filing on the Title 42. Now, that's all I'm going to talk about, Title 42. Now, I filed that Title 42 a few years ago. Now I'm going to speak to you about the request for my 1617 I did today. Are we up to speed? You hear me, Brett? Am I good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to talk until you or Randy cut me off. I'm going to try to go slow. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to all the audience.
Just go,
I'm a very quiet individual. I like to stay by myself.
Just go.
I remember I did over
Fuck.
2 years in jail because of this fight. So when I speak to you, do not construe anything to mean for you to do what I did to gain this knowledge. Okay. Today I filed with Shelley Bush Fitton, which is a district attorney in Polk County, Texas. Here's the letter that I filed, the affidavit. An affidavit for you, the newbies. Before you file any paperwork, take it to a notary and get them to stamp it so that you now file an affidavit with the court and they can't lose it. It's not an official document of the state of Texas. So an affidavit is what you want to file. The affidavit that I filed today states this. And Brett, I'm just going to read through this. If you have to cut me off, just cut me off, okay? All right, and it's one page. I don't do 150 pages. I do one page at a time. This is one page today, and y'all respond or cut me off. All right.
Yeah, you got about a minute 45 seconds before the break.
All right, I'll talk real quick and then shut up for the break.
Bro,
all right,
all he's doing is disclaimers, bro. Just read the fucking thing. We'll figure it out. Believable. And you can see, I'm a little more cranky, probably because of the staying up all night a couple nights ago, but and I talk about that, my base emotional state is I'm just slightly annoyed by almost everything that happens. It's like, bro, you're live on the radio, sir. Just read the fucking thing, pretty please.
Yeah, request for status update and signed decision on previously filed criminal complaint. Article 1617, decision of judge. After the examining trial has been had, the judge shall make an order committing the defendant to the jail of the proper county, discharging him or admitting him to bail as the law and facts of the case may require. Failure of the judge to make or enter an order within 48 hours after the examining trial has been completed operates as a finding of not probable cause, and the accused shall be discharged. How much time we got? Because I can take a pause.
All right.
You got another 55.
This is insane. What? I don't know. Set a timer, bro. This guy's out of his fucking mind. So, and real quick, it's again bad on purpose. And these are the people filing these motions and filing this stuff. Which is fine, but can we get some halfway normal people? I don't even mean normal. I just mean, I don't even know what I mean. But anyway. These are the kind of people I don't want to be around these people. I don't want to join a team with these people. I don't want to be their friend. I don't want to go fucking have coffee with them. Now, I like the part where there's a radio show and I can listen and learn, right? That's the part I like. I don't want nothing to do with these people.
Seconds. One thing that I will say that it seems like...
And this is one of the more well put together people. Some of these people are just out of their fucking minds. This is one of the ones who's actually halfway can communicate.
They like to skip past this examining trial part and pretend like you didn't.
Yeah, Heidi's trying not to worry about me. Well, I'll say this, Heidi, it doesn't do any good. Now, your concern is appreciated, but the worry, I can't do anything with that, right? It's not a tool I can use to create something. So I'm living my purpose, even though I might be cranky and agitated. And this is the old man hours, right? It's 5:41 in the morning. And this doesn't help. The coffee just makes it worse, actually. So I probably need a third cup just to deal with my caffeine addiction at this point. So anyway, I might have to just let him play. I might just have to let this play and try to listen on my phone. However, there's so many commercial breaks. I don't know that will be an option. But let's go.
Apply.
Correct. You're correct.
It didn't apply.
You got it. You got it. Now let me... Go ahead, Randy.
Now, Randy's on his computer, but he can't remember to mute his microphone. So Randy's like, drinking his coffee and fucking playing around on his computer. That's what Randy's doing. Oh, and he does this all the time. Slurps his drink. Yeah, this is fucking great, dude. Imagine doing a radio show for however long this has been and just has no clue, right? How about you listen back to the show, Randy, at some point? I know he's a very busy man, like he really is, but Just listen to the show at some point, sir, please. This is a podcast. This is an MP3 file I downloaded from y'all's RSS feed. So, pretty pleased with Sugar on Top. Listen back to one of these shows. I mean, this is brutal, bro. I could do this show from here. I could produce the fucking show from here, and it would be better than this. Like, no bullshit. Not even me on the mic. I could just, every once in a while, just voice of God style, say, "Hey, Randy, you're slurping your drink into the microphone, sir. Could you pretty please with Sugar on Top knock it the fuck off? Thank you." And I could bleep myself. "Could you pretty please with Sugar on Top knock it the bleep off?"
All right, Brett. We know that. We know they're not going to do it.
It's bad on purpose.
This is not to get them.
This has to be bad on purpose. Like, what is this?
To actually do it.
And now it's a break. Oh my God, dude. It's a comedy show, actually. See, I'm irritated because I think none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans, folks. Now that I understand it's a comedy show, I'm not irritated anymore. I love it. It's fantastic. What a farce. Farcical. Oh, and I accidentally misclicked. And we've now, because I'm old, we've misclicked and we've gone ahead at, 15 minutes in time. Because I can't click properly. Now I'm part of the problem. Now I'm bad on purpose.
And you dropped out.
Yeah, okay. All right, well.
No, he didn't.
I am here, and I want to read just today, and then you can ask whatever questions you want. Retaliation.
Privacy is gone.
Development.
Okay, you guys hear me? 10-4, you here? Check 1, check.
Yes.
All right.
Microphone
all right,
check.
real quick
1, 2,
before I continue this letter, we just have a few more paragraphs here. The reason you have to understand, these people are not going to perform their duty in their positions in the state of Texas.
True.
And Randy's proven that, and we already know that.
Yes,
I take them into federal court that is in another jurisdiction. The reason.
Well, and real quick, I halfway want to move to Texas just because I know so much. Not that I know it, but I've listened to them talk about Texas law so much. I don't want to move to Texas, but I've considered it. And I did. I was a resident of Texas for some. I first got my CDL there, but in order to go to truck driving school, I had to become a resident actually. But that's a whole nother story. That's just the way it worked at the time. I guess I could have gone to Arkansas. It doesn't even matter.
And that I am so focused on getting these documents filed is because I got a decision from a judge in Eastern District of Texas, Judge Zach Hawthorne, and what his ruling was stated that unless they have absolute immunity, the county has absolute immunity. I caught them. They broke the law. I got them red-handed. The judge ruled they have absolute immunity unless they did their act
retaliation.
Out of retaliation.
I got it.
That is written.
I figured that out 20 minutes ago.
To Randy. I wanted to wait until I got out of jail and got situated and was ready to talk.
Yeah, that's now, sir.
Now, at this point, according to the judge, and he said I can open a new case if retaliation was the focus of the case. All right? Now I'm filing my paperwork again over some felony.
Well, I'll say this. He's a bozo, but he's probably about to fuck these people up. I bet they just going to end up paying him, trying to pay him off so he'll go away. He's about to. I can just hear that he's about to fuck them up. If this is all true, I'm assuming it is.
Some criminal complaint.
So God bless him for that.
Because now I know they're not going to do their job, which of course I do not want them to do their job now.
Exactly.
I want them to continue to do what they do. Because in my federal case, I want to show that they now, because I had fed the Title 42 and had them enjoined as defendants while I'm the plaintiff, they violate.
And what he talks about with his with his federal case is something I learned from this show is you take the state to the Fed and you take the Fed to the state. So this dude definitely has been paying attention. I guess he had 2.5 years in jail to learn some of this.
My due process out of retaliation. They cannot defend against this. So this is now going to be my new. You're
going to have to prove retaliation, though, sir.
Which the judge, Zach Hawthorne, gave me authority to file. This is the criminal. This is the first criminal. This is not even a criminal complaint. This is just a request for the service, the process of a formal criminal complaint that I filed. What I'm doing now is gathering the evidence to show that they retaliated against me when I filed my original Title 42 by denying my due process. Are we up to speed
Oh, that's
now?
Morgan. Hey, Morgan, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Okay. Now I'm going to read. This is going to be just real short, one page. This was filed today. Dear Shelley Bush Sitton, that's the district attorney in Polk County, Texas. I hope, and remember, you always speak to these people polite, like you're kissing their ass. Remember, these are Satanists.
Yes.
They thrive off of this. If you do one thing to upset them, they will put you in jail. You kiss their ass, you write, just like I wrote here.
I think this is key because this is where we see the bozos and even highly suspect wanting to get in his feelers in the no. You treat them like that, and they love this when you just. And I've done some versions of this a little bit here and there. Yeah, they love it when you play up to their ego. Yeah, absolutely.
I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to inquire about the status of a criminal complaint I filed on 2/01/2017 regarding Texas Penal Code TPC 15.17. That's the original criminal complaint. Now, I don't care that they didn't do it. I'm glad they didn't fucking do it right because now we're going to sue them for it.
Jody,
F-bomb.
stop explaining. Stop
F-bomb on the radio.
Just read the whole thing.
Okay. I'm sorry, Randy. I just don't want to. I don't want to be accused of saying something that I don't intend. Okay, I'll just read. As per TPC 1617, a magistrate must process a criminal complaint once it's presented to them. Specifically, I would be grateful for any information you can provide on the progress of the investigation and the steps taken thus far in compliance with TPC 1617. Furthermore, I kindly request that you provide me with the signed decision as per TPC 1617 from the magistrate concerning the processing of the complaint. Having the signed decision is crucial for ensuring transparency and understanding the actions taken in response to the complaint. Since the filing date of the complaint, Daryl Longino, Justice of the Peace number 1, that's the justice that the magistrate that I originally handed the complaint to get him to have to process the complaint. All right, he has been non-responsive. Included in this letter is a copy of some vague letter signed by Judge Longino regarding the complaint. I have not received any update or communication regarding the process of the investigation or any actions taken in the response to the complaint. As a concerned individual seeking justice, I would appreciate any information you can share with me at this time, ensuring compliance with the specific requirements of TPC 1617 and providing the requested signed decision. 2 more paragraphs. Please understand that this matter of significant importance to me, and I'm eager to see a resolution in accordance with the law. If there's any additional information or documentation required from my end to aid in the investigation, I am more than willing to provide it promptly. I kindly request that you expedite the processing of this criminal complaint in accordance with TPC 1617, provide me with the signed decision, and keep me informed of any developments. Additionally, all Polk County officials were enjoined as defendants in multiple Title 42 lawsuits at the time of filing of this criminal complaint, and failure to act in a manner of compliance with all federal and state statutes and laws are considered retaliation against plaintiff Jody Wayne Pickett for being enjoined in said suit.
That's it.
And that's your turn.
Well, and I want to say this, folks. I mean,
okay.
You know, I'm not calling anybody a Christian, but there's a reason why the Bible says, be as wise as serpents and as harmless as doves. See, that's what this is. This is wise as serpents. So, he doesn't lose. He's not diminished by, being viewed potentially as someone who's, bowing down to them. Right. This is the intentionally deceptive in order to, get justice, if we could call it justice, right? So, to me, this is completely within the bounds of fair play. If I'm more likely to be able to, eventually, if my goal is to drop the hammer on these people, and I do that by kissing their grits to some extent, or kissing up to them, and kiss my grits means something a little different. I also watched Alice, right? The TV show, the reruns of Alice, but yeah. So I understand where Morgan's coming from with the comment, but I do disagree in that. I am playing. If I'm involved in things like this, I'm going to be playing a strategy, and if the way to get what I need from the system is to kiss their ass a little bit, that's completely fine with me. Got no problem with that. Yeah, strategic kissing of the ass. And I don't mind if people kiss up to me a little bit here and there. That's okay. Just let's not do it excessively, right? But little goes a long way. I do a little of that myself, right?
How thick-skinned are you?
Shit. I'm leather to the bone now.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Okay, you're not going to like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put him in jail for 2.5 years. But yeah, Randy's about to. I guess Randy's about to tell him how it's going to be if he pursues this.
Probably not.
Yes, crowed it up. Get out the Code of Criminal Procedure and look up 59. That's the one you should be addressing. 1617 only is implicated once a warrant has been issued and the person has been arrested. Then they can be brought before a magistrate, and the magistrate is to hold the examining trial and issue that order. You filed a verified criminal complaint with a magistrate, and under 15.09, the magistrate was commanded to issue a warrant. It wasn't the magistrate.
But they don't. Of course, they don't. They're commanded to, but they don't.
It was not given discretion.
Yeah, no discretion. Exactly. The law is clear, at least in Texas, from what I understand.
1509 says when a complaint is forwarded to a magistrate complete in accordance with 1505, the magistrate shall issue a warrant forthwith. Doesn't say may, might, or can if he wants to. He says he shall issue a warrant. So it grants the judge no discretion. And where a judge is ordered to do something over which they have no discretion, that is an administrative act for which they have zero immunity. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, I'll stick to that with you. I will talk to you offline about that.
Good. We need to refile and ask to see the warrant issued by the magistrate in accordance with...
What's what I'm saying? Randy knows his shit, man, and he's just going off the top of his head here. He knows his stuff. Yes, big time.
His administrative duty as stipulated by Article 15.09 Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. And they're going to tell you they don't have one.
Or they're going to tell you it's not public information until it's executed.
Yeah, and that's what I want. I want them to do that.
Well, I feel fairly certain they're going to tell you that the judge didn't issue one because they don't think they have to. So maybe I spoke out of hand there when I said asked to see the warrant issued under 1509. We just asked to see the warrant because that breaks one of my rules.
Go ahead and telling them what they're getting into.
Exactly.
Well, and by the way, Dom, a lot of this involves not going to court. It involves filing a bunch of things with the court, and then especially these criminal charges, that a lot of times gets them to back off, and then eventually what ends up happening is they offer a settlement, right? So it's actually he's not going into court necessarily. When he ends up going to court is like the guy said he spent 2.5 years in jail. Presumably they charged him with felonies probably or very serious misdemeanors. And then but other than him appearing for the criminal, most of what you'll hear with these guys that know what they're doing is they're not appearing in court. This is all through paperwork. And this is something Wizard talks about also is like, well, if a person knows what they're doing, they never go to court. And so I understand it's easy for us to say, oh, well, now we're in their jurisdiction and we're in this and we're in that. Well, a lot of what they're talking about is not going to involve any court appearance. And when they file these paperwork, when they file this stuff with the magistrate, if that's in a courtroom, it's the way I understand it's a special appearance, but I don't think they even have to go to appear in court to file with the magistrate. Now, I'm not an expert. None of this is legal advice, but that's my understanding.
Never give fair warning. If the prosecutor...
Yeah, Randy said never give fair warning. Exactly. Don't tip your hand. Again, strategy. Yeah, never let them, don't just let them know what the intention is. Which is, by the way, now we're back to kissing up to them and seeming reasonable, right?
Who wants legal advice, let him hire an attorney. So we want to...
And another thing they do is they file bar grievances against the lawyers because that affects their insurance and their bonding, see? And what Randy says is that, and I haven't confirmed this, but he knows enough of his stuff, I'm assuming he's right, is that, a lawyer in their first year of practice, which sometimes that's who ends up appearing as a prosecutor, right? If they get one bar grievance in their first year of practice, their insurance is canceled. It doesn't matter what the nature of the bar grievance is, and that's filed with the state bar. And then for an attorney past 1 year, if they get two in a calendar year, their insurance is canceled. And then for a law firm, 3 in a year, the insurance for the whole firm gets canceled. So they've talked about cases where they've gone through like 10 different attorneys because the attorney takes the case or appears on behalf of the state and I don't want to even get into the logistics of that, but whoever is there representing the government gets a bar grievance, and then the next court appearance, and sometimes, like I say, sometimes they end up in court, but it's usually because they've had criminal charges filed against them. But it's like, it's almost like every court appearance there's a different attorney there, right? Which is very interesting to me, assuming that really happens, and I think it probably does.
That was issued by the magistrate. And then when we get told...
What's up, Bex? Feel free to jump in anytime. We're going to go through more of this, so you might want to wait a little while. But anytime, whenever you get ready, Ms. Bex.
That the magistrate didn't issue a warrant. Then we
or if you do at all, right? No pressure.
Filed a criminal complaint against the magistrate for failing to perform an administrative duty. I sued a judge for that in Victoria County. Refused to issue warrants, and I'm about to sue a bunch more for it. Oh, I also sued the Chief Justice of the Supreme and the presiding judge of the Court of Criminal Appeals for specifically that. I filed a criminal complaint against the Chief Justice with the Chief Justice of the Supreme against the governor.
Hell yeah! Dude.
And asked
Love that.
Chief Justice to issue.
Well, and Randy's going to miss the break again, so I usually just start fast forwarding. If Randy's talking and the music's coming up, I just usually fast forward because he'll just talk off the cliff usually. Although he caught the last one somehow. Somehow he caught that one.
Full nutrition. Work it with Alex Jones. Fits of order now.
Are you the plaintiff in 20 experience? AudioCloud.com.
They've had this friggin' reggae for years. I hate this music, man. This is terrible. And I like some reggae, but this is god awful.
I'm just here making my living, pushing buttons. Pushing buttons. Nothing I've been doing, pushing.
Randy's. Yeah, we hear you, Randy. And we're talking with Jody in Texas on this 21st of July. Go ahead, Jody.
Oh, I'm caught up. I agree with Randy 100%. I'm on board with him. I'm 48. I have about 20 years more left to do this. And I just now got caught up to speed after being incarcerated for 3 years. So we're going to do this. We're going to crack these motherfuckers.
Check, 1, 2.
Damn, he keeps dropping
F-bombs.
F-bombs.
Right there with you.
He dropped
it needs to happen one way
another
or another.
F-bomb.
It doesn't matter how tough of a nut they are to crack. Some counties seem to be worse than others, and some kind of give in sooner. But yeah, it's still the right thing to do.
I'm assuming the radio station's got them on a delay and dumps out of it, but I guess they don't edit the podcast side, because they don't have to. And they've got some lady that just every few months she just mass uploads a bunch of episodes. So if you guys, if you end up going to their website, and then again, like I say, I when I was truck driving, I would have them on my RSS feed on my Podcast Addict app, right? So just every once in a while, just a whole bunch of like 8 episodes would show up or whatever. But I know most folks aren't going to actually use an RSS feed, so that's just how it is nowadays. And it's okay. You can go to their website. Yeah, the F-bombs.
Correct, and I love you. Hey, I love you, man. I love you, Randy. Love you, Brett. Love everybody. That's Jesus. This is a Jesus thing. It's love. And I'm done talking. I'm going to modify some more stuff. I got tons of more stuff to tell you, but it's going to have to be offline probably, and maybe I'll call back in when you guys might want to update for the audience. And I'm done talking. Thanks, guys. Hey, Randy.
Okay, then shut up.
I love
That's
you.
how we'll know you're done talking, is when you stop talking.
All right. So let's see. Next up, now, Randy.
Can you hear me, Brett?
Yes.
Okay, I had to go into Skype, and every time they update Skype, they change everything around. I finally found the audio settings, and somehow I forgot what I was using for audio, so I'm back up.
Wonderful. Exactly. All right, well, we've got our first-time caller there. 416 has called back in. But also, I think you were talking about Tina. Do you want to try to get Tina at the same time? Is that what you had in mind?
No.
Just go ahead and go. Randy, are you there? Well, I can't hear you, Randy. All right, we've got a new caller from 416. If that's you, give us a first name and a state.
Hi, it's Cher. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Cher. What state are you in?
The state of Ontario.
Okay.
Canada?
All right, then.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I like your intro music, by the way.
Well, great.
Terrible.
What is on your mind this evening?
Terrible music, but whatever.
Okay, so my case recently went to trial, and I lost. I've heard you only get one kick at the can, so a new case, same instance, may not be an option.
No, what they say here is that no attorney, they don't expect to win the trial. It's all about setting the case for appeal. So I don't know how much she might not have listened to the show very much, I'm assuming.
Well, what kind of a case is this? Somebody was coming after you. You were the plaintiff, the defendant. Was it civil, criminal? What's going on?
I'm the plaintiff, and a neighbor parked his excavator on my property for 5 years. So, yeah, so I took it to small claims court, and I did not win, and now he's asking for costs. So if you want, I could just brief you on the case.
Well, I think that'll be good. Yeah, just briefly. We don't need every detail, but yeah, whatever part really that you're most curious about, you're not sure what to do with. Yeah, fill us in on that part so we can speak to it.
All right. So he was parked in my second driveway from 2017 to May 2022, and I had a lawyer help me starting in April 2021 with court orders, applications, claims affidavits, all that. And it was on May the 3rd, 2022, that he finally removed his excavator because he was very spiteful.
Oh, wow. So he did this on purpose.
Yeah. And the judge even mentioned it in her endorsement that he wasn't creditable. And she said it was dismissed based on the Limitations Act. And there were text messages that showed I was asking him to remove the equipment several times in 2018. And I think this is what she was going by. And then I had asked for damages to my driveway and broken trees and overgrowth. But I didn't notice that until May 2022, once he removed the equipment. On the endorsement, the judge didn't write with prejudice or res judicata, but in Canada, I think it may be the rule. So,
well, it sounds like this is a different issue, though. Whatever might have been time barred in 2017 that you originally knew about and brought to the court for adjudication was not the same damage that later happened in 2022, right? So this is new stuff that happened. These are different damages. Yes, it's the same person and it's the same excavator, but you have new complaints, right?
Yeah, but it didn't actually go to the court until April 2021. And they're looking at the text messages from 2018, which is when I started asking him to remove it. And that's what they're going by, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that could speak to the first part, the part where he eventually did remove it. But then when he did remove it, during the process of removal, he's breaking your trees and damaging your driveway in the process. That's new problems, right?
Yes, it is. But
so it would have nothing to do with the text messages.
True. So I still have probably a year left. But from what I heard, is that because she didn't write with prejudice or res judicata, that it's the rule that order is final. So I wasn't sure if I could.
Not final.
No?
If he had ruled with prejudice, did you say because he did not say with prejudice, or he did say with prejudice?
He didn't say either, but from what I heard in Canada, they don't have to. It's just the rule. That it's filed.
Need to check that, because that is inconsistent with adjudicated. If someone files a suit and the suit is insufficient for one reason or another, it's equitable to give the person an opportunity to fix the suit. The whole legal system in the United States is built that way. You file a suit, then if the judge dismisses, then the judge must tell you exactly what's wrong with your suit. This is in the federal courts. They will tell you precisely what is wrong with your suit and how to fix it. And they'll tell the other side the same thing, so that they get the best suit before the court. So you almost expect your first pleading to be dismissed. At least I do. And then I'll expect them to tell me exactly why it's dismissed, so I can file an amended pleading to fix it. You might check Canada law. It is unequitable not to give someone opportunity to repair a suit.
Yeah, well, what I was thinking of doing was an appeal, a notice of appeal to start with, and then maybe starting a new case as of May 2022. But in the pleadings, I did mention continuing trespass and ongoing trespass, and I did find some case law on that, so that might help me.
You mean with regards to ongoing, meaning that it's not beyond limitations?
Yeah, because it was a trespass.
Just share a
Christian footnotes, the basic element version. That's 8 live.
Right, and I'll be
hang on to.
a shocking image of a third
Under text, say attention.
magnifying at you. Government use their Google.
3. And we are talking with Cher let's see, was it Cher in Ontario? Cher, I'm glad you called in. We are considering this. Randy's. Oh, it seems that we lost you here. Cher. Oh no.
There she is. I see her on mine.
Okay. Cher, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. So, yes, over the break, Randy's looking to see if he can find about Canada and this elusive rule that may or may not make all rulings be with prejudice unless otherwise specified. Mm-hmm. So what have you found there, Randy?
I'm not finding anything, actually. I'm in the Canadian Rules of Civil Procedure. And when I do dismissal, the only thing I get is dismissal is being fired from a job, being dismissed from employment.
Well, that sounds prejudicial.
And I did a search for prejudice and didn't get any hits.
I find it's hard to find things here in Canada. Can I just read something in the endorsement that she wrote, the judge?
Yeah.
Okay, she said she, meaning me, claimed to have suffered from depression and anxiety. However, the evidence was insufficient to support this. What I do find is that the defendant intentionally interfered with the plaintiff's enjoyment of her property. It must have been very difficult to have lived in a neighborhood where her neighbor flaunted his power and control over everyone to see. If this claim had been pled, I would have awarded some damages, but absent such a claim, I cannot. However, the defendant's behavior deserves punitive damages had they been pled. Unfortunately for the plaintiff, punitive damages were also not pled. I cannot grant punitive damages when they have not been pled. And finally, there is the issue of the Limitations Act, pled by the defendant and raised at trial. The plaintiff commenced this claim on June 30th, 2022. I'm limited by the 2-year limitation to commence a legal proceeding from the day the plaintiff could have discovered the damage through due diligence.
Okay. So when she drew that line about limitations, you have to go from that date that it was commenced. And now if you want to commence a new one, you go from today's date and go backwards 2 years. And anything that is encompassed, any damages that this guy did in that time frame, forget about what happened before, but anything in that time frame, you can still address.
There is one more issue. Anything that was addressed in the current suit, even if it was not within that time frame, even if that portion of it would have been within the statute of limitations, they are likely to consider that res judicata.
Or double jeopardy.
If you've sued him once for that and lost, you can't sue him again for it.
Okay. Later on, she says, I find that the limitation period of 2 years expired probably in the summer of 2020, a few months after the plaintiff requested the defendant to remove the excavator from her property through text messages. So she said two different things, I think, there.
Well, what about the damages that occurred when he did remove the excavator? You said that was 2022?
Yeah, May, but I've already brought that up before the court in trial, and I brought that up already, so I don't know if I can. I prefer an appeal.
Did you bring it up in a way that was like you just mentioned it during trial, or you put it in your pleadings and that was part of your claim of damage?
Yeah, I don't even know if I did the right paperwork, but I had about 6 different contracts.
Hey, real quick, I want to show y'all how I download these episodes. I can't be bothered, since I'm on my computer, I can't be bothered. So on a phone, it's different. You can do this much easier on a phone if you install an app, a podcast reader app. But you can obviously just go to Radio Archives, but I like the RSS feed. So now, since I don't have an app installed, what's going to happen is that it's just going to show the actual code of the podcast feed. So people will kind of be like, "What the fuck is this? What am I supposed to do with this?" Well, this is all the code that the actual software would use to properly format the screen. But it's pretty easy to just go in here and find the link to the MP3 files. So what I did was I found, and they break the show up into the first and second hour is, a 2-hour MP3, and then the third and the fourth hour is, also a 2-hour MP3. So I just go through here and find hour 1 and 2, and the most recent episode is always at the top. So I just go here and copy and paste this, because this one where it says 64K, that's the higher quality version. You don't want the 16K version unless you're worried about the file size. This file is like 50 megabytes. So I just copy, and then I just open a new browser, and I just paste that into a browser, and then it brings it up in my browser, and then I can click on it and download it. So I'll do that real quick just so you see what that looks like. So I copied and pasted the link. It starts playing right away. And then I just go over here and click on this thing and do download and download it to my hard drive on the computer. So I do that with both files, basically. But then, like I say, on the phone, if I'm truck driving or if I'm just out and about wanting to listen, I do it on my Podcast Addict software, or it's app, on my Android phone. I guess if you're on Apple, this is on iTunes. I'm pretty sure it's on iTunes. I'm almost certain it's on iTunes. So anyway, just for folks that may not be aware of what's going on there. Perhaps now you know. All right, back to the show.
Contractors with estimates, and then I had about 3 statements from the contractors, and then I had 2 witnesses. One got up on the stand to say how the driveway looked before the excavator and after. So I don't know if I did the right paperwork because it was my first time.
It sounds like you're going to be barred by res judicata. If these issues are already brought.
Well, and I'll accept your premise here, Morgan, and the reason why, and again, not everybody believes in things like Satan, the Bible, but I am willing to at least work with the concept of a personified being we might refer to as Satan. I'm willing to do that, right? So speaking only for myself in this context, it's backwards. See, it works backwards. So if he says law is a tool for Satan, yeah, because the people allow it to be. The people acquiesce to evil. That's why. Again, the evil doesn't have free will. The evil can't create anything new. That's us who can make things new here. The evil can, and I've said it before on my podcast, if Satan and the demons had the power of creation, you'd have demons riding around in here, riding around in demon mobiles out here, right? Now we have a version of that where, and I have a knowing about wicked spirits, demonic spirits, and such. And then I have a great deal of experience in my life with demonic oppression. Okay, and I'm pretty astute, Morgan, at being able to detect when a person is under demonic oppression. Just putting that out there. And my testimony, and this is about as much preaching as the audience will let me go through, is that my testimony is I have been delivered from wicked spirits, unclean spirits, and demonic spirits in the name of the Lord Christ Jesus. But that's a knowing, and then I'm using terms in the English language. I mean, who even knows what I mean by Jesus and all of these things? However, if a thing works, that's all I'm concerned with. And I have expelled numerous wicked spirits out of my sphere, my energy sphere that I talk about, and they exit through the throat chakra, they're coughed out, expelled, right? And Christians, which I don't identify as, Christians are willing to accept that Christ in the Bible traveled around teaching and healing, but they forget the third thing that Christ did in the Bible was cast out demons and wicked spirits. But I digress. Let's get back to this. But if I'm willing to consider that there is a being, that a personified being called Satan, that being has no power here other than the power that the people grant it through allowing our creative force to be subverted by refusing, by the way, to submit to the will of the Most High. See, because everything I do for the entirety of my life, it either serves the Most High or it serves destruction, right? It either serves good or it serves evil. There's no middle ground. See, it's a subversion and an acquiescence. Because if I access the negative form or the passive form or the so-called feminine form of the yin and the yang, see, so the default state of the human is to create a being that is not in submission to this law. The only way to create a being that is in submission to the law is to do that moment by moment through the control of the thoughts and the actions. See, the default state, and this is what is known, this is what is meant by the fall of man, so-called, is left to our own devices by just not accessing the assertive to create a being who is in submission to that will. We just end up defaulting to evil, whether we know it or not. And that is what's happening here, as best as I can tell. Meanwhile, that's about as much of that as I want to get into. But let's go back to the show.
Before the court.
Yeah.
But thank you for bringing
Just
that
in case
up.
you can't bring him back again.
Okay, so I'm thinking of an appeal for the ongoing trespass or continuing trespass, which I found a few case law.
Is he still trespassing?
No.
Well, and
then you would have to look at
when people were being made to choose cult numbers and cult titles, and it would say cult member whatever, and then their job when they called into Paul. Well, I don't, I'm never going to identify as a cult member, but I put my name and my number's 303 because that was my famous relative's sports record, 303 yards in the NFL in one game receiving. But then I put my job as exorcist. That tells you anything about me.
No, the problem is you've already adjudicated it.
Because right. And I don't get, I used to get spiritually attacked a lot, especially out there living in the streets for so long. But that's the thing about demons and demonic forces. Once they figured out who in the fuck I was and what I'm doing out here, it actually keeps some of their attacks at bay because they don't want to be made to leave. That's the most scary thing for these demonic forces. They have to be in a human. So if it's a wicked spirit of some sort of degeneracy or deviancy, they can only experience that level of sin, or again, to miss the mark. They can only engage in those low-level activities through a proxy, meaning us. See, so the last thing they want to do is run into somebody like me who's just going to attack them as hard as I can as soon as I see them. Which is what I do, by the way. And I used to have memorized a collection of verses from the Quran, and I used to just say that shit out loud when these demons, when these demonically oppressed people would show up in my physical area, and none of them could stand up to more than about three. And I've lost it. I don't know where. I had it memorized. I no longer have it memorized. I need to go back, and it's somewhere on my computer. I need to go memorize it again. But none of them could, and some of them just left as soon as I started talking that way. Oh, yeah, they don't want nothing to do with that.
I'm going to let you come back again.
Spiritual war out here, folks.
Okay, so I can't appeal it because the judge didn't do
There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. That's a real thing.
anything wrong.
Well, you can't appeal it, and ask the court to grant you the damages that occurred within the statute of limitations.
Okay.
Because she could have granted you that and then dismissed all the claims. Well, I'm saying like this judge was really on your side and wanted to give you something. So it may be different in Canada, but you can go to the appellate court and claim that the judge should have separated out those claims that were barred by limitations and should have.
When I want to finish up on the demonology, I'm pretty sure as far as I can tell, I done got rid of all of them except this wicked spirit of wrath, right? And that one's scared to show itself very often because last time it showed itself, it almost got expelled. In fact, if I hadn't been on live stream, I actually thought, am I really going to do this on live stream? I guess I should have, but so that one's, if it's still in there, he or she is certainly doing everything to not show itself fully, right? There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear in these spirits, certainly.
Have continued with the claims that were within the statutory time limit. You can certainly do that. Certainly do that in an appeal.
Mm-hmm. In an appeal. Okay. Can I just read you her last paragraph? I struggled with this decision, although I believe it's the correct decision based on the law and that my hands are tied. It's not a decision I feel good about based on my sense of right and wrong. Without my being restricted by the limitation period, I would have awarded some damages for the damage to the plaintiff's property. If pled, I would have ordered damages for intentional interference with the plaintiff's enjoyment of her property. If pled, I would have ordered punitive damages against the defendant.
Okay, first thing you have to do is make sure that this was dismissed with prejudice.
Right, okay.
That all the claims were dismissed with prejudice. And that's got to be in Canadian law. And this is a perfect example of why. It's because you have various claims, some of them within the statute of limitations, some of them not.
Yeah, and you have a judge trying to tell you exactly how to fix your complaint.
Yeah.
Well,
and if an appellate court looks at this judge's ruling,
by the way,
they're likely to be inclined to give you what you want, because clearly this judge wants.
We started talking demons and demonology and what I know of spiritual law, and Morgan's gone. Anybody think that's a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidences. See, because I bet you money that's a person under demonic oppression. I bet you money. I bet you everything I own. He's under demonic oppression. I can just sense it. I can hear it. I can hear it in his voice. I can sense it in his presentment. He's most likely under demonic oppression, which is sad. I mean, I hate it for him, but You know, what I've noticed is a lot of these demonically oppressed people, they love to talk about these concepts, but see, he's addressing it backwards, almost in a duper's delight from my perspective. See, now I might be reading too much into it, but I'm pretty sure I'm onto something here. Pretty sure. Let's go. I saw Bex posted. Let's go back up here. My number is 0. Yeah, good deal. Wait, that's well done. Yeah, that is a number, right? Well done, Bex. I see what you did there. I like that.
Me too.
As long as I can overcome the Limitations Act, I think that's what this is all about for the appeal, right?
Yes.
Right, but like Randy said, if you would ask on appeal for that to be split out, like the judge could have split the things that were barred and things that were not barred.
Right. Okay. Okay, but to start a new case would not be an option with the same instance, right?
Right. You can't go back to those claims that are barred and try to re-litigate those, but you may get the courts to simply dismiss those that are barred, and the damage that occurred later within the time limit, you may get that back. But it's certainly worth a try.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I had a feeling I wasn't going to win this case from the start. It's different.
Well, and since now we're on the demonology, much of the audience just doesn't even believe in this, which is fine. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I know what I know, right? And again, I'm using words in the English language. At some level, some of these terms are so fucking loaded, and they're, but then again, it seems like the one thing that pretty much everybody agrees with is that it is a spiritual war down here, period. So, again, I'm using language that I was given as a young person, right? So people are like, oh, you could convert to this. No, it's not. That's not the point. The point is, from day one, I was indoctrinated to view things in a certain context. So of course I view them in that context. It's not necessarily up to me. So, I know certain people that I know very well, even if just through their chats and maybe an email, maybe a series of emails, that just flat reject this. I have no problem with that. If it's not up to me, they get to, and again, now we're back to free will and consent and belief. It's not my choice. It's not my place to enforce that or to inflict that on somebody. And thankfully, I was raised in a cult and had religion inflicted on me. So I can't do that to another person because I know how terrible that is for me to come out here and try to force my beliefs onto somebody. But when I know something to be true, I was also indoctrinated and programmed to speak the truth with fearlessness. I do my best to limit how much I talk about this stuff, right? But some folks became fans of mine specifically because I talk about this stuff. I believe Truther Cop is one of those, because I'm not scared to talk about it, and I talk about it in the streets at times. I preach in the streets. I am a preacher. That's what I am. Like that's the core of my essence is I am a preacher, right? Among other things. So. I do preach at times. I limit it. That's not what I lead with, in my interface into the realm, right? I don't lead with that, but it's really a thing. What's up, Big Drink Tea? Yeah, and I've got a lot of problems with the Bible, Gary Baxter. And what I said with this spiritual warfare, much of my spiritual warfare, I've actually used Quranic verses. I think I know there's absolutely truth in all of these scriptures, okay? These people that want to, limit themselves to the Bible only, I think that's a mistake. I take what works for me from the Holy Bible, right? And again, I've said written scripture is a dead thing, whether people like it or not. It's dead, meaning it's not living. They want to call it the living scripture and the living word. No, it's not. Absolutely not. It's words on a page. What can I do with the words on a page? That's what's important. You think I can't take the words on the page, the English, one of the English language translations of the Quran? Of course I can. I have. Now, they have a specific view that God doesn't have a son, right? An S-O-N. I got no problem with that. Again, my knowing comes in a very specific context, I was indoctrinated in a very specific context, right? All I'm concerned with is, does it work for me? And if it doesn't work, meaning it doesn't help me battle these forces, then I leave it behind. If it does help me battle these forces, I take it and unsheath my sword, right? Indeed, which is what? The Word of God, okay? if one is willing to even consider that may or may not be a real thing, right? It's just fine. I am completely divorced from this part of life where I have any concern for, what other folks, it's not my concern, but then the people who become more dogmatic, as we've seen, there's always static between me and that person when they want to enforce a dogma. I can't do it. I'm not able to do that. But, this does come down to the wicked flee when none pursueth, right? And I know at a time when I first started claiming certain things, it's every demonized person would just make a beeline for me, it seemed like, and just spiritually attack me as hard as possible. Well, I've done come out on top in all of them battles, right? So you think word hadn't got around in the kingdom of these demons? Who in the fuck and what in the fuck I am? But of course they're gonna bide their time and just wait to try to catch me slipping, right? And here they come. But the days of me just being out and about and just getting directly attacked by more or less every fucking demonically oppressed person, that seems to be over with, thankfully. But then again, that probably helped me sharpen my sword metaphorically, I'm guessing. I don't know. But I'm a veteran of many spiritual battles. Many, many spiritual battles. Praise God. Anyway, can we even get back to this at this point? I don't know. Do we care about this lady and what was done to her in Canada? I'm not sure I do, but I missed a lot of the setup because I was doing stuff. But, yeah. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Yep. Trembling. I don't tremble. They tremble. Yeah. I'm in no fear. When I'm going to that battle, they're the ones trembling, not me. Thank you, Morgan. Morgan's back. Good. And if I accuse you being under demonic oppression falsely, it's my apologies. But I'm still gonna look out for somebody attempting to potentially ingratiate themselves to me, although they may not know why. I'm just saying. But I'm doing my best not to character assassinate Morgan. But on some level, I must call it as I see it. Like necessarily, I must. And that's for me, by the way. It's not for anybody but me.
Well, take what the judge pled and file an amended pleading anyway. Oh, hold on. Let me look in the rules for amended pleading. No, let's see, amended. I'm not finding
call I've ever
amended
heard
in
from
the
Canada,
rules at all.
by the way.
You look up amended pleadings, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Concerning,
one of Robert Fox's statements, because I didn't have a feeling I was going to win, and I thought that if I read my affidavit on the record, that I'd be able to continue this if she dismissed the case. Have you heard of that? Having qualified my testimony filed here today, I state for the record everything in my affidavit is the truth, the whole truth, but the truth.
Okay, I remember Robert. Robert was he was a good friend of mine. I did go to jail for him once.
Oh, yeah.
I got sentenced to a year in jail. I didn't spend a year in jail, but because I went in to help Robert. But Robert tended to be kind of way out there on the edge of law. So I tried to bring him back into using statutes instead of his ideas. So I don't have a lot of faith in what Robert used to produce.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of common law court? I'm wondering if common law court would.
There is no such thing. There are these patriot mythologists out there that are trying to. The feds have sent these guys out there to nullify the patriot movement by sending them down this rabbit hole. There are no common law courts. The only thing that's common in the common law, as to common law, are court rulings. That's the only common law that still exists. But there are no common law courts.
Right. Okay. I was listening to You Are Law and was getting some ideas. But it was the first time I listened to it, and I wasn't sure if that was a patriot.
Oh, we have so much problem with those guys there. There is a guy, David Straight, who preaches this kind of stuff. He just went into court with his wife over something that a simple apology to the court just bombed to go away. She went into the court with a pistol in her purse and forgot about it. Was going out to take it out, and they found it. And they tried this patriot mythology stuff, and the court gave her 5 years in prison. Okay,
did you hear that?
We'll be right back.
Okay.
And that's another thing I really appreciated about Randy is he calls out all this stuff that he refers to as patriot mythology. So he just said there was a lady who, supposedly forgot that she had a pistol in her purse, and she got caught with it apparently I guess she'd remembered and then was leaving. And he said that, after they charged her, that she attempted to use a bunch of the Patriot mythology stuff and ended up doing 5 years in prison, is what it sounded like. Yeah. It's all courts of equity, says. And again, shout out to the expert live chat. We don't have an expert panel, folks. We got an expert live chat. And thank you. Thank you, creation, right? That the expert live chat is far more intelligent than myself. So Catch-22 says it's all courts of equity. That sounds right. I don't. I'm not educated in those matters. At least not yet. Perhaps I will be. I don't know.
Proven without no comments. Doing anything?
Share. I got SEG. Okay, share in Ontario, Canada. In a Canuck.
Good woman.
Okay. I was looking. I haven't found anything. What you need to do is call an attorney.
Yeah. I am.
You got to ask them if you can file an amendment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have one that's helping me on the sidelines. That's been helping me for a couple of years, but.
Good. Just ask him, what are the rules for filing an amended pleading?
Okay.
Because it sounds like a judge is telling you all the things you need to do. Everything short of telling you to file an amended pleading.
Okay.
So a lawyer will be able to tell you.
Well, Gary talking about angels. Yeah, I know I've been under spiritual protection my whole life, but then we get into angels and all this, right? I have certain knowings that people are free to accept or reject as they will. But yeah, there's something to that, certainly, Gary.
Answer that question very quickly.
Okay.
In my opinion.
I don't think he's been very helpful so far for 2 years. I think he's getting a little. Yeah, I won't.
Well, you need to ask him
for a simple question like this, very pointed and specific, instead of asking him, well, what kind of plan? What's the strategy moving forward? He can't help you out. But I bet you if you ask him a question like this, that's something that he would be able to know.
Okay. I also wanted to mention that I had submissions on intentional infliction of mental suffering and intentional interference with economic relations tort, and that was mentioned in my testimony and affidavit. So if I do have an appeal, then I can bring these back up. Is that right?
No, because you dismissed it for being out of time. So all of these other issues became.
Well, my perception, Keith, is that we all have a certain number of them, and whether or not we're tapped into that, and then, whether or not, I am living the way to make that fully, realized. Because again, we're talking about concepts with words in the English language, so it may not be a literal angel like from the movie Michael or whatever, but it's certainly something I'm able to perceive, at least on some level, even as I speak to you right now. But again, I had certain concepts and language installed in my brain where it's difficult for me to, think about or talk about certain, things I know without using language that people are free to accept or reject. But yeah, anyway. I would say, without giving advice, I would say probably that's something that you already most likely experienced, whether or not you're tapped into it or not, is something. I know I wasn't for a long time, but surprise, surprise, I was still guided and protected, interestingly. And maybe if you examine your life, you might see that in spite of, certain struggles and strife that you've been through, you may be able to see that there. I don't know. I can't... I can't speak for you, nor would I. So I would just say, test the spirits, like they say, right? That includes me, certainly, as well.
It wasn't necessary for her to address those because she said you were beyond the time limit to make the claims altogether, so that applied to all the claims.
Okay. All right.
But if the lawyer says you can file an amended pleading, then the judge has done you a great favor.
Okay. And is an amended pleading going along with the appeal, a notice to appeal?
No. If you can file an amended pleading, then that restarts everything.
Okay.
See,
that would be nice. I don't know. And if not, I guess I go for the appeal.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Hello?
Randy dropped out again.
Randy, we're not hearing you.
Expect him to miss it without... Okay, can you hear me now? My internet apparently is clicking in and out.
Come on.
I expect him to dismiss the case without prejudice and then tell me what's wrong with my case so that I can come back and file an amended pleading. That's the way it works here, and it almost certainly will work that way in Canada.
I see what he's doing. Yeah, I see.
Dismiss the case with
so
prejudice.
If you find out that you can file an amended... Okay, say that again.
You said to dismiss the case without prejudice?
To get
Yeah,
the
if it's
judge to
generally
do
in the
that.
United States, if it's dismissed without prejudice, you can file an amended pleading.
I don't think she understands
Yeah,
what
but
he's
she didn't
saying.
write anything at all.
It has to be, if she just dismisses it, then it is dismissed without prejudice.
Yeah.
If she intends that it be dismissed with prejudice, then it will say with prejudice.
Okay. Provided the same law in Canada applies.
Speaking to U.S. law,
Yeah, okay. I'll have to look into that.
it's probably the same.
That would be great.
It probably has to be the same. On some
That
level.
will probably be the same because our law
Back
is
to the
developed
spiritual law.
from English law, same as yours.
Yeah, right.
So check with a lawyer. And if he says yes, then take all the stuff the judge told you, use that to craft an amended plea.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more, Morgan.
An amended pleading.
Could not agree more.
Okay. Keep disappearing.
Randy, you kind of cut out on us there.
Absolutely. That is what
You were
the
saying,
legal system is.
Use that
as
to
far as
craft
I
the
can
amended
tell.
pleading, and then what?
Then you're back on. The fight's renewed.
Man's legal
Wonderful.
legal
Okay.
system. Anyway.
Thank you so much. Both of you have very calming voices, which is nice to listen to. So I appreciate that. I'll let you know how it goes.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, take care.
Thanks for calling tonight.
Okay, now we're going to go to Jane in Texas.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, Jane. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. How are y'all doing tonight?
Pretty good for a couple of old fat guys.
Who's the other one?
Randy's got these intolerable old man jokes too. I'm sure he'll get into some of those at some point.
Something that you were just telling the lady out of Canada. You were saying that you could amend a pleading after the judge has already said if it was without prejudice. But I thought that meant that you had to go back and re-sue him. You could still sue him again. I didn't know you could just amend a pleading.
Yeah, you can just amend the pleading.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I called you because I got a trial coming up on Monday, and I'm not so certain that my pro bono attorney is doing what I want him to do. They got a lot of evidence they're trying to get in and exhibit, and that are not relevant to the original claim to the civil lawsuit. You know, for the claim, remember the breach of deed restriction and the trespassing tree? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. Well, any of the exhibits that are not related to those either two things, which has to do with my yard, you know, getting permission for something in the yard or whatever, then those things should not be allowed to be, because we're having a jury by trial. I mean, a trial by jury. And so I don't want this stuff to get in before the jury because it makes me look bad as far as what she's trying to put in there. Like, remember the case where I rescued my cat off her patio? And so I went on the patio.
Oh, I actually remember this. I remember this about the cat in the patio. Yeah. Yeah. I actually remember this. This lady, she's a pretty cool lady. She's just, you know, the way she talks and expresses herself is, she's not dumb.
Well, she's trying to put that video in there.
Yeah, if it doesn't go to anything that's before the court, then that's inadmissible evidence. It's irrelevant.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to find. I couldn't find that anywhere in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure where...
You're wanting to look in the Texas Rules of Evidence.
Okay. So that'll go to whatever we're going to in trial as far as, you know, whatever their shenanigans are trying to pull.
Yes,
not related,
they're
right?
trying to slide some evidence in there and make it be evidence before the court and before the jury, and you're saying that that's not relevant, or you're saying it's hearsay, or you're saying somehow that doesn't belong before the court. It's inadmissible.
Yeah.
It was illegally obtained. Whatever you want to say, you go look through those Texas Rules of Evidence. It's not very long, and you'll get the idea pretty quickly about which objections you can raise to which kinds of inadmissible evidence.
Unfortunately, I don't get...
Yeah, and Keith, highly suspect's got some sort of court proceeding coming up, I'm assuming. Although I expect it all to be dropped if it hasn't already. I've sort of lost track with but Mr. Suspect was arrested in Georgia not that long ago. So maybe he'll give us an update either down there in the chat or I can email you the link, sir. We're not opening it up to just randos yet, but if you want to come on and have a chat, Keith, I can email you the link. It'd be a little too difficult to try to do that on the phone right now. I'm using that phone as a camera. The other phone's over there charging. So anyway, I'll email it to you if you can manage to. Anyway, I'll email the link. How about that? If you want to come have a chat, sir, do my best not to yell at you. But yesterday it was funny. I talked to Keith on the phone, and I'm more prone to getting manic if I don't sleep. Even though I had a night's sleep, it's still, I found that the major effects of the sleep deprivation is not the next day, it's actually the day after. So I started like kind of ranting and raving a little bit, but he had the good sense to get off the phone when I did so. So good on you, sir. But yeah, give me a second. I'll email this link to Mr. Suspect if he wants to come on, and then Bex may be showing up at some point as well. Although it's 6:42 my time, so I'm probably not leaving to go shopping for at least another hour and a half. So bear that in mind, folks. Appreciate everybody being here. I'm having a good old time. Hope y'all are too.
To raise the objections, I'll have to be quiet when my attorney does. So, but my issue is the reason why I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable at this late hour is because he said that he said he was going to handle the exhibit as far as trying to get the court to
it's
allow
Bex.
a lot
All
of
right.
the exhibits. Well, but he said.
We'll talk to Ms. Bex real quick. Ms. Bex, how are you? Are you here?
I'm here. I just want to make sure I had to make sure my.
Uh-oh. Yeah, she's been having issues the last couple of days, I've noticed. Yeah, you dropped out right away, but no icon now, but I think maybe you're here. I'm not too worried about the icon, but it's better for the preview, right? In their feed if your icon's up there. But anyway.
Exactly.
We'll figure it out.
Which icon? Let's go with a cheery icon today.
Yay! That's probably my favorite overall because that was the first one. That was the one I met you under. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool.
When Pythagoras Bex comes out, when that icon comes out, I'm feeling good.
All right.
One of my favorites. Yeah.
Well, I hope you're well rested. I'm not going to be one of these people that's. It's become a little excessive. I feel like I mentioned that you might think about getting on a sleep schedule. Now it's like a lot of folks want. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. She knows what she's doing.
Well, I realized last night when I was going to bed, I was like, oh, I did 19 hours, but then I'd had like a 3 or 4 hour conversation before that. And
Damn.
and then I had something in between. So I was like, I was up for a long time, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good exercise.
Well, and then, I, speaking only for myself, I got great sleep that first night. And then last night was very good, but not quite as good. So I think there's something to occasionally just wearing ourselves out so that we can rest, right?
Mm-hmm. I think I got 14 hours.
Nice. I'm not able to sleep that long, unfortunately. If I can sleep for 8 hours or 7.5 or whatever, that's about as most as I ever. Yeah.
That's a couple hours more than normal, right? For you, like you're more a 6 hour guy.
4.5 and here's
4.5.
Here's what happened with the truck driving is, apparently we sleep in 90-minute cycles. So it's like you want to go an hour and a half, 3, 4.5, 6, if that makes sense. Typically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, 4.5. I'm usually 3, 4.5, or 6, almost always.
Mm-hmm.
I've trained myself to do that because, having to get proper sleep as a truck driver. That's just it. But there's times when the schedule dictates that I'm not able to go to sleep. It's like sometimes my 10-hour break happens and I'm only going to get like an hour and a half because of the the hours of service or whatever. If that makes sense. I don't want to get too much into the truck driving, but yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was one thing I noticed staying up, not so much just for one day, but the week that I stayed up a lot, or even just the first few weeks I was streaming, it got to the point where I was dreaming like YouTube land.
Oh yeah.
So so the words, people became form. These rooms became like theater halls, and suddenly I'm like standing in line with McCoy, like waiting to go on stage and stuff like that, right? So it was, I didn't have any of that, but I don't usually remember my dreams. So it's neat when I do have some sort of something happen where the dreams are memorable.
Yeah, and what you're describing there is something I've interpreted as like defragging a hard drive on a computer. Like I have when I wake up the next day, I do tend to remember my dreams, or at least I did. I read this book on lucid dreaming when I was probably 14, and I was keeping the dream journal and all of this and trying to And I did successfully. I got fairly adept at the lucid dreaming, but although we can imagine what I was interested in trying to do in my dreams at that age, certainly. But anyway, I don't want to get onto that topic. But so what I've realized, for me, speaking only for myself, is I place absolutely no. I don't attempt to read into the meaning whatsoever. My thing is, I'm assuming that my brain needs that on some level, and it's just I trust my brain to just do whatever it needs to do, whatever that may be at the time. And with the truck driving, I've gotten into some pretty crazy spaces with the truck driving where, I had run myself ragged and I would pull over and take like an hour and a half nap. And man, some of those dreams were like psychedelic. And I could really tell that my brain was just, it knew that we were going to go right back to driving. And it realized, hey, if I'm going to get this rest, this is my time. And it like maximized whatever it needed to do. Because physically, that was not the issue. It was always the mental side of it. So yeah, definitely. And I'll wrap up on this with the dreaming topic. Although you're free to keep it going. There was this lady who won like these ultra marathons. Apparently, the longer the race goes, the more a lady's able to compete with the men. I don't know if you know this, but there was a lady who had won like 100-mile, endurance race, and she said at a certain point her brain she had to have sleep, and she apparently had a partner with her for parts of it to help her, with whatever she needed. I guess he would come and go maybe with a vehicle or whatever. And she said, I'm going to lay down and go to sleep. Wake me up after 60 seconds. And she said it was like just the most crazy psychedelic, experience of her life, that 60 seconds of sleep. Yeah. So there's something to that, but please take it away, Bex.
Sorry, I'm just having a puff.
No worries.
Look at me.
It's your lungs.
Yeah.
It's your lungs. Do whatever you want to with them.
I just, if I feel great, like I was up around 2, I guess, when I said hello to you the first time, and then I kind of dozed. I like waking up to. You never know what you take in while you fall asleep and listen to someone, and then wake up again, right?
Absolutely,
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But don't worry, I won't fall asleep on you while I'm here.
Well, if you do, I'll just keep yapping. But yeah.
But I am, like I said, I'm very well rested. I feel great. I feel like, I was out there in the world. I love being up before everyone else.
Oh, meat's one of my favorite things, absolutely, and I love it. And also, but I never really enjoyed the staying up late to then access the night. As a younger person, I did, but then the older I've gotten, I prefer the just going to bed super early, and I love being out, up, and whether I go outside or not, there's something to that. I love the sun and the sunlight, of course, as well. But yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. Cool. I learned last night the hard way that don't turn your StreamYards to a 24-hour stream though.
Oh, why is that?
It won't cut off at the 12-hour mark.
You're talking about with YouTube, you mean?
Yeah, with YouTube. Like it just YouTube can't upload it. It won't take the 12 hours.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I understand.
But that's fine. I looked into it after, and I found a really nice, sounded like a Jamaican man giving us a video on like you're hooped.
Oh, okay.
Like what to do, one of those videos, what to do when you've got over 12 hours, and the video was like, you're screwed. I mean, I can edit it, cut it in half, and upload it if I want to. That's what I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And none of my business, but where are we at on the computer? Or where are you at? I guess I'm not involved. But
gosh, I just have to stop hanging out on YouTube.
Exactly,
and go buy one,
yeah.
right?
Precisely. Yeah.
I've got stuff to do today though. So my goal was to visit with you. It's a perfect time, like visit with you for a while. I've got a few hours if you want, or whatever, whatever you decide. And then, the day, it's only 10 to 5 here in the morning. So I've got lots of time to go start getting stuff done.
Nice.
I have more things than a computer to do. You know that. Like buying a computer to do. I got lots to do. So all I have to do, I don't know if anyone else is like this, but I procrastinated like a master's degree to the point of not finishing, right? So, and that's one of the things that one of my professors who had an unfinished degree also said, hey, this is really unhealthy. You should probably do another degree because it is something that will affect your entire life, And so it did. I never finished the degree. Then I thought about the student loan for 10 years. Then, you know what I mean? Like it created a space of unfinishedness in my brain that I'm very comfortable with, that's just used to being there. It probably was there before the unfinished master's degree. Let's get real, I have a PhD in procrastination.
There you go.
Is basically what
Absolutely.
that's what I got. So
Well, I can tell
but it's
you.
on the docket.
I can tell you
It's written down.
how I defeated.
Sorry to interrupt.
Well, my apologies. I can tell you how I defeated procrastination is I finally realized that if I can't avoid what the thing is, it's actually the least pain. So assuming I'm going to do the thing at some point, it's the least painful to me personally to just go ahead and do it as soon as possible, so that I'm not worried about it and thinking about it. But that's
it's
for me
yeah.
personally. I figured it out. But go ahead.
It's like taking something like, well, a good example is clearing your bed last week, right? I mean,
Yeah.
not that you wanted it cleared, but
Yes,
say you
yes.
wanted it cleared and you hadn't, and it's those things that you think about like 1,000 times the time it takes you to do it,
Yes,
right? Like, and I'm not
absolutely.
exaggerating.
Absolutely.
It just weighs on you. Yeah.
Well, the
but that's like
problem-
I said, when you have a degree, you're paying $3,000 or $2,000 a term for 3 extra terms times 3 years, like when the school takes 18,000 extra dollars from you and no teacher's like, are you okay? Not that it's their job, but
Yeah.
their tenure track was dependent on my finishing, right? So, they looked bad too.
Well, and then when you
I don't know.
when you factor in the interest, it's way more than the amount of money you just said. Also,
Yes.
if it's on
yeah,
a loan, I mean, it's
exactly.
way more by the time the person pays it off.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah. So, conveniently for me, the student loans were actually there was a deal with the banks at the time that they were offering them. They used to be offered guarantored right from the government themselves, so that the government could get it back through taxes.
Yes.
But they found a lot of students just like fuck off from the taxes too. Then, right?
Yeah, of course.
So it could, for life.
Oh yeah.
So the
definitely.
banks took it over because the government was actually losing tax money. And for the 5 years I borrowed money, which wasn't every year in those 5 years. I was a waitress. Often I paid for things myself. But I did end up borrowing money when the bank themselves were lending it. So when push came to shove and I didn't have the money, it went through the usual sort of means of collection, which means over time, they don't give it up. Well, I don't know if they gave it up, but at some point it became negotiable. And I saved up 25% and they said no. So I took that money and bought glasses and got my teeth done and, cleaned and all that jazz. And a year or so later, some other guy calls and I told him the story, 25%. He said, well, we'll take 10% now. And I was like, no, like you missed your negotiation date. So it disappeared.
Yeah, it's a whole racket, as we know, certainly. Whole
Well,
thing's a
people may
racket.
not, I'm not, encouraging people to borrow money and not pay it back. I've also in that same time, I had a lot of, I had no debt until someone lent me money with a debt to income ratio that was undefined, right? Like they used to lend money based on your debt to income ratio.
Yeah, and
but
and
when
part
they-
of that, as you know, is the farther we get away from actual money. But please go ahead. Yep.
Well, and it
when it's
probably began
actual
when they-
money, they can't do as much of that. But please continue.
Exactly. Which is why why I go into this. We've been on a fake money. We're on
Sure.
a Bitcoin already, friends. In fact,
Yeah.
Bitcoin has more security than the money we're on.
Yeah,
So-
most of the money's already digital and has been for quite some time.
Exactly. Never. Yeah. You've never been able. You can't cripple the bank by going and taking money out of the bank anymore.
Very true.
Yeah, but I think that might have started when they first started giving credit cards to housewives in the 70s, because they would have been changing the debt to income ratio at that time. They would have been giving it based on your husband's income, but your own personal income was zero. So, I wanted a credit card when I was a waitress. I was so good with my money. Like I always, if anything, I didn't even realize how keeping my paychecks would cripple my boss. Right. I used to stack my paychecks 3-4 months before I cashed them.
Oh yeah, that's a bad idea. Yep. Yeah, for a small business, that's
So-
not a good thing for you to be doing.
Yeah, and I was just a young woman, right? So I just didn't know any better. It was just a way of saving. I knew you had 6 months to cash them, so I did. That's what I would do. But I always applied for credit cards, and they'd say no, and I just wanted it to be a emergency fund, right, for planning a trip or something. But then I went back to school, and they just like tick mark walked around the university. Do you want a credit card? And I was like, okay. So I was always really responsible with it. But when my job burned down, and extending my bachelor's or my master's degree out, like the terms ended, the fifth year ended, I was in a position where I had no career, no job, and no money. And my restaurant job was a high-end fine dining restaurant job. That's why I could afford to spend $6,000 a year for a university tuition I wasn't using, right? I would make like $500 a night sometimes.
Nice.
So anyways, yeah, long and short of it is, I hit a point where I had never gone to school for a job anyway, right? So I'd always gone to, I've been up against this banking system since, I don't know, since my father remarried, I guess. And I saw the family dynamics change financially at home. And I just didn't understand any of it. And as I took it all in, I was like, this fucking world is fucked, right? Part of my language. So I always studied, I did a master's degree in economics, not to get a job, right? So even though there were jobs that were available for me, I just wanted to be an educated waitress waiting to find a man to have children with, right? Like, so anyways, it was a really tough time for me, but one of the most pivotal times in my life, right? I'm very grateful for not being like, I don't know, just for being that neurodivergent in a way that I was just, I flailed for years. I mean, I flailed for years because of it all. I probably still am flailing, actually. But I'm just saying, in essence, it really helped me understand the framework that I got at school. I was able to, deinstitutionalize, sort of like a criminal coming out of jail. And I guess much like your 10 years, I mean, not to liken it to yours in any capacity of suffering, I would say, not that, in terms of physical suffering.
Real quick, it was 85% awesome and 15% just like horrific and nightmarish, to be honest with you. There's nothing, very little in between, but yeah, go ahead. Yep. Yeah,
So I know I did a safer sort of, I would say, a female approach to really just trying to figure out what my life was about, from that point on. So I spent about 5 to 7 years also a relatively unhoused. And definitely the first 3 or 4 years I lived, I was not working. I mean, didn't have a house. I was working, but for just enough cash. Anyways, it was a really good time, like a really philosophically good time to just not answer to anybody but myself.
Well, they gave me credit cards when I went to college, and I never paid a dime of it. And surprise, surprise, yeah, I've got shitty credit, but 7 years later, it's like it never happened. Never paid a dime.
Yep. And I know people say, oh, you can't answer the phone to talk to these people in 7 years. No, what you can't do is pay anything.
Well, eventually, real quick, I think I took one student loan because my dad paid for my school, but just it was there. So it was like maybe $1,200. And eventually, when my first truck driving job, they garnished my wages. And I think I paid pretty close to $5,000 for that. That was from the 90s. But hell, I was making so much money and I'd been living in the streets with nothing for so long. I didn't even care. I didn't even really notice however much it was coming out of the check. So, $150 a week or whatever it ended up being. I didn't care. They got their money eventually though, Bex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What years were you homeless from? When to when?
Well, and I'm talking about I went into truck driving in 2018, August of 2018. I started driving a truck. So when I say 10 years, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but I know I did 6 consecutive, as far as I can tell. And I'm bad with time. Like I'm just super bad at knowing when stuff happens. So I think 2012. So 2011 to like 2018. So it's not quite a decade. It's more like 7 years, probably 7, 8 years.
But there were probably times before that where you'd had stints of.
Not really, no. No. Yeah, I was always I'm very responsible. The Jehovah's Witnesses programmed me I come across as very responsible, capable, and all these things. Yeah, I held down a job my entire life until about 2011, I'm guessing, somewhere in there. It's hard to remember the years, but I think right around 2011, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, the decade is a bit hyperbolic, but it was certainly many consecutive years. Many years.
Well, and what's time? I mean, I think we're still in 2020 now anyway, aren't we? Like, if 1 year can be 4 years,
yeah.
I'm sure 7 years can be 10,
Yeah, certainly seems that way. But, I don't pay much attention to it. My father can tell the month and the year that anything happened in his whole life. He knows the month and the year somehow. I'm the opposite. It's very difficult for me to come up with when was that? And I get the sequence messed up sometimes too.
it's not so important.
Yep. Well, and Rachel says she was homeless for 5 years and it sucked. Yeah, like I say, back to the 15% of just horrible nightmare. But part of it was I was using it for specific purposes. Not that you weren't, Rachel, but I actually did not have to live that way, and not that she did either. But speaking only for myself, once I adapted to it, and that's what I would tell the new folks. Like when you could just kind of tell when they're experiencing homelessness for the first time, and I would say, hey, don't adapt to this, because I am a changed person because of that. I'm a different person. I am, if you spend time with me in the physical, at some point you'd be like, wow, he is a crazy homeless person on some level, right? Although not crazy in a, in a way where I've had to go into the system. I've managed to avoid the system as much as possible, but yeah. There's certainly elements of that. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've always been someone who has different aspects in my life that has me close to the streets anyway. Like I worked in a methadone clinic for a while. I was a landlord for a building that had a methadone clinic in it. I can't think of other aspects right now. It might just be my hypersocial personality that comes when I'm socially anxious. So, and I'll give, which is like all the time out in public. So, but I like to talk to people, right? And I'm a smoker. So that's where it comes. That's where my experience with people on the street comes, is smoking, right?
Yep.
That's how I come to be chatting and, let's go hang out. I smoke a joint, they shoot up, like whatever. I know people, I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, I don't care what people do. Yeah, I don't care what people do.
I have a lot of experience with people on the street, and I don't, I just never sat in judgment, really. And I think that's just of anyone, really. So I think that shows when you're just out on the street and someone asks for a smoke and you smoke, and, and they're clearly someone who hasn't bathed in a while. And
yeah.
In fact, moving here, I used to go around downtown before Christmas. I'd hand out, oranges and Christmas. I just run around and do all these things. But you live somewhere for like long enough, and you realize this is a chronic part of the city, right?
So yeah, absolutely.
It went from me like trying to solve everything with a hug to like completely being ignorant of, like, active ignorance of, like, just not even going downtown because I can't handle it.
And sorry to cut you off, but if you're talking about Vancouver, that was one of the first cities in North America that had the street addict drug scene to that extent. That's my understanding anyway, not having ever been there. But it was one of the first cities to just more or less tolerate something of that nature.
Yeah, and I would say Vancouver's very far from here. Like, we're a 90-minute boat ride.
Yep.
But Victoria is the capital of the province, and it's a even milder climate.
Okay.
Right. So we have had the same problem, but people need the money to get on a ferry to get here, and most street people wouldn't spend that extra $20 and the extra transit to get to the ferry station to come to a slightly milder climate. Right?
Yeah, they would need a good reason other than just the climate.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. So we're kind of like organic. Most of the people here on the island homeless are from the island or came here and weren't homeless when they got here,
Yeah. Makes sense.
But very, very similar scene. Very, very similar scene. Like we have the same kind of outreach. I don't know if we have a safe injection site, but I know there's vans that drive around handing out stuff and taking care of people. And
wait, I think I missed. Sorry. So you're saying that Vancouver Island was similar to Vancouver on the similar timeline? Is that what you're saying?
I would bet it was. We're just way smaller. Like,
gotcha.
The greater Victoria area, like when I first moved here, was probably 100,000. It's a city. For Victoria, for Canada's standards, it's a city and it looks like one, right? Especially now we've got lots of high rises going up and stuff like that. But ultimately, when I first moved here, people would have said, "Oh, it's barely a city. Like it's got 2 high rises, so it looks like one." The only thing that makes it really city-like is that we have the House of Legislature, which looks like a mini version of the Parliament buildings. And it's, it's pretty classy downtown. We've got a gigantic hotel that looks, that has a floor reserved for the Queen and stuff like that. So it's a very, in terms of YouTube language, right? We're a buried star fort that's from Tartaria. Nice. It definitely looks like all of that. It's a beautiful old brick city that is probably, I would just bet in terms of city size. I know Vancouver's a huge city, so we're probably our probably 1/50th. Like, I don't even know.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
on the edge of the island. Yeah. So it's pretty small. Even Kelowna, where I come from, the actual city limits of the land that is assigned to Kelowna is closer to the size of Vancouver than Victoria is.
Well, and for folks who might be able to see the screen, we've got Seattle. It's hard to read, but we got this red dot in the lower right-hand corner is Seattle, Washington. Then this dot, northwest is the state capital, effectively, what an American would consider to be the state capital. And then so this big thing is Vancouver Island, and then Vancouver is not that far away as the crow flies. It's actually, and I don't know where you live on the island, and I'm not, don't reveal that.
Right at the very tip in Victoria. It's very tip
you're,
of the
you're
island.
in Victoria. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Victoria.
So you can see that Bex is actually almost.
And my address is no, just kidding.
Well, yeah, and she's almost equidistant from Vancouver and Seattle. So she's not far from Seattle at all. But please, just for the Americans who probably never bothered to look at this on a map, and if I wasn't fascinated with maps, I wouldn't have any idea either. But please go ahead.
Well, and that's why you can see, but if you just draw the border across, right? Well, I've announced that, I'm just claiming that I'm an American too, right? Like, look how close I'm like in America.
Yeah, she's damn near in America. Yeah,
I'm basically in America.
Very, very close, very close.
Yeah, so that's why I call it reporting from the northwest corner of the Pacific Northwest of the United States of America, because I really am. I'm like optics. I got optics on the Pacific Northwest here.
Nice.
But I'm actually in the Pacific Southwest of my country.
Oh, right? I see. That makes sense.
Yep. Reporting from the Pacific Southwest, southernmost tip of the country, but that's not how I'm. I don't want to be a Canadian.
I don't blame you there.
I
don't blame you there. Yeah, for the social safety net, certainly.
Yeah, they can pay me.
Absolutely.
They can keep paying me, but
would they keep paying you if you went to America on a visa? Just curious. I don't know if you know.
If someone's on some sort of pension with the Canadian government, if it's a retirement pension, definitely you have to spend 6 months less a day out of the country to continue receiving your pension. If you're on a month-to-month sort of welfare or a temporary disability pension, which is put through the provincial government, which is what you would be on if you're still capable of working, then I don't know how it works for travel. I don't think that you could be gone for longer than a month and maintain your support.
Got it.
But at my age, if I were on the provincial form, the only reason that I would not be transitioned to the federal type of disability pension is because I would be choosing to still work off and on, and that allows you to continue paying into your pension, which seems a little bit redundant if you're someone who's already on the social safety net. The money from the two is the same, and the government just wouldn't be getting that money in. But really, if you're poor, you're going to be topped up by a poverty standard top up anyway, regardless of what you pay into your Canadian pension. So it's just sort of a long-winded way of saying, well, I don't benefit from.
Got it.
I don't benefit from that. They do. They still get the money into their coffer, right?
Absolutely. So, and it's a system, as we know. And apologies, I tuned out a little bit doing some business over here.
Okay.
But Rachel wants to know, how far are you from the border? Technically, not far at all if you wanted to get in the water and swim.
Yeah, when I look out the ocean, people don't realize that even when you look out off the ocean, when you look out standing on the beach anywhere here, you're looking at the United States of America. Yep. There's a little bit further up we can get into where there's some islands that are Canadian and American all kind of mixed in together. And I think there are places where you're looking at out at a Canadian island, but then the island beyond that could be American. So I don't have a boat, so I don't go around to them much. But it's pretty interesting, like these islands that exist between Vancouver Island and the mainland. They're mixed, they're half and half. Some are American, some are Canadian. And there's also, they've just recently told us that during World War II, there was one of these islands was where the Hawaiian royalty stayed. and a bunch of people. So I guess they found a bunch of sort of Hawaiian relics, for lack of a better way of putting it. A lot of these islands are owned privately. So, and privately and capable, if you have a boat, you're still allowed to dock and go on them and stuff, right? You wouldn't know if it was private or not until somebody protected it. But I was going to say that was kind of neat. You don't realize some of the history of the lands unless suddenly somebody's showing you pictures of things that you didn't know. Like there's so much, you know, unexplained things, right? So just kind of neat because there's a lot of sort of Hawaiian influence in my family. Strangely, my aunt's name is a Hawaiian name, and I just sometimes wonder if in this convoluted history that nobody talks about, if there's more to it, right? You know, again, I'm not going to start fabricating stuff, but I found that interesting tidbit of just recently released fact when they found some sort of relics. Oh, look, Hawaiians stayed here. It felt like some sort of weird cover up to me, but I'm kind of used to seeing things through that tainted lens. And I'm learning that the tainted lens gets me nowhere anyway. So, but yeah, all of those islands. Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's the border. The dark line is that's the U.S. Canadian border.
Yep, exactly.
So she's damn, like I said, if she wanted to get in the water and swim, she could be in the U.S. in no time.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure that's farther than it, you know, it's 20
cool.
miles. It's like 20
So
miles. And again, I'm being facetious, but it's like less than 20 miles, it looks like. Or right at 20 miles based on that scale down
But I don't
there.
know, for people who haven't been to the ocean much, if you've never been to the Pacific Ocean, it's bloody freezing.
Oh,
Okay?
yeah, I'm not recommending to get into the water, certainly.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
But they
It's a joke,
do-
folks.
Yeah, I know. I knew that.
I know you know.
They
but,
do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep talking over.
No, you're okay. I've been talking enough.
They do. There are lots of beaches where they've hauled in sand, just like anywhere else, and made a nice shallow area so that when the sun hits it in the summer, it's swimmable. But that's because of man's augmentation to make it palatable.
Sorry, I'm still multitasking. I'm just terrible
still
at it. I'm
multitasking?
trying to
Cool.
listen, but I'm just I'm terrible sometimes at doing that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. I wasn't saying anything important.
Yeah, if I'll stop
I'm just
doing
kidding.
things, then I can actively listen. If I stop multitasking. Here comes Christos, so I'm gonna go use the restroom, and then I'll be right back with you, Christos. So I shall return. No icon, Christos.
What?
You don't have a avatar, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. You don't have to fix it. Just that's more for your own information. I'll be right back. Bex, if you don't mind talking to Christos for a moment, I would appreciate it.
I don't mind at all.
I'm going to
I
wait
would
till he
love it.
starts talking, though. Sometimes he likes to hang out a little bit before he starts talking. So.
Well, I'm in that store where it's gonna be playing a lot of loud music we can't be having.
Well, as long as they don't play the problem was the actual song I reacted to that one day. You're good on the music. I'm not too worried about it.
Oh, I thought.
No, it was the song. It was the song itself transported me back to my childhood, and I had to talk about it. But yeah, that was the only problem. You're good on this.
Okay, thanks for letting me know that. I didn't realize that.
Nice to see you, Christos.
Yeah, you as well. I'm trying to get away from where the music is super loud, but I'm just here at the store right now. I got a lot of things going through my mind, but please take the mic for a second so I can get away from this music, because I know
Okay.
it's not like a copyright thing or whatever we're worried about. It's just insanely annoying and loud.
Okay. Let's see, what shall I put?
I'm right as I hand it off to you. I apologize. I remember now. I want to know where more things are on the map. I'm glad that Benton showed that. It's nice to have more perspective of where Bex is at.
Yeah, I think
In
it's
regards
interesting.
to Canada.
Thank you. I think it's interesting how often we ask people where they're from or where that is, and someone will be like, "Oh, I'm from Wisconsin," and I nod my head. I'm like, "I don't know where that is." Now I know I have the Google at my fingertips all the time when I'm having that kind of conversation, because we all know that, you know, I don't talk to people in the real verse unless I have to anymore. But in fact, it's interesting how often you ask those questions, because even just looking at the geography of Canada, where we have like whatever it is, I don't even know. I'm like, how many provinces do I have? 9, 3 territories or something like that now. But for instance, when they created the 3rd territory, I was 5 years behind. I didn't even know it existed. Also, we have like anything in the West, you call the middle of the country out east, but in the middle of the country out east is the east. And then we've got like 4 maritime provinces or something like that. That as soon as somebody says, "Hey, where are you from?" You say, Newfoundland or something. You're like, "Oh, yeah, I don't know the difference between Newfoundland and Labrador," and like, so it's just funny. It's weird how we have these nice things. We're like, "Oh, where are you from?" Someone's like, "Oh, I'm from Ghana." Oh, nice, right? Like, no, you don't even know where Ghana is, right? So I don't know where Wisconsin is. I don't know where Milwaukee is. You know, I'm learning. I'm learning as I
Oh,
make more friends with Americans. I know
yeah,
where
I got a
Florida
bunch
is.
of family up there in
Yeah.
Wisconsin.
Mm. But unless it's a typical state that's been used in a movie like Mississippi, right? I don't know why suddenly I'm like Mississippi burning, right? um yeah, then I don't necessarily know. But I've driven from BC down to Mexico, so I'm more familiar with the western states. But yeah, who cares what's going on in Canada,
Yeah,
friends?
you brought up yesterday how you got in an accident when you were in the States when you were younger. I think you were saying
Yeah.
the other day.
Yeah, I went to visit a boyfriend in Idaho, and I had the accident in Oregon. I'm not actually allowed to drive in the state of Oregon. I never paid the fine. I don't know how. That's so old. I don't even know if it'd be in the computer though. But it'd be good to know, actually, in case I ever do travel, and I do know, it's good to really get that that travel, that understanding of my right to travel. Um, the lingo, it would serve me well in Oregon if they're like did pull me over.
Hmm. Yeah, once Benton gets back, I'm gonna leave and come back in so I can get my
Yeah,
avatar
I'm here,
going.
man. I'm here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cool, man. Yeah, for the Americans, I'm letting them know that almost everybody in Canada lives relatively close to the border between the U.S. and Canada. That's where
Mhm.
just about all the population is.
No McDonald's today, friends. Tim Hortons.
There you go.
Yeah, just to take a page from this might be dark here, but from OTW's book.
Well, that's one of the first things
Yeah.
nice. That's one of the first things I figured out about Canada is that they love Tim Hortons.
Well, I met a friend in 2020 when I was trolling Canadians who were trolling the Americans before the election. So I went down to friendly defend and troll my fellow cohorts or whatever. I made some good friends making jokes and making fun of other Canadians. One of my favorite people is a very cynical man from New York, Syracuse. And we've spent a couple New Years together on the phone because I've discovered with people all around the world, I can be done New Year's at 9:10 my time, and I can go to bed, right? But this friend, he said there were Tim Hortons in New York for a while, and he was totally hooked. And he was, every time we talked, he was jealous that I could have a Tim Hortons and he couldn't. So
yeah,
it was there. Yeah,
I think there still is. I'm pretty sure they still have them. Yep. I looked it up yesterday. There's some in the U.S.
Yeah. So what I get is that people have adopted. It might just be the whole the grass is greener kind of idea. Like just I don't know if the coffee's any actually better, but there are Americans who like pine for the Tim Hortons when it's taken away from them.
I feel like our version of that is Dutch Bros. You ever had the Dutch Bros?
Mm-mm.
They'll call it Dutch Brothers, but it's actually Dutch Bros is the name of the company. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. They're all over the West Coast, like all over. Yeah.
I found that talking on YouTube, I go through my coffee a lot faster than when I used to just be cruising on YouTube, whatever it would be called. So every time now I have to be very careful. I'm like, oh, just sip and wait 5 minutes. I'm someone who sips my coffee all morning. I don't like to guzzle it and then feel like I need another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I like that you bring that up. And go ahead, Benton.
Now that we're talking about coffee, I'm going to go make my third cup. So I'll be back shortly.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing about coffee, especially when it's just straight hot and black. Um, I definitely feel like it's more of an enjoyable experience, and yes, I can sip it. But certain other drinks that might be like per se carbonated, like quote unquote energy drinks or whatever, I do find that I like the taste, and all of a sudden I finish it within like 5 minutes. So
Mm-hmm.
it definitely depends on the drink. But there is sort of like kind of like
Your sound's bogging. Sounds bogging. It's all right. Christo's having minor technical difficulties. So we've talked geography. Where can we take geography? I don't want to take it into fantasy
sorry,
la la land.
I'm about to just forget my oh fuck. Damn it.
You're good. Oh, you'll be back. He'll be back. Oh, there she is. Benton's making his coffee. Christos is having technological difficulties. Bex is trying to find a transition point from geography in her brain on her own. Did you guys know that geology, before geology, T4 lovers would know this, petrology, okay? Geography and geology used to be called petrology, the study of rocks. But I have a feeling that they stopped linking petrology to geology. Could just be a linguistic thing from, UK English to North American English. But I think that it has to do with the idea of petroleum. I think that when you go around the world and you ask people where they learned that oil comes from, not everybody in the world learned that oil comes from dead dinosaurs, just so people know. East Germany, I met an East German man who was living in the woods. He was a squatter. I didn't just come across him in the woods, friends, but let's not worry about how I met him. I was fine and safe. I went and hung out in the woods with a couple of squatters for a week once in my Orwellian research into poverty. That's what I kind of heard. That's how I kind of see that Benton refers to his a little bit, not like that, but I embraced poverty and I researched it. Now, my uncle, who passed away not too long ago, may peace be upon him, he actually had a theory that poverty embraced me. That being said, I definitely always said it like George Orwell did hands-on research in Paris. If it wasn't George Orwell, it was his father. Anyways, this kind of, immerse himself in a culture kind of thing. But while I was doing that, I met this guy named Andre who had been raised in East Germany. And he asked me out of the blue one day, hey, where do what's with these dinosaurs? So I told him the story of the dinosaurs, right? And how they basically farted too much or something happened. And, the ice age began. And, I was more clear about it at the time, but it was like basically telling the story of Atlas Shrugs to somebody who's never heard it. And you could tell by his reaction that he was like, what? Because he'd never heard of dinosaurs, okay, from East Germany. And he'd been here a long time. So when I said to him, well, if that's not where you learned the oil comes from, he's like, I said, where did you learn it comes from? And he said all they ever learned was that the earth is like an engine and the engine has her own self-sustaining oil and she couldn't be moving if there wasn't the oil inside. So again, but to me, it was really interesting as I told him the story of dinosaurs, you look at the look on this guy's face, it was like, he was just laughing at us. So back to petrology being the study of rocks and a petrol being a rock and petroleum like being potentially some sort of liquid plasma gaseous rock again. I know someone's going to be like, oh no, you're gaslighting all the amoebas. Uh-oh, I'm gaslighting the dinosaurs. Sorry, that's been my thing of the last few days is to figure out who am I victimizing by what sentence I'm making, okay? So I really apologize to all the dead dinosaurs if they really did live. If they really did live, I didn't mean to gaslight them by positing a theory that they didn't exist. But in all of East Germany also then did gaslight them. So at that time, after that conversation with Andreas, I couldn't believe, like, I was trying to figure out who else in the world could I ask. Now, conveniently, I live in a melting pot of a society, so you can just run around asking people. I only ended up asking a Mexican where he learned that the oil came from, and he just pointed down to the ground, just down to the ground. It's like, cool. So, yeah, thank you, Sunshine Time. I thought, see, Rachel, it works. It works. You know, I'm not going to lie. Had some things happen yesterday. Not here to talk metaversal gossip at all, but I did have some things happen yesterday that were communications that happened that were holding me back. And I'm feeling a little more comfortable. I know it shouldn't be, you know, when you come to I was thinking about it since yesterday, how many things I've said online, right? You've got all these things that people say, like, oh, don't send nudes, don't do this, don't do that. You know, it's going to be out there forever, right? So I knew I've never been like revealing my bits or, you know, doing anything like that, like in any kind of public forum. But suddenly I was just going to sleep last night thinking, I guess this is here forever, right? Like I started out on other people's channels. I was on panels all over the place talking on other people's channels. Like there's nothing you can do, nothing I could do tearing any amount of my own videos down could ever like delete me from YouTube. You know, it's just there, right? So not that I had any concern about that. I always knew that was the case. But I think it's kind of interesting. I know it might look like I'm trying to hide something, not having any of my own videos up. But actually, it's more just playing with the norm in the metaverse. It's been interesting. Anyways, I'm kind of just sidetracking here. I'm feeling very much myself, you guys, these days, and looking at where I've been for the last 6 months and what I'm doing, and feeling really good about it. So, but sometimes you just have to, the social dynamics is so much more complicated. I'm sure it's exactly like outside here in the real verse, but in the metaverse, we have this record, right? And we have this ability to get to know each other, whether we ever meet or not, right? So you can actually feel like you can, oh, I want to go over here, so I'm going to look at some videos and watch the videos, and oh yeah, now I'm going to want to meet someone. My point is that, you know, I could get to know Benton for 3 or 4 months. He doesn't even know I exist, right? So I'm hopping up being like, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Oh, you're back. Cool.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
here.
goodness.
I started listening in for like the last 60 seconds. I was having a lot of trouble. Usually when that happens, it's my car. Like I'm about to just forget my car on my Bluetooth on my phone because the Bluetooth keeps connecting when I'm not trying to have it connected. So I need to go in there and just manually stop that. But anyway, yeah, I have a link I'm gonna drop in the live chat for everyone. Santos Bonacci was going off last night. He went live. I guess he was going live all day apparently on Facebook. He went live on YouTube just randomly. I was looking to see who was live, and I literally caught it within like the first 5 to 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure because when I went in there, there was no one there. I think it had said 5 seconds ago, or I don't remember, 5, 10, or 15, something like that. But not that I'm one of these people that I'm always trying to be the first commenter as if that means anything, or live chatter, because that really doesn't mean anything. But it just so happened that I was the first there. So, you know, shout out to me for throwing in all the emojis and being the first on his live stream. And shout out to OTW for being cool with Santos as well, and not being a Scott 2B starfucker clothing store. So I maybe shouldn't just be hollering like I am. But yeah. Thanks for letting me up here, Benton. I'm feeling what Bex is saying there. What she just said. She's feeling herself.
Well,
and I forgot how you put it. Just like this is starting to
gel.
Getting in the groove.
It's getting in the groove. Yeah, it's all coming together. Absolutely. And real quick, Christos, Fish Tank Season 2 starts in like 3 days. I don't know if you got a chance to watch that video.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty wild.
And I saw that Mitchell put his cash
Oh,
in
yeah.
the comments, which was funny.
Yeah. I got 5 on it. But yeah, is that his actual catch app? Do we know if that's real or not?
I think it is.
Wow. I'm going to send him a few bucks.
Really is.
Fuck it, let's do it. Yeah, maybe for the next week I'll give like 25% of the donos will go to Mitchell's Cash App. Maybe do something like that. But yeah, they come in spurts. It's good, man. But yeah, that's going to be interesting, and folks may be a little disappointed because this will be fish tanks centered to some extent. I'm probably going to pay the $60 for the cheaper version of the season pass, most likely. So look for that, folks.
You know, you made me want to buy a Sam Hyde T-shirt when I saw you wearing that on stream.
Yeah, he's got pretty cool merch,
But go
man.
ahead.
It's over fucking priced. It's $75 with the shipping, and it's a quality T-shirt, but it ain't that good a quality. But you know, it's not bullshit either. But yeah, it's and right away people try to start reselling it because it's all limited, you know. So people try to resell it. I think I saw it on eBay for like $250. I haven't looked in a while, but yeah, man. And the Fish Tank site is up, fishtank.live. If y'all want to check it out, they got a really cool interface. And for everybody that's going to say, "Oh, it's Big Brother," yeah, it's Big Brother with a live chat and it's interactive. And it has a subversive host known as Jason Goldstriker, aka Sam Hyde, who goes in there and wreaks fucking havoc. So yeah, it's Big Brother with all of those caveats. Yeah.
It's better than Big Brother.
Well,
From
I
what
watched,
saw, what
yeah,
I've seen a
I
little
watched
bit.
like the first 20 seasons of The Real World on MTV, but that was back in the day. In the 90s, we really didn't have the reality show. It was the first one, but yeah, I never bothered to watch Big Brother. It looks like trash to me. Now, if somebody enjoyed it, that's fine, but I never watched that stuff.
I think the first season of any of those shows was the most authentic ever.
Yes, that makes
Then people learn strategy. So even if and producers learned they needed strategy. So if the first, like, pick The Bachelor or something, you guys wouldn't have watched it, I'm sure, but the first ones you see seem a little more organic, but as you get further on, you can tell that there's one woman being kept on because she's the director's choice, right? She's the antagonist, right? She's the, you know, she has to stay kind of
Yep,
thing. So same thing happens with Survivor. Organically, they started this alliance thing. You know, once the first alliance was formed, then everybody needed alliances. And once somebody started flipping alliances, you know, you could just start predicting all that kind of stuff. So I never watched Big Brother either, but I would bet that the first season was probably the best season of them all. And then I think most often people are watching more for the angles. You evolve watching reality TV show as you learn it not to be real, right? And you start looking for the games that people are playing in order to make it interesting, right? You're more looking at the strategies of people. At least I would be. I haven't watched TV for years, so, but I could hop on anytime and probably hop into a reality TV show more than anything. And now I'm using YouTube lingo for TV, but I wouldn't actually hop into it. But I would watch it more for the game.
Nice.
Yeah. I was going to say, though, you know how we've talked about being corralled into these ghettos. Did you hear my latest theory?
No, well, maybe, but go ahead.
But like, we unwittingly put ourselves here, friends. So actually in these, with every single click we ever made on our social media platforms, right? Even if it was, I would bet every click we ever made steered ourselves here. So most of us come probably from two main divisive camps to begin with of similar information. I can't say for certain. I was down so many. I've always been on both sides of the fence, whether it's at the same time or at different times. I've always followed the quote unquote opposite side. So my YouTube algorithms probably confused. Like, I probably confused the YouTube algorithms following the opposites of everything. But my point is I think we unwittingly clicked our way into this little section of the metaverse. And we probably all actually, if we were to go back, we would be able to find that there were, you know, we all have a lot more in common than we do not.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I'm the black sheep. I still have more years on the internet, not on platforms, than I do on the internet and on platforms. I went probably 94 to 08 without dealing with any of this bullshit. That was probably Twitter, but go ahead.
So there may be some cornerstone. I'm just saying there could be things go back further than clicks, right? For the rest of us that bring us here. And one of those things may be you.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I like that.
Like,
yeah.
You know?
Awesome. Yeah. I'd love
like,
that.
Yeah, and some of the other people like yourself that actually, I don't know any of you might know some of the people that were, but prior to YouTube, already doing sort of this kind of, I don't know, avant-garde sort of on the internet, being themselves, like I'm trying to think of the word, but almost like the beginning of digital warriors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there you go. Absolutely. So, yeah, definitely. Because most folks, like it or not, were not going to get on the internet until the smartphone became a thing. That's just how it is. Most folks are not going to, unless forced to, they were not going to be on a computer at their house on the internet to any great degree. It's the phone that got everybody on the internet.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's just how it is. So for most folks nowadays, as far as they're concerned, YouTube is the internet. IG is the internet. Facebook is the internet. And no, it's not. And that was the main point Matt Drudge was attempting to make in that interview, as far as I could tell, is because he's like, I know what the internet is. And I do too, as well, to some extent. And yeah, I'm not the only one. Jimbo was right behind me, apparently. Just a few years. So it was a totally different world back then. And there was more of a, do-it-yourself type of thing. Anybody can still have a website, but back then somebody had to make the website.
Exactly. Back to this fish tank thing you guys were talking, fish tank wars or whatever you were talking about. Is that like an online version of Big Brother? Is that what you're saying? It's some sort of like watch people for...
Sam Hyde and his team have created a new genre. So let me play. I played this video earlier, but I'll play it again for you. This is, they're actually raising money because they've completed the first season already, and it was a banger, certainly. I kept up with it mainly through YouTube clip channels, actually, and then Carl would come in and update me and ask me, hey, did you see this or did you see that? Because most of the audience here doesn't give a flying fuck about it, which is fine. It's completely fine. I'll figure out a way to make it interesting either way, but... Give me a second, I'll play. It's not a very long video, so we already played it once, but it bears repeating. It's on my community tab. I'm firing it up right now. It's called Fish Tank Season 2 Needs You. So give me a second to share the screen. You guys can see behind the scenes here a little bit too, by the way. So Bex, when I do this, when I show the screen like this, if somebody is waiting backstage, then everybody will be able to see, right? Although
Oh yeah.
It's more convenient for me to do all of this than try to do it on my laptop. So, yeah. Anyway, here we go.
Who's that? Is that Jason Goldstriker? No, even better. It's Sam Hyde. That's right. I got out of bed, the notorious recluse. Probably taking a bubble bath with beautiful women. Well, I'm here now. I'm here because I got to talk to you.
Have you ever wanted to own a piece of the tank? Now you can.
We're opening up Fish Tank Live to early stage crowdfunding so that you can own part of the tank.
Season 1, like any new piece of media, I'm sure you're well aware it had its hiccups. But quite a few successes as well. Here's what we pulled off.
Over 600,000 unique site visitors and millions of views across all social media.
70,000 paying customers. In only 6 weeks of filming, we made $1.25 million in revenue.
Man, people are going to be mad.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. In over 6 weeks of filming...
Well, I think it's important to realize they did all of this on their own website called fishtank.live. None of this happened outside of that website. And I mean none of it.
Made over $1.2 million in revenue. We gathered a huge, fierce, beautiful grassroots community with $0 spent on marketing. All the freaks came out to play.
And with Fish Tank Live Season 1, we groundbroke an entirely new genre of television that we think is going to be on the up and up for years to come. We were here first, you can be too.
So how does investing in Fish Tank work?
Well, and that's a good point because he was, since they more or less invented it or pioneered it, nobody else has started to do this yet. Absolutely, other folks are going to do their own version of the same thing. That's definitely going to happen. It just hasn't happened yet. And they're so ahead. Fish Tank is so far ahead of the game that they're going to have the advantage for some time, right?
Work exactly. It's quite simple. In any liquidity event, you make money. What is a liquidity event? That sounds crazy. That sounds, what's that? Chris Lynch? A liquidity event is any time the money is moving around. If we sell the company, you make money. If we go public, you make money. If you think this company is going to be successful, now is the time to stake your claim. We're going to be doing this for 10 years. It's only going to get bigger and better from here. Hey, When was the last time you didn't take my advice? I bet you're fucking pissed off about that.
Go to WeFunder.com/fishtank to see the full documentation of what it means to be an owner of this company.
If you invest in this company, anything with the Fish Tank name on it, you own. The tech, you own. The merch, you own. The IP, the show, the episodes, all that shit. If we buy a house to film in, that makes you a homeowner. Okay, you're a homeowner. If we were hypothetically making a video game that's going on Steam for $30, you'd own that too.
But let's go into the snack interaction on the fridge and modify it so that eating causes pooping. So now the fish have a need to poop, and interactions increasing that need.
But that's not confirmed, as of yet.
Being an investor is cool. That's why you're going to do it.
This is actual big boy shit, first time here. Go to WeFunder.com/fishtank and get into the nitty gritty. All the documents are there. Do we have a white paper? We don't have a white paper. Whatever the fucking typed up shit, the fucking typed up.
Guys, if you want a piece of the fish tank, now is the time. The first $1 million raised is going to get a 25% discount on your shares owned. Yeah, more equity, less money. It's pretty good.
That's it, gang. Go to WeFunder.com/fishtank. Check out how legit we are. The first 1 million in shares gets a, 25% discount. Sounds pretty good. That means less money spent, more equity for you, more bubble baths, more hot girls. Okay? Okay? You see?
Well,
who's that? Is that Jason Goldstreet?
And by the way, folks, one of the advantages to this also is I can play all of this content that I want. It's not there's no YouTube copyright to worry about. I pay the $60, and actually it's free. You can watch it for free. But if I'm going to end up paying the $60 just to be able to live chat. But that live chat goes so fast, man. It's a tough one. But yeah, I can show all of the content that I want to over here. I can make my own clips. I can make a clips channel. I don't have to concern myself whatsoever with the the YouTube copyright. And then the show, I'm sure they view it as free publicity anyway. Like it works for everybody. I'm excited about it. And when I very first found out about Fish Tank Season 1, I immediately was like, okay, this is clearly the next big thing. Whether or not this first season, comes off successfully. And they were in financial trouble because the bandwidth cost so much money. Like they thought it was going to be like $10,000 a month for the bandwidth. It was like 10 times that. They ended up paying way more for bandwidth than they realized. So, he was having to seek like outside investors. I'm assuming that's why they're doing this WeFund thing. But I'll see what Bex and Christos have to say about that, if anything.
So, is it like Big Brother? Those people live in a house.
The only similarity to Big Brother is the people live in a house.
Mm-hmm.
Like at a certain point in season 1, they literally went out and got homeless people and brought them into the house. Not even kidding. Like just local homeless people. The only similarity with Big Brother is it's people living in a house. That's it. Nothing else is like Big Brother whatsoever.
Games, not that kind of. Yeah.
Oh no, there's challenges and stuff. Yeah, but that's not just Big Brother. Lots of shows have challenges. Survivor. I'm sure. I'm assuming that Real World had versions of that. I know Road Rules did. So just because people associate challenges and things with certain shows, that's not where it originated. So yeah, I would say there's no similarity with Big Brother. In my view. It's just that's a handy way for people to categorize it. And why do they want to categorize it, Bex? Because they want to dismiss it. So when I first showed this to OTW, that was the very first thing he said. Oh, it's Big Brother. And I'm like, yeah, I guess it's Big Brother with a fucking live chat, and you can pay money. And, if you want to pay enough money, they'll come in and take away somebody's bed out of their room, right? You can pay money and they'll turn the heat up to the maximum. Like there's, But yeah, other than that, it's Big Brother, right? It's just such an asinine view, in my opinion. It's just so asinine to view and to try to put a new thing into a context that we already understand, right? But I just said, I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know how it's going to evolve, but I was just like, this is the thing, man. Like, this is the next big thing.
I like how you put that, like it's asinine to put something in the context of something we know. As these shows first came out, right? In that you wouldn't have said, whatever Bachelor or Amazing Race was at all like Survivor, except for that it was a new reality TV show.
Yep.
So, I appreciate that basically it's reality being filmed and people are in a house. And from there, we need to go and look at what the fish tank is, right? So,
real quick, we have they kind of break the fourth wall with the production. They don't hide the fact that they are producing the show to some extent. So there's actually some behind the scenes look into, so that the two people in the video, Sam Hyde and that's his right hand man, Jet Neptune, they are in the house at various times interacting with the people, right? But not in a polished, produced for TV way. They're just sometimes, like, the audio was so bad on season 1. There's times when Sam Hyde is just talking to them, but like you can barely even really hear him because it's a fully interactive website. So for those who did not bother to go and look at the website for season 1, as the show's going on, you get to choose which camera angle. So I'm clicking around the interface. So if all the action's in the living room, well, of course, everybody's watching the living room, but there might be a couple of people doing something in one of the back bedrooms, right? So the viewer actually gets to control what they're viewing. Just that is a new element. Yeah, just that's a new element. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, which allows for so much more information to access. Like, I don't know how long they leave their fish tank up. If they leave it, like if you can go back and watch things, like actually it's sort of, you're incapable of seeing all things going on at one time then.
Well, they claim they're going to do a DVD series, but that might end up never happening. I'm not exactly sure, but go ahead.
Well, kind of like people who start live streaming and they're like, oh, I'll go and I'll do this and I'll do that. But you end
no,
up
I
just
mean from
continuing
Fish
to live.
Tank. They claim that they're going to take all the footage and produce an actual DVD, like a TV show. Like you can get Big Brother season whatever on DVD. They claim they're going to do the same thing, but I don't think they're ever going to get around to it. But I might be wrong.
Yeah, I see.
I don't know how they would have time with everything else they're doing.
Well, it's intriguing. You've piqued my interest.
Yeah, absolutely, and it speaks for itself. Certainly, this is just one of the things. I'm usually kind of early to the party in certain ways. This is one of the ways in which I just typically tap into something slightly before the general public. But I'm pretty sure this thing's about to blow the fuck up on YouTube. It blew up to some extent before, but this is going to be off the charts. I think, just my opinion. Once again, that's just what I think.
I wonder if mainstream media would ever get a hold of something like that. And
it's already happened to some extent. It's already happened to some extent. Certainly, yes. It's just how are people, and that does, I think, show just how effective the propaganda machine is. And in some way, are you familiar with, there's an American rock group called Kings of Leon? I don't know if you've ever heard of them. If you haven't, it's okay, but I just need to know for the purposes of what I'm going to say. So they're from an area that's actually, but it's in Oklahoma, but it's close to where I'm physically located. It's called Tallahena. And their dad was a preacher, and he traveled around preaching when they were kids. He was a pastor and kind of like a tent revival type of guy. But when they started their band, like all their family just like lives in the rural area, like 50 miles from where I'm at. And, they understood on some level, the family understood on some level that Kings of Leon was a famous band making money, but it never sunk in for them until they appeared on The Price is Right. They were like something you could win in like the Showcase Showdown. Like you could win like a trip to go see Kings of Leon. And that's when their family finally understood that they were a big fucking deal. But not a moment before. Same thing with Fish Tank. Until it's just on your average person's television in a certain format, they're never going to be able to understand what it actually is.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's interesting, those dynamics. I'm hoping you have some things to say about that. I can tell I'm getting kind of forceful and locked in, so I need to back off a little bit. I'm yelling at the microphone, Lex.
No, it's I find that's quite natural. Like I when I did stand-up comedy, to send my set to somebody was something that they would request, right? Like, but now that I'm here on YouTube, if I've got friends that are, not that I'm doing comedy, but I've sent my mom a couple things that I've done on YouTube. And even my mom's like, and she's just not very tech savvy, but even my mom's not that interested in seeing what I've done on YouTube, right? Which we can know now that I've been here long enough. It's like, that's okay. It's best my mom not follow me around YouTube. But yeah, that it's really, people are really get locked into what, as a new technology or new something comes on, or if they never put their foot in the pool at all, people really narrow-mindedly access, myself included, access all the things that are at our fingertips. I mean, we can't access them all, right? So, but it's kind of like you were saying earlier that, you know, people can't email, and someone's saying emails like postcards, right?
It's not,
interesting that,
though.
you know,
It's not.
yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm guilty of treating an email like a mailbox, which reminds me, I think it's been a while since I checked my mailbox, friends. Yeah, I'm not my email mailbox, but my physical mailbox. So yeah, it's weird how just because you have 4 or 5 or 7 ways to communicate around the world, that this one gets tossed to the side, seen as, it's kind of like phone calls have gone the way. You don't like talking on the phone. A lot of people don't answer their phone.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't answer my phone anymore unless it's my mother, typically.
Well, and I didn't. When I had an apartment and a landline, I did not answer my phone most of the time. But then now, at a certain point, everybody had an answering machine. Now the person can start talking, and I can decide whether or not to pick up. And then eventually, here came caller ID, see. But I'm not, I never liked the idea of just, it's ringing, and I'm going to pick it up and say hello. I always hated that. Not a fan.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and I would say
but real
actually
quick,
I shouldn't tell.
Well, I want to talk about email real quick. If we just went down the line of what is the most powerful, thing on the internet, email is top 3 for sure. It's so powerful, and I think what's happened is with people who they were forced to use email maybe in school at a certain point, but then some of us who are 48 years old, and when I first went to university, so if a person went to university in the mid 90s, it wasn't required. I actually contacted the systems administrator. I said, hey man, how about you hook me up with an email account? And my email was my last name at uark.edu. I'm not even kidding, because they were not yet just giving the students one when they joined the university. Then somehow I lost track of that email, so eventually it ended up being jabenton@uark.edu. But then now what we'd see is they would even have to add numbers to the end of that just to have enough unique email addresses, right, on the server. But so some of us that are our age or maybe a little older, we miss the whole just how powerful email can be, right? And I think it's disappointing that when I talk about, and I'll go back to it, and I'm not criticizing any individual persons, but I use it to dispel this idea that the truth community, so-called, is going to sing Kumbaya and come together. I can't even get people to email me most of the time. So how in the world are we going to cooperate? You see what I'm saying? And so I think somebody maybe thinks they sent me an email. I never got it, right? Now maybe it just got lost in the fucking shuffle somewhere, and I'm not mad at anybody. But it's a very powerful tool that, because most folks here, like it or not, when they first started using the internet on a daily basis, that was through a phone. That's just how it is. And people don't think of their phones as email. It's just not something that they think about. That would probably have been more associated with Blackberries, I'm assuming. But anyway, I've talked too long. Go ahead, Bex. Go ahead.
Yeah, the fish tank's going to be fire.
Absolutely.
Can't wait.
3 more days.
Yeah. And I was just going to add, it's a little bit behind the times now, but so I was going to add a disclaimer that I do talk on the phone to my mother and any of my YouTube friends.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. the few that I've met that we have numbers, but yeah, anyone I talk to on the phone is people I talk to out here anyway.
I don't want to communicate with anybody through my phone. I've chosen to do it because I see that for most folks, it's very difficult for a lot of folks to do anything other than their phone. So I don't ever want to talk to people. I don't want to speak to people on the phone, and I don't want to get text messages. I'm just not into it. But, I understand that in order to be a part of the modern world, I mean, it just is what it is. But I've never been a phone person, and I never will be a phone person at the level of, I know some of y'all are texting with 3 or 4 different people at a time. That's never me, ever. Now, I might be on a message board having a flame war with 4 different people. That's my version of that, right? And I type 85 fucking words a minute. I'm fairly fast on a phone, but I want to be on a keyboard. I'm talking about an actual physical keyboard. And I've never typed numbers to make letters. That was always insane to me. So I waited to text until I could finally get a phone with a QWERTY keyboard back in the day. Yeah. It was with Singular Wireless. That's how long ago that was. And, you know, the phone like slid apart and there was a QWERTY keyboard. I said, I'm not pressing numbers to make letters. This is insane. But that's just me. I'm just different that way.
I was fast.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. But part of that, Bex, was that I was on the internet for every day going back to 94. That was my thing, was like, I didn't learn all these computer skills to, now I'm trying to type words pressing letters or numbers rather. It just never made sense to me. But I saw people doing it. I understood they could do it. And I knew that if I wait long enough, there will be a phone with a keyboard. So I just waited until that happened. And it wasn't that long. And if you remember the old sidekicks, I never wanted to mess with those, but you know, that was the whole thing. But that was actually like, I think that worked on pagers, right? I don't think that was SMS. I think that was maybe through pager, but I'm not exactly sure. We're dinosaurs over here, Christos. Bex is a literal dinosaur, and I'm as well as figuratively, perhaps, although I don't want to put that onto a lady, right? But I'm certainly a dinosaur in many respects. A fossil, as it were.
I don't know if my behavior as of late has been very ladylike anyway. It's fine.
Okay, fantastic. And I love that about you, Bex. I love that. Well, you're still you're still feminine, so yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate
that. If you were more reserved and demure, I don't know that I would have I don't know that the metaversal attraction would be quite so strong.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that, because I think, indeed. Anyways, I won't get into it.
Yeah,
but,
let's not get into that here. But yeah. But yeah.
No, I was gonna say though that I was recently accused of being influenced so much by you that this is, you know, it's just interesting that.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah.
Well, I'm influential. How could you? How could you not be? Yeah. How could you not be?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been
saying like it's a bad thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm influenced by Paul, certainly. Go ahead, Christos, please.
That's why what you were saying earlier about having been familiar and you know, well versed and skilled basically within the internet world for a while now.
Oh yeah.
You and OTW, you probably more than OTW, but that's besides the point. This is why, just like they say, you want to surround yourself with people that are better than you, that you're basically gonna be able to pull from, and it's gonna like make you want to strive higher. You surround yourself with better people type energy and mindset. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, even approaching the YouTube stuff. And that's why I tune into Paul's all the time, kind of like you just brought up Paul. But this is why I'm always on Benton's and OTWs, because it's not like something I've had like planned out and I've been thinking about. I just kind of thought about it recently. Like, these people are really savvy with tech to a certain degree in the internet, that I want to have these people around if I ever do want to up my game with streaming or just navigating at all the internet, creating and knowing the tools of the trade. There's a lot of people that don't know all these little shortcuts with the keyboard, you know, to do different things, to zoom in, to screenshot, to pull up the command prompts, like a lot of different things that are good to know just in general with computers, but also this YouTube game and streaming. And yeah, so you with streaming and tech, and then OTW with tech, because I know OTW is still learning. We got to get rid of that disclaimer he has still. So all in all, we're on good footing, I'd say, and I'm excited how this networking has gone. And I must have missed out on some stuff. I didn't realize someone was saying that Bex has been influenced and saying that.
Well, but in a negative way.
I thought Benton was good people.
Thanks. Yeah, but these are people who are looking. You know, these are the same people who will chastise me for not being positive. Meanwhile, they're out here looking for any piece of negative dirt, right? But that's not them being negative. Indeed. But it is, though, right? See, to give Christos some kudos, you know, I don't want to. I am old, right? I don't want to go out here and try to learn what the young people know. And Christos, I can tell he doesn't like this thing where I talk about his age. But the reality is, I need younger folks.
I don't care.
Okay, good. So, I might be overly sensitive. So I need younger folks who I can just say, "Hey, man, what about this thing or what about that thing?" And he'll just tell me. I don't have the time or I don't care. I don't want to go try to research what all the kids are into. Now, I do have some channels I watch, and I don't mean kid in a pejorative. I just mean, younger person. And I'm always a kid at heart, lest we forget I'm 18 in my own brain, but and that's never going to change. But I have a couple of channels I watch to sort of keep up culturally with what the younger folks are doing, and then one of them is that Turkey Tom. You ever seen Turkey Tom?
I don't possibly.
Yeah,
I'm
it's all
not
right.
sure.
Yeah, no worries. And he's got another channel, Tom Dark. You might recognize him if you saw him. He's a pretty big YouTuber in a way, but anyway, like I would rather just have somebody I trust to just tell me what it's like, right? And the more we work together, and then not that it was any great website, but when I had Nightmare Dystopia website up, I did all of that myself. And somebody said there would be no Bex without Benton, and that may be true. But like it or not, there would be no Benton without CBO, and that's just how it is. And there's nothing I can do about that. That's just reality, right? I would not be here speaking with you folks if not for Drew. And whether or not me and him get along in a given time period, I will never not be loyal on some level to Drew for that. And even that graphic you see in the upper right-hand corner, I could go teach myself graphic design and how to become very proficient at Photoshop, or somebody like Drew who's already developed those skills could just make the graphic for me, and then I'll kick him a few bucks here and there. See, now we're back to the working together, Christos, versus me having to learn to do everything. There's not enough hours in the day, even if I'm able to learn all those things.
Yep, and I think it's more of a nuanced, combined effort than some people might think. And I'm not saying people can't say like what they just said. There wouldn't be a Bex without Benton. I get there's been a great synergy between you guys and really fucking accelerated things in a positive direction. But I think it was. I don't care about like, oh, I need credit, I was linking people. That's not why I'm saying this, but rather, like Beck said earlier, unintentionally in ways. I'm not sure exactly how she was putting it, but basically saying we've gotten here through all of the clicks thus far. And it's been myself and others sharing things on other channels and creating those bridges just to see. And then that Bex was one of the people I share with Benton that I knew about in smaller communities. And
well, that's right.
yeah.
Christos actually made this happen, lest we forget, at least partially.
And technically
Even
those clicks for me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Technically, those clicks for me, I came to find Benton via Tommy. Now, how I came to find Benton via Tommy may have been via Christos as well. But all that came through the Holy Social Weirdo experiment, technically, right? So, so I came in the back door. And then whether I was suggested by Christos or how I came to be watching you, Benton, for the last, couple months, I know I went back as far as 3 months, but I don't know when I started watching you. But it was the day that you were talking about clearly asserting yourself, saying, hey, I don't need anyone's health advice. I don't want any advice. I'm not going here. I'm very capable and no one could be more thorough than me. I'm paraphrasing. And that whole spiel, as much as it's the very spiel that had some people, accuse you of things, that was the very spiel for me where I was like, fuck, I have this sense of self, right? I have this sense of self that's as affirmed for myself as what you were saying about yourself there. And I don't know if it's gender dynamics that holds me back or if it's family trauma that holds me back, but there was something that happened to me that day where I was like, I am not being authentic with myself. I am not asserting myself in this world as a person the way I want to be, considering how solid I feel about the machine between my ears, And that's what and at that same time, I was doing my own streaming. You were also popping in and sort of giving me little tidbits, just kind of telling me the kind of things that could be happening when I'm not aware of. Like you saw my naivety, let's say, or, and even I'm very trusting, I just trust everybody all the time. So, even as
seen
savvy as I think about things, you know.
Well,
So
it's
even
gullible.
when,
Let's call
yeah,
it what it is, gullibility.
yeah,
I have a
yes,
pretty
yes,
good dose of that myself, so I can relate.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I know for me, even as I was being, even as that, you know, idea of being influenced, right? So as someone suggesting to me, well, we're influenced by the people, and I've been talking about the chat back up to us as influencers, you know, but the point is like, yeah, we did come here to be influenced, and some of it could be, you know, I'm not following the 70,000, 120,000 channels that I was doing, allowing myself to be influenced to hear the same things I heard 3 years ago, reframed with a new city or a new building or a new whatever, right? So I haven't been watching those things for years, but I was influenced by them. And yet now I'm on this path of personal development. I see someone who, you know, already I was influencing me personally in terms of like, I'm a lot like this person, right? So to me, it's just interesting that even if someone doesn't know me and you can only see the facets you see of me on YouTube, it looks, excuse me, it looks like suddenly I've had some sort of personality change or something, you know, like when in fact it's like, no, I just actually wanted to have focus, and you helped me see that broadcasting is something that I, you know, that needs, you know, needs understanding in terms of the, you know, the technical aspects, but also, yeah, just, yeah, I mean, whatever it is, I'm very grateful for your influence, my friend.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I take that to heart. I will be out the door here pretty shortly, so I want to find out what do you folks want to do. Christos is, you know, he
Let
can
me,
be. Go ahead, Christos.
yeah, let me just say, let me just make it clear, not that it matters too much, but yeah, Bex had known about Benton for a while, but I technically, what I was saying earlier is I put Bex on the map to most of Benton's community in
Correct.
live
Yes.
chat.
Correct.
Is what I was
Well,
trying to say earlier.
Well, and real quick, sorry to cut you off, Christos. I have a thing in my life where if I know I did a thing, I don't view it as I'm bragging to just make it known, right? It's like, no, I'm the one that did that to some extent. Like that's, I'm out here putting my name on things. Christos is as well. So I'm going to take the blame if it goes off the rails. So you're damn right I get some of the credit. Same with you, Christos.
well, and you guys both get the credit. I mean, that definitely, I was popping in on, I can't remember what I'd said the day before, but I remember there was a time you guys had my page up, all my stuff was down, and there was a do better content sign. And to me, I saw it I saw it as personally, whether it was directed to me or not, you know, it was, I needed some focus, right? And I had two men sitting up there that I respect, whether you knew me or not. That it just felt like it was a good message to me, you know? So
Yeah, absolutely.
well,
And
yeah. So
you
whether
see, you know, now that Christos has dropped off, I realized I have this bad habit of cutting him off when he had something to say. But you know, that's my deal, right? Like I'm working on that, and I will do better. But yeah, so thanks for being here, Christos. Feel free to come back whenever. I am going to be out the door here shortly. Whether that's if Bex will solo it, she can solo it. I'll drop the link. You know. And I'm only saying this because of time. Like I must leave soon, so I really didn't want to interrupt.
Where you've
what
got
you
some
guys were
errands
saying.
to run?
Yeah, like I have to. If I don't do it now,
Yeah.
it's not going to happen today. So I have to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Well, whatever suits you. Whatever suits you.
Well, OTW's going live, so we've got about 20 minutes, I guess, with his intro. So if you're not around, I guess I'll just talk I'll probably just put my headset on and talk. But you know, it's probably better for me if you have some time to hang out. But then I don't want you to have to feel like you have to carry the whole thing for an hour and a half while I shop. So, and I want to say this. I agree. Shout out to Pretty, who says that broadcasting definitely requires a good voice. Yes, and I've worked on mine. I didn't come out of my mama sounding like this. So, you know, anybody can take what they've been given and polish it. Right? That's the way I look at it. And, you know, I had an early experience where my grandmother had this cassette recorder and with a microphone. So I would record my voice. And I remember as maybe 7 or 8 years old, just really not liking the sound of my own voice. But then, you know, putting together that probably nobody does. And then figuring out, oh, I sound different in my own head than I sound to other people because I'm hearing it through my bones, right, in my flesh. And then, the ear works through vibration. So just going ahead and talking anyway, even though I sound strange to myself, there is some version of just pushing through, what's uncomfortable. And for whatever reason, I started working on my voice very early. And then, even waiting tables, when I'm speaking to the people, I would be working on, sounding a particular type of way, which for a male, especially, I think is just learning how to breathe into our diaphragm and actually, filling up that space first, talking intentionally into the lower register. Because my voice is not that deep. It's just I've intentionally worked on accessing the lower range without, intentionally sounding like I'm dropping my voice, which is what that Archaics bozo does, right? Like his voice is not naturally that deep. Well, neither is mine. I'm a tenor. I'm not a baritone. But anyway, what do you want to do, Bex?
Well, I see. So you can drop a link in case someone wants to come up.
Yeah, I can do whatever.
I mean, I'm happy
yeah.
to try. It's interesting. It's funny when I'm spurging, I'm like, yeah, drop the link.
Yeah, no kidding.
Let me spurg out. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm happy to stay and chat I'm happy and stay and see what's going on for you if you want. I need some direction in my own mind here to not ramble. Well, I guess I'll be rambling regardless.
Just do whatever. You can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Rambling and ambling. I also know I did see Damsel Medic down there.
Right on.
Not that I want to single anyone out as someone like, hey, you want to come up too?
Just for you, while I'm thinking about it, if somebody hits the link, and this is for anybody who might come up later, I will see you eventually, but with me also doing things in the physical, there might be a lag time, and then certain folks I may choose not to bring you up, and if people are offended, that's just how it is. I don't know what to tell you. This is not an open panel. I never promised an open panel. I just want that out there from day one. Now, there's times when I will bring up every single person that hits that link, but there's times when I won't. So that's just for the person who clicks the link to understand. I might not bring you up. Anyway, yeah. Let me go ahead, Bex. I'm doing my thing real quick, but yeah, I got to get out the door here pretty soon.
Okay, and you're listening.
Oh, I'll be listening the entire time, and I'll be on my phone. But my service here is so terrible. I guess I'm gonna have to switch to T-Mobile. Although the problem is, if I'm leaving town, Verizon is the best choice overall for me if I'm traveling to different areas. So I don't know, but yeah, another problem is the networks here are so congested for whatever reason, the Verizon and the AT&T. But I'll do my best, Bex. I'll do my best. But I'll be listening the entire time.
Yeah. Okay. You have no link down there.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
So you know.
I'm super bad at talking.
Of course, you knew that.
I hear you talking I hear you talking and tapping. I'm not able to do that most of the time, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting that with that last voice that you brought up with Archaics, I actually was in a situation where a comment where I put a comment saying just that. Not even I struggled to listen to him just because of that. I guess it's an inauthenticity now that you're.
Yeah.
Now that not. Yeah, and that must be it because I don't have any problems. I love accents, all accents. But I was in a friend's chat recently where he was, doing a review. Let's say a critical review of Archaics, and I actually ended up having one of my comments posted, and I was concerned that it looked like I was making fun of his accent because of the way I spelt it, right? But in fact, I was not making fun of, I was sort of saying people saying females I dated. I've never heard anyone refer to people as females I dated.
Correct.
And so I was actually making fun of females I dated, but I spelt it like I was mocking his accent because I actually struggled to listen to him. And I thought, oh, great, here I go. What have I done now? But, that's just the nature of being out here in these streets. And, if we can't comfortably talk about each other,
sorry to do this. Can you hang? If you hold
not
that
that I'm trying to do that here.
Yeah, sorry about that. If y'all want to know why he sounds that way, because he's never taught himself to breathe into his diaphragm. So If my voice sounds deep right now, it's because I'm speaking into my diaphragm, the lowest part of my belly. He's trying to do a deep voice from his throat chakra. That shit don't work. But anyway, I got to get out of here, Bex. Please take it away, and I'll be monitoring in real
Well,
time.
good. We've got a good topic to go on because I can talk about my voice a little bit.
Fantastic.
That's where I'm going to start here. All right. Thanks, Benton.
And thank you, Jimbo Khan, for the $5 super sticker. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I was thinking about the voice thing. You know, when I was a little girl, my dad used all my life, my dad had poker meetings with his friends. I call them poker meetings, but it was every Tuesday night. My dad's a retired doctor now, and it was with a bunch of doctors and lawyers. Not that that matters, but they used to do their poker night, and all of us kids would, meet these men as they come in. We called them Uncle Alan, Uncle so-and-so. And there hit a point in my development where these men didn't treat me the same way. Like I just noticed a change. I'm just a child, and was a very precocious child, which means able to communicate with older people. Like you're advanced beyond your years. I know people use precocious with adults and the word sexual. Like that's not precocious. Just means advanced. Anyways, my point is, I was always very good at talking to these men, and suddenly something happened where they weren't treating me the same. Now, I'm sure it has something to do with pheromones and stuff, not to be, for them to be, and they were respectful men. Like they were just treating me different. Like, and it was probably a natural pheromonal unattraction. Like, if that makes any sense. Like they were just, as I developed, they didn't want to misspeak or be out of line. But I watched them behave the same with my brother, who was only 14 months older. So I remember mimicking my brother's voice when I was like 7 or 8 years old. Maybe I was 10, maybe I was 5, I don't know. But for me, I remember it being around 7 or 8 years old. And so I don't know if I continued that throughout my life, knowing that, in order for these men to hear me, they needed me to be a little more masculine or something. I don't know. And again, we're talking about 7 and 8 years olds here. So I don't know if I carried that through my life. I've always been a smoker. Well, not always, but since the first cigarette I ever smoked, I was 9 years old. My parents had split up. I was hanging out with people whose parents didn't work for the first time. And these kids used to go, we used to go hang out with their parents. I'd go to this new house I'd never been to with these younger kids of a different income bracket. Not to again sound classist, but I'm just putting it backwards in that framework. And I remember going to the beach with these two girls, Trico and Jennifer, and they had a pack of cigarettes hidden under a rock at the beach, and they taught me how to inhale and everything. So not that I started smoking at 8 or 9 years old, but even my mom, we came from, she grew up on a sort of ranch. She grew up, not ranches aren't what we think they are. They're kind of commonly held land, or even if it's owned land, lots of people run their cattle on crown land, cross each other's land with their cattle. So my mom grew, where my mom's family was from, there was this little weed that you could break off and smoke. So even as a child, my mom used to let us smoke this smoke weed. It was harmless, except for maybe the smoke. So I started smoking at around 15, and I know that it affected my voice, right? That's why my voice is this way. And even when I used to joke about it when I was a waitress, and, people like, oh, you're a smoker or whatever. Yeah, I said I was working on my rhoda voice so I could be a old lady diner. I wanted to be an old lady waitress at the diner where I'd be like, how you want your eggs, sweetheart, right? We got them over easy, over medium, over hard, scrambled wet, scrambled dry, basted soft, basted medium, basted hard. Like you guys have no idea how many different ways that eggs can be served, right? So I definitely knew that the cigarettes had affected my voice. Now, when I came to YouTube, I was hanging out on a panel with two other clearly heavy female smokers. And I also, most of my life, my stepmom, fucking bitch that she is anyways, but I have, she couldn't really help it. But anyways, my stepmom always talked to me whenever we hung out. My stepmom would always point out the frog in my throat. Like, she'd be really rude. She wouldn't even be able to listen to me. She'd be cutting in conversation. She'd be pointing it out to other people. And the idea of the frog in the throat thing was like, it was really disturbing to me. Again, it made me feel like someone didn't like my voice, but my stepmom has issues, right? Like, just like I have issues with her, that's the way, you know, people don't reverberate, right? So, so this smoke. So back to this YouTube thing, I come to YouTube, I'm hanging out on these panels with 2 other women that smoke. And I'm thinking, I've heard people get us all confused. So I was like, oh, that must be what I sound like. And I never liked my voice on tape or on, you know, on a voice message or anything. I don't know if it's just the broadcasting, you know, the way that this is has a good mic, has a good, whatever I'm trying to say is that it's different on YouTube. If you guys don't like your voices, it's way different on YouTube to go back and listen to your voice. So it might be an opportunity for people to hear their voices, because all these people around here were saying that I had a really nice voice. And I thought, well, how can I have a nice voice when I'm hearing my friends and their smoke affected voice that to me was like, you could tell it was damaged. That's all I'm saying. But I have, you know, turns out I don't sound like them. It turns out I don't sound like them. So, and it turns out that people like their voices too. So again, not to be like, oh, great, I have the best smoker's voice of them all. That's not the case. It's just that I guess people don't mind that raspiness. I think I always would have, I do understand that there's a tone. Actually, back to more of this, I worked as a waitress. I was headhunted twice. That fine dining restaurant that burned down, it didn't actually completely flail. It was rebuilt. That, you know, during the there was renovations afterwards. Obviously, we were actually water damaged, not burnt. And with the renovations that happened, there was we never came back. Like, there was a lot of staff that left, and the new chef came in, and you just can't take a 25-year established restaurant and because of a fire change its whole motif and expect it to survive. So in essence, I got a new job at a different restaurant where they'd come to get me, and it was all serving people over the age, you know, there was a sea of gray. It was definitely all retired people, but the majority, we served an over 90 birthday every night. And in this place, it was where I had a lot of people who wore hearing aids. That's what I'm trying to say. Hearing aids, customers with hearing aids for the first time in my life. And those hearing aids, I noticed that those people wouldn't even listen to their waitress. Sorry, I'm hop, skipping, and jumping from being a woman who has a voice that's capable of being heard to a lot of women aren't listened to or have tones that are harder to hear for a lot of people. And I made a gigantic leap from one subject to the other, skipping something I wanted to say in the middle, but still, I'll go on. So I'm a waitress, a new waitress in a new kind of restaurant, where I used to work in like a party restaurant with like high energy, loud music, expensive food. Now I'm in a slow-paced restaurant with old people. Like, basically I was in nutritional needs for geriatric patients who still lived at home. That was what the job was. And the chef would do anything. He'd blend food for people with no teeth. But what I noticed as a waitress who always wanted people to be at ease in her section, I never wanted people, I was an old school waitress who wanted people to understand, I'm here to serve you. Like, you don't have to clean up after your baby when you're here. Like, I will wipe the seats down. It's your day off, Mom. So I noticed there were these older men that would look straight at their wives' lips while I would be telling them the specials. And I would notice they wouldn't even try and listen to me. Like, I was like, wow, you think all women speak so high? Like, and I wasn't judging them as men who were dismissing women. I was just looking at them as someone who obviously didn't hear women anymore and were waiting for their wife to read their lips, to repeat and parrot what the waitress had said. So I learned that basically these men, in order to get them to listen to me and to give them their wife the night off, I would go and I would stand in front of them and I would talk to their heart, and I would project my voice at their heart, and it would bounce back up into their ears. And it would always be really amusing, because I would go stand beside their wife and I'd say, excuse me, sir, you know, can you hear me? Yep. Okay. It's your wife's night off, right? No offense, but let's just talk here. I don't know when the last time was when you heard, when you actually heard a woman's voice other than your wives. And I'm a pretty cheeky woman, right? So anyways, it was just a skill set that I got, to I guess continue to work on is what I'm trying to say. I'm an observant person. I like to learn things about people. So if you're having the moral of the story is if you're having problems with a friend with why am I having trouble with that? With a hearing aid, who's still struggling to hear you, or even if you know somebody who has hearing problems, lower your voice and project your voice to their chest, and actually it bounces up into their ears somehow. Now, I've actually know that the audiologist who's taken a week off here, I heard him talking to HMFIS of Steve about recently about just that. I think it's called a head shadow. There's something to do with a head shadow. Anyways, I don't know. Speaking of HMFIC of Steve, though, when we were talking earlier about people with really talented, I think with good voices and the opportunity to be, whether it's experienced or not, I've noticed he has a very good, strong stage presence and sets himself up with great technology and is also a very good broadcaster, even if he's new. Numbers are dropping, friends. Numbers are dropping. People aren't used to seeing Becks over at Benton's without Benton, but sometimes, Benton's School of Broadcasting, and Beck's School of Broadcasting, which are completely two independent agencies, we've done a little bit of this back and forth here. We haven't lent each other's channels before, but, I did spurg out here for a good 2 hours the other day. So it's not the first time I've been alone on screen. Now, is there any music playing down below? That might be like, there's no Sarah McLachlan playing in the background right now?
No music.
Just in case I'm not aware of the...
Yeah, no music, Beck.
Welcome back momentarily.
Well, I'm not really here, but I figured I'd throw the icon up there just since you mentioned it.
Cool. You've got a blank icon up here. Do you have one down on? Yeah. No picture.
Well, there's nothing I can't do anything about that while I'm driving. So
of course.
I only came back because you mentioned it. But yeah, I can't focus on this while I'm doing all of what I'm doing in the real world. So it is what it is, Bex. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I guess I wanted to announce too, not that anyone necessarily knows unless they read the chat, but I did make Rachel Zinger laugh. I hadn't made her laugh yet. And it's fine. I'm not out here to I'm not keeping track of the laughs, but it was nice to make you laugh so quickly after you'd said I hadn't. And you make me laugh all the time. That's a interesting aspect of comedy, right? And the beauty of, I think one of my favorite things about YouTube is the comedy in the chat. Very intelligent and witty people. And probably even some people that are just really good at low blows. I'm just saying, like, the humor on YouTube in the chat is unparalleled, in my opinion. I don't know where else I would go to find that kind of thing. Man, I wish I had something to spurg out on. It doesn't happen like that, just so you guys know. You can't just muster up.
Crowd work. Crowd work.
Yeah.
There's a chat. You can always do crowd work.
Excellent. Thank you. In comedy, you can't see the crowd. I don't know if people know that, but usually the lights are so bright that any comedian talking out into the crowd is talking to a seascape he can't see. He's just there's a little bit. You can see a little bit. Okay, so let's see what's going on down here. Keith says he has a face for radio. That's hilarious. Highly suspect, that is. And he had to learn to talk. What's that? You're pretty good at putting comments up. I had to learn to talk quieter, doing tree work for about 24 years and talking over chainsaws and clippers 10 hours a day. Do you guys think I need to learn to talk quieter? But he's stoic.
I'm not sure you could. I can't. I've been loud since day one. I can't do anything about it. People are like, don't you have an inside voice? No. Hey, use your inside voice. I don't have one. I have no ability to modulate that.
Yeah, I know. If anything, for me, if I like the feedback from the chat on that. If I'm ever in a conversation and I'm dominating, I don't mind if I'm, dominating the song. But if I have the loudest voice, making it hard for the audience to hear the other people, then I can always turn mine down. I can still get, what's the word I'm trying to say? If I want to talk over someone, I still will. I'm trying to learn not to do that, right? But I think that on my own channel, people will find that's where I will do that. I appreciate oftentimes Benton's really good at saying, if reminding people that it's his channel, he's going to talk for a bit. He's very good at those segues and also making sure that the people around him know what's going on. Whereas I know for me, I just start talking. I'm still just like, well, you know what? I've discovered I can say whatever the fuck I want over here. So sorry, just for a second, I'll backstage someone who's not even expecting it, or leave someone behind the stage like I'm not a new broadcaster. That actually happened the other day where it's just, I was in a situation where OTW came over and it was really nice for him to merge the shows. I learned something that day. Be aware of the person who's joining your channel and the style of broadcast they do, right? So that I could have announced to him when he came in, oh, hey, if you want a bigger chat this morning, a bigger panel this morning, you might not want to merge with me right now. I appreciate the community crossover so much. Like it's part of what makes YouTube, part of what makes us utilize the networking aspects of this platform that are designed to be used that way, especially if you have community crossover, like interests, you like each other as broadcasters, then that's fantastic, right? So yeah, but I neglected to mention to him that, oh, hey, we're over here on the Bex Factor where I don't necessarily do the exact same thing. I learned quite a while ago that I get too excited with an open panel. I get really excited and I just click people up onto the screen. And next thing you know, I have a streaker. And now I have a live stream I can't use. Because usually I go over the 6-hour mark. I could probably edit it anyways. I'm learning all those little nuances and the things to do to make sure if you make a mistake like that, it's not the end. But I've learned a while back that I actually communicate best with 2, 3, maybe 4 people. If I'm hopping up, if there's 5 people on the panel, then I'm sort of going to retract back ideally and not be as involved. So, yeah, Rachel, you're funny. You make lots of funny comments in the chat saying that you do. Sorry, just to jump back. Now I'm going to try and do a bit of crowd work here, friends. You guys are saying very kind things about me. Buddy Stoic says it bluntly, very kindly and bluntly. Bex, you are definitely a tolerable whole. He means that with the utmost. He didn't finish, but I'm going to say respect or kindness. He could have said he means that with the utmost crassness too.
Well, that's an Opie and Anthony term. I don't know if you're aware of that. That's just a gigantic show here in the States. They popularized that term. So it sort of took some of the insulting nature out of it, if that makes sense.
Yes, and I've heard one of the channels I was on for a long time in the chat, he referred to this as his food hole or monkey hole or, talking out his food hole. There's a lot of people think we didn't used to talk. Some of these truther things are like we didn't used to eat, we didn't used to talk. We used to telepathically communicate, stuff like that. So I didn't realize though that referring to the mouth as a whole that way was something, anyways, I've seen it used in not just sexual terms. That's what I'm trying to say. So that was
kind of the opposite of dick, like he's a dick, right? It's kind of the opposite of that in a way.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and I appreciate that you saying that as well, because I've seen women get really offended after they've called someone a cunt. Called someone a dick, and then someone calls them a cunt, and they get upset. Yep. But I'll tell you, I
will drop a C word here and there. It's not often, but I do not hesitate. If it's called for, I'm dropping a C word.
Well, and personally, a bitch. Okay, if that's a woman in heat, I would rather be called a cunt any day. Because that's saying something about a level of dominance, right? That if it were up to me, only my man could call me a bitch, right? Other people judging my need to be bred, or that's implied by that bitchy behavior. I think it's just a little bit it says a little bit more about the person using it if we were all actually being integral with our words. I know now we've just used it as a toss out insult against a woman when she's being I'm trying to think of a word other than bitchy, right? See what I'm saying? It's so ingrained in our language that it's to me, I think we need to come up with more we have more words than one that we can use to call each other out. So I'm with you on that. So a hole is like, it's so, yeah, hole, dick, cunt, prick, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the C word is a very, very strange thing. We had an Australian comedian up here who was a street performer, a lifelong street performer, and she does all the fringe festivals. And her name's Sharon something. It's funny when you meet these people who've done themselves up so well and you're hanging out with them as a 45-year-old woman. And she's like, I'm 45 too. I'm like, I don't think so. Not to tip Sharon's bit there, but it's not that I care how old people are either. I was just surprised. Very, very talented woman, though. Definitely understanding why she was lying about her age, considering how being on stage can be. Why was I bringing up Sharon there? There was a reason. She taught me something about performing. What were we talking about? Voices. Oh, the C word. Oh, the C word. That's what it is. She had a whole, her whole 1 hour set was something about being a gigantic cunt. And it really, really went over well in North America. In terms of because we're, people love that whole, don't think of a pink elephant and then thinking of it idea. A lot of us are rebels. A lot of us have the rebel program running. And as soon as we're told not to do something, we typically want to do it. Not everything. Okay, friends, not everything. I mean, that's probably where discernment and discretion is important. But yeah, anyways, I digress. What's going on down here in the chat? So yeah, El Pistolero is saying the C word is very much used in Aussies and Kiwis as a word for dude. Yeah, speaking of words that are kind of banned up here, and I won't get into it too deeply, but I've had thoughts on that N word. Okay, not the 4-letter N word, but the 6-letter N word.
Well, before you move on, I want to tell you my favorite is twat. Pronounced like a person from the UK. I love that.
Oh, so it's like not twat, but twat? You twats.
Yeah, they say twat, but it's the same word.
Yeah. Twat is underutilized for sure. I think censorship started with the banning of the 6-letter N word, not the 4-letter N word, which is the NAZI. But I've been making that a point recently because as soon as we start banning words, then we're going to have to start asking each other which word. So I've discovered that which word do we mean by the N word? So there's actually 2 banned N words that most people won't use here on YouTube. And
well, by the way, Bex, I've been looking for an opportunity to say this word, and my thing is, I don't even believe, for me personally, I don't believe in saying the phrase the N-word, because Dick Gregory said, how diabolical, and he said when white folks got together and said you can't say the word anymore, now it's the N-word, he said there wasn't a black person in the room. Meanwhile, Dick Gregory's autobiography is called Nigger. That's the title of his autobiography. And I'll say this, whether people accept this or not, I'm from a nigger town in Southeast Arkansas. It's 75% black, and that is an apt description, whether folks like it or not. I almost never say that word, but I will occasionally say it. And if folks never come back because I said it that way, I don't know. I can't do anything about that. But please go ahead, Beck.
I appreciate that too, because in comedy, I was always looking for the opportunity to school people on how ridiculous it was, right, to be not using words, right? So like this idea of not calling something someone's doing, not calling it retarded, that's retarded unto itself, okay? Because retardation is to become stunted, right? I'm not talking about the IQ scale of moron to retard to idiot to whatever, right? Or whatever, moron to idiot to retard to whatever. I'm not talking about some scale all the way up to genius here. I'm talking about using the actual verb for what it is. And again, people can use whatever insult they want to use, right? but technically the political retardation, political correctness is the social retardation of us all, period. Right? So that's something I came up with in comedy to I know it's not funny here. I didn't set you up with any joke, but I did want to take some of these words to stage. So down here in these streets, when I first started my YouTube channel, I was going to do this speakeasy. I didn't realize that people thought that we might talk about each other there. I just wanted people to come to a room where they could use all the banned words and I wouldn't keep it up, right? So that we could speak freely, you know, and say the germ and say the medicine and say the actions and say all these words, because it's ridiculous. We're out here speaking hobo code, right? Around things that the government's told us we can't say. So I took it back to this banishing of a word that we never said in the fucking first place. It's easy to convince people to not say something they already thought was rude and they weren't saying. But then suddenly you embolden an entire group of people to use a word that now they've taken to heart. And I had people come into my YouTube channel. I had this gentleman come into my YouTube channel, a black guy who was raised by a man in the Navy. And he'd be sitting there in my channel calling me bro, calling me the N-word, calling me my bro, calling me my N-word. And I was thinking, you know, as I finally said to him, oh, hey, do you think I'm a man? Because I have had people ask me if I'm trans or whatever with my voice, right? So I wanted to know if he thought I was a man. He said, no, I think you're a woman. And I never took it a step further because I'm jumping back and forth between two streams here, friends, but you can't see them anyway. In my speakeasy, I had put a banner up that said, here's some topics we can talk about. And I'd written out the name of the germ. I'd written out the action of the jab. I'd also said, why don't we talk about the banishing or the censorship of the word nigger? And I wrote it down. Okay, I spelt it capital Nigger and put question mark. Do you want to talk about this? Well, I had an all-white panel on my panel. They looked down at the banner and they said, do you think you should have that word typed there? I fucking almost lost my shit right there. You guys know Bex well enough to be like, I spurged out a little bit. I was like, we're not allowed to type it now? Right? I didn't type it like so-and-so is a such and such. I said, let's talk about censorship and the censorship of that word, right? Which I'm so censored already for whatever years into this. My mom didn't let us say it. It was on TV. It was on TV with Laura Ingalls Wilde or whatever.
Well,
we weren't allowed to say it.
Sorry, I got to jump in real quick. So where I'm from, anybody can say whatever they want as long as they can go toe-to-toe with a 6'4", 240-pound brother. And I had some relatives like that. I couldn't, so I didn't say it.
Exactly. So now, remember, I've had this situation on the panel where people are like, oh, you shouldn't have that word written there. And I was like bouncing down their throats, being like, what? I can't even write it as a topic of discussion? Like, seriously. So now flash forward to where I'm sitting with this very, very intelligent black gentleman calling me my bro, my N-word, my bro, telling me his whole life story. We've talked about all sorts of things, and I imagined in my mind feeling comfortable enough. I would have said to him, oh, so when you're telling me these stories, oh, is that and he's telling a story about my nigga said this and my nigga said that. And I was like, oh, I wanted to say, is that your father you're talking about? Right? Is that your grandfather you're talking about? Is that your son you're talking about? Because no, guaranteed, that's not who he was talking about, right? His father is as a Navy man, his grandfather as a military man would have slapped that man upside the head for calling them that. I'm sure of it, right? But still, we're censored. We're so censored, we can't even engage in the conversation with someone as they're feeling familiar enough with you to refer to you as my nigga. Right? See what I'm saying? It's the censorship in our brains, people. It began actually even earlier on a stream with a friend who was playing some rap where there was so many N-words in the rap song, my brain shut down. And I was saying to myself, what, I'm not allowed to listen to it either? I was like, this is messed up. I've been so unexposed to the N-word in my whole life. I didn't realize how the censorship was affecting me. It's fucked up. Right? Like, so now I imagine, now I have a child. Okay. Now I have a child. My friend who was visiting me, Mental Ninja. I mean, I'll just use his name. My friend Mental Ninja, who was hanging out with me. Now I'm imagining Mental Ninja and I hanging out in the same town, and me sending my child over to his house and saying, you know, my child's never heard anything of censorship, doesn't even know about this word, right? How does my child play with your children? Do your children school my child on how they can and cannot use the N-word? Because if your children are going to school my child on how they can and cannot use the N-word, I do not want my children playing there. And now who looks racist, right? Like, it's fucked up shit, right? You know, I think there's a relationship between our ability to censor, even between there's a relationship between the censorship of that word and the censorship of all words, in my opinion. And so I appreciate that Benton would have come in with that segue, and even given me the opportunity. I mean, I guess he could kick me off, but, you know, taking the opportunity here to say it, because it's something, it's a conversation I've been meaning to have with myself here, as you can see.
And did you miss the time that I replayed EBT saying it to Sly Shy like 52 times and I kept the counter?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, with one of the darkest women of all time, he said it something like 52 times with her on the screen. Yes. So yeah, that's the channel we're on here.
Excellent. I appreciate it. And I knew that. I already was, you know, a woman up here saying the word cunt. So here I am now having the discussion about the censorship of the word of the word nigger and how it's affected us all. Right? What kind of, and even if I could go back to that conversation that I was hypothetically having with Mental Ninja in my head as we hung out that day, and asked him if he would have used those words to refer to his grandfather and father. And I know the answer was no. Now, what does that perpetuate amongst their own community? If your father as a Navy officer and your grandfather as a military man would never let you call that, then whose fathers are you using that word for? And what's the difference between those fathers and another father? And why would you perpetuate those kind of stereotypes amongst your own community, right? Because the kinds of people who would refer to that as a term of endearment are obviously in a different class amongst their own people in order to be referring to them as my nigga and not the military man as my nigga. So, well, hi, Esra. Good morning. Mindful Exposures. Nice to see you. So that's where I'm just going to say it's one of those. I use PSYOP quite a bit differently than other people. It's a psychological operation, whether it was orchestrated or not. We follow these rules. We police each other. You know, we're the ones that enforce the psychological operations on each other. It's not necessarily like we're being MK Ultra through frequencies. We didn't have to be. We're so fucking obedient. We police each other. It's ridiculous. We police each other's emotions so much that I can't even speak with force without someone telling me, oh, it's a woman getting mad. I'm not getting mad. You know, you want to talk about anger, that's when my heart rate increases, right? If my heart rate isn't increasing and I'm raising my voice, right, and I'm asserting myself in a situation where someone's going to passive aggressively manipulate the entire crowd into backing me into a corner as a woman when they won't even let me use the word woman to actually represent myself in any other argument, I'm not letting it being reduced to female emotions. And that's where this voice has evolved, right? That's where watching Benton has helped me understand that I was using it myself, but I also won't let anyone come in and be like, hey, woman, you're being too emotional, or hey, #MeToo bullshit. Right? Now, that being said, 3 women discussing anything with one man, unless he's actually seeking counsel of 3 women, I would say right there, it would feel like a #MeToo movement, because I think that there is an image out here. It's not just an image. I'm learning about that social dynamics of men amongst men, right? And understanding how something can feel to a man, right? So, you know, we're all sorting this out here, you know, getting to that place of being people and trying to figure out where do we sit beside each other? Where do we fit into each other as, you know, in a social dynamic as equals now? Where's the balance with our differences? And we all tend to still be trying to put that backwards. That's why I really loved the opportunity the other day when I don't know if it was, I can't remember who said it, but this idea that we're all out here espousing these family values to one another, and all of us are single with no children or single with children or have different kinds of families and stuff. We got to accept the fact that the romanticizing of the past to try and put or even explain our behaviors now, I think it's a little bit archaic. You know, we're in this, where we are now. We need to start now and figure out what's going on, trying to force people back into some sort of ancient.
Well, sorry to cut you off. Yeah, that shit's over with. Can we just face the reality? That shit's over with. It's just done.
Yeah.
The whole, it's just done. It doesn't exist anymore for the most part.
And did it dissolve because of Tavistock, or were we actually willing to have it dissolved because it was over controlled in the first place, right?
Well, it's because nobody chose it, and that was the programming, the Ozzy and Harriet programming. But people have a wrong view that is just, people were better and chose that as a superior way of life. No, that's not what happened. They were programmed to live that way, so they live that way. It's that simple.
And if they didn't choose the program, then they weren't probably naturally living that way in the first place. Like, were people always cohabitating and having children just together? I don't think so. You know?
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I'm speaking on a mass scale. Obviously, there's always been exceptions, certainly.
That's why I go back to that the peacock analogy. You know, where pair bonding does not imply that the eggs in the nest belong to the parents that they're sitting on. And they only studied, I think they only studied paternal lineage. If they were studying maternal lineage, you might find in peacocks, some of the women weren't even laying the eggs they were sitting on. The men were sitting on, for all I know, which would support that there's a lot of men and women in a peacock society that don't breed at all, right? But still help rear the young. Basically, in peacocks, you guys, in a community of peacocks, the majority of the babies are born to the male peacocks with the most eyes in their feathers. So the pair bonding didn't imply monogamy. And I know people say, well, we're not animals. I know that. I'm totally involved with that. But I do know that even in scriptural, the animals were here to teach us stuff about ourselves as well. Not that I'm even necessarily coming into it from a religious angle. I just know for me, having belief in something is trusting my own innate understanding that I have purpose, a big purpose, and that big purpose is no greater than anybody else's purpose. So that's the simplest way that I can put where my faith comes from. Something in my bones saying I'm more important than a dog. I'm more important than this system's designed for me to actually even excel in. And without being arrogant, humility can be raising everybody to the level that you want to be at, rather than lowering yourself to the lowest of lows. You can just pick someone up from where they are and say, you're as good as I am right now, my brother. You know, everything's as it should be. So, yeah. What's going on down here in the chat, friends? Lots of stuff. Oh. Interesting. Michael Stevens says that's why here men can call each other putas because it can't bother us dudes. That's hilarious. I lived in Mexico for a year, Michael. And I understand Spanish puta means, well, technically it means slut. But actually, I have a funny story about that. When I lived in Mexico, we were told by the Rotary Club to keep a diary and keep all our biggest feelings in our diary, because if you wrote home too much about homesickness and not about the exciting things that were happening to you, people would worry about you. And yet if you told the people where you were living that you were unhappy and homesick, you would make them feel like they were unwelcoming. So we were advised before we went on our Rotary Exchange program, we had some conferences and stuff where they would explain different things to us. Like they'd let you know you probably gain 20 pounds no matter where you go. But anyways, I didn't have a good relationship with my first host mother. She was very special. She was rare, especial, rara. even a sangrona, right? Which is what bitch technically means. It actually means bleeder, sangrona, right? So when she actually was so suspicious of me, I was on the phone all the time, and she had every room in her house locked. Like, this is a woman who shouldn't have taken a stranger into her house. She was so paranoid and such a special woman. And as I learned Spanish, because I was completely, I didn't know any words when I got there. As I learned Spanish and learned to communicate with people, you could tell the other mothers in the neighborhood were concerned for me living in this woman's home. Well, flash forward to actually finally getting out of there, demanding from my Rotarian counselor that I get out of there. I moved into my new family like 2 days before Christmas, which looked really bad on this rare and special woman, all about image down there. And a few months later, I was at a conference, and actually, it might have even been by the time I got home to Canada. It doesn't matter. There were 2 other kids that were from my own hometown in Kelowna, that actually were on the same Rotary exchange program to the same district in Mexico. So I hit a point where I came across with this guy named Jim, who was also from Kelowna, and he had come across my diary, photocopied and translated across the desk of his host father in a different town. He was the president of the Rotary Exchange Council. Anyways, this first woman had photocopied my diary, had it translated, and then continued to live with me unbeknownst to me. And the issue that ended up happening there is I'd called her a bitch so many times in my diary that someone had translated it as a slut instead of a sangrona. And because of that, this very modest, pious Catholic woman had made my life a living hell, right? All because of a mistranslation of the word bitch to slut instead of bitch to sangrona, just to tie it back around. Now, that was probably a long-winded way of, a much longer way of telling the story. Come back another time, see me tell it 3 or 4 times in my YouTube career, and it will only get better. But yeah, the reaction people can have to one word is really where that all ties in, whether in any language. I don't know if anyone here has any experience in sounds as well across languages. Like up here, a shave and a haircut, 2 bits, right? Dun, 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 dun. Up here, that's just a happy way of knocking on someone's door. Like, it's just a way of continuing a jingle through time. In Mexico, if you dun, 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 dun on someone's door, or with your horn, like, you're starting a fight, okay? You're starting a big fight, because that means chingada madre cabron, which means fuck your mother, asshole. That's what that means. And when I got to Mexico and I went to my friend's house to visit for the first time, I knocked on the door, dun, 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 dun. Well, I'll tell you, men came to the door, flew that door open, like all postured against me. Conveniently, they were about my size. Again, which would have been intimidating if they were bigger, is what I'm trying to say. And we had a little laugh. So, what else? Where was I going to go with that? On another side note, do you guys know that some animals make really interesting sounds in other languages? Like a cow in most languages says the same thing. A cat in most languages says the same thing. In fact, in like Chinese, the word for cat sounds like meow. But I'll tell you, the best is if you ever have a chance to ask people what a rooster says. I remember the first time someone was pointing at a rooster and saying in Mexico, making its noise, "Oh, the rooster woke us up. Kikidi-kee." I was like, kikidi-kee? The fuck is that wimpy noise for a rooster? A rooster's a cock, right? Like, it's not a fucking chickadee, okay? It's not a chickadee. So we've got like cock-a-doodle-doo, right? That sounds like fucking, what a rooster should say, what the morning announcement of fertility and good breakfast and whatever, cock-a-doodle-doo. But no, in Spanish, it's kikidi-kee. And chicks say pew pew instead of chirp chirp, which I like a lot more. But then I started asking people. I think I've only got the Japanese one now. Japanese rooster says kokoroko, kokoroko, kokoroku. Very gentle sounding. So it's just funny. Amusing to me to find out that animals say different things in other languages. There was something else. Oh, which reminds me, do you guys know the difference between a girl on the street, a rooster, and a girl on the street? One says cock-a-doodle-doo, and the other says any cock'll do. I didn't write that one. I never tell jokes like that. I never wrote jokes like that. Oh, I'm getting kicked off. Oh, I was censored. Benton, can you hear me?
Yeah, it was a misclick. You're still here.
Okay, that's okay. Oh, I can still be heard. I just can't see my own avatar. That's cool. I was like, don't tell bad other people's jokes. But on that same note, do you guys know the difference between, just because I'm here, I can. Do you guys know the difference between a girl, a girl in church and a girl in the bathtub? One has hope in her soul and the other has soap in her hole. Okay, enough of that. I won't tell any more other people's bad jokes, okay? That's the beauty of those kinds of jokes, though. If you don't like them, I know I didn't write them, so I'll know I won't use them again. Okay, enough wordplay. What's another thing? Roosters. Talking about, censorship. Yeah, so fuck that censorship stuff. Seriously. Don't fuck it down here so that people can't actually have their videos stay up, but it really is ridiculous. Do you guys find that when you leave the metaverse and go out into the real verse now and you're out there in the store talking about the jibbity jab or whatever, and you use the word like jibbity jab, and people are like, what the hell is wrong with you? Right? It's, you look like you're, anyways. Yeah, try to keep the hobo code to the metaverse and use the real words out there in the real verse. And then I guess in the flip side, if you're going to use the big censored words like the R word, like retard, cunt, and nigger, right? Then maybe don't say those out in public and say those ones down in here. But people should get comfortable with that. I hate that. Okay. That kind of all those intersectionalism. You guys know that's what that's called, right? That's what that's called. Intersectionality, intersectionalism. That's what they were teaching, right? That's what has you have in the middle of the prairies at the University of whatever, in the middle of the prairies here in Canada, you've got a class of you've got a school of 1,000 people, and you've got, a bunch of, transgendered people. LGBTQ is throwing the BLM meeting, and there's all the same people are there, right? There's no people of color anywhere to be found, but there's a bunch of people sitting around having an advocacy meeting for people who aren't there, which is, I guess, where, that's where that comes, that voiceless, that voice for the voiceless victims, right? That's where that intersectionality comes from, So I've just decided, I know, just so you know, I recently had you guys may not know, but in my philosophy of things, I think death is a program running on us. If a lot of people believe our life expectancy has been shortened from 1,000 years or so to 120 years. And if you're willing to hold that to be true, whether you see it from a science aspect with a higher oxygen count or a higher, bigger canopy or whatever, that supports life longer, a purer air, I guess is what people are trying to say, or whether you see it from a biblical perspective. A lot of people believed we lived here longer. So I just extrapolate that out to infinity, right? So if you can run a 120-year death program on a 1,000-year being, you can run a 1,000-year death program on a 10,000-year being. You can run a 10,000-year death program on a fucking 100,000-year, and so on into infinity. So just trust that I have this ability to sort of understand that maybe we were immortal, maybe we are immortal, and we've been convinced we're mortal. And so when I go far enough down into that theory, I want people to understand that I am gaslighting everybody who's ever been killed by anything ever. Okay, so that might be why it's easy for people to think they need to be the voice for the victim, the voice of the victim, Yeah, the voice for the voiceless. That's what I'm trying to say. I probably said voice for the victimless earlier. I meant people being the voice of the voiceless. I respect it, but I also understand it comes from that intersectionalism. And I just, what would be the opposite of intersectionalism? With my death is a program running, and we're not supposed to die, and I believe that. I just gaslit every person ever died. So now come at me with the voice, the victim, be with the voice for the voiceless, okay? Because that's everybody ever and everybody, right? So it's like bring Joan of Arc to me and tell me that I'm being rude to Joan of Arc or whoever the fuck. Anyways, I'm ready. I'm bringing it on. I'll gaslight anybody. You want me to gaslight you? Anyways, I'm being facetious, okay? It sucks to be gaslit personally, but I don't think people can speak for the gaslighting of other people. Right? Write a fucking university thesis about it. Go to school. Tell somebody who cares. Keith Highly Suspect says, we came here to die. Speak for yourself, my brother. I'm integrating this spirit into this avatar like there's no tomorrow. I'm holding on to that philosophy so strong, I smoke my brains out and eat McDonald's regularly, right? I challenge God to kill me, okay? Take me now. Right? Nope, not going to do it. Okay? Not going to do it. I'm his own little petri dish, and he finds me to be quite unique. Okay? In my opinion, I can't speak for the guy. Okay? But, I can speak for myself through myself about what I think he would be saying. No problem. I'm not religious enough to consider it blasphemous. Morgan Tristram says we are mortal for only a limited time. But I'll just say, as people who question everything, trained to question everything, the inability to actually even want to question what I'm saying, I find interesting. It's like the deepest part of our program. Everything, all our fear hinges on the idea we're going to die. Our entire belief systems hinge on this understanding there's more to us than this spirit in this body. That's what we believe because of death, right? If we didn't even know that death occurred, we would only believe we are what we are, and the spirit and the body would be whole. So it's this idea of this carnal dip, this spiritual dip into a carnal pool for some lesson that goes nowhere. To go back out to spirit doesn't make sense to me. We're leveling up, friends. We got to take a page from the video game world, right? Is there any video game where the ghost of something dips down into Pac-Man to go back up to the ghost? Wrong analogy, because it always does come back a ghost. But the ghost doesn't become Pac-Man to go back to being a ghost, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Now, we don't know what happens with Pac-Man, okay? They didn't make a Pac-Man 2.0, but I'm sure there's not a video game out there where you level up and you go back to the number one avatar you had, right? So if this is a number 2 avatar to our number 1 avatar, to the spirit, this is number 2. Then number 3 involves both the aspects of number 1 and number 2, not just number 1. And now I sound like I'm talking about bowel movements or something. But I'm trying to say your first character's avatar, whether it was just spiritual with no physical flesh, now your spiritual avatar's in a physical flesh. You think next level is back to level number 1 avatar? No. Okay, we gotta revisit that, and I won't believe it. So there's people out here in these streets that actually believe something different. They think they're going to level up to a different dimension. But if the next dimension doesn't involve the carnal, then do you think that we were demoted back to the carnal flesh and we were carnal once before? Because it doesn't make any sense to me to give someone and that's where people are like, no, this is a punishment system, right? Well, if this is a prison system or a punished place for spirits, okay, it's a beautiful place. Hallelujah for that. Secondly, I don't care. Maybe this is like something you guys can point out for me. Then what am I being punished for, right? What did I come in here, such a sweet, kind, naive spirit, to be punished for? If I'm a part of a punitive system, then I have to believe that I came here to help the people trapped in this prison system, not to,
By the way,
wait, you're bogging?
I can answer this because you're in the place where all the spirits, for whatever reason, tend to create a nightmare dystopia and then live in it. And if I'm willing to accept that I am the society, and in fact I am creating this on some level, we're all creating this thing to some small degree and then living in it, and that's just what's happening here as far as I can tell. But those are my opinions. Please continue.
Yeah.
I'm loving what you're doing here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Well, and then if we were willing to do that and create that atmosphere for ourselves, doesn't it make sense that we can look up at these bored oligarchs, right? That we seem to sit in judgment of, like they're different than us just because they have bigger bank accounts, right? Like they made this system for us to exist.
They are different. They're beyond redemption. We can be redeemed. They can't.
They can't.
And they know it. They know they're beyond redemption, so they're serving their master, and their master is well pleased.
I see what you're saying. And so the temptation here in this system is to degrade yourself to the point of being beyond redemption, perhaps, right? So what I'm saying there is the system, as much as it's, some people see it as a soul trap recycling system, that's also an assumption based on the life-death cycle as we've been presented. But my point is that if that is the case, and that is a system we were born into, to play the game, then wouldn't it be that either you go full on debauchery and you stay here in this system beyond redemption forever, or that you actually learn to resist the temptation to a certain extent, because it's still a pretty debaucherous system. You can do a lot of things and be forgiven for them. There's, I think, from what I understand, in essence, it comes down to taking life and harming children that are the things that become beyond redemption. I don't even think hoarding wealth, if you're not doing those things, is as sinful as it's claimed to be. But I don't think you get to hoard wealth in this system unless you do involve yourself in business that involves having blood on your hands. So as much as people might want to talk about the rituals and stuff that we think we know about, I try to keep it in what's observable to me and understand that if you're way, way up there in that stock market, likely you have, stocks invested in Pornhub or stocks invested in a war machine that puts blood on your hands, regardless of what's happening in the basements of the world of bored people with lots of money who may actually have so much disrespect for life that they do things with people that is abhorrent and abominable and beyond what something I could have imagined before 2020, when I started learning about some of the things they claim are happening. And I've seen enough movies in the world where, people are hunting other people, or people are holding other people, all these horror and terror movies that do support that there are people like that. So I don't know what you guys think. I don't know if you guys think that that's part of the part of the system here is, are we being tested to see how far down, how debaucherous we will get, and will we cross that line? Or could it be that, just by existing and doing nothing about it, right? By existing and only talking on YouTube about, things, are we not doing enough, right? Is it the other way around? We're supposed to try and resist the system, show them what we don't accept about it as people who don't want to see, at bare minimum, people being killed or children being harmed. And any two consenting adults engaging in anything they want to do is something we want to liberate. I don't know. I know for me, I don't get tempted by, my brain won't let me wish harm on anyone. It doesn't matter how angry I get. I've tried I don't want to be in I don't want to make everything a thought experiment. I don't want everything to be able to be pondered for myself. And I think that is a level of mental discipline that I can understand and respect other people, especially men, for instance, because I don't want to be at the forefront of protecting my home. So if we're in a situation in the world where we know people can take lives, I do believe that's where, there is I'm going to chalk it up to gender differences, because I, as a woman, don't want to be at the forefront of the military line, but there's lots of women that are willing to go to bat. So maybe that's the difference between someone who wants to be a mom and someone who doesn't, or somebody who, no, that's even maternal. But again, I don't want to get into it too much. We are in this world where all of that is what we do. So, but for me, I believe that I can leave the idea of punishment and protection up to essentially my to the men, right, that represent as a whole and as a collective the someone I might marry, right? So if
wait a
men
minute,
have
Beck, you used to be able to do that. Now there's not enough men, unfortunately. You got to mostly males these days. Remember, man's a status, and I'm not trying to brag. It's just that I'm actually a man. So if I'm in my bed with my woman and the glass breaks downstairs at 2 a.m, she calls 911 while I go downstairs and face my potential demise. And I want to go downstairs and confront whoever thinks they.
Exactly.
Oh, you think you're bad enough to invade my home? Good luck, partner. That's a man.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying, right? So I can't sit here. I don't want to sit here and try and convince you not to react like that. You see what I mean? I'm not a, in that situation, I'm not a all lives matter, right?
You couldn't stop me, but what I'm saying is there's not, whatever that is, there's no longer enough of those to go around.
Yeah, I hear that. But on that same note, there's not a lot of women like myself that would actually be saying, hey, yes, let's support that violent streak, let's say, or that willingness to be violent. Let's support that in our men so that in case we need protection, we've got men to do that, right? There's too many women around.
That's not me being violent. That's them forcing me to be violent. And much
That's
like
what I
you
meant.
said, when I've been physically attacked in the streets, I don't ever respond with violence because I can just leave. I always defend myself, but I'm not defending the sidewalk of the town. But if somebody invades my home, I now have no they left me with no alternative but violence. They did that. I didn't do that.
Exactly. And that's what I meant, like supporting the idea that it's okay to have violent reactions. Like, and I mean, in one's mind, it's okay to continue those thoughts. I dated a guy in university, a very, very slim, pale, non-violent man. Right. Like, I don't think he could have defended, and he probably was a male actually, but he couldn't have defended anyone if he wanted to. But he actually had the testosteronal impulses like in his brain, when he was under threat and his fight or flight reaction was being challenged. He had images of violence in his head, right? He had the willingness to protect, it was a innate reaction, whether he acted on it or not. And probably that is the repressed, if I think about him in specific and the way he was very lightweight, very, he didn't get enough sun. He didn't eat properly for a vegan. He was allergic to all sorts of things. He consumed books like crazy, which was amazing, right? But he had a bit of an eating disorder. And, so maybe the fact that he had, if someone pissed him off, he would have like really violent images in his head happen, right? But he would never act on them. He would just use his words. And, I think maybe in essence, telling me about these violent images that he'd have, I always saw it as an opportunity to respect the control that men have, but when I think about him and maybe his images were even more violent because he hadn't sort of allowed himself to integrate his masculinity. He was trying too hard to be the feminine, gentle guy, like, I don't know, there's something to this repression that we put, that he put on himself, that we put on each other, perhaps. Or maybe it's just that he didn't have the actually didn't have the physicality to support those kinds of thoughts. And maybe they're just repressed by his body type. I don't know. But my point is that he shared those with me. It was one of the first times I understood that there's things that go on in men's brains that I don't want to change, if that makes sense, because that's where that protection comes from. But maybe intersectionality started long before they put it in as a concept, and that already in the intersectionalism of trying to make men and women equal instead of balanced, that's where we've fallen short. And in essence, the system itself doesn't make enough women out of women, men out of. I know that it's a little bit different when it comes to women and status, but I do know that there is a level of immaturity. Then we'll call it immaturity amongst women. That's what I would call it, because you're not willing to mature past the doctrine that's been given to you. But I don't know. Okay, what's the crowd saying down here? I know you guys are kind of like, some people are waning or something else is happening out there in the metaverse. I can belabor points, you guys. It's in the Asperger's realm or autism realm. It's actually called info dumping. A lot of ADHD people do it as well. So you kind of want to share everything you know about something, not because you're trying to over-inform someone. It actually comes from a sense of justice, a sense of fairness, a sense of trying to show you that I may not have a bias, or if I had a bias coming to my conclusion, I'm sharing all the information I went through to get there, and probably sometimes belaboring a point, maybe even all the time belaboring a point. Let's see. Isabella Live 2.0 says, it will drive you mad to understand you can't hide from. I'm not being weird here, but a man knows what you do and what you did. He didn't want to, but they were all going to do it to you, so still. I'm not sure I understand that, but I would say not every man knows what every woman's doing. But maybe if I take that from that male to man aspect that Benton talks on here, then can men read women well, or can men read people well? It would make sense to me that there is an aspect to becoming a man, right? And being a man that involves observation. And then when, people are intimately involved with one another, be it in a friendship, in a friendship is one thing, you get, you're in tune. When you're physically intimately involved with someone, you actually do, I believe you do start connecting on a psychic level. And that's how people can know when it's even why more, it's not just reading your mate well. You've actually, you've integrated your energetic system somehow. Left a piece of your, maybe it's leaving a piece of yourself in somebody else, and absorbing a piece of someone else too. Not to be so explicit, but that is what happens when people exchange bodily fluids. Okay, so Isabella 2.0, Live 2.0 says, that is what men do who are not actively serving the Lord mindfully. Understand that there is no way you are not involved in the killing and lying and systemic enslavement into the lie. A man is real. Interesting. So Michael Stevens says, I found when I stopped giving a care, everything falls in place sometimes. It's very true, Michael Steven. And that was my biggest lesson of yesterday, like especially out here in these YouTube streets. Even as I was out the other day, spurging off, right? Spurging off about the hypocrisies of, say somebody being willing to speak for the unborn life of somebody, but the same person to be so willing to disrespect the body of that unborn life in the language they were using to describe it. It was too much for me. That's my issue. But that's just me pointing out a hypocrisy and being offended by the vulgarity of somebody else's language, right? Like, what I've learned out here is like, just like out in the real verse, like if anything, what I learned the other day after I'd fucking got all this shit off my chest was, in the end, trying to have a discussion with a fellow content creator that was going nowhere. In the end, we just learned, you do you, boo, right? You do you, boo, right? I'll do me, right? There's going to be people that like me and people that hate me. There's going to be people that say I said something great and somebody says I could have said it better. I like that I could have said it better almost all the time, especially with someone who belabors points and uses way too much words. But if we were sitting here and watch the evolution of Bex on YouTube by just starting, with her first appearance somewhere and, her middle appearance somewhere where she might be smoking a lot of weed and just hypothesizing with anybody and being super free speaker, to the point of a few weeks ago where, I realized like I want focus, right? I want to focus my brain on something. I was already coming back to center on a lot of the propaganda, you guys. We've been brainwashed with the counter propaganda. We have to start sifting through what we think we know because it's all printed in the same publishing houses. And rather than looking for if we're not a buried earth, or if we're not on a flat earth, or if there is no trans agenda, then what is it, right? What is it? Right. And that's why I try to present on my channel, or even to anywhere else I go around. I try and present really simply other explanations for what it is that they do to us, considering we tend to do it to each other just as much as whatever it is that we claim they are doing to us, right? Lying, telling half stories, not being honest with ourselves and each other, competing in a quote unquote capital system to step on each other's necks to get somewhere. You know, it's like anything we accuse the elite doing, we tend to mimic it and do it. And they don't even have to do stuff to us. We police each other. I've seen it down in here. Someone, you know, people trying to tell me that I had some agenda with my channel I have to adhere to or something like that. You know, it's like we all have the right to do whatever the fuck we want, but yet we're still always controlled by a framework of whatever's, you know, by that framework that we've been presented or by the system itself. And what I'm trying to say is that even our own understanding of things can kind of keep us trapped in something, you know, like we suddenly have this theory that, you know, words are a spellcasting language and ergo we can't say good morning to each other anymore. It's evil, right? I am not, you know, there's numbers out there that mean more than something else. And yeah, they can, but people have shown already that if you see things as good luck numbers, to some people, 11 is a good luck number. They see it everywhere. There's people out there who've made entire videos of 11 being a bad luck number, and it's tied to evil spirits, right? So how can one person experience the number 11 as a good number and other people see it as a bad number? Again, the spell in that is the misunderstanding, I think, right, of something having control over you. What has control over you is your understanding of something, in my opinion. So,
oh, by the way, if you're familiar with voodoo or Santeria, that stuff absolutely is real, but it's only real for the people who believe it, who grew up believing in it. It doesn't work on me because I don't believe in that shit. But if I was from Cuba or somewhere and I grew up with everybody else believing in Santeria, of course it works. If I believe I'm cursed, I'm cursed. That's just how it works.
Exactly. And that's where people understand there's a placebo effect, but there's also the nocebo effect. And really, when you stand back and look at the understanding of what the placebo effect is often the power of suggestion manifesting. You know, if somebody's got basically a lot of times in scientific studies where people have been given a medicine, and then there's people taking the pill where they think it's the medicine, but it's not the medicine. That's the placebo pill they're getting. A lot of times those people respond as positively, if not more positively, than the people who took the medication. And that's one of that is a placebo effect. That's what most people see the placebo effect as being. But there's also the nocebo effect, which I'd have to look into what it is. But do you know what the nocebo effect is, Benton? You still walking?
No, I was just going to say that I've known for a long time that half the reason all these herbs and supplements work for me is that I strongly believe that they're going to work. And I don't care if it's half of it's the placebo effect, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. I just want the stuff to work. Yeah.
Well, and that's where I've said for a long time that the power, the people have to go see a healer in what they're giving you, then it's not going to have the effect that it needs to have on you. Right. So, and that's why I think a lot of people stay away from allopathic medicine who don't believe in it. It's just inherently, how could you help me if I don't believe in you? Right. Or I guess what I'm trying to say is they don't discredit the entire system, but they definitely, a lot of people believe that medicine could be as harmful as it could be helpful. And
well,
ergo,
and I want to jump in real quick on chiropractors. Most of them are quacks and they'll make you worse, or best case scenario, the person doesn't improve. But a chiropractor who actually is an expert at their craft, I've been to one and he's just fucking awesome. And how I knew is that eventually I didn't have to go back. And it's been years and that problem is still resolved. But somebody like Aphrodite would probably just doesn't believe it's possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
But of course it's possible. It's just that, yeah, most of them stink. I had to go to like 10 before I found the one who could help me.
Mm-hmm. I'd never been to a chiropractor before, and I can't remember what had me going to the chiropractor just before I got married. But I'd never shown a very positive, according to science alone, it seemed I wasn't very fertile, let's say. Now, that being said, I've had discussions before saying I think my body, self-corrected and wouldn't let me give birth to stupid children based on my own choices. I wasn't picking a good match is what I'm trying to say. And so, but I went to the chiropractor just before I got married, and And I ended up pregnant right after I got married. And you could joke that the chiropractor knocked me up. That's not true. But he was saying there was something in my pelvis that was really stiff and stuff. And he did some work in my pelvis, and I got pregnant within a couple months. So I would say if any women are having any fertility issues, then for sure seeing a chiropractor and checking to see if your hips are tight or something is something that I would do. But that lost the crowd there. Not fond of chiropractors.
Oh no, but I would go ahead and say they're right, because 90+% of all chiropractors are quacks. It's just, how does the person find the one who's really fucking good at it? That's the thing is, learning to sift through the ones who don't know what the heck they're doing, right? I eventually found one who's got to be some kind of a genius, and he was, the way he fixed my lower back was he had me lay flat on my stomach, and he positioned these blocks underneath my pelvis, and my own body weight adjusted itself. And so I was coming like once a week, and then eventually it was like once a month, and then it was like a few times a year, and then it was like, all right, man, well, probably you're good, so have a nice life.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I screw myself up. Like, that's a real thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I hear that. One of the signs, there's physical aspects of autism or Asperger's as well, that involve longer neck muscles of some sort, underdeveloped holding your head up muscles, that can actually reverberate down the spine in aspects that they're just looking into now. Definitely different back exercises to strengthen I don't know what they're called. They're the muscles that lie behind your traps.
Well, real quick. Keith is down there, and I think he's missing the point, highly suspect. My mind is so powerful that if a supplement will help my body to some extent, if I strongly believe that it's going to help me, it even magnifies it because of how powerful my mind is. That's just how that works. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's something with the idea of no amount of belief makes anything true. Yeah, I guess that's to each their own in how they understand what a belief is, I guess. To me, believe is what belief comes from. So I have so much faith that that I can manifest things, that a belief to me is in my mind, living something now that will be in the future because I hold it so true to me now. A belief isn't to me about the past, I guess. I don't know. I guess, I don't know. A belief is different to people with no faith, I think, because they need proof, right? So language loses a layer if you have no faith in being divinely created by something, in my opinion, right? Because you're looking for somebody to prove something. And then even then, if you're looking for proof, if that proof depends on somebody else proving it and showing you a video about it, or giving you a piece of paper, reading a document that's sort of signed, stamped, and sealed because it was published, then I think you're giving, you're putting a little bit too much trust in outside yourself. And now we're looking at, well, I can't be a geologist, I can't be a microbiologist, I can't be all these things verifying everything. I got to trust somebody, right? But if one thing we've learned that in this world is smoke and mirrors, man, can prove almost anything. So, what do you stand on if you're standing on simply the proof of somebody else, right? And now I know that's like, well, Bex, don't you believe in fucking anything? Right? It's like, no, I'm saying I'm willing to discern and flip through and understand that whatever somebody's saying about whatever microbiology, I'm not that interested in it, right? Like, but my point is that even if somebody shows me pictures of something on a slide, I'm still trusting that the camera took the picture and the guy, like, there's just, there's a lot of things I don't need to believe to trust in the expertise of. But if somebody tomorrow told me every microscope had it wrong, our whole system had it wrong, we've mislabeled this little thing in a cell, and look, voila, the physicists discovered that this part of the cell is something energetic or something, I would not be shocked, right? So whatever we discover to be true almost always has another layer of truth to it that actually can sometimes nullify our understanding of what we thought was true before. And so what the fuck is proof? You know, like proof is only as good as the model we're trying to prove until we realize that there's another framework that not even inside it, outside it, that can explain it better and actually show we had something kind of wrong, you know. Maybe I'm speaking too vaguely and using too many examples, but you know, they had a lot of proof for that germ in 2020. They had a lot of proof already for us. And once you've been shown someone's a liar, then, you know, that's when it starts getting into, are babies made the same inside a body as they're made in a petri dish? I can't be certain, right? I can't be certain when they're inside the system they're designed to be made in. There isn't more to it than is done in a petri dish. And maybe some babies that are made in a petri dish couldn't be made inside the body because they would be rejected, you know, not for being bad seeds, but for maybe being too augmented to be too good seeds, you know. Now that's saying that those babies can be put in a womb and grown. I'm not saying that because they would have been rejected by the body itself when it was made, do they not deserve legitimate life? No, I believe that in a world that's designed for creation, all things created are ergo blessed and deemed worthy of creation. Now, you know, people like even evil, well, obviously somewhere here it's got some fucking role here. So, you know, again, that's just my thoughts, though. Void says belief has been weaponized with Santa. Yeah. Oh, man, Santa. When I found out Santa and those guys weren't real, then my best friend, when I was 12 years old, woke up with a brain tumor, a benign brain tumor, and it was being irradiated. Luckily, I was living in a different town at the time, and I don't mean to make that about me, but I would not have been able to be capable of hanging out with my best friend while she, you know, quote unquote, didn't die, you know. She was having this benign tumor irradiated for the whole year that I lived away. And the few times I went back to visit my dad and visit my best friend, you know, it was really hard for me. You know, all these adults sitting around being like, she's going to be okay. It's benign. It's benign. They've got her wrapped up in a 80-year-old in a chair the last time I saw her. She just wanted to go play, but she had to play the role of, you know, appeasing the adults in her little chair. And we just hung out. Long story short of it is it took me until I was in my 40s to realize that those adults weren't lying to me about my best friend not dying, right? They were actually lying to themselves, right? But by lying to me about Santa Claus and then lying to me about my best friend dying, I really didn't trust a fucking thing any adult ever fucking said to me again, right? Which is kind of good for creating me as being a skeptic and a critic, but bad for my anti-authoritarian thing, because I thought they were definitely lying to me, like meaning to lie to me about her being okay. But they were, you know, adults can't handle that. And I understand it now. But yeah, it's that lying about Santa can really screw us up culturally for believing in what the people older than us have to say, I think. That's what I think. Highly Sussex says, what came out wrong? If you need faith, then you need to leave. You have no foundation of truth. Interesting. I find it really interesting. So I guess highly suspect you're not a religious man. That came out wrong. If you need faith, then you don't have evidence that something is true. I don't know. Let me know, Keith. I didn't know, but to me, you're coming across as someone who doesn't believe in God. That's fine if you don't. I just would like to know that because it puts in context your statements. Yeah, I appreciate all your comments, Isabella Live 2.0, but I can see that you're kind of chat bombing your information. I mean, again, no judgment in the bombing scenario there, but I can't keep just reading your preach out. You know, initially I was just responding it to from that male-female perspective, and I appreciate your faith and your willingness to share it with the crowd, but you know, I don't know if you're actually speaking. I don't know if anyone's actually reading what you're saying there. It seems to me like the people are countering it with their own faith, saying, "Hey, dude, that's not really what I believe." But that's cool. You know, that creates communication in the chat. Keith hasn't yet answered my question. He doesn't have to.
We call that engagement, Bex.
Engagement? Or when they engage with each other? No, my engagement, what I was just saying to Isabella Live 2.0.
It's a YouTube metric.
I see. Well, and I was going to say, I see. And with Isabella Live 2.0, I wasn't telling him to stop. I was just letting him know that I wasn't going to keep reading. I had started engaging with him and reading a couple, but I wasn't going to keep reading it because I didn't see it as being something that, was going over as well with the crowd or something that I could necessarily counter. He's very informed in his own belief system, and I appreciate lots of people have a similar one. So appreciate his voice. Didn't mean to sound like I didn't appreciate it. I just wanted to let him know I wasn't going to keep engaging that way myself personally. It just mostly because it's a lot to read, and I don't think I have the skill set to respond. Catch 22 says he believes man shouldn't play God, but where's the line? Yeah, so I'm assuming that comes down to petri dish stuff. Yeah, I've wondered where the line is, people getting their breasts augmented. Like, are we going to hit a point where people have breasts on their back, breasts on their arms, breasts wherever they want? Can they get a breast on their hip? That may be vulgar to express, but I'm just saying like where do we draw the line? Is there a line, or can people with enough money and the right surgeon, do whatever they want? And on that note, what people are doing in labs around the world, has there ever been ethics, right? Or have they always just put forth the idea that they can have ethics and then gone somewhere to some island that where they don't need to because it's deemed supranational, right? Like, is that what's happening on Antarctica since all the nations have treaties there? Again, I'm not positing new conspiracy theories. I'm just saying the idea of being a Canadian or a North American or even under the UN, right, in some ways had us believing that because people are running around doing quote unquote aid work or whatever, or being quote unquote peace troopers, when you don't really look into what these people are, what that means, then you kind of assume people are going around being sort of like kind crusaders. I know that sounds really naive, but I really did think that as a Canadian or a North American who represented some sort of quote unquote ethics in science, ethics, they announced they clone a cow, but they won't clone humans, stuff like that. You kind of believe it, right? At least I did at the time it was being presented. So there's an aspect of that has you not understand that just the moment they announced they weren't doing it here didn't mean they weren't actually announcing that they were actually, by not saying we're not doing it anywhere in the entire world, they were actually announcing that it's just something that can be done, has been done, will continue to be done, just not here. And then when you look at the idea that, the Americans can have no involvement with Cuba from the outsides, but they have Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, doesn't that mean that even on American land, you could have an area of land that isn't deemed to be America that you don't even know? And in that space, in that American land, now you've got the island of Dr. Moreau being done, but ethically it's not being done in America because it's being done in a, someone's... in some land that's been deemed extra supranational or whatever, outside of America, inside of America. So we, it's just interesting. I think that it must come with the advent of the World Wide Web that allows us to really extrapolate how big the world is. And prior to the internet, we might not have really even had the capacity to understand. Not even with the internet. It would take the internet and us all using it to actually start to understand how big the world always has been. It didn't grow just because we learned about each other, started connecting more with each other. So, I think it was easier when you just put announcements like that in print, like, oh, Dolly the cow is, she survives, it worked, look what we did, voila, and following Dolly the cow the whole time. It didn't have us actually even understanding that, we didn't have the capacity to understand what that meant at that time. I'm sure there were bright, open-minded people, well-learned, traveled people, even, poor people with open minds that could have seen how how much that meant right at that announcement, that could see right there as Dolly as Dolly the lamb, did I call her a cow? As Dolly the lamb, was announced to the world, there were probably lots of people that right there were like, uh-oh, just like as we started moving into different kinds of levels of public displays of affection. From the moment public displays of affection started happening, I'm sure there were people that saw that we'd be all, even just as heterosexual people, public displays of affection led all the way to the rainbow flag of now. And I'm saying that not starting with the public displays of gay affection, because in most cultures that don't allow public displays of gay affection, they don't allow public displays of heterosexual affection either. I don't think people realize that. Again, I'm not trying to get into some big global talk of, how the Western world is debaucherous compared to other aspects of the world. That's not what I'm saying. Dolly, I know Dolly was a sheep. Lamb. A lamb is a sheep, isn't it? Grows into a sheep. Yeah, I'm sorry if I was calling it Dolly the cow. It felt good though. Maybe it has to do with Dolly Parton being a cowgirl. But speaking of augmented people, speaking of beautifully augmented people, well, according to some. So I didn't mean, Dolly the lamb. Can't go back and change it now. Uh-oh, there's that Bex is so dumb. She doesn't even know the difference between a cow and a lamb.
Yeah, but
Sorry?
to bring it to truther terms, it's a rap on Dolly Parton because she sung vaccine, remember, instead of Jolene.
Oh, did she sing that?
Yeah, she sang Jolene, but she replaced Jolene with vaccine.
Really?
Really.
And that was since 2020?
That was during the fake pandemic.
Yeah. So she got on board with that. Big time.
She did, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course she did. Of course she did.
She's completely discredited now.
Well, she should have been discredited from the moment she said her body was natural.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's beautifully augmented to considering that people are so drawn to it, but that's rib removal guaranteed to get a waist like that.
Yeah, I would imagine something's going on there.
Yeah, if not rib removal, then corset wearing since she was very, 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 very young, which is there's pain goes in all that. I mean, that's the one thing we got to understand, that people, when they augment their body, they go through a lot. They risk death to do it, actually.
Yeah, definitely.
Just being knocked out.
Person's mom died from an elective surgery. I think it was Kanye's mom or something died during elective surgery.
Mm-hmm. My best friend's mom passed too. And actually, as a result, up here in Canada, it was as a result of not being given blood thinners after a knee surgery. And, in the States, you might see that was sued for. But up here in Canada, it's like you can't. That's one of the downfalls of social health care. You probably could if you really pushed it, but are you going to win? No, not likely. So nobody takes it on. Just a human error.
That Aaron Hernandez, the football player in the United States who ended up going to prison for murder and then ended up committing, took himself out in prison. His dad died during some just normal routine surgery, passed away. It happens more than people realize.
Well, yeah. In fact, I think it's been shown that through alternative ways of looking at statistics, that allopathic medicine is one of the, treatments and surgeries and stuff like that is one of the leading causes of death.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That was a Bex made inference. I'd have to go
listening, so I'm not even really necessarily agreeing. I'm trying to do too much at one time. I just realized I forgot to get I was supposed to get something to separate the egg yolks from the egg whites, and I totally forgot, but that's all right. We're not going back. We're not going back. But I do find it hilarious, Bex, that so many people are just automatons and they just watch what everybody else is doing and then mimic it. But I'm such a bizarre, unconventional person. It's just they always get themselves into these hilarious situations because they try to do whatever I'm doing. If I happen to be like the only person observable, like whether it's the direction I pull into the parking lot, where I park, all of these things. So just walking out to my car, like completely fucked up what these people were doing because they just tried to go right for where I was, right? And then now they're having to, like, all the traffic patterns are out of whack. People are having to back up, and it's because I am thinking for myself, and I'm making choices based on my free thought, whether they're used to just doing what everybody else is doing. Well, I'm almost never doing what everybody else is doing.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Interesting observation. So it's almost like watching, I don't know if you've ever been around a lot of flies, that they kind of do this zigzag pattern, right? You know, you're just watching the flies do their thing, right? In comes some other insect. Anyways, I can just see like this idea of like, they're just doing things automatically, you know, and just the presence of that kind of magnetism, let's say, walking through, like it leaves a wake of like some sort of energy that just makes like those zigzagging flies just scatter. Right now, we're not talking
absolutely.
about yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, even just something as like I pull into the grocery store parking lot, and I'm going to get out of my car, but I'm not quite ready. But I know because I see a car coming behind me, I got to just throw my door open. Otherwise, they're going to park right next to me, even though there's a bazillion places to park.
Yeah.
And then when I throw my door open, now they're all confused and don't know what to do, and they end up parking on the other side of me. But whereas if their brain was working, they would say, "Oh, this person's just parked. They're probably about to open their driver's door. So I will park anywhere but the space just next to them on that side." But for some reason, they're powerfully attracted to doing that one thing. And it's a lot of it's just based on they're not there. They're not operating themselves. They're watching what I'm doing and they're trying to do what I'm doing. But I might be doing something very unconventional, such as when the little earbud thing, like the little cushion fell off of my earbud. So next thing you know, I'm in the store looking for them on the ground. Well, so I walk in the store and there's 3 people behind me. Well, I'm going to the register where I just checked out. Well, they're trying to follow me into the store, except I'm not in there to shop. I'm in there. I've returned to see where my item is.
Yeah. Did you find it?
And then I found it in the car, but that's not the point. The point is that now I'm standing there looking at people trying to come in through the outdoor, and I'm just like, "Hey, man, I'm doing a thing over here," and then I'm pointing to the main way you're supposed to come into the grocery store, saying, just go that way, like they're not even in their brain, they're not in their head, they're not in their body. Like they're not even people on that level. It's very strange, and I've been observing it for a long time. It's certainly gotten a lot worse. I don't know if anybody else is picking up what I'm putting down or not.
I can definitely visualize it, and I do understand it and appreciate it, although I never leave my house. So there
you go. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But and I'll be back in a few minutes. It's going to take me a little while to drag all this stuff out of the car, but then I'll be back.
Okay.
So I appreciate you holding it down, because if people if they're complaining or they go do other things, that's fine, because the only other alternative would have been I just shut it down. So you're keeping the broadcast going, so that's cool.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity.
I have to shop at some point,
Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah. And I wanted to take this opportunity to let Isabella Live 2.0 Morgan, I appreciate you. I hope I didn't single you out in any way, like talk to you like I didn't know you, or talk to the chat in front of everyone like I didn't know who Morgan is. What I appreciate most about Morgan, one of my favorite things, is when he sings his songs. It can be really nice.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. So, yeah. So I just didn't. Yeah. I love you too, Morgan. Oh, that's sweet.
Aww.
Okay. Good. So yes, Dolly is a lamb. Now I'm going back here. What's mindful exposures in nature? Lions have taken on fawns as their own. Interesting. I'm not surprised. I love it how I don't love it, but they like to make these observations of animals and refer them out to all the whole story of all the animals. So, I guess it's told that male lions will eat their young. It seems to be one of the things that people run out, justifying human behaviors. Not that humans would do that, but I'm just saying, like, ruthless human behaviors based on animals doing things worse or something, when in fact that that might have been just the lions being observed. And what if that observed lion was killing his young, so his son wasn't being observed by man? It's just interesting to me when even my peacock study, right? Even the peacock study is done on peacocks in captivity. Now I checked, the peacocks lived like wild peacocks. They had a lot of free range, but they're still captive peacocks. So, what if our life expectancy is 120 years because of how we choose to live in the system we live in, right? And you just can't, you can't live, and we don't even get anywhere near 120. But I keep that at the top because one of my best friends, well, one of my old friends, I should say, from high school, her aunt was one of the oldest people in Canada, just recently passed. I can't remember her name. It might have been like something like Dixie or Dolly. Dot, something like that, or Aunt Dottie. But she was she was one of the oldest people in Canada since she passed since 2020 as well. But she had hit 116, 117 around there. So my point being is, what if we actually could even, we're not even living our allocated years at 120. What if that's because we're buying into this enslavement system? And by the time we get to be in retirement and our bodies are withered out from the years we've been giving to the system, whether we were working for someone at minimum wage or whether we're being a tax collector for the government at the highest end of things, what if some of that extra life expectancy that someone has who may have more comforts is actually just simply because they actually made those choices to have a higher income? And yeah, they got 10 more years, but they still died at 82 instead of 120. And everyone's like, oh, no, that 120 is back from the Noah's flood time or whatever. That's just a further supporting that we're degrading down to 72, 82 year average. They told us the average life expectancy in Thailand was something in the 30s or 37, right? 37 or so, or 42. I can't remember, but I know that a friend of mine here in Canada went and married a woman in Thailand, and she was 37 and he was 70. And everyone said, oh, look at this man taking advantage of this woman. Well, it was a smart business decision on her part. She, at 37 years old in Thailand, was not planning on having children. And really, if she was going to live to her life expectancy in the poverty in which she lived, she had, again, I'm speculating here, but it's much lower than the Western world, right? So even if we say 55, even if I just pick 55, right? Here's this woman at 37 who, by marrying a 70-year-old man who spends more than half his time in Thailand, although on paper only half his time in Thailand, establishing a beautiful home in a village for a woman who had nothing, being judged by the world because he's taken advantage of this young woman. Or did she take advantage of him? Right? No, neither took advantage of each other. They actually were around the same age when they met, because actually he was in his 60s. But that being said, even as you try to articulate that to people, regardless of whether or not it was going to extend her life, people do you. But he actually has changed the life of that village just by taking the money he gets on a pension here and spending it there, providing. And now she has a house. She serves soup to the village. Everyone sees him as someone to respect. He feels good. And she probably will live into her 70s in Thailand with the comforts that have been provided for herself. She's provided for herself by marrying a man. She didn't even speak his language, right? So, we look at these things on the outset. That's where I would say that, our time is, I don't know how Benton puts it, but, my labor is my property. My labor is my property, right? So time is my time, and how I spend it is my property. Right now in a world.
Yeah. That's also me making a joke at people who don't understand Marxism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's straight up Karl Marx, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm. I'd have to look into it more to understand it, but I get it. I mean, I get that it's. I understand.
Well, yeah, Marxism is a workers' revolution.
Mm. That's the machine. The machine is oiled by the blood of its workers. I think that's one of the quotes out of Marxism.
Yeah, well, I haven't read all of it, but a lot of folks, it's sort of me making fun of the audience a little bit because they agree when I say that. Well, I don't think a lot of them understand that has a Marxist connotation, at least in part. But go ahead, please.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just that, I was just going to say, in addition to our time being our most valuable possession, which is inferred by that, statement, I guess, kind of mocking. Is it mocking or not? Anyways, that also so is our citizenship, kind of unfortunately and fortunately, depending on where you live. But in that exchange between my friend and his wife in Thailand, like, who's missing out there? Neither. Right. So they've exchanged that they've made a marriage that allows each other's citizenships to benefit each other. So he didn't just trust me. I'll bet you he would have loved to bring her back here for 6 months of the year and not fake documentation so that he could spend more time there than here. But ultimately, she can't live here. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like the temperature. She doesn't like the food. She wouldn't, she's miserable when she's here. She makes the most of it. She meets his family and enjoys to the best of her ability the opportunity to get to know us as Canadians. But if it were, up to her, she'd never come here again. Right. So here we have this scenario where most often people are thinking, oh, look at me in the Western world. Look what I have to offer. Let me I'll call out to the world for an immigrant wife, let's say, or immigrant husband. At least in that situation, you see that often it can go the other way. And I know there might be a lot of people that are like, of course, there's men that move to the Philippines and men that move to Thailand. And I'm sure women do it too, but I don't think that people really see in the economic scheme of things, people are still seeing that somehow it seems to be measured out that my boss in that scenario, my old friend, the old man, he was the one who had something to offer. When actually, even if he had his money is meager. Okay, he's not taking all his wealth from his income properties here over there. He's only taking his pension. And that's not great. And he's providing that kind of longevity for her. So my point is what she offers, right? And what he can buy there that depends on her marrying him is as valuable to him as what he brings to her. And I think we miss that mark a lot of the times when we look at things based on third world to first world comparisons. But enough of that. Where do we go next, friends? Where do we go next? I did see someone talking about Klausy down there. Jimbo Khan was saying Klaus said that private car ownership will make it gone in 10, 12 years. What I find interesting about Klaus saying that you will own nothing and be happy, he must be talking to the middle class and above. And even middle class is a bit of a myth at this point in time. So he's talking to landowners. He's not talking to anybody who doesn't own land. So even if he's making status about cars and stuff like that, or making statements about cars, I don't not believe you there, Jimbo. I know they have really expensive, a lot of places in the world, cars are very expensive. You are urged to use the public transit. A lot of those places have amazing public transit too. That's why cars are so taxed, is why Singapore is a good example. Singapore is a really interesting island nation, though. Like, people think that Singapore has been importing, for instance, all their own food for over 100 years, right? They don't grow food in Singapore. So and it's a city nation on an island, right? It's a huge city on an island. I know there's more to it than that, but essentially the main bulk of the population in Singapore all lives together in one city.
What Americans would probably find interesting is it's one of those places where they filter their wastewater. And as far as the Klaus Schwab stuff, that's stakeholder capitalism, and that's something that Machine Lies talks about quite a bit as well. But please continue.
Interesting. Thank you. Yeah, Singapore. I went to when I was in grad school. We had 80% Asian, 20% non-Asian population in my class, and I think we were about 30 students, 25, 30 students. So I went to grad school with a gentleman from Singapore. He's still a friend of mine to this day, and well, thanks to Facebook. But in Singapore, I didn't realize how his cars were so expensive, so expensive. And there's so many rules, you can't chew gum. One of the reasons you can't actually chew gum in Singapore is not just about cleanliness. It's about the fact that the subway system is so important. This is how he explained it to me anyway, that it actually has to do with waste and keeping things running smoothly. And yeah, it has something to do with just the idea of like, I don't know, gumming up the subway. I could be wrong there. He might have, now that I tell this story, he might have been telling me something I'm gullible to. Sometimes I know that when I'm retelling a story, is I was told something because people just knew that they'd get a laugh to themselves because they pulled on Beck's gullibility. Anyways, they have a lot of really interesting rules there. But my point is I was looking around the world at one point, searching for arable land, because people seem to think that, you know, these colonization occurred because there was like no more land, no more trees, no more something, which may have been the case due to disaster of some sort, but that doesn't seem to be the case looking at pictures of history. So I was thinking, why does Singapore import all its own food? It must be because they like Easter Island, they, you know, they populated themselves to the point of having no more land to grow food. Nope, not the case. There is arable land in Singapore. And maybe even I'm wrong. Maybe they have been growing some food, but for the population of Singapore to flourish the way it is, they depend on global food supply. So there's an example of when people are like, we need to tear down Monsanto, right? Well, if we tear down Monsanto, Singapore dies, okay? So we need to grow up and stop thinking that what got us here to this population, if not, you're no better than the globalists you talk against. You know, if you want to go back to the woods and small farming and stuff like that, well, then you need to have the blood of Singapore will be on your hands. And now everyone will be like, well, actually, you just told me that Singapore has arable land that they can grow food on. Yeah, probably not enough to feed themselves. You know, probably not enough to keep the variety of food they're used to. And then even if they did, even I would say, even if there was suddenly a global catastrophe where that they couldn't access the food of Monsanto, and they had to somehow form food in their own places. I've always said straight up and down the sides of the skyscrapers would be where you'd start growing, right? So I'm not a defeatist. I can always see a solution, but you know, this romanticizing of the past, like we can somehow go back there, is retarded. It's retarded. It's stunting to spend so much time looking backwards when forwards is the only direction we go. And we're all here now.
It's a progression, but you know, the reality is if enough folks chose to live differently, you know, there's a reason why Monsanto's able to become that powerful. It's through people's acquiescence and people's choices. That's the thing that people don't want. They don't want to accept their part in it necessarily. But the reality is, the way that people have lived is what's led to the way things are now. It's just how it is. I understand that from this point, if we outlaw Monsanto, I realize that that's going to have consequences. That's not even what I'm talking about. If enough people change the way they live over time, eventually there won't be a foothold for Monsanto to grab a hold of anymore.
Very
There's
true.
a reason why that foothold existed in the first place, right?
Yeah, very true. Because even Singapore would be willing to import small craft goods, I'm sure. Right? Like I'm just saying, like there's nothing to say that Singapore wouldn't be excited by importing the extra surplus of some product of some smaller company, right? That the infrastructure is there to still just be utilized in a way that doesn't depend on gigantic corporations. Yeah. But I appreciate you also pointing out that it wasn't organic, the generation of Monsanto. It didn't happen organically. Those farms were seized and revolutions were had, and they were impossible to win. And even I think it's still happening. I think it was the Netherlands. Was it the Netherlands or Germany that had all this stuff going on with the farmers? I mean, and all over the world in the last 4 years, there's been all sorts of chaos and in the farming industries that we've seen in the food production industries. Chaos has been happening somehow, right? And in such a gigantic aspect of the system, that's where it has to be, to me, it has to be seen either as an act of civil war, so that, you know, someone could say, oh, this plant, they're destroying our food supply. There was that baby formula shortage and stuff like that. You know, but I think that if we were in a civilized war, so civilized we wouldn't know we were in it, then they would be putting things in the newspaper, explaining them to be different than they are. You know, they wouldn't want to be like, oh, so and so, you know, this country burned down our food production, right? This country is seizing our land. No, they're not going to. I just don't think they tell us. I think we're actually at a stage where if we were, I do know we're at war and we don't even know it, right? We know there's a war on us from the globalists down, but I think there's way more infighting than we know. It could have started even here in Canada, for instance, when they opened up the global market for land. What if that wasn't a voluntary Canadian? What if none of those laws were changed voluntarily by the Canadian government? Right? What if already there was a gun to somebody's head in Australia, in Canada, in the United States saying, we're going to buy up, quote unquote, buy up your land? What if it was a banker's takeover? Right? Now, I already know, I believe the banks to be an oligopoly. I do not believe the banks in any way, shape, in the whole fucking world are separate. I think they operate just like the oil oligopolies. And they've had us believing that a credit union. Sorry?
If nobody's seen the movie Network recently, that came out in 1976 and basically explains that there are no nations, there are no peoples. It's just one holistic system of business. And, AT&T, Union Carbide, Exxon, Mobil, these were the corporations of the time. Those are the nations of the world, Mr. Bill.
Yeah.
And, I'm a big fan, not a fan, but I talk about Benito Mussolini's helicopter hand. As far as the state's concerned, everything is a state, including you and me. And now, I don't share that opinion, but the power structure seems to operate on those principles. But yeah, please continue.
Well, and 2020 seemed to be proof to really reinforce it. The at least the one world, one world reacting to one scenario altogether, to me showed how unified we already are, and the idea of a new world order is a joke. It's always been the same, or at least as long as we've been alive. So that's how I see that. But what else? Where can we go from Klausy? Klausy, anyone ever see the picture of him in his doily bikini and stuff on the beach? Anyone? Walking around with a dog collar on his neck and stuff. Again, I don't mean to yuck anyone's yum, but I really think that global leaders I'm personally of the mindset that I don't really want to know. I don't really want to know anyone's stuff that is none of my business, but, call me prude. I can have the conversation. See, once I've met you want to have a conversation about anything, so long as you're not directing it at me, especially, on a computer in public, out here on YouTube. I don't like getting into personal discussions where someone's starting to direct their attraction to me in the middle of the night. It seems bizarre. This isn't Tinder. This isn't live Tinder. Although I do have the opportunity in that case to swipe on their face and just get rid of them for fucking ever. I don't usually, because I understand we're all out here in social isolation. And sometimes I've engaged in conversations with men that are drinking, kind of unbeknownst to me. And that's usually when that's gotten that way. And as offended as I get in that scenario, thank God for the streakers that came across my channel to actually really offend me, for me to understand that, it's just a lonely person expressing their desire to be closer to a woman in that case. It just comes out a little bit Tinder-esque, and since I've never been on Tinder, I just, to me, it was just a little surprising, but, I engage in any conversation out here, and I can see why some people have, proffered themselves to me, if that's the right word, or offered themselves to me in some way, shape, or form, given the fact that I've engaged in a conversation about their all raw meat diet for 4 hours. No one's shown so much interest in them. No one's taken the.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I bought 2 dozen just eggs that have never been refrigerated. Can I just not refrigerate them, or do I need to put them in the fridge? I have no idea what to do, so I'm asking.
They were fresh from a farm?
I bought them at a fruit stand they've never been refrigerated.
Well, they're fine to go on your counter because they have not been pasteurized.
Well,
if that's
I understand
the right
all of that. I don't know how long they're good for.
But yeah, it depends on how long you're going to eat them. I'll bet you I can look, but I'm sure
they're good for.
In Mexico, they used to buy them like that and leave them on the counter.
All this. I'm saying I don't know how long they will keep is what I'm asking.
Yeah, then safest to put them in their fridge. It won't hurt them in the fridge. They'll stay as long as any other eggs would stay in the fridge.
Well, that's what I'm looking for because I have no
Yeah.
experience with the unrefrigerated eggs. So.
Yeah.
And in fact, I didn't start. I was over the age of 40 before I had my first egg. I know that sounds insane, but I was a very picky eater. So I'm only asking because I don't know. So, but thank you for the info. I appreciate it.
Yeah, put them in the fridge. I think it has to do with the temperature around you as well. So there'd be more variables to include in the equation about leaving them out.
Yeah, I'd rather just throw them in the fridge, I guess.
Yeah.
So appreciate it. I just didn't know, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's nice to we can't buy you can buy farm fresh eggs up here, but in the stores, I understand in the stores down there you guys can get unpasteurized eggs, fertilized eggs even in the stores in some cases. Not down here, not up here, not down here, up here, whatever. Not over here. Not so much. You can't get those things in the store. How much is a dozen eggs there? I wonder. He's not here anymore, so we'll find out after. But man, eggs have gotten expensive. They used to be the sort of cheap protein you could go to, but right now, looking at the price of things, that I don't know how I'd measure protein in an egg relative to some meat on the market, but it's definitely not my cheap go-to anymore. Yeah, they do. They police the eggs. Actually, the Canadian, we have very good meat standards. So, for instance, whatever it is that's passed in pork, and the reason pork has to be cooked so thoroughly so you don't get that parasite in the pork, we haven't had a case of that in over 100 years. Thank you, Jimbo Con. 6 grams per egg. I appreciate that. Yeah, so up here, for instance, we haven't had a case of that that parasite in pork for so long. You technically don't have to cook your pork all the way through. I know people would still to be safe because that parasite in pork can cause you to go mad later, I guess. But our meat standards are really good. Our dairy standards were always very good. They've recently formed like basically a amalgamation. Amalgamation.
Hey, I'm just going to cut. I'm
I
going to
don't
cut
know
up.
that very many dairies actually put out their own dairy anymore. They actually send it to a giant dairy distributor and they mix it all together. And now you're getting milk from all sorts of dairy farms. I'm sure they always did do that. Obviously, for even local dairy was done at 3 or 4 farms. But now we're looking at they ship milk in from the mainland and stuff. It's a huge dairy conglomerate that has them the dairy. So the dairy coming out. I don't know what that means or anything, but yeah, there's a lot of rules up here. You can't serve raw. You can't order your
Sorry, Bex. Hey,
Yeah.
real quick, I'm just going to cut up a watermelon, then I'll be back. But I do want to point out that
Okay.
Arkansas, actually, the world's foremost poultry research center is at the University of Arkansas. In this state, and this state has a ton of things like chicken farms and country folks. So we're just grandfathered in. It's not that we're allowed to sell unpasteurized things; they just do it anyway. It's just
I see.
It's been that way for so long. But the grocery stores don't sell them in that condition. It's just I went to a local business that's not going to be denied. They're not going to be told they can't sell these things, and the locals aren't going to accept that business being told it. You see what I'm saying? It is the attitudes to the locals does carry the day in a lot of ways. But I'll be back very quickly. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say on that note, you can't order in a restaurant how you want your hamburger cooked here, right? It is only cooked all the way through. There's no, which is interesting because we have a pho soup place, which people pronounce pho. It's a Vietnamese soup, which actually serves raw beef on the side that the soup comes so hot. You're supposed to drop the beef in and cook it in the soup how you want it. Now it's it's cut so thin, it'll cook so fast that just the strips on the edge of the bowl designed to be dumped in are already cooked thoroughly on the tips of the ends sticking in the soup. That being said, though, you could just pick that piece of meat up and eat it raw. You can go to fine dining restaurants that serve steak tartare now. So I think maybe you could actually have a restaurant that allows you to cook the meat partway through, but people still err on the side of caution because partially cooked meat is the problem, according to the food standards, and the fact that the hamburger itself is combined. The way that it's processed and brought is the reason why it's not allowed to be cooked raw, cooked partially through, but can be served raw. I don't know. Maybe there's standards on the steak tartare being ground right there in the restaurant. I've never looked into it. So now that, as much as I say they won't serve a medium rare or rare hamburger, they will serve steak tartare and raw meat on the side of soup. So that's interesting. Speaking of regulations, though, that was something that Benton just sparked some other thought in my head about that when he was saying that the farmers. Oh yeah, when I first moved to Victoria here on the island, on the weekends there was a people who had a huge garden just down the street here somewhere. I can't remember what street it was on the edge of. They had an old broken down Victorian home. This is in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was only on Saturdays and Sundays. On the weekends, they had this huge garden that they'd carved literally seats in the dirt into, and tables they'd prop out, and they had a rebellious brunch place where breakfast was quote unquote free by donation, and it was self-serve coffee, and it was only the one or two dishes, and you donated, I think, on your way in. But it was one of those rebellious, it was a restaurant running without regulations. They must have changed the regulations to shut them down. But I loved that. I've always loved when people find a way around the regulatory bodies, which I find interesting. Up here in Canada, if you're someone selling your food on Facebook Marketplace, like, lots of people can sell their food as people who've come from a different culture, right? So you want to buy pierogies, you want to buy empanadas, you want to try Nigerian food. Facebook Marketplace is a place where a lot of people could get caught by health inspectors doing things illegally. But I'll tell you, it's probably only the locals that get shut down. I've never tried it. I've always thought, why can they sell their empanadas, but I can't sell muffins? Maybe the only thing making me not able to sell muffins on Marketplace is the fact that I think the regulatory bodies are going to come knocking on my door. It's probably my own judgment, because I don't have a problem. I didn't mean to isolate a bunch of people who happen to come from different cultures that look differently from me. Actually, the pierogies aren't typically from a culture that looks different from me, but still, it's assumed because it's assumed by their food that they're immigrants and speak a second language, and ergo need the extra foot up, and Marketplace doesn't come heavily down on them. That's all my assumptions. I never actually tried to sell muffins on Marketplace or any other, Western food, let's say. But that being said, the only Caucasian people I see selling food on Marketplace typically that aren't immigrants, they are advertising for their regulated business. So I don't typically see people out there that aren't at least marketing themselves as an immigrant selling food to make extra money. So I guess maybe I just have to make some muffins and try and sell them on a Marketplace and see how that goes. See if the health body comes down on me, because actually you're allowed to get, in Canada here, we're allowed to sell food from our home, but it's, without being in a commercial kitchen, but you have to put in a grease trap. You have to do specific things. You have to set up your kitchen. You can't have any animals coming anywhere near, no cat hair, no dog hair. And the only kind of food you can produce without the proper grease trap in your kitchen is always vegan. So if you want to have a food business from home, it has to be vegan to get around all the other infrastructure you'd have to put in your house. And that's why most people who have home-based business make soap or makeup or lip gloss or something like that instead. It's just a lot easier to get around the regulations of the Food and Health Administration up here to have a business based at home. But we love our regulatory bodies up here, right? I mean, as soon as the regulatory body can be made, as soon as a committee can be made to regulate something, it is made, the committee's made, the regulatory body's made, and boom, suddenly midwifery is regulated, and everybody loves it, right? Because all like, oh, everybody follows the rules. And, and then actually in a lot of situations, regulations can actually minimize. Then now you're indoctrinating and educating midwives in education centers, and you're losing that experienced midwife who's never been educated. So just a thought. Hi, T4 lovers. Nice to see you again. So yeah, El Pistolero says makes you wonder why all the mom and pop shops got shut down. 2020 scam and the corpse ran rampant. You know, I can't remember who it was or what panel I was on when one of the chat members had actually gave us a link to one of their channels, to her channel, that had done a great expose on what a Titan is, what a modern day Titan is, and she'd shown sort of through history how these families had broken up, scattered, and come back together basically as corporate conglomerates. And that corporate conglomerates are the titans of today and may actually have always been, for all we know, the way the world, you know, how far the world could be from what we know it to be. That these titans and the body and the bodies that they represent together, yeah, that these corporations are the modern titans needing to be taken down or dissolved or whatever. But I'm trying to get myself out of, the more I hang out with Benton, the more I'm trying to get myself out of that solution-based mentality. You know, I never really was there actually. Like, even as I got the information in 2020, as soon as I found out, I went to my aunt and told her that, oh, I hear Auntie Leilani, she's a very Christian woman, and she's done a lot of missionaries around the world. And her husband recently passed from dementia. May he rest in peace. And she was saying, I went to her and I said to her, oh, Auntie Leilani, I've heard there's a whole bunch of people worshiping Satan, doing all sorts of weird cannibalistic things. And my Aunt Leilani she was holding her tea at the time, and she just took it away from her mouth, and she says, I know, dear, they never stopped. And she just put her tea down. And for my aunt to have been in this situation where I could tell her this quote unquote truth and have her just be like, I know, to me, that absolved me from any responsibility. That just helped me push through that intersectionalist programming to actually understand that, we really are relatively hopeless in this scenario. And so it comes back to just living our lives in rebellion, right? Like, and in that, individually and collectively, the more of us do it, the more we become a mass ourselves. And none of that stuff, I don't know, affects us. Now I know I'm going to get fucking chased after for this, because I'm not trying to say I don't care. It's just that how can you, they already trained us to watch bombs being dropped all over the world, and devastate us as people, knowing that we're hopeless to do that. Why? Because suddenly a new subset of people is being, allegedly harmed in some new kind of way by the same corporate conglomerates. Am I supposed to suddenly have a voice because I'm appalled at how much worse it could get? I don't know. To me, it only reinforces for me that my goal is to try and integrate the spirit into this avatar in a way that I achieve enlightenment, so that, I don't know, I'm not that that's a solution to any problem for anyone but myself, but I aspire to challenge other people to do it as well, because I think that's what we're here to do, is achieve enlightenment. I'm not saying integrate your spirit into your avatar. That's just my theory. I'm just saying, but the pursuit of enlightenment comes through exchange of information. And no one religion's done it yet. No one university's done it yet. And universities aren't even about coming together on intellect anymore. They're about indoctrination, just like any other education system. And I'm not even willing to say this, that the system that indoctrinates us is not just ourselves policing ourselves, and sharing information ourselves in a way that's evolved to not even need anyone at the top puppeting anything or handling anything in any kind of MK Ultra way directly to us. Just my thoughts. It's all in place. It's been in place for 2-3 generations, right? The Akashic record, resonates through each of us, from our grandparents, from way beyond that and into our bloodstreams. I just think most of them are us. I just don't know what to do with that. But my latest philosophy has been, there's only I and we. Anything outside of me is all of us, right? And I don't mean to include, the Musks and the Gates of the world, but I mean, there's just me and us. There's just me and we. Now I know for them, right? There's them and us, right? So it's by their definition, Anyways, they're beyond redemption, so we've heard. So, wouldn't we want to be hanging around trying to figure out, what we can learn amongst each others who might not be beyond redemption? I mean, maybe we're all here beyond redemption, and we should just fucking, bite the bullet and go knock on the Masons Hall and be like, hey, you need anyone new? I hear you guys are the place to be, right? I don't want to be in any of your weird parties where, 99 people people in the room and 98 come out or anything like that, singing weird songs. But hey, is there any opportunity to join your club? I hear like if I, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's tried that. I know everyone's like, you're not allowed, no women allowed, blah, 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 blah. Well, then you just go next door to the, uh, Sisters of Rebecca Hall or whatever, Rebecca's Hall or whatever. Like, I should be allowed in there. I should be the fucking walk in and just be like, they're like, we've been waiting for you, Rebecca, you know? Um, anyways, I'm just being kind of silly, but I am saying that, if we're in a system where we might all be beyond redemption, maybe that's the point here, right? We're in a system where we're all beyond redemption, but a bunch of us have actually realized that other people are doing way worse things. And we want to create a system whereby we can convince ourselves we can be redeemed because we're not doing things as bad as them. Again, I don't know. See, if we didn't know these evil people were doing evil things, we wouldn't have even crossed our mind.
Can't create a system. Can't create a system. This is wholly individual spiritually. See, that's part of the trick is we're such social creatures. We work together, humans, right? We have to interact with each other or we go insane. This is inverted. So of course the evil, I've said before, it understands us better than we understand ourselves on a collective level. So of course everybody's solution is, hey, we got to come together right now and defeat the dystopia. Doesn't work that way. All I can do is evolve my own energy to the point whenever it's time to move on to what's next, I no longer resonate with whatever level of vibration will create a dystopia. See, that it's completely individual. So of course, everybody immediately thinks in collective terms instead of taking ownership of their part in things, that's the only thing that can ever work is if enough people who are here figure it the fuck out, then we won't have to worry about Monsanto. Monsanto will just cease to exist, right?
Yes.
We won't have to worry about children being victimized. The victimization of children will stop because now there won't be enough people who will participate. See, but again, of course, people think, oh, let's all come together and defeat dystopia externally. It's all in here. The kingdom of God is within me. It's not out here. It's never been out there. It's only in here. That's how this works. We're so tricked. We don't. Of course, we have it backwards. How could we not? Our psychologies are a product of the system. Of course, we individually, most of the masses have it backwards and just revert to whatever they're told. Obviously, that's what's happening. Yeah. But anyway, enough about that. I'm going to finish this watermelon and then I'll be all the way back.
Okay. Well, and that being said, I use my mom as an example. I think I've started this story before, but not finished. And it's probably good because I can start it more quickly. My mom's a very devout, devout's probably the wrong word, but she's very conservative in a very liberal country. And with that pushback of liberalism, my mom's become more conservative. And basically, my mom and my stepdad live in America in their mind. They follow Donald Trump, they now again, being a Canadian conservative who admires an American Republican, the beauty of that is they can pick and choose, right? They can't be a Trumper, right? They're Canadians, but that's a pretty hardline approach to take up here in Canada. Trust me, everybody in the whole world was programmed to say Orange Man bad. That being said, it's a bit of rebel program that runs in my mom, who was an ER nurse. She toes the line almost everywhere else, just not politically. She's a pretty isolated woman. She lives with a very patriarchal man. Has always enjoyed caring for him, took her into her 60s to realize that she'd been just replacing her dad with my father, left my father to replace my father with an even stricter man, actually. But because she left her children to do that, the justification of it when she was young would have come across as narcissistic justification, because of course my stepfather could be a lot better to my mom not caring for children, right? When she doesn't have to care for children than my father could be to her, right? So she couldn't see through that self-serving behavior of the second patriarch she married. Now she sits in a world where she had to teach him how to cook at like when he's in his 70s and stuff like that, right? And yeah, my stepfather does represent, without, because he's not a religious man, he kind of represents a very stoic, a very kind of stoic masculinity, if you're not looking at it through any kind of feminist framework. But my point is my mom, who's like been jabbed, doesn't want to hear any of my theories about any of the, quote unquote, little T truth stuff we were talking about. My mom somehow, but just started seeing sort of the influence of it all on everything. And suddenly my mom was calling me, like, wanting to talk about, being on the side of whatever Harry Potter, I can't think of her name right now, the writer that writes Harry Potter. She'd been sort of radically feminized.
J.K.K. Rowling.
Slightly. Yeah, J.K. Rowling. And just the
No,
idea that my mom...
Two Ks, yeah. J.K.K. Rowling.
It is J.K.K. Rowling. Cool. So, but just the fact that my mom had me in her house, unjabbed, not telling her husband, letting her husband assume I was jabbed until otherwise, because we knew that would be the problem for him. He would think he was vulnerable around me. All sorts of, and then her getting involved in any kind of propagandic anything shows me that people can step into themselves and into thinking for themselves. Now, unfortunately for my mother, a big part of that also has to do with like thinking her husband is evil. Not suddenly because of this radical feminist movement. It's probably part of why she clicked on that stuff. But ultimately, my mom has been resisting her position in this marriage for a while, especially as her husband ages. And I think something happened at my wedding, because she didn't tell me till way after. But both my parents are living in relationships that tend to be more like the War of the Roses than peacefully cohabitating. And to me, I see those things, and I don't mean to make things about myself, but I tend to do that. I'm really sometimes grateful at 50 for not getting into for not having a family at this point. I think I probably would more likely have been in a situation where I am less happy, putting too much emphasis on visiting my children, trying to get too much energy from my children because I'm miserable everywhere else. And I did everything to produce them. And as a person who's imagined being a mom and imagined being a servant to my children, not the other way around, I think that I can see that flip of philosophies happening in older age, in my imagination, just due to my own need for socialization from that very family I would have created to substitute the isolation from my own family. Right. So I think in essence, I would have created children that I didn't depend on. And then suddenly in some time in their life, I would have been very needy and really depended on them. And that probably would have evolved just fine. But again, it's just like, I'm content to know that I'm happy being alone, because should I just choose to be with anyone at this point, even if I were capable of having children with them, I know that choice is on such more solid foundation of what I need to be me. I'm sure that resonates with you, Benton, even though I know that you're way more down the path of, I don't think that's in the docket for me,
Oh, it's
you don't care.
Yeah, it's definitely not. In fact, of all the times that I participated in acts that could have led to that, I mean, at a certain point, I realized it's just never going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's all right.
Yeah.
It's funny because as much as I had girlfriends and wives, it never occurred to me that I would even have kids. It never entered my mind, right?
Yeah, yeah. So. But then I know you've implied yourself through not impregnating a woman that you thought that might be something you're incapable of.
It's possible, but I don't know, and I'm not interested in finding out.
Well, no, and that's where I would say that's where I remember, though, it resonated with you a little bit when I said maybe it's a reproductive autocorrect, right? And even a man's body has the ability,
it's possible. Yeah,
to say, hey, not this chick, not this chick.
Yeah, that's possible.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So. So you're back, eat your watermelon?
Yeah, I'm all good. So, you're welcome to stick around. However this thing goes, I'm still sort of getting the lay of the land, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm happy to stay if you want me to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see how long we've been doing this. Yeah, we're already past 6 hours, so we might as well keep going, right? So.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna probably head out. If not head out to my motorhome today, then I'll do business today and head out to the motorhome tomorrow. But I kind of feel like, I
What's
know
up
that
with
I've got a good
what's
list
up
of
with the
things.
motorhome though? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, I'm concerned. I have donated it to the man on the farm that I left it with. Like he said, if I'm just going to give it away, I can give it to him. I'm a little concerned he's gone into it and taken. I plan to take any assets out of it. There's a good extension cord, and there's a battery that's never been used. I'm not abandoning that. So he just sent me an email a few days ago saying, "Hey, send me the keys if you're not coming out here." And I thought I would just drive out there today or tomorrow. It's about 45-minute drive away, empty it out and give him the keys. I want to fill out the paperwork, right? We have paperwork that allows me to at least carry a piece of paper showing I gave it to him. I actually have to sell it to him for, $100 or something in order for I can't give it to someone who's not a family relation. So I know he won't file that paperwork, but all the more reason why I need it filled in, because if it blows up and causes a fire anywhere, it's on me until that piece of paper is filled in. So,
I see.
yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I just realized I got an email from him a few days ago. I have to better turn on my notifications. I don't think my email notifies me right away, but I think that's because I've, used it as a mailbox for so long. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to give away the motorhome. It's just not worth it. I have to drive out there all the time to try and get someone. I probably could sell. It's got an amazing motor in it. I could probably just list that as a giveaway or list it for $300 and someone would come and get it. But it costs me $50 to go out there and meet someone. And, I already still owe my brother enough money on this motorhome that it just, to me, doesn't matter if I got $500 from someone or zero. I just have to eat it. And for me, it's one of the first times in my life I've made financial decisions that are not attached to my heart. And I think it's helped being in the position I was since 2020. I have been more generous than I've ever been before. And I was in a situation where I sent some money to a friend in Nigeria. And I know people are like, oh, you got catfished or whatever that term is. And I do feel like I did become a little more generous based on the dynamics between the two nations or between the first world, third world countries. But, letting go of that loan helped me realize that in essence, that Nigerian taught me to be more generous, period. And so if I'm not sending any $50 to Nigeria to help someone get over typhoid fever, then I can easily, hit your cash link once in a while for $20 Canadian. You know what I mean? Like it's, you know what I mean?
I like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. If I hadn't given money to Nigeria, I would give money to no one.
Yeah, I understand. I get it.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I have another content creator who I became good friends with who actually doesn't monetize. I don't know if he has chosen not to or if he just hasn't got there yet. I've never asked. But I think from what I know enough of how this all works now, I'm assuming he's choosing not to. That being said, he does the Cash App and PayPal and stuff like that. And I'd never given him any money, but he asked to borrow some once. And so I sent him some. And then I thought, why am I just lending this friend money when I can hit your Cash App, right? Like, so again, he keeps messaging me being like, I'll get that money back to you. And I keep messaging back saying, no, you don't have to. I gave it to you. But for some reason, that loan word still hangs between us. So, but so far he hasn't paid me back. So we're still on the same page there.
Yeah, I won't loan money. I'll just, if it's a small amount, I just say it's a gift. Here, take it. But it's not a loan. I
that's part
I just
of how,
won't loan people money under any circumstances.
Yeah. I've a couple times as a waitress, I lent money to, I should have learned the first time, but I lent $300 to a dishwasher once in a restaurant. I lent $50 to a dishwasher who didn't come back. I lent $300, or maybe that's the other way around. I lent $300 to a weed dealing dishwasher once, who was going to give me some of the weed. Well, he quit the job, right? And
Exactly.
oh God, did I fume? I gave myself a fever over money. I was so mad.
Well,
right?
I got a better story. I got well, not better, but
it probably is. Go ahead.
Well, it's a long story, but I'm almost never ripped off or beaten. We call it being beaten. But a guy I knew, because he was sort of like this. It's a really long story, but basically, this guy got over on me for $150, and I happened to see him at a Sonic restaurant. It's like it's a chain here in the States, but it's like a car hop theme, right? So it's outdoors. And I saw him from a distance, and I know he didn't see me. So I had to ponder, am I really going to go fucking bash this dude's head in with my, am I going to really go pull the tire iron out of the car and go upside this dude's head and potentially go to prison for it? But see, that's why I don't rip people off for $150, because if I'm at the Sonic minding my own business, I can't just have some guy brain me with a fucking tire iron. Now, some people could say, well, he factored that in, that you wouldn't do that. It's like, well, I don't know. I strongly considered it and weighed all the options and decided that my, spotless criminal, it wasn't worth potentially getting caught for the first time doing some shit. And I'm not violent anyway, but I thought long and hard about just bashing the dude's head in to some extent. I considered it, but at the end of the day, it's not worth it, and it's just $150. But that was a lot of money to me at the time, certainly. But just the fact and just the fact that I saw him like probably 2 years later, and I know he had forgotten all about it. Like that was also kind of a I sort of got him, because I'm thinking, he would never see me coming if this happened. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that James. I don't care, James Binfit that took me off for all that money, right? That I got so fuming, like I got feverishly mad over it, right? I knew I would put myself in this helpless situation, and I've never had enough money to do that. I remember sitting with my reparenter, Phil, okay, a man who'd sort of taken me under his wing, realizing I didn't have a dad. He had his own agenda. I think he was looking for a younger wife, but that's an aside. He told me at that time, you need to know you don't lend money you wouldn't give away. Right? Don't lend money to someone you wouldn't give it to. Right? And so it's interesting. I saw that James Binfit character on the side of the road once and drove around the block just to scream at him, fucking loser. Right? But just recently, I was shopping beside him. Right? Just recently I saw him in a grocery store, and this is 20 years later. And I just looked at him and I said, "Hi, James." And that was growth for me. Right? Like I could have said, "Hey, now that you're more successful, do you have the money you owe me?" Right? But obviously I'm not going to get the money back. And to me, it was just peaceful to know that I could see him in a store and have no feelings about it. That's because I lent money to a man in Nigeria that was going to come here and see me and blah, blah, blah. And we were just friends. We were many years apart in age. And we just saw this opportunity where I could help him and he could help me. But in essence, we realized that those biometrics and that getting him here was going to be like $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 investment on my part, right? So I had to kiss that $1,000, $2,000 goodbye. I'm just being honest here, right? But I know that, that's what's allowing me kiss this $3,000 goodbye with this motorhome, and allows me to give money away. Like to be in your 50s before you've ever really made decisions that benefit other people and are cost to you. It's a new way of looking at, I've always been generous with what I have. I'll share anything with you. But I've never had enough money to give away. But obviously I did, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, there was a point where I was working so hard last year to do things for him and myself that in January, when I told him to fuck right off, like no offense, right? And it hurt me. We'd been friends for years, but I was like, this is a function that I'm not going to win at. I obsessively saved money from January till April. At my job, I went to a free kitchen every morning for breakfast. I picked up free groceries. I spent maybe $40 on groceries from January till the end of April. And in essence, paid myself back, if that makes any sense. That's how I had to see it, right? Was devotedly not spending money on anything I didn't need to. And in the essence, also saved myself money. So again, had I not met the Nigerian and been saving for something for him and to pay my brother back for this motorhome, I actually wouldn't have been the ambitious person I was in the last year and a half. And I wouldn't be sitting here comfortably hanging out on the metaverse with everyone else. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yet I still have let him know. Yeah, I still do let this Nigerian know that it was just in essence, we're friends, and he needs to see it as something he, in essence, if he wants to be friends in the future, then he needs to know that he's offering me money back, right? Like that I didn't just let the friendship go. I realized that
but Bex,
Yeah.
if you really were in trouble, he still wouldn't help you. Like you could actually be in trouble and he still wouldn't help you.
Yeah.
Like the fact
Well, and
is
he
he
actually
lied
couldn't.
about being in trouble
Yeah.
to steal your money. But if the shoe was on the other foot, he would
Probably.
no, not probably. It doesn't work both ways. These people are not caring. They know how to
Yeah.
they know how to come across a certain type of way.
Mm-hmm.
And
in his
oftentimes-
defense, just
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
economically, yeah.
No, I don't. I completely disagree with the economic factors. That's
yeah.
bullshit. It's total bullshit. You know, my grandmother
You don't
dug
think they
my
can?
grandmother
Because-
dug a well for her family at the age of 11 and had not yet owned her own pair of shoes. That doesn't justify being a piece of trash that steals from people.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Mm-hmm.
bullshit.
I did
Bullshit.
see it. You know, I
Bullshit.
appreciate you being,
No,
a
it's
sound.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah. I appreciate your perspective because I probably wouldn't take it from anyone else.
Well, thanks.
You know,
But that's how it is, though. I mean, that's
because there
how it
is-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a level of humiliation involved, you know what I mean, in being gullible like that, right? So now, one thing I would say, for the thousands of hours he and I spent on the phone, not exposing our bits to each other, you know, like it wasn't that kind of relationship. The amount that I learned, he's a very intelligent man. He had a 2-year diploma in economics. What I learned about Nigeria specifically, what he'd bring to the table about his research, getting to know where I come from, you know, the kinds of conversations that I had with him, I wouldn't trade for the world, right?
Yeah,
There's
of course.
no,
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm just
Yeah.
saying the
And with
people,
the
the person that will
age
steal
difference,
your money doesn't then help you when you need help. They just don't
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Period. End of story.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
But yeah, they can be excellent conversationalists, of course.
Well, and sometimes it is. I do think, since we're so influenced by Hollywood and stereotyping, like, honestly, the guy with an economics degree, diploma and everything, I could break it down for him how hard we work over here to get nowhere.
Yeah.
And he still could never see it because the poverty around him is
Yeah.
so much more evident, you know, in its mud huts and stuff. Like, not that they live in mud huts actually, but shanties, those shanty
Oh, yeah.
towns, you know.
Yeah.
You know, that he wants to constantly be showing what exists there that we don't know about.
By
and
the
show
way,
me what I need
speak
to-
for
yeah.
yourself, Bex, because I can take you right now to my family on my mom's side, and they live in shacks and fucking shanties. I can go there right now.
Yeah.
That we have that here.
Yeah.
You just didn't
Yeah.
experience it, and I didn't. I grew
Yeah,
up in a nice
exactly.
home. My parents had,
Yeah.
my dad had a successful business, but yeah, it doesn't mean we don't have that shit here in the States, because we do.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that reminder because we also have it here. Tends to be
Yep.
in some of the situations on the outskirts of First Nations reserves.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that has to do with deals made with the government for loans for houses that were going to be recalled or called in when the house is finished. So a lot of the reserve learned to not finish the house. And then 50 years later, you sit there with an unfinished house that people are living in. But again, it's not, and it was never, I'm not even trying to paint the First Nations people as opportunistic there. They were also people that were required to farm without tractors, right? They weren't allowed to have tractors, things like that. There was major rules. You know, they were immersed in our culture, but if they walked into a liquor store, they had a list of 10 things they could buy. Like, there's people don't realize how it's kind of like that rabbit-proof fence movie about Australia. People don't realize right in our own nations, right into the late 1990s, that even probably still now, the rules that keep the divisive lines between on and off reservation are and have been bastardized by economic tools to create a picture and reinforce a picture
Yeah.
of things.
Well, and I don't know if you
Yeah.
know this, in America, we have people who are legally Native American who are just white people. And in fact, there's a famous recording of Donald Trump from the 80s because he was involved in casinos, and so some of his competition in New York State was going to be or in New Jersey or wherever, I guess Atlantic City, was going to be these Native Americans. And Trump, I can find the video for you right now. He testified before Congress or maybe the state or whatever, and he said, they don't look like any Indians I've ever seen. You know, basically saying it's a
Yeah.
bunch of white people calling themselves Indians so that they can go into casinos. You know, and I think the point he was making was that he shouldn't have to compete with that because basically they just it's just white people. And then this Dane Calloway channel, he's done a ton of research, his own research into all of that. They call them $5 Indians. At a certain point, white people could just basically pay $5 back when $5 was probably more like a few hundred, and now they're Indians, right? Yeah, it's crazy. The whole thing's nuts. And I'll just finish up on this. I'm next door to Oklahoma, and yeah, you can tell a lot of folks there have native blood, but it's all mostly white people. But there's some that look native, but
I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I know that that's where I would say that, being from northern North America, right? And then we've got this the Black Aboriginal community here on YouTube.
Yep.
Right.
Well, he is one of them, by the way. Dane Calloway's the
so we
spearhead
realized
of that.
their history. So we've got people on this land realizing their history was not told properly. Right.
Exactly.
Then I'll tell you also, coming from the north, then that, and talking to my friend in Nigeria, that holds true for white people on this land too.
Oh yeah.
And I know that through my own matriarchal lineage, through the hereditary chief that
I've got a Confederate flag around my neck, Bex. I'm not going white people bad. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I'm saying that through my own researching in my own bloodline and through the last names that were anglicized through the last 100 years, my grandfather was a Lewis living right past the Louis Reserve, and the only First Nation, he spoke the First Nation tongue. He didn't work in a school, right? Like that segregation, those 60s scoops and backwards, right? Which happened into the 90s actually up here, was a level of segregating that I believe didn't involve always putting people on boats, right? So you could look at just the First Nations people having to rush their lighter skinned children to the church to keep them safe from the segregation as part of it, right? That being said, whether it's a pure thing or a mixed thing is irrelevant to me. I know my matriarchal lineage comes from this land for hundreds of years. So that being said, when I was talking to my Nigerian friend, and we took about a month off early in 2020 from talking because I was so addicted to consuming information on YouTube, I didn't want to talk to anyone. He went into his own library, and he said that he was reading in the library that let me get this right, that the red-skinned, that the concept of red-skinned, that the red-skinned people were the white Native North Americans. I'll repeat that red-skinned people were the white Native North Americans. He read that in his library. So I know that when I go out into the elements, I mean, no disrespect to the First Nations people around me who identify as redskins. They don't identify as brown or black. They are my relations, perhaps. Now, that being said, if you were to look at the color that people turn when they go outside in the elements, a lot of people post kind of any kind of apocalyptic event, I would be red. I would be pink and in the summer and red in the winter, and that's just the way it would be. So I'm sure it's going to come down. Someone could come down hard on me saying that I think I'm a red-skinned person. I'm just saying that I was told that it has been written in history before that the red-skinned people are the white Native North Americans. So maybe that's a northern southern thing, like they told us. Maybe it doesn't have to be closer up high on a mountain. Maybe it has to do with being literally way further north. I have other theories on how that could be, but ultimately I do believe this world was way more multicultural before the wars, and that the world wars were about segregating us into tribes, measuring noses and skin tones and putting us together. So I don't know what the crowd thinks about that, or if anyone's going to comment on that.
Trying to hear you. I had the if I turn up my headphones, I can actually still kind of hear on them. So.
Yeah.
I'm just freaking
so did you hear what I said about
I heard.
Did you hear what I said about? All I said is that my friend from Nigeria had said that in his library that he was reading while I was here addicted to YouTube and not talking to him. He had read that because he remember saying to me, well, I was telling him my mom's bloodline's from here. And he said, yeah, well, that makes sense because I learned that the red skinned people were the white native North Americans. And then I have a friend here, actually, if you want to talk about the pinkest, reddest skin I've ever seen. I have a friend who's a cab driver. And in the summer, he's just so exposed to the sunlight that his face looks like it's had some sort of dermabrasion. Like it looks like he's had a chemical peel. The color of his face, like I'm going to get a picture sometime. I've never seen a redder person in my life. It lasts 8 months of the year. No, it does not turn any shade, any tone of copper or anything. He is bright, bright red. Very interesting. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just freaking starving. I'm just hungry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure. Anyways, we'll move on. We'll move on.
I mean, either way, it's just.
Yeah. And what I find really neat about as the further north you go, and it's probably actually all up the west coast of North America, the Spanish influence is huge up here, and nobody ever talks about it, even though I'm in a place called Colombia, right? It just happens to be called British Columbia.
That's right.
And everybody seems to focus on the British aspect and nobody on the Columbia aspect. Yet I'm on the Juan de Fuca Strait, right across from Port Angeles. It's very much there. And now what's really neat is that we have, I'm not sure how it's happened. I don't know if it's new since 2020, some new immigration policy, but as people know, I learned Tagalog at McDonald's. I was learning how to say good morning this morning, actually at Tim Hortons. But what's really interesting is now we've got Spanish influenced Asians that are a big part of our workforce. The Filipinos have been here a long time. They're huge, very. I love having. I love living in a world that has, in a city, in a place that anyone from anywhere in the world can come. That being said, though, if people were to notice the difference between different Asian nations and when they move, when more of them are dominant in BC here specifically, we went from having a lot of long-term Cantonese residents that tend to be from Hong Kong and surrounding China around Hong Kong. They come from the province of Canton. Now we have people coming from all over China that speak Mandarin. And so a lot of people don't notice the difference between different Asian nations. And yet the popularity of hiring Filipinos in all these restaurants that used to have fast food restaurants that used to hire people with pink hair and blue hair and demand pronouns instead of just offering you up a burger. I have a feeling that there has been a decision made on at the government level, at the corporate level, to not buy into this intersectionalism bullshit, even if it means we have to bring in people from other parts of the world. And I'm really grateful to be talking about learning Tagalog across the table from someone rather than someone insisting their politics on me when I want a fucking cup of coffee, So I say hallelujah to McDonald's and the other fast food companies for taking a stance, because I'll tell you, I bet you the local coffee shops are overflowing with political conversations that I just avoid because I buy my coffee at fast food places. Because I don't want to have political conversations at work. I've got social media for that. I don't need somebody schooling me this many years in on pronouns, okay? If I'm either going to respect them or I'm not going to respect them, and we're going to ensue and engage or disengage as a result of. And most of the time, I will respect them if you don't tell me to.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is, there's an advantage to being from a backwards place like Arkansas is these people are not going to be told how to live. Now, as we know, the younger, it's the kids who are going to be indoctrinated. And so in a couple of generations, Arkansas will be like everywhere else. But for now, you just can't tell these people how to live. They just won't accept it, period, end of story. They're not going to be told how to behave. At least not for now.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
So there are some advantages to what has historically been viewed as backwards. In Arkansas is, just the butt of a lot of jokes. It's for a long time it was basically Arkansas and West Virginia. If somebody wanted to make fun of hicks and hillbillies, it was, Arkansas was, and Clinton changed that to some extent, but that it's still, the stereotype exists, which I love it because it's like, yeah, these Californians, Bex, they get on I-40 and they leave Southern California on I-40 and they go right through Arkansas, but they only stop for fuel. They stop for fuel and to eat, and they keep on going. They're not moving here. Now they'll get here eventually, but they're not moving here first and foremost. They're passing through Arkansas and Mississippi on their way to South Carolina or Florida or North Carolina or wherever they're going. Tennessee. Yeah. So that it's good to be from a very shitty place in certain ways. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be here if not for the fake pandemic. I had no plans on coming back to Arkansas, not to stay anyway.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did you go back there because it's cheaper?
Well, no, that's an advantage, but everywhere is expensive. It's just less expensive than other places. Food is the exact same price here as California. And I mean the exact same price. A steak in California costs the same as a steak here, period. It's just, but sales tax is higher out here, but it's just mainly people's attitudes around the fake pandemic. A lot of people went along with it, but there's too many just big scary rednecks that you just can't tell them what to do. So it's tyrannical here. It's just way less tyranny, right? That's really all it is. Yeah. It's hard
for the free thinking,
hard to make money, but what? Go ahead.
Yeah. You went more back for the free thinking.
Well, I mean, we don't really have that either, but it's like just to be less fucked with in other places, if that makes sense. I'm still fucked with here, but
Yeah.
Well, plus I was driving a truck until, the last however many months. So it was really, I was just here when I wasn't driving a truck, if that makes sense. But, realistically, I'm just not going to be able to go back to that job, which is fine. But, I'll find another way, it'll be, everything's going to be okay. But it's just not a desirable place to live in the best of times. But when everything gets shitty, then it becomes way more attractive. And then culturally, like, it's a bridge too far. Like, these Californians can't just move here. You know what I mean? Like, the cultures are too different. Like, we don't even have a city. There's no actual city here. Not like what a West Coaster would consider a city. Like Little Rock, the whole area is like, I think it's less than 700,000 people. The whole state's less than 3 million. And I know by Canadian standards, sounds like a lot perhaps, but by American standards, it's very small. And most people live in small towns. Like, I'd say less than half the state lives in anything. Like, there's only really 2 metro areas in the whole state. And, less than half the state lives in those metro areas. It's very spread out and rural. So, yeah. Just old-timey. It's just slightly behind. It's just backwards and behind the times, which, again, is an advantage.
When, what was I going to say? In the cities, are they fairly big cities and just kind of empty, or are they just a medium-sized city and relatively full kind of thing? Like,
people from Arkansas will do almost anything to avoid going downtown. They hate downtown. So it's like some people might have to live downtown, but like people, they just want to go back to the suburbs or back to their property or whatever. So when I worked, I had a truck driving job in Morrilton, Arkansas, which is maybe, I don't know, no more than, it's probably about 10,000 people, right? So it's the closest bigger town is like maybe 50,000 people. And then so some of the people don't even live in Morrilton. They live like in small areas around Morrilton. And I heard them talking about having to go Christmas shopping or whatever. And they viewed the 50,000 person town as like the city, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like to them, that's like hustle and bustle. but it's not hustle and bustle. Like, we don't have traffic in the entire state of Arkansas. When you think of traffic, we don't even have that. But then the people are so backwards. Like, anything that seems like a city to most of them, they're just allergic to it, which is fine. But so if you go to downtown Little Rock, the state capital, it's mostly people that aren't from Arkansas that live there, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people have realized, even before the fake pandemic, a lot of Texans were realizing, hey, I can just move to Little Rock. Has a downtown, there's some amenities. There's like bike trails, there's stuff to do. There's a little bit of nightlife, nothing crazy, but it's a little bit of culture, like a little bit, not much. But they realize, they can just go live there and basically double their salary, because especially if they can work remotely, their money goes twice as far. So it's effectively doubling their salary, even coming from a place like, Dallas, Fort Worth, or Houston or somewhere, San Antonio, Austin, especially Austin. Yeah, it's interesting. And then culturally, if they're from Texas, it's not that much different, right? Like, it's different, but it's not that much different. Yeah, I'm fascinated by all of this. Yeah, because I heard a lot of these younger Californians, when they started realizing that they needed to get the fuck out of Southern California, I kept hearing them talk about Tennessee. But see, I know what Tennessee's like. They don't mean Tennessee, they mean Nashville. They damn sure don't mean Memphis, Memphis is basically very similar to where I'm from culturally. They don't mean Memphis. They don't mean East Tennessee. Like, they specifically mean Nashville, but they don't even understand that they can't just move to some random small town in Tennessee. The cultural gap is too great, right? It can't really be bridged in the short term. And this is one of my topics that I like, is, sociology, anthropology, anything having to do with those, psychology, I'm very interested in. So it's been interesting to observe these dynamics, certainly.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a lot of people move to, well, I guess I wouldn't just say a lot of people. I mean, the people that I've talked to that relocated during the pandemic, a few of them moved to Arizona. And definitely like that sort of, that was that prepper mentality, the people that were doing prepper stuff.
Yeah.
Then Alabama was actually where one of my friends chose to move, which I thought was interesting as well. But Arizona seemed to be the place where a lot of people went, and like bare land, desert style, like built places to live and that kind of stuff.
Well, and a lot of people don't know Northern Alabama is actually a bit of a tech hub, and specifically like Huntsville, Alabama area is very educated compared to the rest of the South. Like, they have a very high percentage of, a lot of the population has at least a bachelor's degree. There's actually tech jobs there. Birmingham is not. I'm no expert on Alabama, but Birmingham is actually like 1 million people. The metro's over 1 million. And, they have a lot of crime and a lot of, social issues going back to, the civil rights movement in America. And, all the Martin Luther King stuff, with the Rosa Parks, and a lot of that happened in Alabama. But, somewhere like Birmingham, if a person doesn't mind living in kind of a shitty rundown city, I'm sure there's good paying jobs there also. And there's infrastructure, like there's actually roads and, there's stuff to do. But yeah, I think when you're talking about Alabama, that's probably going to be Huntsville, Northern Alabama. But please go ahead. I just had to jump in on that since I knew a little bit about it.
No, that's fine. I know that I don't know much more about, much more about sort of like any of the states. I know that as someone from BC, from the West Coast, I can go down the whole coast and see there's a lot more similarities between myself and someone in California, well, even more so in Oregon, let's say, or Washington, than there is between myself and someone in Ontario or Alaska or the eastern coast of Canada, right? Like, there's a lot more similarities in the mentalities of people along the coast of this continent than not. And so I guess in essence, I was always taught to identify with a Californian, them being presented as so much like ourselves. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know the choices to sort of evolve into this, that Napa Valley wannabe Um, I always forget the name of what they called the guys that wore the ponytails and a couple of years ago. Um, they called them, wasn't metrosexual, it's a new one.
Hipsters?
Anyway, it doesn't.
Hipsters.
Hipsters, yeah, hipsters. Is that the thing? Hipsters. I just mean we have all those same trends. I don't know if they start up here or start down there. We like to assume that things come out of America up into Canada, because of the population and stuff. Or do all those trends just happen sort of geographically together? That salad greens instead of heads of lettuce, and some of it is just the way the products are sold to us, I'm sure. But definitely there's some sort of brethrenship between, across down that line, I think, that I've at least learned to engage with. And I know Ice Girl said, Benton speaking generally, of course, because some weird Cali kids fit in anywhere. And that's what had me identifying with. I'm like, I think I'm one of those weird Cali kids. At least I like to think of myself as someone who kind of fits in anywhere. But I don't know much about the geography and the breakdowns and sort of like the different socioeconomic statuses that sort of tend to be the major demograph in a state. But like you're explaining in Arkansas.
Well, and real quick, I do want to point out. Ice Grills reminded me that I'm speaking very generally with the cultural differences, because some Californians can just go fit in anywhere. Like that is a real thing. So he reminded me of that, and that's absolutely true. But yeah, please continue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I had just responded to as well.
Oh, good. Good
so
deal. Glad to hear it.
Yeah. It's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but other than that, I don't know. I was in California when I drove through the year after I spent in Mexico. My girlfriend Allie and I had two of her friends come up from Mexico, pick us up, and drive back down. And we were actually in LA right after the Rodney King riots. Like, I don't know when they happened, April or something, or April or May, but we drove through within 2 weeks. There was still, the buildings had just been burnt and everything. It was a very highly charged time. And to be honest, it wasn't until I saw the pictures of the big cities and LA and stuff in the last 3 years, that as much as they showed this picture of like what looks like Vancouver, right, with the kind of poverty, and maybe it's not as bad as Oregon, because I've seen that was going on in Oregon too. Ultimately, it really took me back to those Rodney King riots and realizing that even LA back in the late 90s, it looked like shit. Like that. I don't know if they ever cleaned up from that, or
I
if
don't
even,
think so.
when
some of it got
Yeah.
gentrified, but other than that, no, it's still like that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And then maybe just the fires made it look bad. Maybe it was that bad before the fires and the riot, and that it's just that we've always been given a better reputation than we deserve on the west coast of this continent, as being whatever progressive, or maybe progress in the forms of being seen as some sort of, beautiful San Francisco or beautiful Vancouver comes at the cost of so many people being homeless, and homelessness, just so people know, like, it's not a problem they want to solve, just like war or
Well, it's
poverty.
a business
it
like
is,
everything else.
it's a business. Yeah, it's a huge business, and they're not looking to minimize their, especially since it's a tax write-off for other businesses to be nonprofit. If you're a profitable business that runs a nonprofit organization, you actually have some great opportunities for losses there as you donate things through your own non-for-profit. Basically, it's just a bunch of numbers moving across. What I'm trying to say is, like, if anything, they want that business to grow. They're not. Yeah, more homelessness would make the GDP go up more quickly.
Yeah, I was just looking at population statistics, basically.
Have you ever looked at death rates of places?
Not so much. I'm familiar. I just read articles here and there.
Yeah, I only say that because I started looking into death stats in 2020 when I was being given statistics of death around the globe. And I didn't do any direct comparisons because it was sort of on a day by day basis at that time through Johns Hopkins University, and not and isolated, to one event, which we kind of knew might have other statistics rolling into it. So I thought that it was a good comparison. But when I did that, I was discovered that there's some nations out there that hardly anybody seems to die in.
Yeah.
Ireland, I remember Ireland being one of them. I was like, wow. In fact, I got stumped when I started finding some countries where hardly anybody seems to die. I just stopped even looking at comparison. I was like, I don't even know what's going on here. I mean, per capita, right? Now that could just be representative of a young population or a good healthcare system. But to me, it was just like, yeah, I found it interesting that as they started telling us the numbers of people dying around the world, that really there was no, we'd never been taught to care, right? And suddenly I was being asked to. So
Yeah, it's interesting.
nevertheless,
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
In fact, since I like to read news articles, the reality is in the few years before the fake pandemic, it was already an epidemic. The death rates were already skyrocketing, especially in the U.S., especially in places like Appalachia. The white men around 35 to 40 were just dropping like flies, and a lot of that was opiates, obviously pills. It's definitely a big thing.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I was already reading about that probably 2017, 2018. So,
Well, it's probably something that, is well, I was talking about this the other day with somebody, where I was saying that, one thing that we've overlooked in the lumping of statistics of all the sick people into the, the numbers for the pandemic, the fake pandemic, to be, inflated to the point of not even the paranoia they were expecting, but then with the medicine also being now blamed for a bunch of illnesses when in fact it's the same process happening. That's the one thing I was saying to my friend the other day, is we probably have all been minimizing the increased rate of death, period.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do stutter from time to time. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is that it was already happening and folks just, for whatever reason, were not aware of it.
Yeah.
So then during the fake pandemic, when people began to focus on the dynamics, I'm like trying to remind people, yeah, this was already going on and now it's gotten worse. Now people are ODing at an even higher rate because, some folks were in recovery, they were working their program, and the next thing you know, it all shuts down. So, and it seemed to me like the first few months of the fake pandemic, more or less everybody just went to their homes and started drinking excessively, from what I can recall, So, of course, the people predisposed to certain, substances probably. And now, by the way, here's the stimulus check. Oh, okay. You're going to give me, you're going to give somebody, you're going to pay them, people that were making $500 a week on their job are now getting $800 a week to stay home, and we're sending them stimulus checks. So, of course, a lot of them overdosed and died, or just, self-deleted, or drink themselves into a stupor. Like, well, of course they did.
Yeah.
Makes total sense to me. I mean, obviously I'm against all of that, but, in some way it was a blessing that I put my head down and I drove a big rig 7 days a week for about 6 straight months. And that's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
I think I had 3 days of breakdowns, but other than that, I worked the whole time because I knew that was going to be best for me to just, it's going to be way better than me trying to deal with the craziness on a daily basis. Fuck off to some motel and just sit there, that's bad enough in the best of times, but much less when it's, all of this crazy shit going on. And, times were so uncertain, well, and the uncertainty's always been there, but now the uncertainty is in everybody's face, right? Yeah, it was fascinating, fascinating dynamics. Yep.
Well, and I can appreciate, that as much as well as I can get to know you, I can see how that kind of like extremist, a busyness
Yeah.
to keep yourself from like seeing things that other people are, took 3 years to maybe for some people to get through. I
Mhm.
have to say I'm really grateful to have been a conspiracy theorist my whole life who got swept up in the little T truther movement, because actually I think it's been a great ability. I already had gone politically from right to left or left to right in my life, but to actually have that distraction of entertainment, right, to entertain me with all these beautiful theories and wonderful content creators and even some truth to a lot of what they're saying, but we're still all trying to figure out we're still all trying to figure out something that I think we'll never figure out. And that for me, I'm grateful to have been caught up in that movement, to meet so many like-minded people who are actually in essence now brainwashed conspiracy theorists. And maybe that's too bold a statement to say here, friends. I only say it because that's how I saw it for myself, right? That's what I would say that I let happen to myself. I did and I think if anything, I'd prefer to call it brain staining, because I think whenever something is brainwashing, it's actually not cleaning. And maybe we need a good dose of brainwashing and repetitive behavior to get rid of the brain stain. But that's just me being pedantic.
Nice.
I can,
Oh, I didn't have anything. I was just agreeing.
No, I saw your comments.
Yeah.
I've also noticed that if that's, I thought that might be the case in some of my own, I've seen some of the characters in your chat that was in my chat yesterday in terms of, I guess, sock accounts, fraudsters, intentional fraudsters,
Well,
perhaps, but very amusing.
Yeah,
very amusing.
Well, I announced recently that I have no problem with it as long as they make it funny. So they can more or less
Yeah.
be as mean as they want as long as it's some element of humor, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, they've taken to that. So well done, chat. Our expert
Mhm.
live chat, lest we forget.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no expert panel. But and this is I wanted to say this when you and Christos were talking earlier, many hours ago now. And it was becoming a little bit too much of a love fest, so I can only tolerate so much of that. But well, I mean, just it is what it is. But I'm always going to bring it back to as far as him talking about the networking and people, some of us at least showing some ability to work together. And I know that is limited, and I have those limitations myself in many ways. So, I don't want the audience to ever feel like although I am sort of getting in my feelers about people not being as effective as they could be. Well, that's sort of a me problem. But yeah, the ad hoc grassroots nature, get in where you fit in style, is something that I believe other, channels and maybe other little cliques, if that's, whatever it is, hopefully I would like to see a ripple effect, where people just see an opportunity, whether it's this channel or another channel, to just sort of be of service and again, get in where they fit in, offer their skills, again, on an ad hoc grassroots basis. And
Exactly.
I'll probably go over the meaning again, but if you have any response while I'm typing in words.
No, I like that. Get in where you fit in.
Yep.
Understanding this is a grassroots. You guys who've been doing this paneling longer even understand the nature of the grassroots and how it can evolve and where it's been taken already. Like, it's like me saying I can't wait 10 years for to see their, you review you, reviewing you, reviewing you, and then stopping and going to the first time and second time. Like, it could get really, only I think someone like yourself could keep that kind of, not only you, but it would take a really skilled person that remembers what they said each way along the way, without spending a day trying to prepare something like that. Right.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Like, yeah.
And I'm just super bad at like rehashing a conversation anyway. It's never been my strong suit. But so ad hoc, meaning when necessary or needed. It also means created or done for a particular purpose as necessary. See, So it's not like necessarily a permanent thing, but then grassroots is the most basic level of an activity or organization. And I would say, when the people or when people come together, for a purpose, again, on an ad hoc basis, meaning where necessary, then that, in my view, that's always at the grassroots. Versus what have we seen in the larger culture with, the three-letter agencies and, the Summer of Love, even back to the beatniks, the beat generation that In a Thought Experiment's been covering. Maybe that stuff, although it probably didn't start out ad hoc grassroots, because probably the government itself, the psychological operations probably played a part in even getting those things started. But, even if there's a so-called truth movement or a truth community, and then even if it eventually gets co-opted somehow, it's still always going to start out, in my view, at the ad hoc grassroots level. So that's where I've focused, and I identified that early on in doing this, because that's what I feel like I'm bringing to it is whatever I'm able to contribute. Now, if that's me putting my name on the channel and running my yap for hours at a time, and staying in a motel for some period of time, because I'm still living mostly on money that some of it's donations, but I'm mostly living on money that I earned truck driving, and then I won some money playing poker. It wasn't a lot, but I won 3 months in a motel, Bex. I mean, that's the amount of money I won. So, it does afford me the opportunity to do some things. So if anybody's critical of me, it's like, yeah, I earned this money by knowing how to play poker and also by busting my ass driving a truck. So if I want to sit around a motel for 3 or 4 months and do live streams every day, I mean, don't we believe in freedom, right? Isn't that what freedom is? That's the way I look at it anyway.
I agree.
I thought
only rich people?
I thought you might. Well, yeah,
only
that's
rich people.
Exactly. Yeah. If I had, it's somehow strange to some folks that hypothetically, I could have worked for 6 months as a truck driver and then done this for 6 months if I wanted to, at a time, especially if we don't consider my health to be a factor. Because I spent a little more freely when I was working than I had to, right? I'm certain I could work a year here and then go spend half a year in Mexico and half a year in whatever country would have me, Like we're not limited really. Like I think our viewpoints, a lot of people are limited by their viewpoint as if I need permission, right? So if I was wealthy, if I had started some business and sold my business, right, and got tens of millions of dollars, well, I'm free to go live in a mansion somewhere and spend all fucking day on the internet if I want to. No, that's just completely fine. But how dare I drive a truck and win money playing poker and then spend, I don't know, no more than 5 months in a motel, right? Because then I'm out of money. See what I'm saying? But that's somehow verboten. Oh, he's not productive. Well, nobody tells that to the person who got wealthy and then cashed out, right? What about their productivity from age 40 to age 68? Nobody's worried about that, are they? But it appears to be a very different thing. It looks different, So I reject a lot of that out of hand, and I know it's just people having an opinion about something that really doesn't pertain to them anyway.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I learned that when I was not working and had not finished my master's degree, when I was talking earlier about the business next door burning down and being damaged, right?
Sorry to cut you off. Hold that thought. If I was 25 years old and I was playing a video game and I was making $200,000 a year live streaming, this would be a job. It's only not a job because I'm not earning my living from it, if you think about it. I'm not doing anything much different than other folks are earning their livings from. So this is work in a way, or they're making 200 grand plus a year for not doing much of anything. See, we can't have it both ways. Is that a job? Okay, if it is, then this is work. It's just work I'm dumb enough to do without getting paid for. See, we can't have it both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I found people got really, when you're not working, you have to hold some real anchors to reality, or people get angry, right? Yep. They get so fucking angry. Like if you don't know if you think it's Tuesday on a Thursday, right? And they find out you're not holding down a job, holy shit, does everybody get smug as fuck, right? Like you doing something. And I know we're in a social system up here where one might say, well, that's because they're paying for your existence, right? But in
They're
terms
not,
of
though.
like,
They're not, though.
but they're not.
That's a lie.
They're not.
They're
If I,
not.
yeah. And I wasn't actually on any social assistance at the time, so I even more felt their judgment, and then I felt this defense of like, what's it to you, right? So I learned to know the day of week, just to not engage in that kind of antagonism. To always know what day of the week it is. You going down with your only $1.75 to buy a coffee today? You know, wearing your same warm leather pants and woolly sweater in the wintertime because you're walking because you don't have enough money to keep your car on the road, right? So you're walking down there to spend your only money and a good chunk of your time to socialize with people and be that counselor in the coffee shop for someone who needs needs an ear, doing free social work, right? Like essentially. And you get these people that are so mad when they find out you don't work, and even worse when you're not on the dole, right? Then they judge even more. So I got really crafty when people be like, what do you do with your time? What do you do?
Hey,
so what do you do?
Sorry to cut
right?
you off. Are they watching a video? Okay, never mind. I thought Santos was on OTW, but it looks like they're just watching a video. So sorry, go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
Okay. No, that's fine.
My bad.
Yeah, so I got really crafty with my answers. People are like, what do you do? And I'd be like, well, I write backwards with my wrong hand.
Yeah.
Yep. And they'd be like, what's that? I'm like, well, my right hand is teaching my left hand how to write. That's what's happening, right? Mm-hmm. But then I realized they didn't want to know answers like that, right? No. They wanted work answers.
Yep.
And so I came up with I'm a unincorporated CEO of I'm an unincorporated CEO of an ovarian firm.
Nice.
And I just say that so fast. It's just like, well, I have all these eggs that have no bodies, right? I'm walking around just like housing these eggs that have no bodies. Unincorporated, they got no bodies. CEO, I'm in charge of the ovarian firm. Yeah, my ovaries. That's what I am. Walking around, Well, I'm still that, actually.
Well, and, if you were an asshole like me, they say, what do you do? I say, about what? And then whatever they answer, I go, oh, you mean how do I get my money? Well, that's may not be any of your business, but, perhaps that's none of your business how I get my money. I don't know. It seems like a bit of a personal question because I just refuse to define myself by my vocation, but probably if I'm talking to them, they either know if I'm working as a truck driver, they either already know how I work, how I earn my money, or I've just already told them, oh yeah, well, I'm a trucker, or I work as I do long haul or whatever. But if it's just some random person being like, what do you do? I'm just like, about what? And then whatever they answer, it's like, oh, you mean how do I get my money? Well, it's kind of a personal question. I'm not sure that's any of your business, but and then, but I'll offer to sort of take the conversation in a different direction. I'm just not interested in explaining myself to them on the basis of fiat currency. And then part of that, it was living as a homeless person for so long, where it was most of the time obvious to people, well, he's not employed. Even if I was at the time, there was times when I was, although not much. There was at least one time I worked in a call center for a month, and other times I might be doing day labor depending on where I was in the country. But but I understand what you're saying with that question. That's a very American or North American thing. I don't know that other cultures are quite as pushy when it comes to that. And a lot of folks just want to know so they can put you in a category, so they know just about everything they need to know about you based on your vocation or what you do for money, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You just reminded me of what I should just tell people when they ask me anything. Just so they can classify me, because they'll classify me on this point alone, regardless of what I've done in my life. My dad's a doctor.
There you go. That would probably work, actually. Yep. And they'll love that, because that's really what they want to know, right? I mean, that's what they actually want to know.
Yeah. That's what they'll take. Anything I've done with my life, any goodness, any of my ability to articulate, any of my worldly experiences, even as much as they're down the exact path my dad would fucking abhor for me. Yep. Right? Like, you see what I'm saying? They're still going to attribute. Now, maybe I understand why my dad's so disappointed. Suddenly it all makes sense to me.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't. That's kind of like I just had an epiphany here, friends.
Well,
I'm gonna have to
and
take a second.
and especially in America, we only measure in money. If it can't be measured in money, to most folks, it has no value. Period. And of all the times, because I am interesting, I've had a lot of interesting experiences. So especially when I was traveling around living out of a backpack, I lost count of the people who said you should write a book. Well, these people don't want to read my book. What they're saying is you should turn your life experiences into a business. Because again, until it can be quantified in money, it's difficult for them to, they have trouble assigning it a value, right? Because in some way,
that's exactly,
those experiences are priceless. So if I'm out here actually being brave enough to just say, well, it's my time, it's my resources, it's my skin in the game, and if I choose to go do some version of living next to the dumpster, although maybe it's in different interesting parts of the country, but at some point I'm just living next to a dumpster, very close to that. Well, if that's what I decide is the best use of my time, then who's to say otherwise? That's none of their business.
Yeah.
And then it's all this, how are we going to pay for things? I don't know, man. I've been eating out of this dumpster for the last month, and maybe I have food stamps, maybe I don't. I paid into that system. So meanwhile, I just saw the whole country take stimulus checks. So I don't want to fucking hear it anymore, because now I understand we have some people in the live chat that didn't get them, but basically everybody that files an income tax return in this country got multiple stimulus payments. So I don't want to fucking hear it. It's like, he had food stamps. Yeah, big deal. Y'all got stimulus checks. What's the fucking difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. But they'll never accept that, and that's fine. But that's my attitude, which is I'm not going to let these people determine how I feel about myself and my self-worth. And some of that came from living like the lowest of the low in a way, right? Lower than the only thing lower would be actual, mentally ill people, and then, predators, and then people in penitentiaries. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and people do see it as lower than low because of our capabilities, right? It's that fallen prodigy, a child, right? Like prodigal child, right? It's the expectations of the elders of the people that schooled us to think that prodigal child was actually supposed to serve more than someone else, right? Because they're the ones having expectations of someone that they have so much faith in, they put no investment in. They put the investment in the lesser, in the non-prodigal people. Mm-hmm. And in fact, in a culture where we uplift the least able-bodied people and invest the most in them, not to say that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not saying people don't deserve equal investment across the board would end up with a more successful culture. So what I'm saying is that, there's some famous saying from someone that says, the moment you start investing, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't even know who it is, but the moment you start investing more money in your less abled people than you do in your, say, extra abled people, you have a failing society, and so I know that in essence, in Gen X, at least in my family, my for different reasons of my father having two families, I think that now even I'm having a lot of epiphanies here today. I think my parents saw me as so capable in the thrust of this sort of, treating girls equal, right? That they actually, failed me in the familiar sense because they just thought I'd be fine on my own. I'm so fucking capable.
Yep.
Right.
Well, and
you
that's
get nothing.
But that's the problem with, if I am autistic or whatever. And again, I don't want to have to go back into my definition of autism, but I'm only ever going to be seen as very, very capable, very responsible, and because of how high functioning I am. When the reality is, people fetishize my abilities. So they wanted to talk about my potential when I was a young person, and that always bothered me. And then finally I figured it out, and I said, that's right. It's my potential. It's got nothing to do with y'all. And if y'all had any fucking sense, you'd learn how to utilize the things I can do that y'all are fetishizing, because they can't ever see themselves as less capable than they are. So the fact that I can do some shit they can do, they can't do, they just assume I can do everything they can do. So it's like, well, wait a minute. Yeah, I have special abilities, but I struggle with some things that y'all just take for granted. I have been struggling with my whole life, but they will never see it because they project onto me. It has nothing to do with me, Bex. They project onto me what they fantasize they would do with my abilities. But they don't see the double-edged sword, which is I struggle almost comically with things that your average person just takes for granted and just sees as obvious, right? Just very basic shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're I appreciate how well you articulate that.
Thank you. So I won't let them combine those two things. I refuse. And that's another reason why I took it to the streets for so long. It was like, oh, okay, y'all don't want me in society? Great. I'll just fuck off and go live next to the dumpster. And then, you know, when I do choose to regain society, it's going to be with a whole new perspective because now I see these people for what they are. And I don't mean the people here. I mean the greater society. And if they were smart, if they could get out of their own way, they would be like, hey, there's people like Benton here that, yeah, he's strange and unusual and he wants to just walk around at 3 a.m. and do whatever the fuck he does. But you know, he can bring a lot to the table if we know how to access him, and he's happy to serve, right? And they could just stick me in a room somewhere and give me just enough money to live on, and then I'll just do things naturally that will benefit society, right? But when we want to put everybody in a corporate box, I'm never going to fit in the corporate box, and I tried. Like I was in the white collar world. I tried. And no matter what I did, I was never fully able to conform to it. 'Cause no matter what, there's always humans that just can't fully conform. It's not up to them. It's not up to me.
Yeah. Yeah. On a microcosmic scale, in the times I've spent not working before I found interest in this phone, I often thought that I would be really well served in this apartment building that's sort of been like a government housing, considering the owner that had it for so long. The rents were kept low. We stay here a long time. We get to know each other. And it's unique in an apartment dwelling in this modern world to know your neighbors so well, to have them for so long. You have to get to know each other. But we have a laundry room in an apartment next door that's like substandard. And I often thought they should put a commercial kitchen in. And I would be down there every day. I'd get someone else there because I couldn't do it all. And I would just do the laundry, and there'd be breakfast, lunch, and dinner here for those that want it, right? It'd have to be on sort of a basis where we're cycling through that. But I could run it like a restaurant, just this having a little socialistic kitchen, and I'll do your laundry. It'd be there when you come back, and, you know, and everything's done. You guys just live your life, and I'm doing what I want to do. I am a break bread with the people kind of person. Like I was a successful waitress and restaurateur in my, you know, as an employee, very successful, made many people, like a lot of people very successful. And I loved it. But I never was there for the money per se. I mean, I have to do the money, right? Like that's what we all have to do. So, but the responsibility of being a tax collector and stuff like that, no, I could have just been, you know, set up here taking care of my neighbors, and they could pay me some money. Sure, the laundry costs money and the food costs money, but I could just make my own living as I want, set the prices lower than all the restaurants. But see, we could cripple restaurants that way, right? But that's like crippling Monsanto. People don't realize that we introduced robotics so that we could cut the work week to 20 hours a week for everybody, right? Like it's insane. It's insane to think that we were ever supposed to compete with these things.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because then you just have more and more people. Yeah.
But meanwhile, Americans work more than ever. You know,
Yeah.
In America now, we have people that don't work at all, and we got people that just work all the time. Meanwhile, of the times I've been whining about my finances and people have said, have you thought about working? That's never a person with a job, Bex. Nobody with a job says, have you thought about working? It's always somebody that doesn't punch a clock. See, I figured this out a long time ago. They've figured out a way. They've figured out a way to not have to punch a clock. So when they hear me whining, they're like, hey, have you thought about getting a job? It's like, I don't know. You don't have a job. So what are we even talking about here? Like, what? But they don't say they don't have a job. I just know that people who punch a clock every day will not suggest, oh, go get a job, because clearly I've had jobs. clearly I already know to go get a job. It's this person that doesn't go to a workplace, that doesn't punch a clock, says, oh, well, just get a job. Yeah, if they were punching a clock every day, that's the last thing they would suggest I do. I mean, if you think
I hear
about
that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's true, though. I had somebody, and I figured this out. I had an epiphany working in a gas station because I didn't even do I don't know what I did, but some lady just decided that I did something to offend her, and she made it her mission to get me fired, and which I knew wasn't going to work because I worked in a gas station. I was really good. They can't get somebody, it's just, yeah, I might get into it with the customers every once in a while, but other than that, I'm a great employee. And she's trying to get me in trouble, and I was just like, hey, why don't you tell me where you work so I can come down there and harass you on your job? She goes, I don't work. And she said it with such disdain and with such a look on her face. And then I realized, oh, in her mind, I am just out of my mind for even having a job in the first place, right? So, I'm already trash from her perspective because I'm working in a gas station. And then, of course, she feels she's better than me in her mind. So how dare I? Probably all I did was talk to her as if we were equals. That's probably what upset her, right? But just the disdain. So I don't work. She was offended that I would even suggest such a thing. And I learned a lot from those kind of encounters. And by the way, I'm not capable of not working. I am engaged in processes that, even if it's just me improving me, I'm not capable of, like yesterday when I was fatigued from the streaming, I spent half the day wanting to go do my shopping and then reminding myself, well, hey man, you're just, you're fatigued. It's probably better to just stay where you are and wait for tomorrow. Half the day was my brain telling me to go do something. I've got a motor. Like
I hear that.
I don't need to have a job to be engaged in busyness. I'm going to do that shit anyway. But yeah, anyway, I'm beating, I'm sort of belaboring the point now. So anyway, I'll try to calm down.
I appreciate it.
Anyway, yeah, I'm off of that. See, this is what happens when I don't sleep is I get way more, and Highly Suspect knows because I did it to him yesterday. It's way more, I'm way more inclined to rant and rave if I'm, and then I get forceful. So I could hear it in your voice though. I was like, okay, it's time to chill out, man.
Yeah, it's interesting the cognitive dissonance that people live with, right? Like that, that going back to that sort of fetishizing someone and sort of I was trying to, anyways, not just that, but the idea that everything fits into this classist framework. Everyone's fitting something into a classist framework. Everybody's a fucking classist and they don't even know it. And that's why I was back on this. I was thinking earlier about how I think that actually spurgs can be somewhat predicted. I don't think I'm going to spurg out on anyone next time, but I think I have a spurg coming on this whole reverence for my father as a doctor thing, and how it's so self-revering in his own classist structure that as he fetishized his own genetics through what they all see as Becky's capabilities, right? That it is the same essence that he can have this disappointment in me, income aside, it's all about him and his projection on me, right? And on the same note, society, as soon as they find out I'm a doctor of a daughter, I'll tell you, suddenly any experience I've had into poverty is just nullified. I could live 35 years in poverty, right? My dad could have put me in the welfare system, at 16 years old, and I still would be. My sister's actually going through that, I'm sure, on her own front now that I think about it. I'm not going to spurg off on it now, but it's a weird, there's just, I've always said that in a homogenous society, classism is racism, right? When we all look the same. So classism, anyways, it's just so classist. Everyone's just so classist. They don't even know it.
Yeah, somebody wanted to know what was around my neck. It's the battle flag of the Army of Northern Virginia, and it's a bandana. So, yeah, just there was some curiosity about what I was wearing around my neck, so I wanted to show the people.
And what's the common name for that flag again?
The Confederate flag or the Rebel flag. But it's technically the battle flag of the Army of Northern Virginia. The actual Confederate flag was different, although not a lot. And I don't know if you know this, Bex, but I'm pretty sure Arkansas is now the only state in the United States that still has elements of the Confederacy in their state flag. I don't know if you're aware of that. Even Mississippi got rid of theirs. And Georgia also. Georgia changed their flag. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure. But Arkansas is kind of low key. It's not that obviously Confederate. Right. But I don't know if you know that Mississippi used to basically had the Confederate flag was built right into their state flag. And Mississippi
I didn't know.
elements. Yeah, but they've, because of the wokeism and the, the way things have gone politically, all the other states have changed their flags, and Arkansas hasn't. But, I mean, they probably will eventually, I'm assuming. But, yeah, the Confederate flag's the whole thing. I was never into the Confederate flag. I didn't get into it until all the George Floyd stuff happened, where it was like, oh, you're going to tell me how I am as a white person? Well, I grew up in Arkansas, and I never thought this was shit, personally. My thing was like, how you going to be proud of losing a war? It doesn't even make sense. But, oh, if y'all are going to get all crazy, then I'm going the other way. I'm going to shave my fucking head. Because, I hadn't shaved my head in a while. I had long hair. I said, I'm going to shave my fucking head and start wearing Confederate flags around my neck anytime I feel like it. I mean, that's what it does. And but then I understand that it's also the system, sort of bringing something out of me that's not really appropriate overall. But I am a Southerner. Like, I'm always going to be proud to be a Southerner. Like, I can't,
Yeah.
It's a whole different thing being an American who's also from the South. It's just, they say, American by birth, Southern by the grace of God. Like, there's something to that, But we're almost like Pikeys or something, It's not that far away from being like a Pikey, We're sort of second class. We're always like second class citizens in a way. But I'm fine with it.
I have a similar story.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. The chat's getting the chat. See, this is what happens, and this is what I'm trying to get through to Highly Suspect. I'm speaking official fiction, y'all. I have no idea what happened back then. I'm only referencing the official fiction. I always reserve the right to reference the official fiction, and I'm also the one who came up with the term official fiction. But
I know,
and I'm not mad at you, Brielle, but it creates a tension in the audience when they think I might not understand the conspiratorial elements. So that's my fault. I should have made that abundantly clear. So sorry about that, chat. Thank you, Expert Live Chat, and please go ahead, Bex.
No, I can appreciate that. That's a good segue into what I was going to say was a similar experience trying to find a flag. Okay, in 2020, when I deemed myself the most patriotic American the China virus ever made, okay, because I went into these chats in America trying to tell my Canadian trollers to get out. I also went around trolling the Canadians up here looking for pro-American propaganda just before the election, right? So, and even in and around both of our, what is it called? Independence Day, right? You guys call it Independence Day. We just call it Canada Day, but they're only a few days apart. But I'd already learned in and around Canada Day, I couldn't find a flag, right? So I went into all the stores running around just before the American election asking, do you have any pro-American propaganda, right? Did you have any pro-American, paraphernalia? That's what I was using. Pro-American paraphernalia. I need an American flag, right? The election's coming. I want to let my neighbors know that I'm like excited for them, But everyone saw it as a pro-Trump move, just asking for an American flag.
Of course, right? Yeah, absolutely.
It was people were really smug. They couldn't even believe I was thinking about supporting the Americans in any time other than Independence Day / Canada Day weekend, right? Like, so yeah, interesting. It's playing on the psychology of people without meaning to manipulate it. It's even using the term, it's really gentle of you to use the term like, what did you just say? Something fiction?
Official fiction.
Official fiction, right? It's perfect, right? It's perfect because, then you've got the unofficial fiction.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
juxtaposed to the unofficial fiction, which is whatever else everyone chooses to believe, right?
Well, and yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The official fiction is what most people believe. It's the official story of World War II, the official story of the American Civil War, the official story of 9/11. So what I'm saying is, in these truth communities, people used to try to, when I would speak this way, that's how I invented the term. That's how I coined the terms, because I said, listen, I will always reserve the right to refer to what these people believe is true. It doesn't mean I believe it, but you can't tell me I can't refer to this thing that exists in most people's brains. Of course I can, right?
Yes.
I've trained myself to say official fiction, and you see what happens when I forget. It introduces a tension in the audience, right? So, I'm not mad at the audience. In fact, I thank the audience for reminding me, right? Because the audience is training me on how to do this as we go along, right? And they've trained me to this point. So I need them to react that way, because once that tension is there, some of them are just going to leave. Like, we need the person who will say, hey, man, hey, buddy, slow your roll there. And then I relieve the tension by saying, oh, yeah, I'm referencing the official fiction. But if I remember to say official fiction, then the tension never gets injected in the first place. And a lot of people can't tolerate that tension, and they leave. But then they probably come back in like 15 minutes. Okay, well, I'm glad that's over with, right? Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, certainly.
Yeah, but then is it too soon to introduce the idea to people that anything else believed other than the official fiction is thus unofficial fiction?
Oh, yeah, that's fine though, because
right.
But then, and I know I understand the point you're making, but since I identify as a conspiracy theorist, I enjoy that people have their own view of things. Like let me finish up real quick. I like that there's people who you'll never convince them the Earth isn't flat. They know exactly what it is. That's their thing, and I'm completely fine with that. Like, whatever it may be, but I see where you're going, definitely.
But that's where, even in the idea of unofficial fiction, where I was going to go, they're even just talking to Natch last night, where he was explaining that in the flat Earth community, there's a bunch of different ideas, let's just say, and camps, we'll call them, right? So it's a good analogy, because unofficial fiction then is all those camps in that case, right? So and also say Crater Earth, right? So now what I'm trying to get with this is that I think that even if in all of that you get to some truth at some point, which we're going to call nonfiction, we're going to call the nonfiction, because that's what we've been told nonfiction is anyway, then always, once you've found the nonfiction, there would still exist these unofficial fictions that wouldn't buy into the nonfiction as the truth.
Yeah, I see where you're going. I mean, I understand. Yeah. But I don't think that people will either reach those conclusions on their own or they won't, right? So, ultimately.
Well, I think that's why it's never called factual. I think that's why when you've written stories down, neither are ever called factual. That's why the fict is the storyline. Allegedly, the fiction is the storyline. The nonfiction is allegedly the truth.
Yeah.
But technically, neither uses the term fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, makes sense. My thing is, the only thing I would wish for people is that they think for themselves. So as long as they've thought it through, I'm good, right? It's when people haven't thought it through, but then they want to argue with me like DeFreak. I don't feel like he's thought through the politics. I don't think he's reasoned through it for himself. He's, from my perspective.
Yeah, and why do people need people to agree with what they're like? If I support that you can hold separate beliefs, then why do we?
Because they're order followers. Some people are predisposed to just doing whatever the fuck they're told. And that's what the MAGA bozos are. Those are the order followers, period. The lefties are the ones that if you tell them what they got to do, they're probably not going to do it, But they will agree amongst themselves, sort of, this is how we operate. But if you notice, they're always growing and changing and evolving their own I call it the up to the minute monkey dance of the day. Everybody agrees, at a certain point, it's not enough to just not act on a racist idea. One must affirm that they're anti-racist through their overt action, right? It's always growing and changing. But on the right wing, it's just, the strong leader dictates to us how to live and we follow. I mean, that's what it is. And it even ties in with the stuff Kaczynski supposedly wrote about when he critiqued the left, right? It's fascinating to me, and people aren't aware of it. You know, they're just simply So somebody, and let's forget about DeFreak, somebody who bought the Trump stuff hook, line, and sinker, they don't have a way to pull themselves out and to separate themselves like in a third-person view, like in a video game, and look down at everything and actually reason through it. It's just, it resonates with them. This is the type of person that they want telling them what to do, and they take the ball and run with it. And that's how January the 6th happened. I mean, it's just, that's what it is. And I just can't live in a world where I see all of this, but then people want to make excuses for it. You know, it's like, no, that's what's happening. I'm observing it. I'm critiquing it. I can pretty well explain it psychologically. And that's what it is. And if folks are running around entrapped in that this late in the game, that's bad for them. It's not bad for me that they're running around still believing that Trump's going to come save the day. I hope I hope they put him back in office. But meanwhile, they'll never accept me when I say, I told you so. They'll just be like, oh, the Democrats blocked him. Oh, okay, great. Then what good is he? Oh, he had to do that. Okay, what good is he then? If he has to do things and the Democrats can block him, what good is he? You see, I'll defeat them based on their own game. I'll just take the rules that they claim to believe in, and I'll still defeat them logically. But because they're not thinking for themselves, number one, they can't beat me in the argument. Number two, they just double down on their own programming. In fact, I would be better served to just completely ignore it. And I really shouldn't even be talking about it right now, but it does fascinate me on some level. Yeah, I'm done with that.
But maybe that's the next level, though, right? So people have incongruent belief systems. So, for instance, it's kind of like not wishing good health for anyone who you think should have good health, even if they were running around wishing you ill health because you weren't doing something. So, for instance, with the jab, right? We had a lot of people getting it, telling everyone who wasn't getting it that they didn't deserve to be here anymore. Yet ultimately, in that case, if that was really truly your belief system, then why wouldn't you just wish them well and safety, not taking the medicine? Why wouldn't they wish us that, right? And now we're in a situation where people are running around wanting to say, I told you so, and not worry about the people who took the jab. If they believe in that, that their relatives are in harm's way, rather than being concerned for people, are like, well, they didn't listen to me. When it's always just comes down to wishing someone be well, right? So if people thought that they were so smart, that the earth was flat, and that they were looking out at a glober saying, I'm smarter than you, rather than saying, I'm sorry for your brainwashing, right? I hope you'll come to the truth one day, without being smarter than someone, I think that's where I've probably kept a lot of my beliefs in what I see in my mind's eye until I met a community like this. I didn't even feel bold enough to try and express them. But most of my theories aren't 4 years new. Even shape debate stuff, I have my own belief. That's why I try to stand on other beliefs. I never immersed myself in that community because I already sensed I'd been lied to, but that being said, I never thought I was better than someone or smarter than someone because I had a belief system in my mind, so that I'm just still always figuring out that it's always been worthwhile to have conversations with anybody about anything. And so I think maybe that's the next level for people who do feel like they've come to some truth that the rest of the official fiction holds true, and our relatives are still stuck. Their brains are still stuck there. Rather than shouting at them, just wishing them well, wishing that their minds open. Maybe that's the next level of not being a part of a program that demands somebody think they're better than somebody else, or have expectations of anybody else because they have more abilities, or like you said, because people are fetishizing your capabilities, they themselves expect you to be able to do what they can do, which is again why I put that framework out for people to understand my mind. I may look like I socialize very, very well, but I'll tell you, when we hit that point of clashing, then, you know, I can be seen as being emotionally irrational because my voice is raised instead of anyone hearing the words that I'm saying, you know. And it's interesting because it's a really, you know, it just comes back to that sort of like that layers of for me, anyone who's demanding someone to agree with us, even as open as their mind is, or talking down to us because they believe they know something better than us. It really comes from that place of I'm, you know, I just think there's that next layer of understanding, like, well, why are you demanding that somebody agree with you? Why are you demanding that someone else needs to know that? You know, why not just wish them to be well and think clearer and think more for themselves? You know, I guess even as Benton walks through the grocery store next time, and that free will, that free thinking spirit doing things, you know, that jolt the flies, the automatrons, the people who are just running a program. You know, maybe next time you do that, just because we've had this conversation, just a bit of that energy will, like, you know, I don't know, just make them do something out of the ordinary. Because we just the layers of that matrix or whatever, they're so deep. You just showed a really good analogy of how you're still running a program when you're running around demanding people agree with you or get in your camp or whatever. Just goes with that, you do you, boo.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to go to the restroom, and I made some more. I cut
Yeah.
up some more watermelon.
Yeah, good.
Yep.
Good. How is the watermelon? Still sweet?
No, it's not good at all. But it's going to help
No.
me with my issues, so it's fine. But yeah, the
Can you
watermelon season's over. But go ahead.
Do you eat cucumbers?
Sometimes.
Just because there's a lot of really good salads out there. Ironically, if your watermelon is a little lackluster, there's kind of like watermelon and cucumber go well together. You know, just to you know, even a little bit of. If you eat any kind of vinegar, then a little bit of sweetened vinegar. Really sweet vinegar would bring a nice salad flavor to, you know, bring out the watermelon flavor that isn't sweet.
Yeah, the flavor's not an issue. Flavor has nothing to do with any of this. I'm so ill that I'm eating to try to accomplish specific goals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I
thank
know
you.
that it's very selective, your diet. So
Well, I don't
I
have
just
a
know that
choice.
as a chef.
I just don't have a choice. I mean,
Yeah.
like when I first, you know, was recovering from not dying over a year ago, I didn't know when I ate something if it was going to make me sick or not. So there was just an experimentation process to even figure out what in the world can I actually eat. I don't think it's the reality is, Bex, that nobody has any fucking idea what this has been like, and they have no idea what it's like now. The average person, until they're there, cannot conceive of, I'm in a grocery store or I'm in a gas station. Oh, look, I'll have a little snack. And if I have that little snack, I'm in bed for 2 days, incapacitated. And I'm a person who drove a truck 7 days a week and hit the monthly mile bonus twice. And I was so ill that damn near everybody here would have been in the hospital that whole time. So the fact is, nobody here has any fucking idea what this is like at all. So just next time you're in your store and you just, oh, I'm hungry for this. When Benton eats that, it might put him in bed for 2 days. And Benton drives a truck when he's already sick enough that most folks would be in the hospital already. So when I say sick for 2 days, I'm talking about can't get up for 2 days. And that's from food. So I'm not trying to be a dick, but I don't want to fucking talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I can eat watermelon and it doesn't make me sick. That's good enough for me.
I'm glad.
Thank you.
I'm glad you found that.
I've been off the charts constipated for almost 5 days now. So at this point, I'm just trying to poop.
Mm-hmm.
Because in
Well,
order
you know
to
me, I'm
absorb,
not
in
gonna
order
get-
to absorb the fats from my food so that my brain will work, I have to take digestive enzymes, and they cause horrible constipation. But if I got the,
I know how.
if I could get the kind that just had the lipase, but didn't also have the enzymes for the protein and the carbohydrate, then it's less of an effect. But I need to be driving a truck so I can just spend crazy amounts of money on nutritional supplements. Does that make sense? And if you go to a doctor and they prescribe digestive enzymes, it's like $500 a month. I'm not even kidding. It's crazy. So I'm doing it on the just what I can get from Amazon, but I'm buying the, at a certain point I could afford to just take the ones that are for fat. But it's too fucking expensive, and I need too many of them on a daily basis, if that makes sense. So I'm basically doing everything I can do, mostly so that my brain will operate properly. And I'm not mad at you, Bex. It is what
No,
it is.
I'm not feeling like you are.
It is what it is. So I'm already like going above and beyond what's possible. So that's why I'm so sensitive to anybody giving me suggestions, because I'm already kind of pissed off about it. But a lot of it was self-inflicted, right? Like nobody forced me to drink all that poison that I drank. Now that didn't cause the issues, but it certainly made them much, much worse. And my kidneys didn't even work I spent 6 months where my kidneys basically didn't work, and drove a truck again. Almost everybody here would have gone to doctors who would have put them on dialysis, and I would still be on motherfucking dialysis. So I've healed my kidneys my own self, right? So the fact that I don't have to drink, I no longer have to take baking soda and lemon juice so that my kidneys will work. But then once Benton gets in a routine, his autism wants to keep doing the routine. Oh, wait a minute. I went too long on the baking soda. Now my stomach acid is diluted, and now I'm having other problems because my stomach can't properly break down my food, because now I fucked up my my stomach acid. Okay, well now we're on the betaine hydrochloride, right? But at a certain point, I just can't afford this stuff. So now the last few months has been figuring out what do I have to have versus what can I live without, because I prop myself up on $200 a week of nutritional supplements for like 7 months straight. We could go through my Amazon history right now. It's insane what I've spent on nutritional. I bet I've spent it's crazy, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars just to be able to work, right? But I don't talk about it. It's not important to me. I'm able to do it, and I'm willing to do it. But it's this part where everybody wants to just kind of turn it into a topic of discussion. It's like, I don't know. I do the best I can every day, and whatever happens, happens, And I'm not trying to be a dick to you. It's just it's something I'm going through, right? It's got nothing to do with you, actually, but I'm going through it.
And I hope you can sense that I'm not taking anything personally.
Yeah, I feel that.
Like
I feel that.
Yeah.
And just some of this is I bottle it up too much, like I probably should express it more, but I'm always annoyed when I'm around somebody and they can't shut the fuck up about whatever their issue is, right? Like, it drives me crazy, when they just can't stop talking about whatever that thing is, whatever it may be.
But but I would say the one thing that I think that I sense, and I know because I've experienced it in my own frustrations, especially after my surgery from my car accident, where when you're just living your life doing normal things, right? And you're even doing, in your case, even doing, things to take care of yourself, and another problem is presented, right? And it appears as chronic. It appears as chronic, right? That when specifically for me, I was a young woman, 22 years old, had a huge scar down my stomach because of what they'd done to repair my bowel. They'd touched every aspect of my insides to get there. And now they had these alleged adhesions that no one was going to take any pictures of, but still they were telling me I had these adhesions. And basically every time I had sexual intercourse as a young woman, I was backed up for a few days, right? And I would end up in the hospital in major pain. And so it was embarrassing, and it was something that they said would be chronic. Now, luckily for me, I was like, fuck you in that attitude, right? Like, and maybe the adhesions weren't as bad, and maybe it was from peristalsis from the anesthetic or whatever the fuck. But nevertheless, it was something that I was not going to allow their chronic diagnosis. Now, that was something that they were I guess that's a prognosis or whatever, right? Like that's where they're telling you what will happen, but that's based on like how many people have been in my specific situation, right? So I'm going to take what I'm going to do, and I'm going to, do my best to not show up here after. So it had been suggested to me at that time, and this is definitely not advice, but when I think about it, I'm not someone who takes a lot of pills, and I do all my own research. But at that time, if I recall, one of the things I did take was dicoxate sodium, right? Which is I think I would consider it now maybe an anatomical element. Like I could be overstepping with language there, but I think when it comes to sodiums, especially as someone who took sodium bicarbonate, so again, no advice there, but just a sensing what I've experienced in terms of like, having my body failing me, let's say, and also taking my own advice over the advice of other people. So, I'm just, me, I'm always seeing the positive. So I'm glad you're better than you were.
Oh yeah, I'm way better. I'm way less bad.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is it's not better.
So
it's way less
but it
bad.
always, and another example, another things it brings out for me is, it's another one of those things that, like, if you didn't tell us you weren't feeling well for 5 days, we wouldn't know.
Exactly.
Right. So
Yeah.
out in the world,
Exactly.
you never know what people are going through, right? You never know.
No idea. No idea.
Yeah.
Well, have
who
you
at
ever
any time
heard?
could-
Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
So,
Please do.
especially in the South, but not just the South, what'll happen is some old man will fucking drop dead from cancer. He'll get a cancer diagnosis, and then he's dead in 2 days because these people
Yep.
won't go to the doctor. So, this is the kind of person where, we knew it was serious when he went to the doctor. I'm one of them, right? So, and then the doctor says, wow, he's all ate up with cancer. I don't know how he's walking around. I'm one of those people. Who knows? I don't know if I had cancer. I'm not going to go find out. Maybe I had it and maybe I beat it. I don't know. All I know is if anybody could just be ate up with cancer and just be walking around fucking driving a truck and doing shit, it's me. Like, I just got it like that. I'm not a badass. I'm tough as nails. I've always been tough as nails. I've always had just this insane willpower. It comes naturally to me. If I need to impose my will on a situation, I'm able to do that. I've accomplished everything in my life that I set my mind to. I just mind over mattered this to some extent. And like my actual regular diet makes me sick some of the time. Sometimes I feel completely fine. I eat my first meal of the day and now I'm sick. Like the actual food makes me sick. So I eat every day. I eat 3 meals a day no matter what. Okay. Sometimes I have a fourth meal knowing it's probably going to fuck me up, but that's how hungry I am because I have no appetite some of the time. Like the first 6 months of this, I basically was not hungry at all. And I made myself eat. And now I had a background in lifting weights and in making I've force fed myself enough that I don't need to be hungry to eat. So if I want to feel the best, I just don't eat. But I'd make myself eat every day. But I could easily not eat for the next 7 days. And I'd be hungry here and there, but it would be a piece of cake. Right. But I would be 105 pounds. I'm weighing myself. I'm barely maintaining 120. Like I don't want to look down and see 110. So I make myself eat. But sometimes, like I say, I eat that first meal sometimes. And then 10 minutes later, my nerves are shot. I got all this weird neurological stuff. And I think it has to do with the fucking bioweapon. Because as far as I can tell, the bioweapon was something neurological. So probably what I already had pre-existing, the bioweapon probably weaponized it in a way. And then you add alcohol to the mix. I drank poison every single day, 15 beers a day minimum, right, for months on end. And I've known that some people can't drink like that. Like it just destroys them quickly. I'm one of those people. Some people, Austin Murphy he'll probably drink till he's 70 something and he'll be just fine, right? I'm the opposite. It does not take much daily drinking to just wreck my health, which is what happened. But anyway, I'm just ranting now, so I'll try to be quiet and see if you got any response.
Yeah, and not to depersonalize it at all, but when you think about the kind of dietary sensitivities that have arisen like en masse in the culture, at least as a waitress over the years, I saw I saw it on the rise, and then just dietary choices that people claim to make, that a lot of people make. Like, I just think that there is that maybe that was again sort of like more people were dying than we knew before the fake pandemic. Maybe there's something related to it all, right? Um, I'd never really thought about sort of the long games, that are played maybe on that fashion.
Well, and I'm not trying to pick on Morgan, but he says, so you and I are trying to gain weight or as much as we can. Well, here's the thing: is after I got divorced the first time, I was very overweight, but I did not have muscle, right? So then I lost all my fat for the most part, but then I was just skinny fat because I had no muscle because I'd been sitting on my ass for years. So then I got obsessed with fitness and weightlifting, and I went from 145 pounds to 195 pounds in like 4 years, which is a lot for somebody who's not on steroids and who's lifting weights and eating the amount of food required to do that is just insane. And looking back on it, I actually already had some of my present issues, right? So I actually had to eat more food than the normal person. But because I'm so strong-willed, I forced myself to eat 5,500 calories a day for damn near 4 straight years, right? So for anybody that's ever hit the gym and eaten a lot of food, putting on 50 fucking pounds in 4 years doesn't sound like a lot, but it does when most of it's muscle. Now, I put on some fat also, but when I cut down to about 180. So I kept... So yeah, 15 pounds of it was fat, but I looked like a muscle man even at 175 pounds, right? 180 pounds. So whenever I set my mind to it, I do it. Like I could absolutely go back to 135 pounds, but I would be so miserable on a daily basis. Like I'm bloated and constipated most of the time. And I mean like a woman would say, I'm bloated. I'm bloated. I'm a man and I'm fucking bloated basically every day for the last year. Right. And sometimes it's so bad, I'm like, okay, I got to eat less food. So at a certain point I did gain some weight, but then it's like, oh my God, I can't keep eating this amount because I'm bloated all the time. Right. And I know people are going to post, well, try this and try that. Yeah. I was working as a truck driver and I tried all of it and it's great, except nobody can afford all of that in the long run. Right. It's just not feasible. I'm not going to have the income to do that. Or most likely. Anyway, sorry, Bex. I'm just ranting. And again, I don't know how. At this point, I don't know what else to do. Thanks for listening, I guess. It's right. Thank you, buddy. Stoic. Well, real quick, he says, yeah, natural bodybuilding needs a dumb. Exactly. Crazy amounts of food I was eating. A snack for me would be if I got to work, and I wasn't eating clean all the time. So a snack for me would be if I waited tables at Outback. So I'd already had a buffet lunch, right? So buffet lunch was usually 2 chicken breasts, an entire plate of like, because I never liked veggies, so like a whole plate of like rice and corn, and then whatever other veggies I could stomach. And then on the way out, I'd grab like a whole handful, like a stack of cookies, and I'd eat those on my way to the car. And then my shift would start at like 3 p.m. Sometimes I'd have to be there at 3 p.m. If I was still hungry, I'd hit the Chick-fil-A. I get 2 Chick-fil-A sandwiches, throw half the bread away, make 1 gigantic sandwich and crush that. Then at work, I would be stealing bacon off the line the whole shift, right? And then after all of that, I got 50% off. So almost every single shift the whole time I worked there, I usually had a ribeye steak, a fucking plain baked potato, and usually like broccoli. And then sometimes I would have a dessert after that, right? That was every single day, plus like protein shakes and God knows what else. Yeah, it was just complete insanity, Bex. Like, what was I thinking? I was doing what the system promoted me to do, and I was so involved in my physical appearance, right? It's like, oh, I'm so great. The world needs more of me. I got to get physically larger. It's insane. And then... So all I wanted to do was get to 195 pounds. I got to 195. All I wanted to do was get to 220. So I'm like, oh, wait, clearly this is never going to end. I'm going to be one of those guys that can't turn his neck, right, at a certain point. And thanks, Morgan. Morgan hitting me with the super chat. Much appreciated, sir. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, please say something, Bex, because I'm beside myself at this point. I'm just all I can do is this, or I'm gonna have to just turn the mic off and go take a couple of laps around the property.
Okay. Yeah. I just it's interesting to be sitting here knowing like it's like being absolved of advice giving is it's a unique situation to be in because I'm just listening, I'm listening to respond without advice. And seeing my own emotional detachment because I care, but I also know that you'll do what's best for you. And all I can do is wish you good health.
Well, and thank you. And by the way, my health is great except for these issues, which is crazy because
exactly
I detoxed the fuck out of all my organs for several months on very strong herbs. By the way, if you want to have a bad time, just go get on some very strong herbs that will detox all your organs. Just that is fucking horrible, right? Forget about the health issues. Just the strong herbs was horrible, and I'm not even whining about it. It's just like part of me getting through all of that is I just put my head down and did it. I didn't really even think about it. It was just like, okay, here's what we're doing, and we did it. But which is kind of funny because from sitting around here for the last several months, like now when I do kind of feel bad, or worse than normal, I recognize, hey, this ain't shit. Like what I went through in the last year on a daily basis was what I was having almost every day. I had 2 consecutive hours of just off the charts intense nausea. Driving a truck going, oh, well, I guess we're just nauseated for 2 hours. Like there's nothing to be done at a certain point. It is what it is, right? But it kind of shows you how we just adapt to it, like we adapt to whatever it is. So I've adapted to feeling less bad. So when I do get sick from one of my meals makes me sick, like I feel sick, but intellectually I'm like, well, this ain't shit. This ain't 10% of what I've gone through, right? So why am I whining like a baby about something that is not even 10% as bad as what I've been through? But anyway, I'm sorry. Man. I'm sorry.
No,
Bex.
I appreciate
I really
that.
feel like I'm dumping it on you, and it's not my intention.
No, I don't mind. I was going to say, though, the one thing I was going to respond to was that I've been 97 pounds on this frame. I've been 220 pounds on this frame. In fact, when I weighed myself at 220, I thought I had lost weight, right? So I thought I was maintaining around my regular, and I was like, oh, I'm feeling good. I'm going to go in and see my regular highest, I should say. And I went in and I weighed myself and I was like, whoa, if that scale's right and I've lost weight, I was more than 220 at my heaviest, right? So, but to be 97 pounds to 220, it just shows how same thing on a, on a one system level, like with the whole feeling 10%, feeling so much better and knowing that, you've been so much worse, you feel better. It's like that whole weight scale. Like I felt way worse at 97 pounds than I've ever felt at 220. Right. And my best ever was, when I've made the choice to transform myself. But when I did that, I was as extreme in my behavior, right, as I was in my anorexia, as I was in my very controlled letting go of not caring. Like it was still in a controlled fashion. I'm not someone who sits with food around me all the time, it's just a calories in, energy out equation. But yeah, the body, what it can go through, what it can, the vast array of. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was always, I was thinking of depression, 2 scales of depression that people, can rank things on once you've been at what you think is the lowest. Right. And then you don't realize that when you think you're thriving at some point relative to that lowest scale, all you're actually doing is barely surviving because your bar was set so low after the lowest, you didn't realize you could sort of keep raising it, I guess. At least that's how I saw it when I'd been given different kinds of diagnoses or labels, right? So you get stuck in something that you've been deemed chronic, like for life, because you had it for a year or two. Like that's depressing, you know? And I wasn't given that perspective till I was lucky enough to be taken to the doctor I have now. If I hadn't gone to an appointment with a girlfriend who's pretty funny, she has an innie and an outie doctor. So we were obviously going to her outie doctor, like to talk about her mental health. She'd been on antidepressants for like 10 years for postpartum depression. No one ever even changed her fucking label. Like, how can you be a mom who's suffering from postpartum depression even 2 years, 4 years in?
Yeah, no
right?
kidding. Yeah, that's a good point.
So I was there only because she kept crying all the time, and every time she was at the doctor, she stoically said she was better, right? But we all knew her as Sad Cindy. So she asked me one time, can you come to the doctor, make sure I tell him the truth? Because I don't want to cry in front of him, right? So I went with her, to sit beside her and remind her that she's not well. And we had this conversation. This doctor and I was like, well, first of all, you got to change your label. Second, switch her up to some Wellbutrin or something like that, because it's really, it'll help her not smoke or whatever. And really, none of these drugs are helping. So, just switch it up. And he actually was like, how do you know so much about this? I was like, oh, my own experience. But my point is like just learning to change the label. I realized, as you had this discussion about your own physical, I was like, oh yeah, I abandoned that whole framework in terms of depression a long time ago, right? Labeling it, because you can't take a pill for grief.
Exactly.
Like,
well, and
there's no.
Sorry to cut you off, but everybody knows just go outside and do some shit, and yeah, you'll probably still be depressed, but you won't be as depressed. I mean, clearly. Like, get up, go outside, walk around. Like, it's, but I'm not going to tell people that. It's just, I had some sort of depressive episode I went through recently. It's probably has something to do with the diet and everything. But, yeah, I was fucked up for about 3 weeks, and then I got up out of it. You know what I mean? And that's just a choice. And I don't know your friend, so I have no idea. But some people choose to just wallow in that. I'm not capable of that. So, yeah, it's people are like, what do you mean? I don't feel like going outside. It's like, yeah, do it anyway. I don't know what to tell you. Put one foot in front of the other. If you get out there and you see the sun and you just go back inside. I don't fucking know. It's a step in the right direction, right? Baby steps. And keep taking the meds. If they need to keep taking the meds, keep taking the fucking meds. I don't care. It's their life. But damn, go outside, do something. Talk to some people, I don't fucking know. But I'm not here to give people advice. That's just what I would do, right? If it was me. Yeah, I might be all fucked up for a few weeks, but then at some point I'm going to get a hold of it, right? But being in that state for 10 years, it's like, I'm not even blaming the person. I'm just saying, man, like there's got to be something that can be done. But please go ahead. Yeah, I learned a long time ago. I was never someone who got so depressed I couldn't get out of bed or something like that, but I also know that I hit there's a couple things. One is I know to walk to the coffee shop. Like I know that motion is going to be better than non-motion, right? So I'll do something, even if it's just, there was a point in my life where I did laps around my apartment, like I wouldn't say running, but I'm just saying where I would be doing something and just like walk around with the phone or whatever, right? Like, that being said, though, I would say one thing for people who only notice their lows in their life, like in terms of on a day-to-day basis or on a longer swing basis, what you might not be noticing is the highs you allow yourself to achieve, right? So, in any kind of endogenous opioid system, you're going to end up with your body is actually addicted to its own chemicals. And when you get extremely high and have an amazing weekend, you've basically produced your own, whatever happiness drug, like cocaine, you could call it, whatever it's called. Like you've produced something in your brain that your brain's wide open to, and you're going to crash after. Like you're going to crash after, and you'll have potentially a depressive episode simply for opening up your own endogenous opioid receptors. And that can be from happiness. It can also be from extreme stress that you've actually opened up maybe different systems. I'm not a medical professional, but where you're just actually playing with your own brain chemistry, and what you're suffering from afterwards is a low because you allowed yourself to go that high. And it'll level out. Endorphins, yes, is another one of them.
endogenous opioids are the opioids we make within our own body. They are opiates. Yeah.
Well,
They're,
and you know, I can already hear people thinking like they're saying, "Well, I'm going to go outside and then what?" Like, no, I'm not even taking it any farther than that. I'm just saying go outside. If all you do is look at the sun and go back in your house, at least you got off your ass and went outside. Like, I don't know what's next, but I know the first step is get up, leave the house. That's step one. What's beyond that? I don't fucking know. But I know until the person does that, they can't get out of that state. It's just not possible. You know, inertia, right? Like, I don't know what's next. Just look 5 minutes, you know, check out the sunshine and then go back in. Who cares? That's still better than not going outside at all, isn't it? It's something. This is not medical advice. But yeah, I don't know if you're still there, Bex. I'm just ranting like a
I'm here.
crazy person.
I'm here.
Ranting like a crazy person.
yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm at my own like little I was going to pretend I was gone. I'd gone outside.
Yeah, I told her to go outside. You think I would figure this
Yeah.
out, right? Yeah. I guess she went outside.
Come back
folks.
5 minutes later.
Well, and this I make fun of this stuttering John Melendez who used to be on the Howard Stern show, and he had some really old man on his show one time. He does a StreamYard thing, or he does live streams. Stuttering John does. He was on Howard Stern, you know, Whack Packer, and there was this old man in there, and the old man was having trouble figuring out the StreamYard. So Stuttering John said, "Just leave the room." He said, "Leave the room." The old man got up and walked out of the room, which I found hilarious. So he took it. He took the instruction literally. It's like, because what Stuttering John meant was like drop off the StreamYard and then come back. But yeah, the old man left the room. So yeah, it'd be funny if you just went outside. It's like, you told me to go outside. I don't know, man. I don't know what I did as you told me.
Is it loud now?
I can
Does
hear
it sound any different to you?
Sounds the same to me. Are you outside? Are you outside, Bex?
Yeah, I'm outside. Let's see. I was trying to do this. Did I get it right? See, I'm outside.
Yeah. Lovely.
I'm outside on my balcony. This is the view. It's a lot of trees. This tree was going to get cut down, and it just decided to thank me because I saved its life, and it tries to grow into my house here. I cut it back every year. This year I didn't, but it's very happy that I didn't sacrifice it. Yeah. Thanks for that moment. Oh, sorry. I can put it back on.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Either way.
So it's very private, my balcony.
Nice. I love that.
Lots of greenery. Make sure the camera's off because my house is a pigsty. No, it's just a hamster cage, not a pigsty. But it's my house. But I'll show you this one more thing here. This is out my front door, my front window.
Oh, nice.
But I got lots of green stuff there
Yeah,
too.
it'd be nice. You go down, take your shoes off, do a little grounding. I'm overdue for some grounding. That's going to have to come pretty soon. Yeah.
Well, I would like to take a page from Svetlana's book there.
Ah, yes.
Okay. Oh, I just found my clips, you guys. I've made 5 clips. I don't know how to get to them again, but somewhere in YouTube, I've made 5 genius clips. And one of them is a sweet little bit of advice from Svetlana to Z. But this is not that advice. She came into Charles Waz once and dropped a little gem on us, telling us that the sunlight goes through the buildings, right? That just because we can't see the visible spectrum doesn't mean sunlight doesn't come through a wall or through a rock or,
Yeah, it's
you know.
interesting. Yeah, I never thought about that.
So, I would just say that you can also trust that the energy of the ground, can be strong enough perhaps, right, to come up through everything into your feet.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I like that.
I mean, maybe I'm taking it too far there, but
and certainly there's something to the grounding, but yeah, I don't think it's an either or. It's not like a 0 or a 1. It doesn't have to all the way be off. If taking my shoes off and walking around intensifies the effect. It doesn't mean that it's
For sure.
no effect because I have shoes on. Yeah, that makes
Exactly.
sense. That makes sense. I get
Exactly.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I would say that even with rubber, rubber between the rubber actually contains electricity when when you've got the cable running through it, right? But people think that the rubber doesn't get altered, like that it doesn't have a charge too, that it doesn't somehow carry, that's not necessarily the case. It just keeps that from starting fires and stuff, right? So
yeah,
the rubber would still have some conductive ability, is what I'm saying, like to get the energy through to us.
I think it would have to, yeah.
What I would say is steel toe shoes for me, where I would say definitely where I could see the effect being negative is I bought these steel toe shoes. Now I have feet problems, so I should have bought some sort of composite, but I bought steel toes because I was cheap, right? And I'll tell you, I wore those at work for, I don't know, I was going to muscle through maybe 2 weeks, and the damage I did to my feet and my whole grounding system, I could definitely use taking my shoes off and going in the ocean, even like the ocean, the dirt, like wherever. I'm sure my body needs like all sorts of different kinds of grounding and minerals or whatever you might get.
Yeah. And mindful exposure says that I don't know people's genders anymore. I'm one of those weird barefoot hikers now. Well, I'm from Arkansas, so I can take my shoes off any old time and go walking around other than the hot pavement. I can walk on gravel. I can walk on just about anything.
Mindful Exposures is Esra.
Oh, okay.
She was on my, I know I can't send anyone to it, but she was on my channel yesterday. I started out my stream with me. If I ever cut it in half and upload it, then we'll see her there again. But yeah, I've known Esra for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, EBT, who would know these things, says that rubber is an electrical insulation isolator, non-conductive. And I think we understand what... Anyway, I don't know enough about it either way, honestly.
Yeah.
So thankfully, I don't know enough to talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah. It would be worth asking if he's making comments, though, then to ask, could nothing be conducted through it? Like, is my theory completely false?
Oh, I don't even know, but I'm sure he's.
I'm
sure he's technically correct, but again,
that's where I would say that.
I'm not smart enough to follow it personally, thankfully. But yeah,
well, then we could call that. But what we know to be true, given the facts that we've been told, right? So if the facts are the case that science would say nope, no conductivity through your rubber sole, that's the whole point, right? I guess I could just research that.
Well, I think what he's saying is if you need insulation from electricity, that is a way to accomplish it.
Yeah.
But we're probably talking about not getting electrocuted.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But yeah,
insulator.
He's astute enough that he'll fill us in or he won't, basically.
Yeah.
He'll either completely ignore what we're saying or he'll clarify, one of the two. But,
you were talking on a link note. You were talking earlier about electricians being odd.
Oh yeah, insane, just out of their minds.
Yeah.
Especially the ones that work for themselves. Yeah, completely insane.
The building I was a landlord at, that guy's the same guy that lived in Thailand, married to a younger woman, and he's a pretty eccentric guy. He wanted to minimize how much money he gave to the government in terms of taxes, so he was always hiring his own, directly hiring people, different subcontractors. And we had this Chloe, who used to be Claude, electrician, who is now on estrogen, and she and Claude was paid in hair transplants from whether my boss had paid directly for him. And I'll tell you, that electrician was crazy, especially on estrogen. Man, you had to watch him, because he'd walk straight in to cut a cable. I'd be like, dude, you got to turn the breaker off. Anyways, very, very, that's my only experience directly with an electrician that worked for themselves. And,
hey,
you'd be...
Joining the panel is T4 Lovers from Scotland. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
How are you? How are you, Bex? How's America?
Well, Bex is in Canada, but yeah, I'm here in America.
Are you Canada, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am.
Is that where you are, Canada? Oh, I like the Trailer Park Boys.
The Trailer Park Boys, yeah.
Yeah, Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, that's
we've been
the
watching
other
on
side of the
Netflix.
country from Bex, though. That's Nova Scotia, I'm pretty sure. But yeah,
Nova Scotia.
yeah, I love that
I
show
met them
too. It
when-
was great. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, they came to Glasgow. I saw a live show of theirs. They're quite an amazing bunch of characters. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was listening to what. Go on. So I've been listening to you most of the day. It's been absolute magic. It's been a magic show today, Bennett. And you're a legend, and Bex, you're a legend in your own rights, girl. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm going to work, and all I'm doing is I'm just listening to you all day, and it really helps. You know.
Well, thank you, sir.
It makes
Thank
me
you.
it opens my eyes to America and that, you know, and US and how you people deal with things, and we have much the same problems as what you do, you know, but it's hard wherever you go. Like the COVID, that was all nonsense, and the jabs and stuff, and
Crazy.
oh, it's crazy. But your show's been absolutely brilliant today. The topics have been brilliant. I heard Bex going on about Nigeria. My auntie had a bit of trouble out there as well. She bought some land thinking that she was going to build a school. She had people look after it, and the next minute she heard that people were building houses on the land, you know, and she's nothing she could do about it. She lost all her money, and you know, she was taken back by some of the Nigerian jazz, and she got sucked in, you know, but she'll never get her money back, and she'll never get her land back. But that's just the way it is now, you know. People take advantage of nice, kind people, you know.
Yeah,
and
it's sad. It's very sad.
it really is, you know. It really does. And the thing is, you know, you have to trust people to a certain extent. It's just when people abuse the trust, they're not nice people, you know. And I've heard that what Bex has been up to, and a kind heart she's got. She's a wonderful person, you know, and she deserves everything good in life, you know. It's the same as you, Bennett, and you're
you,
a
sir.
great show, you know.
Thank you.
I love it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad, man. I'm glad you do.
I've been sitting in the background just listening to you today, and it's good. It's good. So I'm just sitting back listening to you now, you know. But I thought I'll come in and I'll show face. You know, I live in Scotland, but I'm actually from England.
Oh, okay.
I'm born just outside London.
Okay.
As you can hear, well, I don't know if you can tell my accent. But I moved to Scotland a good few years ago because my parents split up, and my dad got custody of me and my three sisters. So he moved us all up to Scotland, and I've got children in Scotland, so that's why I stay up here. Most of my work's in Scotland, so I love the country. It's a beautiful country, but unfortunately, Scotland doesn't like the English. Yeah, so I do get a bit of stick for it, but it's all it is small-minded people, you know. You go to the bigger cities like Glasgow, Edinburgh. I'm just a normal face, you know. I'm just a normal person on the street. I don't mind, but where I live is quite remote, and they're very
xenophobic.
Very Scottish.
Yeah, xenophobic. Right?
Yeah. Oh, Christ. Oh, but if you don't mind, I'll just sit here and let Bex talk, you know.
Yeah, and
I love it.
And I'm going to excuse myself. I'm going to excuse myself for a minute, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes if that's okay.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just stay on your panel if it's okay, boss.
Absolutely. I'll be back
No,
shortly.
we can hold it down. Cool. We can hold it down.
Go on, Bex.
So do we call you T4? T4 lovers?
Yeah, well, T4 lovers. It's just I've got a Volkswagen T4 camper van, and that's where my channel first started. And basically, the old T4 is a bit old. It's like an old RV. It sits on the drive, but I've kept the name. My channel's all about outdoor adventures, car life, van life, work, and stuff like that. So my name's Jay, so you just call me Jay, you know?
Jay?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Jay. Okay, good. I got it right. I actually could hear that you weren't from Scotland, and I was going to make a joke about it, but you weren't here to make the joke because it was later when Benton mentioned that you know that we had Scotland in Scotland or something. There was some Scott on Scott reference, right?
Yeah, I did hear that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
It all depends on what part of Scotland it is, you know. It's much the same as I don't know, I suppose America and Canada. I don't know what the history is there. I just know you get upset with each other, but I listen to a
Well,
lot of people on the internet from Canada.
Yeah.
There's a person there called what's it called? Greg Ovens.
I don't know.
Ovens Bushcraft. He does in Canada. And what an amazing! He just goes out in the bush with just a knife and that, and he lives off the land. And he's an amazing guy. And he tells you about living out in the wild, but then he tells you about the dangers. And there's a lot of dangers out there, the bears and looking after yourself. And you know, he goes on these 30-day challenges, and it takes him a couple of weeks just to get comfy. But
Cool. Yeah, I was going to say, just to go back to the Brit in Scotland for a minute, I was going to say that, you know, I was going to make my joke. I must not have been up here, or maybe I just didn't think it was appropriate. I never mean to preface anything like it's a joke. It made me laugh in my own head. I don't necessarily mean that other people will laugh, right? But I laughed because I was like, oh no, if he'd been Scottish, we wouldn't have understood a word he said.
yeah, it's very hard. I have friends or my family come up from England, and they need translating. They said, "Can you translate?"
Yeah.
I can understand. It's certain parts
They're
of
like
Scotland.
the
it's very
Jamaica.
hard.
They're like the Jamaica of the white world, right? Like, you know, it's like in terms of like totally. It's just almost every English ear. The Scottish are like, wow, I got to really tune in. And I'm just going to assume like that's the same thing for people. Like I actually do get a little bit of pidgin, African pidgin, you know, at least Nigerian pidgin, because it's kind of neat. It's sort of like, it actually bridged me into hearing that Jamaican language better, right? Because actually understanding that. So both of those are easier for me than a Scottish, than a Scotsman.
I find out because my dad was married to a woman from Mombasa, and my dad's sister married someone from Nigeria, and it was quite a weird life we've got. But obviously, I've got African brothers and sisters, you know, and they're great, you know. They're obviously they've took the religion on as a Muslim, but I don't judge that, you know. It doesn't put me up or down. My younger brother. He's obviously he's half caste. He's a what is he? He's a policeman. So he's a policeman now in Brighton, in England. You know, there's a place called Brighton Pier on the beach. But my dad was very, very proud of him. But my dad passed away 3.5 years ago with motor neurone disease, which was that was quite a thing because he kept it to himself. You see. And I had to hold his hand in the hospital. That was very hard for me. And I noticed Benetton was saying about he's got autism. I've got a son that's got autism. Very, very clever boy. Very, very clever boy. But he finds it hard to communicate to people, even to myself. He only sort of talks to me through my YouTube, and that was another thing because he watches my channels, and that's the only way he communicates with me is through. I'll turn the light on. Oh, I can't. Yeah, there we go. He communicates me through my channel, and that's the way he communicates. But he's a very clever boy, very bright boy, you know. Is it okay to smoke a cigarette on this panel? I'm not going to get told off for smoking a cigarette, am I?
No, we do the count how many lighter clicks Bex does while she smokes incessantly and talks to Benton.
I just have to ask in case I was getting in trouble. It's only a normal cigarette.
I don't know. I'm at a stage where, like, honestly, I keep washing my hair, but it keeps looking greasy. So, now I've shown my messy house. Shit. Now everybody knows.
Oh.
It's not so
cool.
bad.
It's cool.
It's okay.
No, I've been
I always
busy
need
today.
you guys. I'm like, oh God, it's all right. You know what? It's going to be incentive to actually clean it up and then take a picture again. Sometimes people have to see. Anyways, it's not that bad. It's not like it's like. I'm good. I'm good. See, here's the thing about me. I've always learned when I don't really give a shit about what's going on and I know no one's coming around, it's always the kitchen and the bathroom and my bed sheets and all that kind of stuff that's kept super clean. I wouldn't say like, oh, it's meticulous and OCD, like when the whole house is clean. But, I keep the areas. Yeah, I keep my life, it's kind of like getting up and going for a walk, right? It's like getting up and moving. It's the things that, the basic daily chores that keep you healthy. That's the easy stuff to maintain. And that's all that really needs to be maintained when you're not caring for other people.
Someone comes around and says, oh, can I use your bathroom, And you think, oh, no, I haven't cleaned it. My washing's everywhere.
That one's one thing I'm really bad at. I'm very good at even when I'm organized, I have piles. So when I'm disorganized, I just don't care where the clothes are. And I never did as a teenager. And my stepmom probably, I was probably able to, what was I going to say? Like, probably my stepmom's nagging is what made me such a perfectionist for the first 20 years of existence, right? So to me, yeah, the clutter of clothes on the ground has always existed, though. I'm just like, the only time it doesn't is when I'm nagging someone else who's living with me to pick up their clothes because I'm being modeling better behavior or something stupid like that, you know?
So what's the story with your RV? I heard earlier you've if I was in America, I would have had the RV off you because I like RVs, but you just can't keep it anymore, or you just haven't got the time for it, or what's the story there? Because I know you said
Oh,
you've
look,
given
and
it
now
to.
I'm doing it again, you guys. I'm just like, I just really have to confess how fucking dusty and gross my. Anyways, fuck, I was trying to change it around. Hi, everyone. No,
You're a
these views
legend, Beck.
down like.
You're a
Look at
legend.
me, I'm a fucking human. Sorry,
Yeah.
the RV. Back to the RV though. I bought it in 2020. There's, it's costing me $100 a month.
Just to keep it there.
To store it where it is. It's deteriorating. The guy that's there can do something with it, get it to someone, make something off it. He doesn't need the money.
No, but
he'll
if
probably
someone
end
could
up
get,
giving me some good.
yeah, the thing is, if someone could benefit out of it and have a holiday or live in it, because you've got that tent city in America. I didn't realize how bad it is. I watch it on Keswick and it's just terrible. It's terrible what's going on out there. And I see it as it's shocking to see what the culture is out there on that tent city and that. It was like where Ghostbusters was filmed, where their old fire station is. It's just full of tents. Oh, hello, I can see you now.
Yeah, I was like,
it's
how do I
terrible
live?
out
I don't
there.
know.
And
See,
the
some
drug
people have
scene out
big
there.
screens. Some people have really big screens, and they're like, I can see every chin hair. I'm like, well,
Oh,
I
no,
can't see
I
anything.
can.
So,
You're only an inch big on my little screen.
well,
I'm on the phone. Yeah. So tomorrow, hopefully we haven't got that much. We've got a storm coming over. It's just more rain than anything. But it's going to be a big, heavy downpour. But we'll have snow soon on the mountains. It's only going to be a month or two. Then we'll be surrounded with snow. But the trouble is, where I've lived in Scotland for so long now, if I go back to the UK where it's a little bit hot, England, I can't cope with the heat now. It's really hot. But I don't know what time is it now. It's 7:00 p.m. here now. So what time is it where you are?
it's 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you lucky things. But we're Saturday night. It's like I only get home. So I've got a big house up in the Highlands. I only get home 4 days a month, and it's very hard on the children. It's very hard on them. But there's no work because I work so far north. There's no work up there what pays the money I get for what I do. I build substations. So I do wind turbines, and they've got wind farms at sea and that, and the power comes to the land, and then we build the substations. So I drive the cranes and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to show everyone kind of how quickly I can get over being embarrassed, but but also that's the whole point of turning the camera on. And then I thought, you know what, it's interesting because I've only flashed the camera a couple times, like where I didn't intend to, right? And often it's like grabbing water in the bathroom. I know people are like, oh, you were going to the bathroom, whatever, you know what I mean? But no, it's like it's one of those things that at first when you come on the internet, you feel like you're not aware of the things you need to be accountable for. But then on the same note, it's really interesting to hold yourself accountable when you've embarrassed yourself somehow. Right. So I think, but it's true. It's like sometimes you need, I used to need to get angry to get motivated. Right. Not on every front, but definitely I saw the pattern that I was creating for myself, in creating agitation anywhere to get something done. So then you push through that and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get angry to get shit done, but then I don't have motivation anymore. So it's like, it's almost those situations, those little camera glitches where you're like, oh fuck, now I gotta fucking clean my house for the whole world to see how quickly. And by the way, I just said that I keep my beds really clean. Like, I have 2 beds in my house. I'm just like, this is the fucking living room. It's a fucking mess. Anyways, I'll stop talking about it. But like, even then, like, I think there's something about, and I think that's maybe why people can get on their high horse to try and hold someone publicly accountable for something like, said or whatever, right? Like in these streets, I don't mean to minimize anyone or gaslight anyone by saying that, but actually it is sort of like you do end up in a situation where, ideally you're behaving better, right? Or if you are having a situation where you're freaking out and having a spurg, right? That I haven't, when I went back and watched the part of my spurg on this channel, which I don't know if you were a part of yet, but
I heard you and a fella the other day having a right old go, someone
Well,
was
yeah. And so, but Benton gave me, it's interesting, you hang around long enough and you get to know a lot of people, right? So then I think it's a good opportunity to sort of look at the things that go unsaid. You've got people that think they communicate better because they control their emotions, right? So they know that they're politely behaving a certain way and they'll never behave any different. And then some sort of collective mentality has that position being held like higher than somebody who has emotions showing, right? And yet the person with their emotions showing is usually communicating something that at least other emotional people can hear, And so I don't know, it's such an interesting, it's just such a great thing to participate in, like I'm not one to discourage people from this platform at all. Obviously I'm here all the time, but
I love this channel. I really do. It just came on one of my feeds and I just clicked on it and I listened to it for about half hour and I thought, you know what? I like this. And I like this. So the thing is that Benetton was on the other day for well over 24 hours. And obviously I've got to sleep. I don't know how the man stays awake. But he's an absolute legend. And I'm listening to some of his background. He was homeless for a while, was he? He was living on the streets, was he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to get in, and he's come a long way. It's some people just can't get out of that. You get it in Glasgow. A lot of people are on there and they say, "Oh, there's no," but it's their choice. They can get out of it, but they see it as a way of life now, living on the streets. But some people just say enough's enough, and they can do it. They can get help. I had a bad child, but well, I had a good upbringing, but then I got into bad shit when I was younger. And it sort of hung around for quite a few years, but I just said enough's enough, and obviously I got into the system, and the system helped me because I was reformed and I was getting the help and I was wanting the help, and now I've got a big house, I'm working, I've never stopped, and that's all because I got help from the system. But some people use the system and they just don't get out of it, and I was good enough. I used to live on the streets when I was younger. But then I got easily led as a child, in my younger years, and it just one day it just changed, and I'm a better person for it now. But the trouble is now where I've got the big house and I've got the cars to pay for, I have to work, and I'm not really enjoying my life now because I'm not spending my life with my children and my family. I hardly ever see them, and it's just. I've got another 20 years to pay off the mortgage, and I'm thinking, is this what life's about? And I'm thinking maybe it's not. So I'm thinking maybe a year or two, I might just sell the house, downsize, get a job where I'm not having to pay out all my wages, and I have to earn over £1,000 a week just to pay my bills, And I've been doing that for 7 years, and it's getting harder, Bex. It really is, and I don't get time for holidays. This is why I got my camper van, because I come home after 2 weeks. I might have a Thursday off so I can take the kids to school on a Friday. And then as soon as it's a Friday, we're in the camper van. We go off down the beach because the beach don't cost nothing. And in Scotland, we've got some of the beautifulest beaches. Fair enough, it might be cold, but the kids what the kids see is the camping, the around the campfire, cooking food, and it's just little things like that. But the thing is, I'm missing them growing up, and it's I miss sports day the other day, I miss parents' evening, I miss the Christmas thing, and I just miss them growing up. And it's just sometimes being life on the road is not it's not what it cuts out for, And I'm thinking maybe just working to pay the man is just not what it should be. But life is what you make it, and I think it's about time I need to change it, and I need to spend time with the family. If you understand where I'm coming from,
Yes, I do.
It's like when I leave on a Monday morning, I leave at 2:30 a.m. just to get to work because I have to drive about 270 miles to work, and it's getting harder. We've got winter coming now, and when we get it's like one time I was in my van and I fell asleep. I forgot where I was, but I forgot to put the heater on. It was minus 17.5 it was. I'm thinking, God, just to pay the bills, I could be at home in bed. But no, I love Benetton's story. I love how he's doing his streaming. It's brilliant. I'm a big fan. So you're going to be stuck with me, Benetton. You're going to be stuck with me.
All right.
T4.
I love that.
So,
yeah, definitely.
And Bex is a great girl as well. And most of the people in your chat, I get to see them. But, as long as you don't mind me coming in and having a little gas,
Please do. I love it.
I do enjoy your chat. I do enjoy chat. And I how many, if you don't mind me, being personal, how many years was you living on the streets? Were you homeless for long or?
I like to say 10 years, but probably closer to about 8 years. But I did 6 pretty much all consecutively. There were other times I was kind of back and forth. But yeah, go ahead, sir.
So what made you get to that stage in your life? What happened? Was it just you just had problems, or
yeah,
just the way it was, or?
I recognized that if I didn't get my own mind figured out, I was going to end up in the system, and I understood that all the system would do was medicate me. So I just wasn't willing to go on medication. Is really what it came down to.
I had that when I got put on medication, and there was this white Rastafarian boy, and he said to me, "Look, you don't need this.
Exactly.
If you can work it out without it, your head would be a lot stronger, and you'll be a lot better person." And I took his advice, and the worst thing is, it was coming off the stuff because they had to wean you off. I just stopped, so I was in a dark place for a little while. But then my head was stronger. I dealt with it my own way, and it made me a better person, And I've listened to a little bit of your background, but 10 years on the street is a long time,
Well, it's probably more like 8, but that's still a long time. Yeah, definitely.
It's still a long time, brother.
I know.
It's still a long time,
Yeah, absolutely.
And it does make you appreciate the little things in life more,
Mm-hmm.
People chuck stuff away, and you can make good of use of these things, and it does. Sometimes it makes you a better person,
Well, and I kind of like it, so I'm actually, part of me wants to go back to it in a way.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's funny. It's strange.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You wasn't on any drugs or anything, alcohol, or was just your own person.
I drank some, and I did a lot of cannabis. Yeah. I mean, a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would drink here and there, but nothing crazy.
I still have a drink now. The cannabis side of things, I gave up because I didn't enjoy it anymore. I was getting too paranoid. It was making me think too much. I was going too deep into thought, and I thought,
yep,
oh, this is not very nice, and I didn't enjoy it anymore. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether it's because it's the stuff's got stronger. I don't know.
It's
just,
definitely yeah, it's different than it used to be, as far as I can tell. Something has changed, and I have a high tolerance, and I've eaten a lot of edibles. So, here in the States, I can go and buy. Like, I could drive a couple of hours away and legally buy it, not even for medical, just legally. And
edibles.
Well, I got this
crazy now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I got this Rick Simpson oil. It was actually FICO, which is full extract cannabis oil. So I'd kind of forgotten that I had it. So I had like half a tube left, 500 milligrams. and I ate all of it at one time, which is usually not a problem, but it's gotten so strong. I had vertigo for 48 hours. I could barely get out of bed, man. It was terrible. I had fucking vertigo. Yeah. I wasn't even that high. It was just, I couldn't move. Couldn't move around.
The only thing because I'm 48 now, and the thing is, where I've been smoking it through my younger years and that, and obviously I've always worked. I've worked on Scottish trawlers as well, you know, and I've noticed as soon as I've stopped, you know, my bones are aching, sometimes I've got a sore hip, and that's all because, you know, obviously the cannabis helps with pain, you know. But now I'll just have to get on with it now. I just have to man up, you know.
Yeah.
But we do because I drive these cranes and I drive these plants. We have random drug tests now, and so I've just stopped it all. It's a bit of a strange one to be actually straight, you know. But I wouldn't say it's improved my driving any more. But no, some of the stuff I have to do is it's the same as if you're in charge of one of them juggernauts, you know. You have to be compos mentis, you know. You have to be safe. You know?
Absolutely.
You know, you doze off for a second or something happens or you just, you don't realize, you know. It's not you, it's the other people around you, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're all crazy. They're all crazy.
And
but
looking at their phones. Everybody's on their phone over here. And I mean
they are
everybody.
now, aren't they?
Everybody. Yeah. 100%.
Everyone's on the phones. And I'll tell you now, believe it or not, that is a pet hate of mine, you know. You still got the people driving with it in their ear now, you know. I still see them and I'm thinking, there's no excuse for it now. You just Bluetooth, you just talk, you know, even in your ear, hello.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh,
by the way, I never put a phone up to my head. That radiation's not good for my, you know, I never even do that.
No,
driving or not.
no.
Yeah, why would I? I've got a $10 set of earbuds takes care of that.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
That's all you need. So whereabouts do you live?
I live in Arkansas.
Is that near?
It's not near anything.
I heard you the other day saying about cheap property where you are. Where was it?
Well, that was that was my hometown, which is near Little Rock, Arkansas. But Arkansas, nobody lives here. There's only 3 million people, and the whole state is probably bigger than Scotland. I'm assuming. The land mass. I'm assuming that it is.
Is it near Detroit?
About 1,000 miles from Detroit.
Oh,
I'll tell you I'm about 350 miles from Dallas, Fort Worth.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm about 200 and something from I guess maybe 300 miles from. Well, let's see. Kansas City is straight north of here, about 300 miles, I guess. I'm guessing. Just
I'll tell you, changing the subject a little bit.
Yeah,
I watched a film on Netflix, and I was actually taken back by it. Was Joe Bell?
Who's that?
Joe Bell. It was a boy, a man and father. It was a relationship between a man and father, and the boy was, I think was he gay or something? He got picked on at school and he committed suicide.
Huh.
And his dad walked across America.
Okay.
Campaigning about his boy, Joe Bell. He just had this cart. He got his cart stolen. He had nothing. People donated a new cart. And I think he got a couple of thousand miles and he got run over by a truck. Joe Bell. It was a hell of a story.
Huh.
True story. Because his father couldn't accept the simple fact is his son was obviously gay. And then obviously when his son took his own life and then he realized, he looked into it, he went on a walk right across America. And he unfortunately got hit by a truck one morning. And it was on Netflix. True story. Joe Bell, an amazing story. But it was he walked. But he had all his personal belongings in his shopping cart, and it got stolen. So people what was actually following the story donated, a proper trolley for him, and he was doing so well. And just one morning, it wasn't quite light, and some truck took him out.
Man. Yeah, it's
I don't know
dangerous.
how many years ago.
Yeah, it's dangerous to walk on the
Yeah.
highway like that.
Oh, we
Definitely.
get crazy lunatics doing. We've got a walk in the UK. It's Land's End to John O'Groats. It's basically the full length. It's not very many miles, but people do it on skateboards. They oh God, do it on bikes, but it's an achievement. Is that where you are?
Yeah, the red thing in the middle.
Red dot.
Yeah. So kind of in the
America's
middle of
beautiful.
nowhere. It's closest to, I guess, Oklahoma City would be the closest place. Although Walmart is headquartered up here in Bentonville up here.
Walmart.
Yeah, Walmart. Yeah.
So Springfield's around there. Is it Springfield?
Yeah, Springfield,
No?
Missouri is not too far away. It's up here. Springfield's, Missouri's right there. But pretty much every state has a Springfield. So there's lots of Springfields.
Oh, it's
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
What made it famous was the old Simpsons.
That's right. Yeah, that's they finally
Brilliant.
revealed that was Springfield, Oregon, which is the sister
it?
city of Eugene. Yeah, I've been there quite a few times.
Oh,
Yeah, Springfield, Oregon. Yeah, the guy who created it's from Oregon originally, Matt Groening. Yeah.
it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I watched
The
it.
Simpsons. It
Well, and
really is.
here in the States, I started watching it. It was actually started on another show called The Tracy Ullman Show, which was sort of a comedy show. So I saw it from that show on Fox back in the day. So that was many years. That would have been sometime in the 90s.
I remember the best thing.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I used to like Mork and Mindy. Do you
Oh,
remember
yeah.
that? Mork
Yes.
and Mindy?
Yep, absolutely. That was a good
Man,
show.
Yeah, and it's when TV was great, you know, when we used to watch Happy Days, you know,
Mm-hmm.
we used to think, oh, on the Happy Days.
Well,
Happy
yeah,
Days,
especially
they're
for
fun.
somebody in Europe, I guess that was probably a much different thing. Faulty Towers, that's
Yeah.
the show I used to like.
Faulty Towers.
Faulty Towers.
Oh, Faulty Towers. Basil Faulty.
Yeah.
He's
Basil.
great. Absolutely.
Basil. And Manuel.
that's
Yeah,
all.
Manuel.
Poor old Manuel, he used to get hit. What was another one you used to like? Was Monty Python.
I never was a big Monty Python guy, personally.
No, you didn't like a Monty Python.
If there was one to turn you on to Monty Python at all, I think it would be The Meaning of Life.
Oh, I've seen it.
Maybe
I'm not a
not.
huge fan, but I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen pretty much all of it actually. Just not. It doesn't do it for me for some reason. Some of it's funny though, and I like John Cleese.
Did you ever like Benny Hill?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever like Benny Hill?
Yeah, I was a little bitty kid though, so I was probably just like the boobies or whatever. But yeah,
So
absolutely.
what age are you? Are you sort of my age? Ben?
Yeah,
Aren't you?
48.
I'm 48.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I turned 48 in August. So yeah, just last 2
I
months
was
ago.
March.
Okay.
March. I'm a Pisces.
Okay, well, that's a good one. That's a good one for especially for a fella.
Yeah, Pisces.
What's up, Bex?
I don't know many Pisces.
Yeah,
They
it's
tend to.
it's a good sign.
As a water sign, I know a lot of Cancers. I don't know, I don't know what this means much, but they're the trine, the Pisces, the Cancer, and the Scorpio, all water signs. But there's the crab and the scorpion versus the fish, right?
Yeah.
I hope I never make you cry, Jay.
No, you never make me cry.
I'm just saying
Never
that's
made me
been my
cry.
experience with Pisces. Is I always thought I met so few of them. My experience has been like that. There's it's just they're more tenuous relationships than those with Cancers. But I don't tend to typically put things in that framework. Even though I am right now, I just don't meet many Pisces. I'm like, it's nice to meet you. Or if I do, I don't know their sign.
Well, and real quick, Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac, so there's something to that, I would imagine.
Is there?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
yeah,
You know?
Aries is the first, and Pisces is the last. So some people would say that's, a progression. It represents a progression, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
if you ever get a chance, Benetton, if you ever do get a chance, have a little read up on that Joe Bell. You know, it's
Okay,
an
yeah, I
amazing
got to make a note
story.
of that. Yeah, I have a notebook. Let me
Yeah,
get my note.
because Netflix actually put it on a film. It was an amazing film. I watched it, and I believe it or not, it was quite shocking towards the end, and it put a tear to my eye. That this man didn't have a relationship with his son because of his sexuality, and then because he used to go to different schools and places and talk. This is part of his walk. And unfortunately, it was a true story. Unfortunately, the poor man died. It was just a tragic accident. But he used to talk about bullying, you know, and it wasn't the boy's fault that was his sexuality, you know. But bullies are horrible people, you know, very shallow people, you know, people that pick on people like that. But Joe Bell, it's an amazing thing. It's on Netflix. But so you're looking forward to Christmas? It's only round the corner.
I'm not a big holiday person, actually.
No, nor me, mate.
No.
Nor me. But it is for the children, you know.
That's true. I have no children. I'm childless.
Childless.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm the
no, but you would've
only
been a good
person.
father.
I'm the only person in my family with no children. Everybody else has kids.
No.
Yeah.
You would have been a good father.
Well, thank
know?
you. Thank you. Probably not when I was 20. Here in Arkansas, everybody has their kids at about 20 years old. But thank you. I probably would now.
But sometimes it just happens, and the next minute you know, your girlfriend says, "I'm pregnant."
Yeah.
What?
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 Yeah.
How did that happen? What? When? What? 3 weeks from now? What?
Or how did that happen? It's like, well, wait a minute. It's pretty
How did
obvious
that happen?
it's pretty obvious how this happened. Yeah. That
When
is
did it
funny.
happen?
Yeah. What is funny when a pregnancy is considered an unexpected result of coitus, right? It's like, well, wait a minute. Isn't that the most
How did that
obvious
happen?
thing that can
How
happen?
did that happen?
Yeah.
I was watching Friends at the time. How did that happen? Oh.
I think we'd
that's a
be
show-
surprised.
That's the show I couldn't get on with. Friends. I couldn't get on with that. Friends.
It was all right. Junk food, kind of just junk food, you know?
Junk food stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all right. It was okay.
Oh, you mean the TV shows?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's TV show Friends.
I like to
couldn't get on
revisit
with
some
it.
of these influential shows. Like I remember being a teenager watching St. Elmo's Fire and Breakfast Club and whatever that one was with Molly Ringwald about turning 16 or something like that.
16 Candles.
16 Candles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
John
you take
Hughes.
those ones and
Yeah, John Hughes.
yeah, and I always remember I must have seen a St. Elmo's Fire first, and that's where all these characters got typecast, right? Like Demi Moore, Charlie
Demi
Sheen, Emilio Estevez, Ali Sheedy. They all were those characters in that movie. So I always thought, oh, go back and watch it. It's so good. I went back and watched it. It's trash, okay?
Yeah.
You go back and watch all these shows,
Yeah.
all the racial programming, all the classist programming. It's all there. Like hold true to those memories of Happy Days. Because if you went and watched them in your reframed eyes, you'd be like, whoa. Or even just like Walk with Jan they used to have here. They played a laugh track when he first was introduced. The first time he even spoke the word broccoli. Like the program, you just remove the laugh track from things and you find that you never laugh.
Exactly.
You never laugh. You're actually laughing with people. And
Well, real quick, Bex, since we're talking movies, and
Yeah.
I do want to point out that most of the audience doesn't watch movies, but I love movies. So as long as we don't get too crazy with the pop culture, the audience will humor us. But I'll tell you what the movie is from back then is Less Than Zero, Bret Easton Ellis, who also wrote, he wrote it, he didn't direct it, but he also wrote American Psycho. And that came out in
American Psycho,
1987 is when Less Than Zero came out. It had a lot of those young stars in it. I haven't, Bex, if you went back and watched that's an actual good movie from back then. And I haven't seen it in a while, but I bet you it holds up. Andrew McCarthy and Robert Downey Jr. Have you
What's
ever
it
seen
called again?
Less Than Zero.
I feel like I may have. I watched a lot of Andrew McCarthy back in the day because he was also in that. He was also in Breakfast Club, right?
No.
No. 16 Candles.
Andrew
then, one of them?
McCarthy was the guy with the boombox, whatever that movie was, where he was wooing the girl in his trench coat, holding up a boombox over his head. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, and it's so ridiculous. But yeah, that was his breakout. He was in St. Elmo's. He was in St. Elmo's Fire and Pretty in Pink though, which was also Pretty in Pink was a Molly Ringwald vehicle.
That's one of the ones. That's the one I'm thinking of then. He's the boyfriend in Pretty in Pink. He's not the boyfriend in 16 Can. Oh, no. I know who that is. We won't get too far into it. See? I just going to take a moment of redemption, you guys. While you gentlemen talked, considering I'd flashed my house on the fucking screen, I thought, oh, well, I'm just going to, clean it up a little. So I know it's just one section. It's just one section, but, I vacuumed. It might not be perfect. I'm not, but I vacuumed that little section that can be seen through here multiple times. And I do keep my, that's my frame. Hopefully I didn't scoop out 2 yard long because I just went for the optics at the moment. So if I just exposed more of a mess, I will be accountable to that in the future, but not necessarily here.
That's a beautiful home. That's a beautiful
So even
home.
I know the table's not dusted perfectly, but whatever, friends. I'm on a show. I'm on a show. So, I vacuumed even, you guys. I was like, well, the men talk. I'll just vacuum away here.
My house is full of children. It's just organized chaos.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I need to. Yeah.
You put all the toys away, and then my daughter just gets them all out again. I think, what's the point of putting them away? And you put them away, they're out again, and oh dear. Yeah. But that's a lovely little home you got. Oh, that's
I appreciate it. It's just one section, and I did throw all the clothes into one pile off to the side, which I may have revealed again as I pulled my camera up. But you see, I'm onto something for myself here. It's like, why wait till it's clean to show it to everyone? Why not just take a picture, be like, look at this shithole, right? And then wait an hour. It's super. And I don't mean to get this this new kind of motivation discovered on your channel here, Benton, but it was really easy to do. So I moved and I cleaned.
Benton, how long has your channel been going for, my friend?
I want to say, I don't know, around 9 months, I guess. I used to do I did a popular podcast during the fake pandemic, but it was hosted on my own website.
Fake pandemic.
I mean, but it was hosted on my own website, so I didn't have to worry about the YouTube censorship. So that's where some folks know me from. And then I used to be on a channel called Chalk Body Outline. I was on his channel quite a bit, and then eventually.
So are you?
Go ahead.
Are you more happy streaming now? Are you more happy streaming like this, or your podcast, or what are you happy with now?
I like this for now. This is good.
Yeah, this is very cool. This
Thank
is very
you.
cool.
Yeah.
I quite like it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm very fond of your channel.
Thank you. And
very fond of your channel.
I did 36 hours. I don't know if you know. I did 36 hours of streaming recently.
Yes, I got, well, it was 24 hours. I had to sleep, and I thought, oh no. And then when I did sleep, I woke up and you disappeared. And I said, oh, I thought, right, I'll wait. I've hit the button. I've hit the notification button. I will catch you. Yeah. Yeah,
I took a full.
No, it's brilliant.
I don't know how long off, but yeah. It's good to do that every once in a while, but I hardly ever go without sleep. So that was a bit of a. It's a bit of an unusual.
Do you have trouble sleeping?
Not really, no. But lately, it's like I don't think I get tired enough, if that makes sense. Because I started this channel driving a truck. I was truck driving and doing the broadcast simultaneously. So that I would at least be tired at night,
Yeah, because you actually, it's a quite a physical and mental tiredness you get with the truck. Even though you're sitting there and you think you're switched off, your body's still very switched on,
Yeah, it's a grind, certainly. And then you add the streaming to it, Tommy yelling in my ear for fucking 4 hours at a time or whatever, whatever it might have been.
So are you going to get back on? You're going to get back on the road, or
probably not? I hope not. I hope not. Yeah, my health has gotten to the point where realistically, I'm just not capable of it day in and day out. But also.
That's a shame.
What's that? Well, I mean, it is what it is, but I enjoy the driving part of it, but it's not a good industry, man. It's not. We're exploited a lot. There's a lot of exploitation, and it's not a good industry. We're not treated well. I mean, I don't have a problem with immigration, me personally, but there's a reason why people who come here and don't even speak the language, they're able to do my job, right? So.
Yeah, and it's not half the money.
Yeah, it's not a skilled job, right? So, but I enjoy it. I love driving, and I like living in the truck. So I didn't have a house or an apartment. I just lived in the truck. The sleeper.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers in the UK are like that. They just don't have a home now. The home is their truck.
Yep.
And I followed a couple of people on YouTube, and they've spent 20, 30 years living in a truck. And
Yeah.
Poor buggers, if you gave them a house, they wouldn't know what to do with it, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, that's the trouble with me. I've spent so many years sort of doing this sort of work. I'm not really domesticated for the house, you know? I just think, oh, no, all I want to do is, it's like when I get home on the weekends, I just put the children in the T4 and we're away, you know, we're away on the road and the kids love it, you know? But I have bought, I've bought another camper at the moment, a T5 transporter, slightly newer.
Oh, okay.
But that'll be in my channel. That's in the garage now. So I just love the outdoors. I just love this Scotland where I live. Some of the places in Scotland is just beautiful, just absolutely beautiful. You know, but unfortunately, the Scottish don't like the English too much.
Yeah, it's a shame.
But, it is a shame, you know. And if they come down to England, they're just a normal face, you know.
Yeah, I'm
So,
gonna. Go ahead. Go
on.
ahead. Well, I was just gonna drop
No,
the
no,
link to your channel, but yeah, go ahead, sir.
You're more welcome, you know.
Yep.
I've just been listening to you like most of the day, and it's great, you know. It's great that you cover so many different topics, you know.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
It is. Because I think my auntie's going to have a little look on your channel. She was listening today, and she was quite enjoying it.
Awesome.
You know, so I have been posting it on my channel, even though my channel's very small. But I'm happy it's small because the subscribers I got are the people that are actually, you know, they're not just randoms. They're people that are into what I'm into. So I do appreciate them, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel the same way.
And
actually.
yeah, it is. It's the important people. It's the people that's on your channel what are worth it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I've not got many. Oh, there's my channel there. Look.
Yep.
And yeah, that's me on a little boat the other week. That little silver van there. That's my new project.
Yeah, T5 transporter.
Yeah, it needs a bit of work. And that there, believe it or not, that's a Ford truck, but that's come from Europe.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've had a Ford truck on the road, you know.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Well,
we still have a few. Hey, we have a few here, but they're called Sterling, but they're Fords, but they're older now. They don't make them anymore.
You've got some. I think some of them American trucks you got out there are the best in the world. They're the best looking.
Yeah.
I think they're just gorgeous things. Gorgeous things.
I agree, man.
And
I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Yeah.
I love them. Absolutely love them. The little cats there, they're the boats that go out to the wind turbines out at sea. They're the ones that go and set supplies, and they take stuff out there. And yeah, it's a nice channel. It's building there. It's getting there, you know. But the only reason why I started doing the channel is because my son's got autism, and that's the way he communicates with his dad. He misses me so much. He's one of my biggest fans, my young boy, but he's got autism. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful.
This is pretty similar to what I was driving. Not with this. I was only with my last company like 3 weeks, but the company before this, that's what I was driving.
Yeah. Oh, I'd live in that now.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. It's nice, man, other than you just don't have a bathroom. But I like to spend the night at the truck stop. I'm not one of those guys that tries to make it to the customer every night, you know. So, truck stop.
Well, there's some people that live it, though. That is beautiful. That's a beautiful place to be, beautiful place to work.
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, it was great. Definitely.
Stunning.
They drive good, too. But they got all this electronic bullshit in them now where it's like automatic braking.
Yeah, that's a shame. You know,
yeah, I'm not a fan of all that crap.
No, you've got it. I think they got it with a twin sticks. I hear a lot of people in America talk about twin sticks. You know, they.
Oh, I don't shift the gears, man. The truck shifts for me. I'm not trying to shift gears. I know how to, but I'm not interested. It's just so much better to let the trucks shift it for you. Yeah. But I did drive a 10-speed for about 4 months, I want to say, and that was enough for me. I'm able to do it. What?
You've got beautiful roads out in America, you know.
Actually, they're falling apart, but yeah, when they're in proper order, they're beautiful, definitely. Yeah, but unfortunately, the infrastructure is crumbling. I hate to break it to you, but it's
a shame.
Yeah, these roads are fucked. Yeah. They really are.
Much the same as the UK. The money's not going on the roads, you know.
No, they're not. I don't know what they're doing with the gas tax, but they're not building the roads with it. I can assure you.
That car there, that's that one. If you go further up, that's America. That car was sent in from America. The bloke with his arm out.
This one.
That's limited. Yeah, that's a limited. That one.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, that came over from America 6 years ago. That did. That was imported into Great Britain. That was. Yeah, the man there, he just loves American cars. He paid $6,000 for it, and he just said the American cars are just so much better than the UK rubbish, you know. It's just a beautiful looking car. You know, they're well made in America. I'm a big fan of American cars.
Well, you'll be at home around here. A lot of folks here like, but it's all pickup trucks. Most of the folks like pickup trucks.
I love a truck out there.
Yeah, pickup truck.
A Cummins diesel. Look, this man, he's had it 6 years, but he bought it. That come imported from. He called it Uncle Buck, even though it's not Uncle Buck. It just reminded him of Uncle Buck. That film in America.
Oh yeah, that's
Uncle
a good
Buck.
movie. Yep.
Yeah, very good movie. I did like him in all, was it Planes, Trains and Automobiles? I thought that was a legend of a film.
Yeah, that was a good one. I like that one too.
Very good story.
Yeah, definitely.
Very good storyline in that.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, folks, go check him out. Go check out T4 Lovers there. His link's in the chat.
I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, man. Happy to do it.
That.
Happy to do it.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave your chat and let you get on with your show, but I will be in the chat. So Bex, love you to pieces, my dear. Benetton, you're a living legend, my friend.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
You are in my eyes.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You take care. God bless, yeah?
All right, man.
I'll be
God bless you too.
Yeah, we'll see you.
Bye, James.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye, Jay. Nice to see you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, we're probably going to wrap up pretty soon, just so the folks know. I'm going to go ahead and, remove from stage. There he goes. He's got it figured out. Accidentally took Bex off, though. Bex, come back. I think I accidentally, or she dropped off, actually. Bex, were you leaving? I was not sure what you were doing. But, yeah. And you're still backstage, T4 Lovers, so you're welcome to hang out back there if you want. Yeah, there you go. He figured it out. I don't know where Bex went, but it's all right. Oh, here she comes. Good deal. What's up, Bex?
Oops, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry,
let me
my
grab
connection. That was me.
I gotta grab some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm not going to waste any more of, I know I already said this in the chat, but I'm not going to waste any more of the video time with this new, oops, I had my camera on. Oops, oh, I cleaned now. And then I showed my coffee table, and now my coffee table is clean too, friends. So yeah, thanks for thanks for giving me a reason to be accountable to something, I guess. I mean, I know it's really not you guys, it's YouTube, but still. I'm figuring out a new thing for myself here, Benton. Some new psychological game to play on myself.
Well, and real quick, shout out to Just a Gal for the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. It definitely helps. And there is a Cash App, just so folks know. But I personally, I'm a fan. Me and Rob have talked about this. Shout out to Mr. Cleveland when he's around. I actually like the super chats. I don't mind. Me personally, when I give somebody a super chat, I don't really have a problem with the 33% going to YouTube. Doesn't bother me at all. So.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with having both.
Oh, no, having both, yeah, but certain folks, sometimes people are like, hey, they would prefer the Cash App, but, I'm just happy people are donating, so. But yeah, go ahead, Bex.
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, people will pick how they want to.
Exactly. Yes, precisely. I'm not here to tell people how to be metaversally. That's not. It's not my job, right? Certain folks might feel like that's their job, but that's has nothing to do with me, right?
Yeah.
So, and let me grab a spoon because I have we have the kimchi.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
I like kimchi.
It's expensive, but it's I think it's going to be good for what ails me. So let me find a spoon wherever that went.
Nice. Well, it's only 11:45 here. I got the whole day ahead of me here.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, and we.
I'll probably-
Well, let me read the super chat. I'm gonna. She said, or Just a Gal says, "Great job, guys. Stay well, Benton. Thank you very much." And we're probably gonna wrap up. I'd say within probably the next 45 minutes. Just guessing. Just a guess, but who knows? I mean, who knows? I could go longer if I need to. We'll see. We'll see.
I
Bex.
missed the answer to. I missed the answer to when you started this channel specifically. I heard that you'd been over. I knew already that you and CBO had worked together.
Yeah, I didn't do anything on YouTube before about 9 months ago. I just, at some point, YouTube just created a channel, right? I don't really know how that works, but it was like I had a login for YouTube, and I don't know that I understood that created a channel, right?
Yeah.
I was just watching YouTube videos, but I made an account so I could have a subscriber, so I could subscribe and comment. So at some point, I just had a channel, and then the only thing I ever did with it was I made a couple of little songs. I made one about Jurassic Liars 26. I played that several times, and then I made another song about Trump, and that was all that was on the channel for quite some time. So I think it was right about 9 months ago I started doing these live streams, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm bad with time, but it seems like that's about right.
Yeah, I know. I've had my channel, I think it's since 2009 or 2011. I haven't actually looked, but when I looked at how long I'd had the channel itself for, I thought, wow, that must have been when I had to change my starter in my Toyota Corolla. Because I didn't even know that there was anything but how-to videos on I didn't even understand YouTube until 2020. I'd never used it for anything but seeking how-to something. Anything.
Well, and I was watching videos on YouTube when it was brand new, I think 2005, but I wasn't using it. I was just watching it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know I've been challenged on that. When I tell people I have a new channel, they see the date that it was created. I never ever had posted anything. There was a point where you didn't have to authenticate, I guess, before you posted things or something. But,
I don't know.
I actually had to, I recently had, in order to put anything on my channel, I had to tell them who I was. Beyond being linked through my Google account, there were different steps in verification. I chose to give them my information. They have it anyway. So if not, they do now. So, yeah. But yeah. It's been we've had some great positive feedback. I mean, I can't take credit. I'm here as a guest on your show.
Well, if it's just me and you're co-hosting, just so. And when sometimes you host, you actually hosted the show for like 2 hours, lest we forget.
Yeah. Hosted myself on your show.
Yeah, you hosted for like 2 hours today, and then So if it's just me and you're the co-host. So we're equals as far as I'm concerned.
Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a steep learning curve. I mean, if you want it to be.
Definitely.
There's always more to learn because there's always something evolving.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's keeps me interested. So it's just, I understand most likely I'm not going to be able to do this for a living, and that's okay. But I'll do it as much as I can when I'm able to. And, if it's me in the real world streaming from my phone, it probably won't be 12 hours a day, but it'll be something. And it might be me calling into your show, right? Hey, let's go to Benton, our correspondent downtown in whatever city, and I'll just pop on for 20 or 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, I know where I live. Also. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know that you and I both could actually. I would also be a good boots on the ground correspondent calling in.
Yeah, there you go. Definitely.
This island definitely supports a lot of the new. Supports a lot of the. I can show a lot. About the sort of buried or. Just star forts and, it's sort of, you're just showing people the same landscape that actually exists a lot more on the planet than we know. And we just didn't know how similar our cities looked. This one's a really beautiful one. And even the island has so much, it's the thing about Canada is, and I know the States too, there's just so much unexplored territory, even if it's been explored before by other generations, like we haven't. So it's it'd be fun. I was thinking it's too bad I can't take my do any sort of broadcasting. I guess I could probably film for broadcast, but I can't even get my no, I can't because I can't even get a Wi-Fi or cellular signal out on the property where my motorhome is. So he's got it totally off grid. And I wouldn't put it past him to have put magnets on the corners of the property to somehow repel things or something. He's a very eccentric man. But it's a great place to spend some time off grid, like even without my phone, just going up there for 4, 6, or 8 hours. When I go out there, I can't make a phone call. No one can get a hold of me. You can walk into a huge field and maybe get a call, but it's a nice break. I just never really took advantage of it, and it's just an added expense. So, but the nice thing is I've made a correspondent or somewhere I could go. Now that word stuck in my head. I've made a somewhere I can go to get out of town. Like he would welcome me back anytime. What are you playing?
I was trying to play this when T4 was here because to show him that the early streams was when I was truck driving. It's been so long since there was a truck driving stream. I don't think a lot of folks even know that when I say I did the stream while I was working as a truck driver, I mean while I was in the seat of the truck. I was driving the truck and doing a broadcast.
Would you have the camera pointed out sometimes and pointed at you sometimes?
Well,
no, it's almost always pointed at the road.
The nightmare is too. Well, but I did find a different model. Actually, a silver lining appears. If I ever actually manage to load the money onto my account and get this thing ordered today, and if it actually appears at the Amazon locker tomorrow, and I manage to receive it, then I'm actually going to end up with a better model for my money. So I'm paying more money overall, but it's going to be better. So it's got double the memory and double the disk space and a faster processor.
This is when I ordered a mini PC, but I thought Amazon lost it. I thought somebody stole it, but it turns out they were just having a lot of problems with that model. So I think what they did was there were so many returns, they just grabbed everyone that was currently like on its way somewhere and just seized it, but did not tell me what was going on. So they made me wait, Bex, listen to this. They made me wait an entire month to get my money back. And I never received the computer. I never had it in my possession. Every time I called, they just kept saying, the return. I'm like, I didn't return it. I never had it. What are you talking about? It just disappeared out of their system. But they made me wait an entire 30 days to get my like almost $300 back. And in the meantime, I needed the computer. I just bought another one. Yeah, it's crazy. So that's what I'm talking about here.
Funny how that works, but
yeah.
Boy, they're putting me through the fire to get this thing, man. This is just crazy. And I just got off the phone with Amazon. And of course, the lady who is this nice lady that she's going to help me.
This was 6 months ago, by the way. 6 months ago.
Dude, they just have to go through their whole spiel. So I'm just patiently waiting while she just talks for 10 minutes, telling me things I already know, you know. And I'm just like laughing to myself about the whole thing, you know. I guess I'll stop up here west of Abilene. That'll be just about mealtime anyway. So it's not too much of an inconvenience, but I mean, good Lord. And by the way, do you folks see why I initially pieced out of the beast system as much as was possible, why I left the workforce and just became homeless and lived out of a backpack? I mean, everything I'm telling you is I was, 12 to 15 years ago, the version of Benton that existed back then was way less able to deal with this stuff. Like, I'm already kind of on the verge of being a little irritated and annoyed. I'm sure you guys can hear that in my voice, but I do find it humorous. Amazon sells a mesh tent for like $40.
JG's about to call
I could
in.
Actually, without poles, I could string that thing up underneath my A-frame tarp. I've got pictures of this somewhere. I'll probably show. If I ever get this computer set up, I'll show this on stream at some point. But it's a lightweight setup that works.
When I had a used laptop, but it died somewhere along the way. That's why all the computer talk is happening. But I'm going to fast forward to me driving and bringing somebody on the panel, which is JG. But he doesn't talk much. I don't know if you're familiar with JG.
JG's joined us. He likes to hang out and just interject as he sees fit. So I'm going to do my best not to pressure him to speak if he's not ready to say anything. I noticed some of the other hosts making that mistake, and I've fallen prey to that at times also. JG's here. He'll chime in if he feels like it. If not, he won't. That's how that works. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here. Well, and that's one, Music Called the Secret. It brings up an interesting point about, I notice a lot of people, because I see a lot of talk in these so-called truth communities, especially these ones that seem to be more, that have had less exposure to the actual conspiracies and the ideas of, a zombie apocalypse and a shit hits the fan scenario. 3 years ago, I was doing a podcast talking about how we're all going to be rounded up and put in camps and all this. And there's going to be a fucking, civil war. And, the fact is, this is the collapse. You're living the zombie apocalypse. Dude, the supply of McDonald's is going to continue unabated. There's not going to be food shortages. Now people talk about, the grid's going to go down. The grid's already gone down. It's already happened in Texas. It happened in California because of Enron trading energy. And that was like long time ago that happened. They had rolling blackouts in California based on nothing other than Enron. California had deregulated their energy, and deregulation actually means regulation. So they'd gone to new regs. These energy traders figured out energy trading was a new thing. Enron established the market for trading electricity. I've studied all these matters. And then the traders became experts in the actual California's regs, their new regs, and exploited loopholes that literally led to the grid going down at various times in California. So the grid's already gone down. So yeah, is that going to happen? Sure it is. It's already happened. Is the financial system going to collapse? Of course it is. It could happen in 08, 09. Why wouldn't it happen again? So yeah, and apparently I was watching this guy, Red Viking Trucker. He likes to talk about, he's got a different channel name now, but you can probably find him under that name. He likes to talk about the collapse of the economy, but it's like, yeah, the collapse of the already collapsed system. But he was pointing out that this Silicon Valley Bank is apparently the Fed shut them down yesterday on Friday. So, it's starting to go down. But what I wanted to say about the camping is that, the thing is people are like, buy land. But look, I've camped plenty on other people's land. If the shit hits the fan, if you own a piece of land and you don't have a shack on it or you don't have some kind of shelter, dude, you can bug out to just some random land somewhere, especially if you have firearms. If the owner shows up and wants you to leave, just fucking leave. Like, you don't need to own a piece of property in an actual fucking shooting war, zombie apocalypse, Mad Max. What good is having, by the way, you don't even have a lodial title. What good is a land deed, under the B system? That's a corporate structure, by the way. Look at titling in this country. Isn't that corporate slavery? So, go spend your fiat on a piece of property and don't improve it and then wait for a fucking Mad Max scenario. I'll do the same thing you're going to do, except I'll know to go to some random land somewhere. And I have the skills to be able to tell, okay, this is land nobody uses. Probably nobody's coming here. If I just fucking pitch my camp every night, if I decamp in the morning, nobody's going to say anything. How do I know? Because I've done that for months at a time. So what good is, can I find some land to spend my 10 grand on? Of course I can. I would like to think I have better uses for that money.
It's all about experience, man.
Woohoo! I feel like you're making fun of me, but that's true. You know it's right, because you got them skills too, JG. There's something to that. There's something there, man. There really is. Skills in the real world. And being psychologically able to deal with, your normal daily life going away, like not being able to get a paycheck that week, not being able to go to Walmart necessarily that week, having to, and I know I can go eat out of this dumpster if I have to. Yeah, it's kind of gross, but if I have to, I know what kind of dumpsters to go to at what time of day that will probably have something I can eat in there. Like these are all real things, man.
I dumpster dove once, and it was a Domino's pizza, fresh out of the oven.
Exactly. And I knew a guy in Eugene, Oregon, the craziest motherfucker in Eugene, Oregon, and that's saying something. This dude went through the trash all day, every day. He ate everything in the trash that he considered edible, which was damn near everything, including liquids. I only saw the guy throw up one time. I mean, it's like, we kind of overblow this idea of food making us sick. I mean, we got pretty strong stomachs overall, I would say. If you have to, you can eat some stuff that's not that appealing, if it comes down to it.
Good talk. I'm out of here.
You gone?
JG, the fucking wild card, man. You just never know.
I don't know what he said. It sounded like he said he's leaving.
But anyway, that'll give, mainly just played that to give T4 down there an idea of what the show used to be like.
Cool.
Yeah. And then, like, here later in the stream, you can see I actually probably at a truck stop. Let me see real quick. I think I turned the camera. Sometimes I didn't want people to know where I was necessarily. But, yeah, I think I probably pull into a truck stop here, I'm guessing. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, no, just a spot on the side of the road.
Concrete will tear up the edges of the concrete, tears up the tires sometimes.
Yeah. So I'm just going to pull in, get the rig off the road, and then just park there for a little bit. And then next thing you know, I'm back here in the sleeper, just doing whatever I'm doing. Yeah, just talking. So this is in the back of the truck, Bex. I know you're not that interested in this, but I'm mainly showing it to to T4.
I am. I actually surprisingly always had a very keen interest in cars and big trucks. To be honest, if I'd been encouraged to do.
Yeah, I love big trucks. They're awesome. They really are. I'd like to find one of these streams. We did one, Bex, where people kept recommending certain nutritional supplements. So for like 30 minutes, everything they suggested, I just reached and I grabbed it and just pointed it at the camera for 30 minutes. Everything they suggested, I had it right there on hand.
Or just me in general.
I usually don't eat on
I
camera.
remember when that was in and around.
I think that guy just ran.
Oh, you were watching back then?
I think so, or maybe that was a different. Maybe you restreamed it recently.
Well, I went.
Did you?
Well, I went back to work for like 3 weeks with this last company. I only lasted about 3 weeks, but that was some other issues. I was on a 1099, and I didn't know that I have to form a corporation. They're only going to let me work there for like a month, and I just wasn't really interested in forming a corporation, so I left. JG came back. Yeah, you never know what he's going to be doing. And then here is the sun coming up and me parking at a truck stop. This is, yeah.
Unless I see one I can jump in real easy. I ain't going to be here long enough for me to park. Oh, maybe all the lanes are full now. Yeah. Okay, we got one. The one on the very end is open.
Oh, I'm getting fuel. That's what I'm doing.
Get in there.
Yeah. Getting fuel. I'm pretty sure I know where this is, too.
So,
pretty sure I know where this is.
Needs to, they can still get fuel.
I think this is like Eloy or something.
Oh, buddy. About fucked up. That's why you one must always watch the trailer in their mirror, because I might not have hit the guy, but it would have been a close.
Yeah, I probably came a little closer to something than I thought I was going to.
That trailer of that car hauler would have been a little too close for comfort. I'm starting to finally get to the level of skill where I don't have to watch the trailer all the time, but I still tend to anyway. Anyway, be right back, guys. Won't be long. BRB.
Here's me talking to Christos later. Here's me leaving the truck stop and then talking to Christos. Let's watch this real quick. Yeah, I know exactly where this is, too. Yeah, probably shouldn't be. But yeah, you see I got the phone mounted to the dash or to the windshield there. You can actually see the mount. That's that black thing.
Cool.
I mean, we're just getting back onto the interstate.
There was
yeah, go ahead.
There was a Western Star truck factory.
Oh, nice. That's what I would like to have driven. I've never gotten to drive one, unfortunately. Those are probably the nicest ones overall.
Oh, look at that. It's a way of life on the road, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I like the driving. I definitely enjoy the driving. And I used to run from like Dallas up to the Northeast. That's pretty much all I did, and back. I really enjoyed that also. I don't know where our audio went.
All right, I'm muted, but I finally figured out that I was muted.
How many miles a week did you used to drive?
Probably averaged right at. It's hard to say because they steal. This is with the exploitative nature of the industry. They steal 10% of our driving. So if I get paid for 3,000, I'm driving like 3,300. So I probably drove 3,000 a week, but I got paid for 10% less than that. But yeah. But the company has a 3,000. If I hit 12,000 miles in a calendar month, they would give me a 5 cent per mile bonus. I hit that twice with this company. So So yeah, I probably average pretty close to 3,000 a week. Yeah. But I drove every day. I drive every day. I don't take days off usually. So if you spread it out, that's less than 500 miles a day. That's really not a big deal if you think about it. But some days I'd have to drive more. What's that?
You just get bored, wouldn't you? You're just a person to just keep going, aren't you?
It's just easier, yeah, I think so. Like if I was to get an hourly job here, I would rather work 7 days a week, like 5 hours a day. I would rather just. Yeah, I don't need a day off, man.
We're 12 days on, 2 days off. You know.
Oh, okay.
But
same thing then, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, I want to hear what. Real quick, I just want to hear what Christos was like back then, and then we'll just go back to the panel.
I want to hear it.
We'll go back to the panel.
Oh, well, that never happens, right? What's up, man?
Yeah, I want to make sure I hopped on before you fully hopped on the road there.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Yeah, I would have figured it out eventually, but Lord knows how long that would have taken. So.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all good. That's hella funny. Yeah, man. I'm allegedly melting DMT crystals right now.
Oh, well, that's allegedly fantastic.
Shout out to Christos.
Yeah, I have this vape that my cousin gave me a while back, like 2 Christmases ago, and our older cousin made it, and then one of the younger cousin that's my age that I hang out with more gave me one. Couple of different people that are cool like that in the family that the older cousin knows are down with this type of stuff. Got some free half-gram DMT carts. So it's a
wow.
thing. I've used up almost all of it at this point. Like over a month ago, I was using it with a buddy, but there's still some residue in here. The thing is, I've held on to this cartridge for so long that the concentrate, the
well, anyway, that gives us an idea of what that was like back in the driving days. So.
That's magic. It's magic. You do miss it.
Yeah, I like to drive. I enjoy driving, definitely. Yeah,
but not the jazz what comes with it.
Well, it's just I can't really do it day in and day. The thing is, right now I feel great, but at some point I'm gonna feel like shit, and it's just the thing about that lifestyle is I was just more or less just irritable and cranky the whole fucking time. So it's the health side. And we have to get a physical, and my physical's due in January. And the fact is, if I just went in and told them the truth about what I'm going through, there's no way they would give me there's no way I could get cleared.
Saying that, Benelton, if half the drivers were honest, they wouldn't be on the road.
Exactly.
You know?
I have no problem lying. I'm just saying that.
No, because
clearly.
there's a lot of people out there. If they actually admitted they're crazy, they wouldn't let them on the road.
I know.
You've got to be. You've got to be a special sort of guy to do that sort of job,
Yeah, absolutely. And like I say, it's a lot of it's immigrants, which I don't have a problem with immigrants, but
we have the same in the
real quick, T4 lovers. When I went to truck driving school, I was the only white male in the truck driving school, and then the first company I worked for, their training, there was like 50 of us, and it was like maybe 5 white guys. White dudes can't pass a background check or a drug test in this country, especially hair follicle. That company did a hair follicle. It is what it is, man. And the younger kids, the younger generation, it's a little too tough for them. Most of them end up quitting. And they say that 90% of everybody that enters the industry is not working as a truck driver 1 year later. So I'm the type, as soon as they told me that, I'm like, well, I'm definitely doing a year no matter what. Because I thought
How long was you on the road for?
How
long was it?
I worked between 2018 and now. I've got 3 total years driving. So
I still think you can do it. I think you're beating yourself up a bit.
Well, what I'll say is that here's how and I'll explain this. Here's how truck driving works. And actually, I was talking to Highly Suspect about this the other day. Give me just a second to fix the screen here. But so certain people like myself, I have what's called a motor. So what that means is I already drive myself to do a good job, right? So what happens in trucking is there's never a time when the company doesn't try to get more out of me. No matter what, no matter what I'm doing, they always try to get me to do more. And I have a personality where my response to that is to keep doing more. So if I could just
Yeah.
discipline myself and drive 2,500 miles a week in 7 days, I could do that shit standing on my head. But the industry is not set up for that. I would have to get my own truck. I would have to get my own authority. Now I'm running a small business. Now I'm driving every day, but I'm also running a small business. Like, I have no desire. I just want to work for them. I just want to do my little bit of work, right?
I can understand.
Yeah.
I can understand.
So yes, I could. You're right. I could if they would ever leave me alone, and they won't. They always are trying to get more, no matter what. And they can.
It's a shame.
Well, and real quick, I can tell them till I'm blue in the face. They'll agree with everything I say, and a week later, it's right back to trying to push me. And I just respond to being pushed. It makes because my mentality is just to keep doing it, right? I don't ever stop and think, well, I need to rest. See, that's just how I am.
They don't care as long as the truck's rolling, do they? They don't care.
Well, but then here's what happens is the owner, because most of these companies are like 150 trucks. So there's always these people who aren't very productive. So the owner, and this guy's Bosnian. So most of the dispatchers are in Bosnia, right? So the owner took them all to Mexico and had some come to Jesus meeting. And he was basically like, hey, we got to drive. We got to push these drivers. Because some people won't do shit if you don't push them. Well, I'm already doing a lot. And then if they push me harder, I do even more. You see what I'm saying?
But the ones that don't do the work, they seem to get all the benefits.
But not in truck driving, they don't.
No,
because they pay us by the mile. You can't fake. You can't fake it.
Yeah, we get people at work are just like everyone's carrying them. We get a half-hour break and they disappear at 10 o'clock, and you don't see them till 11:30. And they're, oh, how you getting on? Hey, I said, what's going on here? Why is this man? Oh, don't worry. Don't worry about it. If I went and sat in my machine for, sat in the car in a car park for an hour and a half, the site stops, But they just say I'm very efficient, but it's good. But we're carrying these people and they're on the same money as what we are, it's just a shame. And when you do see them, they're on the phone. Oh, but that's they just get away with it. But I'm busy. I work for Siemens, a company. I don't know if you know Siemens, a company, but
yeah, yep.
Yeah, I work for them, and we're very busy. But tell you the truth, Bennett, I wish I had sold my house, had a little bit of land, went off grid, and just enjoyed life. Just enjoy life. I'm missing life by doing what I'm doing. I really miss it. I'd like to do more on my channel. I'd like to do more of the outdoor stuff, But no, I'm stuck in my cab, and they even don't let me do. I used to do live streams in my cab, driving a crane. And they said, oh, how can you concentrate? I said, what? So I can't talk to myself, I'm not on the phone. I've got the phone in my ear, but no, they stopped it. But the health and safety in the UK is ridiculous, You've got to wear gloves and glasses and hard hats, and you're not allowed to have you've got to have long sleeves in the summer, They're frightened of getting sued if you get sunburn.
Yep. Oh, yeah, definitely.
But they're frightened of getting sued,
Mm-hmm. 100%.
It is.
Yeah, it's all about liability. It all comes back to their liability. Everything comes back to liability.
I think
everything.
And it's a lot worse in America.
Well, in some ways.
Yeah, but I love America. I love America. I love Canada. I love how you lot live. I like how things are bigger, better, more efficient. The buildings are better. The cars are better. The buildings. But then you look at Keswick and you think, my God, it's just like from one scale to the other scale, and you think it's horrific. But then you've got people in Kensington what work. They go about the daily business, and they live with this,
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got these people what are filming. They go around filming them on YouTube, and I know there's a couple of them what do donate. They do help out. They do give them food, socks, blankets, and there is some kind people there,
the all caps entity.
But, no, it really gives me a wake up call. Because internet's an amazing thing,
Yeah,
Especially,
absolutely.
I do enjoy my YouTube. I do enjoy watching. I can't stand like normal TV. It's all propaganda that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with YouTube, it's real. It's real. You
Yeah,
can tune in.
definitely.
This is a chap I was watching the other day. I was listening to a bit of him on you the other day, but it got muted or something. I missed the audio.
Oh, yeah, there's no telling. That was during the 36 hours. So at a certain point, I just
Yeah,
wasn't even really capable of operating the live stream anymore.
You should know how I work here by now. I'm on the fly. I'm free form. It's freestyle. All right, we could take it wherever we want to take it. That's the joy of this broadcast. So there isn't necessarily a static topic.
So a lot of the people that come to my channel, T4, they also watch this channel.
You and I,
like a lot of the audience
we can
does.
have all the discussions, right? Because they're not. For me, it's a very quick discussion. As you
So I like
may
to
know,
remind them
you have
that he's live, just in case
interacted with me
they
in the
may not have
past.
noticed.
And as I said today, I will try to avoid as much as I can muster giving you.
He's
both
been going for
barrels,
about 30
because
minutes.
You
so
frustrate me.
He's just
Artie,
getting
I'm
started.
Not gonna lie. That little.
Oh, he just gets started. Does he?
Well, sometimes he does a long
game-
time, but sometimes he only does a
gamer
couple of
chair,
hours. But he does. He
corporate
plays
data
some
mail
videos at the
presentment
start, so
times.
he's
I mean,
probably
I
just
love you
started
as a
talking.
human. We're all
I'm assuming.
oneself at the highest level. I know that you're part of me, and you're in this simulation with me, and that it affects all of
he's
us.
good.
Oh, yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, he's the best in this
So
space.
I have to remind
he's the
myself
best,
that
for sure.
I definitely don't.
Sorry to cut
hate
you off,
you.
but yeah.
No, you're
Dislike what
cool,
you
bro.
do
You're cool,
because
bro.
I see it as a threat to all of us, including yourself. But
And he had a
as I
famous
said,
video
I
where
will
he was
attempt
driving
to
without license
maintain
plates, and it
my-
was like a right to travel kind of thing. So if you ever get a
right to
chance,
travel.
yeah, if you ever get a chance to see that, it's pretty interesting how he deals with the policy enforcement. So let me see. I'll find that for you real quick. I know he reposted it. It happened a while back, but he reposted it recently. You still there, Bex?
Yep, I'm here.
Cool.
Oh, lovely Bex. She's still there.
I'm being smothered by a cat right now.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh,
She's climbed on me.
But I'll go back. It's a cell phone video. This one in the upper left corner. Police stop Sovsit for no license, registration, etc. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting video actually. If you get a chance to see it. So I'm dropping that link too. It's down there. If you need it. Although wait, that's got the time code on it. But anyway, you'll figure it out. But I'm gonna visit the restroom again. I'll be right back. If y'all
Okay.
no, no worries, bro.
All right, cool.
All right, we're here.
So what breed of cat you got, Bex?
She's a what would it be called? Well, she's a medium-haired, like calico of some sort. It's just a regular domestic house cat, but she's a tuxedo cat. So she's all black. She's got huge long whiskers. I could probably upload a picture of her onto my avatar.
Yeah, you have to show us.
I'm not at a good angle to not have to suddenly start immediately cleaning again.
Bex.
I'll have to immediately clean again.
Oh, don't be
like-
silly, Bex. Is that your channel, the Bex Factor?
Yeah.
I'll have to subscribe when I get off air.
Cool.
I'll subscribe.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll subscribe. No, I like Benetton.
Yeah, I do have more content than the one video I have up. I did a 19-hour stream yesterday, but I didn't realize that the 12 hours that would have been saved wasn't, because I changed a setting in StreamYard, thinking I'd learn something new for all the content creators with so much experience.
I'm still trying to work out StreamYard, some of my lives I was doing on my YouTube, I DJ, I do a lot of playing on the old record decks and stuff like that. But I keep getting told off by YouTube copyright, because I like my techno, I like my techno. and but unfortunately YouTube don't like it. So
Yeah.
I've had to keep taking the lives down. But the StreamYard, I'm trying to get StreamYard sorted out, where I can have people join onto the panel, like, you know. But give me a second. I've just had a message. Hold on. I've just had a message from someone. Got to check it out. Hold on. Dum dum dum.
Well, what shall I talk about until the gentlemen are back? The men?
Hold on.
Oh, you're back?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking.
Your camera's frozen.
That's
You
okay.
might
I'll
have
be
to
back
turn-
1 second.
Okay.
That's all right. I'll be back. Look, I'll be back.
All right. Okay.
There we go. Yeah, it's just
Um,
someone's just mailing me. Someone's just sending me pictures on. We have WhatsApp. I don't know if you have WhatsApp in the United States or Canada.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Canada. I some parts of Canada, like you say, there's a bloke I watch. Van life. Can't think of his name. He's a Spy Care fella. He lives in a van. He goes all over Canada, and he just shows Canada is a very beautiful country. It's similar to Scotland, but obviously it's on a bigger scale. But no, Canada's beautiful. There's some beautiful parts of the world. We've got the best part of Scotland's on the west coast. You know, you get beautiful islands and stuff. There he is, Benetton with his flag. He loves that.
Since you mentioned America, I wanted to remind you, this is how I leave the house. If I leave, this is how I leave.
My God.
I'm never not in public without one of those on me, and I mean never. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It just shows a different style.
So
even
different,
do you know what? Right? If I had a penknife in my pocket, I could get done for an offensive weapon if it's more than 3 centimeters.
Wow.
You know, we can't have anything like that. You know, but no, we can't. We don't have no gun law. No guns here at all. You know, it's only the police and the occasional gangsters what have the guns. You know.
Well, here's what's crazy. I could put a AK-47 on my back and just walk around, and people wouldn't like it, but it's totally legal. Yeah.
You know, it's not the gun what kills. It's the person with the trigger. You know, it's nothing. The gun's harmless. You know, it's the person behind the trigger. What's the danger?
Well, I have no history of hurting anybody physically. I mean, none. I have zero history of hurting people.
But the thing is, if someone broke into your house or your home, you have to protect it. You know, you have to protect it. You know.
Well, I'm more worried about when I'm out. I'm more worried about when I'm out in the town. You know what I mean? I take it with me everywhere I go. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
You have to live like that.
Yeah, it's nuts.
You know.
And I never.
Benton actually.
Go ahead, Bex.
I was just going to say that Ben was actually in a recent one of his night walks where he actually used what you could go on about it, like, but I don't even know how to talk about guns like up here in Canada, but
I
used
didn't
the
know.
Appropriate measures to to protect himself and held his gun like, not facing anywhere,
Defensive
but visibly,
defensive manner.
defensive manner. Thank you.
Yeah, defensive
Must
display
be
of a
scary.
firearm.
It must be scary. It must be scary because you can have conflict in the road. See, here, if you speak to a policeman and you raise your voice, you get arrested. If you swear, if you say the F word, you get arrested. It's a cup of tea in England.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's stiff upper lip and a cup of tea in England.
Yeah.
It's in America. No, America's hardcore. America's hardcore.
Well, and there's
the thing about that,
real quick, Bex, there's parts of America where it's more like what you're talking about. It's not like this everywhere in America, but go ahead, Bex.
No. Well, I remember what you said on our visit yesterday, not yesterday, the day before. There's a certain place not too far from where you live. You can rattle your guns in the back garden and no one above you, Yeah,
that's true.
It's
just normal.
I couldn't imagine it. I could not imagine it,
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's such a shame where you have problems with a very disturbed child, or someone goes into a school and they start doing what they do, it's
well,
it's
but
horrific.
you know, all of that is 100% fake, right? Like, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's a psychological operations like that. None of that is what they tell us, and I mean none of it. Like the Sandy Hook thing really was fake, 100%. That never happened, and people
it's like the
don't want to
news is the
accept it. But that
propaganda.
shit was fake. Go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, never happened.
We had a shooting in Scotland in Dunblane, where it was just a taxi driver one day. Obviously, he had firearms, he had the license and that, and he had an argument with his family. He went and shot his brother, but instead of like, enough's enough, he just walked in a town where they didn't have guns to defend themselves. They just had this random man just opening fire on innocent public who couldn't defend themselves, you know? And this man was out of control. They finally, obviously, when the armed police did turn up, they did deal with him, but he done so much damage in such a small, tiny little Scottish village. You know, it was shocking. I actually stopped work, and it was on the news, and I was just in tears because it was just shooting just innocent people what couldn't go for a firearms, you know. They couldn't. All they could do is sort of try and run and hide, and they didn't know what to do because no one in Scotland experiences anything like this, you know.
Well,
very
real quick,
disturbed
hey,
man, you know?
just so you know, most of the audience is like conspiracy theorist types. So, you know, do you remember that Kyle Rittenhouse? Do you remember that guy?
I didn't hear that, brother.
So back during all the George Floyd riots and all that, he was in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and he defended himself with a rifle. So when he was younger, he's one of the people, they used his face as one of the Sandy Hook kids.
All right.
They've done a facial analysis. It's absolutely him. There's no doubt about it.
I remember a couple of years ago we heard in the UK about there was a father and son was shooting out of the boot of a car, and they had a sniper rifle.
Well, that was the Beltway sniper, also known as the DC sniper.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, the thing is, the older guy was in the military, so most likely he was under mind control. And they're talking about it wasn't his son, but he was old enough to be the guy's dad or to be the kid's dad.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
but that was...
they're talking about letting that kid out of prison.
Jesus.
And do you remember the guy that shot Ronald Reagan? They let him out of prison. He's a free man now. He shot the fucking president, and they let him out of prison. Yeah, crazy.
Oh, God, but then who's saying that he wasn't told to do it, you know?
Oh, I'm sure.
You don't know, do you?
Yeah, I'm sure he was. He actually, that was John Hinckley Jr., and his family knows the Bush family. And George, the first Bush 41, was the vice president when that happened. Some people think that, and I'm telling you, man, we can go deep with the conspiracies, but some people think that that Reagan died and he was replaced. And that actually they just made it seem like he was still the same person and still the president because he got shot right after he became president.
Well, the UK lot are saying that about Biden, you know, that he's not alive, you know.
He might not be. I don't know. It's a good question.
No, you know, they're saying it's just a mask on somebody's face, you know, but we're not going to get into that, Jazz.
Well, that's what I'm saying is actually most of the people that come to this channel would be what you consider post-conspiracy. That means most of us have been down every rabbit hole, and we've just realized pretty much everything that the media presents is fake on some level. So most of us don't pay any attention to it anymore. So you've stumbled into a channel that I don't think you realize is.
Oh, but it's a good channel. It's a good channel, brother.
Well, thank you.
It's a good channel.
Yeah, thank you.
It's an interesting channel.
Yeah, I think so. I'd like to think so. But
and it is. You've done very well. You've done very well, and it's you've attracted audience from all around the world. You know.
Well, it's almost everybody's in Arizona somehow in the United States, but I'm glad there's a few folks from. You're not the first person that lives in Scotland to come here. That's for sure.
You know, you were saying,
Yeah,
I'd
Monel.
like to meet her.
Yeah, Monel.
You know, well, not to meet her because you say, oh, you English, this and that.
No,
But,
I think
I'd like to know what part of Scotland she's from.
she's pretty open-minded, actually. I don't think she'll give
she's
you
a
too
good
much
girl.
of a
Then.
problem.
You must be from one of the cities because
I would think
live.
so.
If you see the map of Scotland, you've got a place called John O'Groats. I live just on the north coast of Scotland, so I'm right up there. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Cold, but it's beautiful. Good place to bring up the children. It's safe, you know. If your kids late home from school, it's because he's out playing at the park, you know, or the chain on his bike's come off. Down the UK, if your son or your child's or your daughter's late home from school, it's because someone's probably got hold of her. That's the worst thing, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and there seems to be predators like that all over the place, you know. Well, we're not getting into that, you know.
Yeah.
We all know what we think about predators.
Well,
you know?
and this is where I like being from Arkansas, although this has changed, but there was a famous case of this guy, Wayne Dumond, and he has a Wikipedia page. You can go read about this, but so he was convicted of a sex crime. And, you know, I can't say too much on YouTube, but so two men broke into his house after he got out of prison. They castrated him, which is not even really the interesting part. His bits ended up in a jar on the sheriff's desk, and that is not an exaggeration. So I'm from one of them places. Yeah. Now I'm sure that's changed.
Justice.
And then in the 90s, there was a bunch of armed robberies in Little Rock, which is the biggest city in the state. And finally, the county sheriff went on TV. His name was Tommy Robinson, and he said, "Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to put deputies in the back of these convenience stores, and when the robber comes through the door, the deputy's going to be back there with a shotgun, and I've given them orders to shoot to kill." So it only happened a couple of times. The deputy came out, shotgun the robber. It happened a couple times, and they knocked that shit off, man.
Well, I ain't being funny now. They're doing a thing now in London where they go on a Facebook page and they say, right, we're going to rob a shop as long as you can run. And it's the young children, well, yeah, like young teenagers. And they get the JD Sports and they just swamp it. And they just run off with everything. But the security guards now just stand there and they can't do nothing now, you know? It's just crazy.
Well, where I live,
it's getting worse.
The police show up and take the people to jail. But see, here's another thing people don't know about some of these places in America. So, you know, we've had a financial crisis and a lot of the cities have gone broke.
Yeah,
and a lot of the states,
now,
like California's had to let a lot of people out of prison because they've run out of money. My state has money left over every year, so they can put whoever they want in prison in this state. There's plenty. We don't provide programs. Dude, there's sales tax on a gallon of milk here. So it's very bad. It's very bad what they do to poor people. Yeah. A poor person pays sales tax to eat food, but part of that is if somebody's stealing, the police show up and put the handcuffs on them and take them to jail every single time. Yeah, it's a totally different world. And Oklahoma, the next state over, is even worse. They do the same shit, but to a greater extent. So, surprise, people aren't going in and shoplifting like just an epidemic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they just
consequences.
Do it. And
they have consequences.
They're going in these shops now. They're going in these phone shops, and the security's just standing there, and they just smash grab, you know?
Yeah. Try that here, man. Somebody's going to jail. That's just how it works.
Oh, Christ, they don't. You know, they just can't. Most of the time, it's like the UK army. You know, if you've got a criminal record for violence, you can't get in the army. You know, if you've beaten someone up and you've done assault, you can't get in the army. So how the hell do you expect? You know, you've got to be totally straight and not be a violent person to get in the army. You know.
Yeah,
you don't mess around with them. You don't mess around with the American army anyway. I know that.
Well, that's changed a little bit. It's not what it used to be, but
no.
Well, I never was in the military, so I don't know. But
No, you wasn't. Never military. No,
no,
I
I
was
I
on a
seem like I
military,
might
no.
have been, but I wasn't. No.
No.
We have.
Right, well, I'm going to shoot off, Benetton.
Yeah, man.
I'm going
Thanks
to
for being
shoot off.
here.
My phone's ringing.
Yeah, man.
But if you're on tomorrow, I'll come and join your chat room if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure I will be, and of course you're welcome anytime.
Okay, evening. I'm going to go.
All
All
right.
the best. God bless, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All
okay.
right, we'll see you next time. Thanks for
Bye,
being
Bex.
here.
Nice to see you again.
Yep.
Love you. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye, Jay.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
How you feeling over there?
I'm good. I'm good. I had a little. I made myself a little sandwich.
Nice.
Realized, yeah, that's one thing I'm going to tackle today, as well. Grab some groceries.
Excuse me. Well, yeah, feel free to get out of here anytime. I'm just we're just easing to a stop, I think, at this point.
Excellent. Well, I can like hop out and let you finish her off.
It's up to you. It doesn't even really matter to me at this point. I'm glad you've been here, but
Okay.
it's kind of like
Yeah,
I've
I
been
enjoyed
doing it
being
this
with you.
long. Like there's no advantage to stopping now, right? But
Yeah.
Paul's live, so the folks
What
who
time?
want to be here are here, right? And the ones who wanted to go over
Yeah.
there are over. I kind of like that time. It's
Yeah.
already a self-selecting group, and now it's even more self-selecting. So
Yeah.
I kind of
Exactly.
I enjoy that. It's a little less pressure, but I like the pressure also. So
Yeah, and maybe sometimes I convey myself as a lot more of a fence sitter than I am. Like I was down all these. I mean, I went down all the rabbit holes that the research took us
I
in
know.
2020.
I can tell.
Like, but I also was long before that, questioned everything. So, I know sometimes I may sit on a fence a lot more than I mean to in the public's eye. I'm learning though.
Well, but like with the Sandy Hook stuff, I mean, there's no fucking way that really happened. Like it's obvious that did not
Well,
happen.
yeah. And I just didn't want to go into my daily spurg about like it's anti-American propaganda, like we've been, you've been infiltrated, like
Well, yeah, everybody here already
starting
knows all that.
Russia,
So
yeah,
it's no
exactly,
point in it.
right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
exactly.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Heidi didn't hear. My metaversal boyfriend, we broke up.
Ah, yes. Is that
He
official
knows,
now?
I know. I just saw Heidi. I wanted to say hello,
I
Heidi.
didn't know that was
She
official.
just came in
though.
last minute.
I did not realize that
Yeah,
had
it's
been made
official.
official. When,
It's
as
official.
of when?
Yeah. Whenever. But sometime in the 19-hour stream.
Oh, okay.
I know. Well, I didn't mean to upset anyone, like we've been talking about becoming business partners anyway. It's kind of like it's one of those we're what's it called? Consciously uncoupling.
There you go. Nice. I love that. I love
Yeah,
that.
but he'll still be around all the time. Like there's no nothing's changed there in terms of popping in on the channel and being a regular. He's off on his own adventure as well, learning how to do all these skills. And actually coming back, he's been reading all the YouTube stuff that I didn't read. I should read. But conveniently now, I guess that would be Bobby's School of Broadcasting is bringing that in from the business angle. If he's even doing a school, but since he's schooling me on the YouTube, he was looking into the whole how all the networking works, essentially from a position of everybody monetizing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where he was sort of discussing the social dynamics and financial dynamics of non-monetization. Interesting though, just because he's got can't remember what it is, master's degree in business or something. He's quite an educated man, Bobby. He's got a couple degrees in addition to being an RN.
Nice.
Maybe it's master's in teaching and a business degree. That makes more sense.
Cool.
Yeah.
Love that.
No, yeah. So
Just looking through some stuff on YouTube.
cool. So I guess if you've been doing this for about 9 months, I started in April. So I guess, you've known Christos only a couple months longer than myself, perhaps.
That's probably about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm terrible with the timeline, so I don't really know.
Yeah, so am I. So am I. Well, that's where I could go back into records and probably find it, but I have more exciting, just meaning that it's out there like public record, somewhere along the lines like me being like, oh, nice to meet you to Christos, and boom. But I've been on many panels with Christos, so.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I should say more like a few panels with Christos, but one place a lot of the time. So what's this?
Fish Tank season 1. Season 2 starts in 3 days, as we were talking about earlier. So, just to give an idea of some of the foolishness. This Frank Hassel. See, a lot of folks don't know about there's a lot of streamers, right? So there's this streamer called Boogie. I don't know if you ever heard. See, most of y'all have probably never heard of any of these streamers. So it's like, I never know. People mention these truth channels, and I've never heard of any of them. So I mention these streamers, and nobody knows who I'm talking about. But there's a well-known streamer called Boogie, and some numbers. I can't remember the numbers, but like Boogie 4968 or whatever. And he's been making his living streaming for many years. And he moved to Fayetteville, Arkansas at a certain point. So he lives not too far from me. But this guy on the ground here is Frank Hassel, who showed up and trolled Boogie at his house, and Boogie pulled out a gun and fired it into the air, and it got prosecuted for it. So like this dude that's rolling around on the floor, he's already well known before he came onto this show. He's well known on YouTube in certain ways, right? But most people would have never heard of him. So for a while,
interesting.
So for a while, there was a slider. There was like a meter on the screen of the Fish Tank interface. So as people bought season passes, it said when we get to 100%, Frank Hassel is unleashed. So once they sold all the season passes, then Frank Hassel hit the house because he wasn't on the show like as a contestant. So
Cool.
like all kind of crazy shit's gonna. The main thing to know is all kind of crazy shit's gonna happen. That's realistically all that matters. And as we know, Bex, people respond to drama.
Yes.
So he's destroying the house, and then he gets kicked off the show. So they're just, and this chick here, that's Letty. She took second place, which is it was like 10 G's, I think, 15 grand. She won second place. But I don't think I even watched this. I'm pretty sure I was live streaming. And most of the audience, if I hit it every once in a while, nobody cared. But, Carl, other than me and Carl, nobody else really was paying attention to it. But just to give folks an idea of what we're looking at here. And then at a certain point, they were just bringing like random homeless people in. So, yeah. And there's like a lot of these clip channels. So this guy had 53,000 views. So I'm assuming he was monetized. And I don't know, whatever 53,000 views is worth, right? That's some amount of money, I'm assuming.
Yep.
So anyway.
Cool.
Yeah, that's there.
So but it's not. But because you said they also pull people off, like they pulled some people off the street there, so it's not specifically a streamer house.
Well, it's a house they bought and installed all the equipment in to do the show. Yeah, they're not streamers, although some of them are, right?
Exactly.
But
That's
they
what I
brought
meant.
in,
it wasn't like set up.
Yeah, it's not set up for stream, not for them to stream. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's a reality show, but some of the people they added were streamers. This Airsoft Fatty's one of them. Who, again, like a lot of people know who he is, and most people have never heard of him. Same thing with that Frank Hassel, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting how people can be famous, but then, like, most of us don't know who the hell they are. It's an interesting time
also
that way. Go ahead.
There would have been community crossover where people like to watch streamers that may have, they may have had some sort of different kind of community crossovers and gain subs in other platforms, perhaps just out of the interest, or gain subs in their platforms if they were streamers or broadcasters or Not that that's what that was about, but I could see how you got the idea of having like a dedicated streamer house.
Oh yeah, and I'm not the first one. That's a thing, definitely. Like that's a real thing that happens.
Like it already has happened.
Absolutely,
A
yeah.
bunch of streamers.
Definitely,
Yeah, cool.
there's multiple streamer houses going right now. They're just not operated as a reality show. It's just a bunch of streamers living in a house together, and then they just choose how to do their own content. You know. But this is the Boogie 2988, and let's see how many subs he has, just to give you an idea of how big some of this stuff is. Let's see, Boogie 2988 channel. I'm sure it's in the millions, I'm guessing. Yeah, 4 million subscribers. And he's, like I say, he's been making his living at YouTube for a long time. Although I think his money's gone way down because he's sort of fallen off. And I don't know about Frank Hassel. He might be a Twitch streamer or something. Yeah, Frank's only got 10,000. But Frank's mostly known for showing up at Boogie's house. And if you see this thumbnail, that's Boogie brandishing a firearm at his home in somewhere in Northwest Arkansas. And he ended up getting, I believe he got convicted of this, actually. Pretty sure. Because he just like fired his gun in a neighborhood, which is not allowed. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of lore, a lot of lore with some of these folks.
Yeah.
And
that's what I was going to say. I wondered if for some people imagining a place like in the States where you can carry a like not concealed weapon, like carry openly or however that's expressed.
Yeah.
I wonder if they think that guns are often pointed at each other. Because like if everybody's walking around in good faith, and you need to pull your gun in a scenario like you did that night, ideally the guy didn't want anything from you, so he might reveal he has one too, and you go both ways, right? Like,
but real quick, Bex, it's almost 100% that he's been to prison and is a convicted felon. So if the police catch him with a firearm, he's going back to prison. So the chances of him having a gun on him are very low. The chances of him approaching me and I might be armed are very low. See what I'm saying? Like, so it was almost a guarantee that he did not have a firearm.
Yeah. That's where I wanted to take it next.
Because he's a convicted felon. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's a class of person where these meth addicts, they're free to roam the streets, but the cops are not going to let them roam around with guns on them. It's just not going to be allowed.
Of course not.
But I don't have to worry about it because it's completely legal for me to have a gun on me. So if for some reason the cops found out I had a weapon, it's not going to be a problem legally. I mean, they might shoot me, but hopefully not. I hope they don't, right? But beyond maybe getting which that can happen anyway, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Bex. I actually researched this, and Arkansas has, as far as I could tell, the lowest rate of the cops killing the citizens. So we got that going for us.
Good to know.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's still more than ideal, right? It happens, but it's we have old school enough cops where a lot of them will actually, they'll physically arrest somebody versus, being so scared of the situation that they end up pointing their gun at somebody. And half the time it's just because they're so freaked out, they forget their training and they have their finger on the trigger, and then eventually they just end up squeezing the trigger and don't even mean to. Like that shit happens a lot, actually. So here they're not really pulling their guns out that often, if that makes sense. They're especially the state police are very confident. They're fucking fearless. I don't know if there's some crazy shit on YouTube that these Arkansas cops have done, the Arkansas state troopers, and they're not scared of anything as far as I can tell. And because what happens is if I watch these body cam videos and people are like scrutinizing what the cops do. So people want to point out they're like, oh, well, here the cop, he should have done this thing. And you can see here that he's exposed himself to the cop, the bad guy could have shot him or whatever. And I'm like, no, y'all don't understand. These guys just don't give a fuck. Like they're just badass on that level. Like they're not worried about it, right? They just feel like they can handle whatever. Like it's almost like they're almost sort of hoping that something happens almost in a way. It's something in the culture down here. It's like, no, they know the tactics. They're not dumb. That's how fearless they are. So I don't know. But that's all going to go away, as we know, Bex. This place will be like everywhere else before too long. It's just how it works.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I know it was interesting. They talk about turning the Vancouver had some curbs going in, something they're talking about this 15-minute city. And I was like, I'm already in one.
Yeah, cities are
Like, I
already
don't know what
15-minute cities. It's
yeah,
already
so
happened.
whatever they're doing to, change something in the roads or whatever, like they're always changing something in the roads.
Exactly.
Putting in their trees or taking out their tree, like whatever. It's just everything's always so hyped up.
Well, sorry to cut you off, but so what happens in the chat over here is every time we talk about cities, somebody types leave the cities. But the reality is almost nobody that comes to this channel lives in a city. So we've already left the city. I'm in a city, but it's not a very big city. But, that's already happened, right? The people who don't want to live in cities already don't live in cities. The people that we're telling to leave the cities, they want to live in the city. So, you see, we're kind of at an impasse, right?
Yeah.
I like cities. I just never necessarily wanted to live in one, a big one anyway, not full time. But I like going to big cities. I enjoy it. I'm different than most of the audience that way. I actually enjoy big cities. But that's okay. I'm used to being different.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I can't even talk big cities coming from Canada. I mean, Vancouver's a decent sized city, but you have to go all the way over to the other side of the country to see a big city like Toronto.
Yeah.
So we really don't have them, not compared to the United States.
Yeah.
So I've been told.
Well, I mean,
I guess Vancouver,
well, I'm from
Edmonton.
the South. We don't have
big.
that many big cities in the South, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Edmonton's definitely a big city, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I've not been to these places.
I bet you'd be surprised. But what's the total population of Canada is what? Like, I even forget.
36 million or something, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So it's basically the population of. It's a little bit bigger than California, but not much. Well, California's that big if you count illegals. So let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
California's probably 40 million with the illegals.
Yeah. I'll bet you Canada might be too. We just don't talk about it.
That's a good point.
Because the illegals that are here are typically more they're like Brits. Right? It's the hardest to get your hardest immigration. I think one of the hardest ones to get that isn't from like a nation that has to work really hard, like that you'd expect, based on visas and accessibility. Maintaining a visa here as a Brit or getting citizenship here as a Brit can be really hard.
Yeah, I would imagine. Toronto is 6 million, the metro.
Yeah.
Then you got like London, Ontario is basically the same size as Little Rock, Arkansas, 540,000. So I don't know if you've ever been there, but
I've been, only once as a child though.
So like Victoria is 400,000. So you got what is this? I don't know how to say this, but whatever that is at the something British Columbia, Kelowna.
Kelowna, that's where my hometown.
Oh, okay, that's fairly close to the size of where I am. It's fairly close. It's a little bit bigger here, but not much.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What's the number?
222,000 is what it says for the metro, though. The metro.
When I was a child in elementary school, they told us about 40,000.
But that might have been city limits.
Yeah.
This is metro, so it's larger. If that makes sense.
I never know if Canadians. I don't know if Canadian statistics include First Nations peoples here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because actually, First Nations people are not required to fill in census. So I don't know if the bands themselves give general information about the population. I assume they must because of tax transfers back to the reservations. And I mean that like because in Canada, the cities pay the First Nations people to for the land we use, I guess. I'm sure it's pennies. I'm sure it's beads still, according to the what did you call it? according to what we're told.
Yes.
But my point is that yeah. So I don't know if the populations
wait a
actually
minute.
include the flirtatious people.
Before we get out of here, the chat's got a question. They're the gals down there are trying to find out about some new fella or something.
Oh,
if you could read the chat. Feel free not to reveal anything, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't at least bring this to your attention. And then we're probably going to get out of here because my eyes are starting to hurt. Go ahead.
I was immediately approached flirtatiously by a chat member named Wolfie.
Yes.
But I think he was metaversely playing as well.
Could be.
So I can't remember if someone else in the chat said next something about it being something about it being, in the metaverse, you can have boyfriends by the second or something like that. I'm probably making it sound more extreme, but it was but Wolfie was the chat member that immediately stepped in to court a lady, perhaps.
A gentleman caller, Pax.
A gentleman caller, yes. By the metasecond, by the microsecond, Heidi.
That's right. All right, I'd love to stay, but the numbers are down as they should be.
Yeah, for sure.
We're running out of steam, and then also Paul's live. So I'm going to save my eyes. I'm happy to sit here, but I'm going to save my eyeballs for tomorrow.
Yeah, go get some sun on your eyes, perhaps.
Well, it's probably
I just
too
know
late
you do
for
that.
today, but definitely I'll go wander around a little bit out there. That'll help.
It's not here. Still only 53 minutes past noon where I am, so it's prime time to get out in the sun.
Well, it's just not sunny today. It's cloudy, so this is prime time for that. But it's just I can tell looking through the window that it's not. It's cloudy, but I'm going to go outside and appreciate everybody being here and.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here because whatever happened after you did your 2 hours would not have happened if you hadn't been here because I would have just shut it down and went shopping. So thanks for that. So appreciate everybody. Thanks for watching.